Now, getting back to Chicago. Our first big show they ever had here in the amphitheater, when I was with the Assassins, I managed them in the main event. It was a sellout. I went from there to Markoff and Poffel, took them to main events, and we won. Then I was with Black Jack Lanza, probably one of the most successful wrestlers I've ever had. I headlined Sox Park. I headlined Soldiers Field. I've headlined almost every amphitheater show they've had. I've headlined Hammond. I was the main event. I was the one that packed them in with my boys.
Raymond Lewis Heenan was born in Chicago on November 1st, 1944. His father, Robert Heenan, who was a railroad worker, left his mom when he was less than a year old, so he was raised by his mother and grandmother. He was known at a young age for his wittiness and sense of humor, but according to Heenan, his mother, whom he had always called Millie, was the funniest person he ever met in his life, and looked like a combination of Lucille Ball and Bette Davis. In their neighborhood, there was a professional wrestler named Zach Melkoff who lived down the street. Zach served as a Chicago Park District officer during the day and had a unique routine of working out at the beach with rocks, lifting big ones to stay in shape. To Bobby, a 10-year-old kid at the time, Zach seemed like a huge and formidable figure. With cauliflower ears and a dark tan from frequenting the beach, Zach had a rough and tough appearance. One day, Zach approached Bobby's mother and asked if he could take a group of the neighborhood kids to a Marigold wrestling event. Seated in the front row of the bleachers, Bobby was instantly captivated by the spectacle. He recalled seeing a wrestler named Johnny Case, who later became a good friend and a travel companion to Japan. Johnny was also an educator and a president in the Illinois school system, and played the role of a heel. The most captivating aspect for Bobby that night was witnessing how Johnny Case would control the crowd. When he asked for silence, the audience made noise, and when he instructed them to speak, they fell silent. Bobby was amazed at how a man could command a crowd and evoke excitement, especially when soaring through the air. Right there, he became hooked. Wrestling became something he felt compelled to pursue, despite having previously harbored dreams of becoming a baseball player and being a huge Cubs fan, only living a few miles from Wrigley Field. After Marigold Television went off the air, there wasn't much wrestling that Bobby could recall. At the time, he lived in an apartment hotel which his mother managed. Him and his buddies would enter the lobby and engage in tag team matches, taking bumps on the furniture, creating their own show based on what they had witnessed on television. In 1959, Vince McMahon Sr. commenced running his TV show in Chicago, collaborating with Fred Collar, the local promoter. The show originated from Bridgeport, Connecticut, airing for 2 hours from midnight on Saturday until 2 a.m. the following morning. In awe, Bobby witnessed the likes of Johnny Valentine, Buddy Rogers, Bearcat Wright, the Kangaroos, and the Graham Brothers. It differed from the wrestling he had watched in 1954 at the Marigold. Though still on television and not live, it provided an up-close view of these wrestlers. The fascination persisted. This is what Bobby had inspired to do, yet he remained unsure of how to achieve it. Upon turning 15, the hotel managed by his mother was sold. Moving in with his aunt, who was battling cancer, him and his mother moved to Indianapolis until she underwent surgery and his mother could secure employment. Having been held back twice, Bobby found himself in the 8th grade for the 3rd year, attributing it to poor attendance. He preferred taking the bus downtown, sleeping in the tents in the sports department at the local Marshall Fields, rather than attending school. School held little appeal, as he couldn't fathom the necessity of learning about events like the Boston Tea Party or historical figures like Magellan. He simply wanted to watch wrestling. A year after relocating to Indianapolis, his aunt passed away, but Bobby and his mother chose to remain there. One of Bobby's closest friends was Tom Mathis, a disc jockey affiliated with WIFE Radio in Indianapolis. It was through him that Bobby organized his inaugural wrestling event. This event took place on a Saturday night at St. Rita's Boxing Gym in Indianapolis, with Bobby donning a mask and adopting the persona of the Avenger. At that point, he was not part of the wrestling industry and remained uninformed about the inner workings of the ring. The scheduled match was against Tom, recognized as one of the WIFE good guys. Entering the ring, Bobby delivered a promotional speech, accompanied by Scott Goodwin, an old friend, acting as their manager. The entourage included a couple of girls, a spectacle reminiscent of Gorgeous George's. Attired in a mask, snug wrestling pants, and boots fashioned from old hockey skates minus the blades, he also wore a jacket that resembled a stolen shower curtain from a local hotel. Practice sessions occurred in a spacious ring provided by Champ Chaney, an Indianapolis policeman involved in youth boxing. All proceeds from the concessions were donated to the local boxing program. The venue, though small, accommodated a crowded audience of 50 people, creating an enjoyable atmosphere. The crowd favored Tom, expressing their disdain for Bobby and his entourage. The match consisted of 2 out of 3 falls, with Bobby putting Tom over. He retained the mask as the following week he needed to set up equipment and preferred to keep his identity as the Avenger concealed. Facing financial constraints, Bobby dropped out of school, never completing the 8th grade. He embarked on a series of jobs to support both himself and his mother, including roles as an usher at a theater, a clerk at a hardware and department store, a milkman, and a car jockey at a Ford dealership. It was during this period he received the call for wrestling. While at the dealership, Bobby held a second job at the Indianapolis Coliseum, serving as a stagehand responsible for setting up shows. Bulk Estes, the wrestling promoter at the Coliseum, arranged cards featuring notable names such as Cowboy Bob Ellis, Dick the Bruiser, Wilbur Snyder, the Shire Brothers, and Ray Stevens. Ray Stevens became a significant influence and close friend during the time. They not only wrestled each other, but also had opportunities for Bobby to manage him. Ray's ability to take a bump and his dynamic in-ring style with flowing blonde hair made him an exciting figure. Bobby also formed a connection with the original Sheik from Detroit. Despite the Sheik's intimidating appearance and fire-throwing antics, he looked out for Bobby. After a few months, Bobby acquainted himself with Russ Leonard, the publisher of Big Time Wrestling magazine. On Tuesday nights, he hitchhiked to the Armory, where he sold programs from 6 to 7. Subsequently, he assisted wrestlers with their bags, earning a bit of money. Following this, he sold cokes until 8:30, when the matches began. Bobby stashed his coke tray behind a door, adorned a sweater reading Championship Wrestling, and walked wrestlers to the ring as a second, earning $5 for each appearance. During the matches, he would return, shed the sweater, and resume selling cokes. Post-match, he escorted one wrestler back and brought out the next, forming their routine. At one point, he even washed the Sheik's car for an additional $5. With a $52 monthly mortgage at the age of 16, Bobby felt a sense of financial freedom. As time progressed, Bobby found himself increasingly involved in the wrestling business. He took on various roles such as setting up the ring at the Coliseum, carrying jackets, and serving as a second around the ring. By the age of 17, he started working spot shows around Indianapolis, eagerly immersing himself into the wrestling world. On January 10, 1965, while working at the Ford dealership, he received a call from Dick the Bruiser instructing him to be at the local television station Channel 4 on Tuesday afternoon for interviews. Though uncertain about the purpose, he was thrilled until the Bruiser referred to him as Bobby, a name borrowed from Buddy Rogers' manager Bobby Davis. Despite the mix-up, he followed the Bruiser's instructions. After that, he was no longer known as Ray and would now be known as Bobby Heenan. Upon arrival, he found Bruiser and the tag team known as the Assassins, comprised of Joe Tommaso and Guy Mitchell, who wore masks. The Bruiser decided to appoint Bobby as the manager for the Assassins. Bruiser instructed them to be at the Holiday Inn on Highway 31 at 6 p.m. for a trip to Louisville. With no limos or first-class service, they embarked on a journey with the Bruiser, Wilbur Snyder, Guy, and himself in the car. During the ride, Bruiser and Wilbur engaged in a conversation using Carney language, a code unfamiliar to Bobby at the time. Pondering his purpose for the trip, he counted cows, uncertain about his role as a manager. Upon arrival in Louisville, Bruiser and Wilbur decided to initiate Bobby into the wrestling business. Bruiser handed him a mask, instructing him to put it on and emphasizing the staged nature of the matches. Bobby was warned against revealing the secrets and informed that any breach would result in severe consequences.
Let me tell you something. This is professional wrestling. This isn't boxing. This isn't karate. This isn't judo, a street fight, or anything else, or a back alley brawl. This is professional wrestling, where you use wrestling holds. If you're that stupid and can't get it through your head what a wrestling hold is, maybe I could take a little time out and show you. Now, let me be this simple and make it real easy for you to understand, dummy. Let everybody else understand.
In the dressing room, Bobby, now masked, introduced himself to other wrestlers, transitioning from his previous role of carrying jackets. He participated in a match against Moose Cholak and Wilbur Snyder. Moose, a sizable and clumsy opponent, was known for his dangerous presence in the ring. Bobby was given the finishing sequence, a jump onto the apron during the match, and Moose would bring him into the ring to unmask him. Entertaining thoughts of significant earnings, he imagined making $10,000 that night. However, the plan went awry as Moose struggled to remove the tightly knotted mask, eventually unmasking Bobby. Bobby leaped out of the ring and encountered a woman from Louisville with a distinctive rural demeanor. In an unexpected turn, the woman, lacking teeth, extinguished her cigar on Bobby's neck. Law enforcement intervened, detaining the woman, while Bobby hastily retreated to the dressing room. Post-incident, Bobby emerged from hiding and swiftly dressed before departing in a car. Arriving in Indianapolis at 2 a.m., he received a meager $5 from the bruiser, reflecting on the tumultuous night. Despite the challenging experiences, Bobby's passion for wrestling intensified. A few weeks later, his dual roles as a car dealership employee and a burgeoning wrestling figure clashed when the dealership boss discovered his wrestling pursuits. The conflict escalated, resulting in him losing his regular job. Undeterred, he expressed his commitment to full-time wrestling to the bruiser, despite the revelation that wrestling income wasn't significantly higher. Embracing the persona of Pretty Boy Bobby Heenan, inspired by Larry Hennig, Bobby seamlessly transitioned into wrestling. His lack of formal training didn't hinder his ability to perform and take bumps. Nights were spent setting up the ring and engaging in tag matches after the shows, contributing to their unconventional learning process. Bobby's unconventional training continued with friends, including Jim Kuntz and Tom Jones. They delved into managing, adopting a distinctive style by reacting passionately to the wrestlers' predicaments. Recognizing his physical limitations as a wrestler, he focused on leveraging his managerial skills, realizing that promoters preferred a dual role for cost efficiency. Reflecting on his initial wrestling match against Calvin Prince Pullins, Bobby candidly shared his struggles with endurance. Despite the challenges, the experience in his hometown was cherished. His career evolved through managing various tag teams and wrestlers, encountering unique opponents like a bear named Teddy. Bobby was also known as the first manager for the National Wrestling Alliance in St. Louis, offering a glimpse into the refined, sophisticated environment that contrasted sharply with the chaotic and boisterous wrestling scenes they were accustomed to. After leaving the WWA, at the suggestion of Wally Carbo, Bobby entered the American Wrestling Association in Minnesota in 1969. He encountered Larry Hennig, known as Pretty Boy, who was already teaming up with Harley Race. Initially adopting the moniker Gorgeous Bobby Heenan, Bobby grew dissatisfied with the common use of gorgeous in wrestling personas. He assumed the role of manager for the tag team comprising Nick Bockwinkel and Ray the Crippler Stevens, guiding them to capture a third AWA World Tag Team Championship. As Bockwinkel and Stevens engaged in a feud with the Crusher and Dick the Bruiser, the latter famously dubbed Heenan as the Weasel. This nickname stuck, and Heenan was henceforth referred to as Weasel by his adversaries throughout his wrestling career. The AWA marked the inception of the initial infamous heel stable, the Heenan family, featuring Bockwinkel, Bobby Duncombe Jr., and Blackjack Lanza. After 2 years in the AWA, Bobby returned to Indiana in 1971. However, he left Indianapolis for good in 1974 due to a financial dispute. Recounting an incident at Market Square Arena, where a show headlined by Dick the Bruiser and Sheik drew a crowd of 18,000, Bobby felt shortchanged with a $600 payoff compared to the Sheik's $2,000. This led to his decision to return to the AWA. In 1973, Bobby found himself in Japan with the Destroyer, who refused to remove his mask, a practice he maintained even in his retirement. Bobby spent considerable time with him in Japan, where the Destroyer, fluent in Japanese, became a beloved figure. On January 25, 1975, an irate fan discharged a firearm at Heenan in Chicago's International Amphitheater following his interference in one of Bockwinkel's matches. Fortunately, Bobby emerged unscathed, but the incident resulted in injuries to 5 individuals seated ringside, with one person in critical condition. Later in the same year, Bockwinkel secured his initial AWA World Heavyweight Championship, putting an end to the 7-year reign of Vern Gagne, the perennial champion and the AWA promoter. During Bockwinkel's tenure as the AWA champion in 1976, Lanza and Duncombe achieved victory by capturing the AWA World Tag Team Championship. This made Heenan the first manager in history to concurrently oversee both the singles and tag team champions of a major wrestling promotion. Despite Wally Carbo's occasional dishonesty regarding payments, Bobby acknowledged his generosity in helping others. He recounted instances where Wally assisted individuals in financial distress, even if it led to unexpected consequences. One such incident involved Wally being arrested for possessing stolen merchandise after helping a man who offered him a television for $100. Surprisingly, the fans embraced Wally, chanting his name louder than ever at the St. Paul Civic Center. Recalling a journey from Manitoba back to Minneapolis with Wally, Bobby and Ray Stevens found themselves lost. In a humorous twist, Bobby explained to a police officer that they were hitchhiking while waiting for Wally, who had gone into a hotel for directions. After the encounter with the cop, Bobby the Brain Heenan found himself in a tense situation with Wally. Emerging from a hotel, Wally, visibly angered, informed Bobby that he had been fined $200 for an open bottle in the car and picking up hitchhikers. Bobby also recounted the wrestling career of George Gadaski, a referee and a wrestler known for his toughness and dedication to setting up the ring before every show. George's commitment to his task didn't spare him from Vern and Wally's complaints about the budget for maintaining the ring. After George's unfortunate death from a brain tumor, a revelation at his funeral shocked Vern and Wally. George had built a barn using wood Vern had repeatedly bought for the ring, a fact that became apparent only after George's passing. Recalling Wally Carbo's gestures of hospitality, Bobby shared a humorous memory of Wally providing him a room at the Dykeman Hotel with a less than impressive view of the wall. Even years after Wally's passing, Bobby still humorously thanked him for the memorable accommodation. Returning to the AWA in 1974, Bobby managed Nick Bockwinkel and Ray Stevens. While Ray Stevens, Bobby's idol, was known for his talent and carefree lifestyle, Nick Bockwinkel exemplified professionalism, maintaining a conscientious approach to his career. The stark contrast in their approach to wrestling provided an interesting dynamic within the business. As Bobby and Nick Bockwinkel flew from Houston to Minneapolis after working for Texas promoter Paul Bosch, Bobby encountered a strange incident on the plane. Seated in the last row, he noticed a man attempting to open the emergency door. Reacting swiftly, Bobby restrained the man and sought assistance. However, Nick, unfazed, questioned Bobby's actions, playfully addressing him as Sir Robert, due to his knighting by Lord James Blears on the floor of the St. Paul Civic Center. Later, Bobby learned that the man was recently released from a mental institution and was merely searching for the bathroom. Upon landing in Memphis, the pilot expressed gratitude, and Bobby humorously requested a free round-trip ticket, receiving 2 bottles of vodka instead. Nick Bockwinkel, known for his extensive vocabulary, often used complex words that puzzled Bobby and Ray Stevens. Their playful banter included a misunderstanding about the term paradox. Baron von Raschke teased Nick about being educated beyond his means, highlighting his intellectual prowess. Engaging in some light-hearted ribbing, Bobby joked about Nick's AWA championship belt, which was crafted by Denver prison inmates. Teasing Nick about the size of the belt, Bobby suggested it resembled a license plate. The AWA, with its Wintertown schedule and talent roster, stood out as a major league for Bobby Heenan, a step up from Indianapolis. However, despite the favorable conditions, Bobby decided to leave for Atlanta in 1979 with Black Jack Lanza. Vern struggled to explain Bobby's departure. They concocted a story where Bobby was suspended for a year, citing an altercation with AWA President Stanley Blackburn. Atlanta, a territory governed by the National Wrestling Alliance, presented a different landscape. NWA champions faced strict regulations, with the board determining title changes deposits required, and even specific match outcomes. In Atlanta, Bobby managed a version of the Bobby Heenan family, including killer Carl Cox, masked superstar, and the unconventional Dr. Judo, Bill Howard. The wrestling world in Atlanta had its quirks, exemplified by killer Carl Cox's unconventional match against Dick Burdock. Before the bout, Carl playfully inserted a softened Hershey chocolate bar down his trunks. When Murdoch executed a move, Carl, in a comical manner, pulled out a big brown hand from his trunks, leaving the audience with laughter and confusion. In another incident in Rome, Georgia, during a tag match with Heenan, Cox disappeared mid-match, leaving Bobby to fend for himself. When Cox returned, he had 3 feet of toilet paper hanging from his trunks, distracting the audience as he indulged in a hot dog at the concession stand. This unorthodox behavior continued as Cox, dubbed the Macon champion, repeatedly discarded his championship belt, expressing his disinterest in holding the title. Cox's strange sense of humor extended to his use of a glass eye. In restaurants, he would drop the glass eye into his soup and beckon the waitress with one eye shut, creating a surprising and amusing spectacle. Additionally, Cox enjoyed teasing young Japanese wrestlers in the locker room, pretending to lose his glass eye among his belongings, only to reveal it between his cheeks as a playful prank. Bobby Heenan found himself in a nerve-wracking situation while suspended in a cage above the ring during Cox's match against Bob Armstrong in Atlanta. Uncomfortable with heights, Bobby faced the additional challenge of throwing powder to Cox while clad in black attire. Despite the tense moments, the unique and unpredictable nature of wrestling in Atlanta kept the audience engaged. Bobby also shared his experience working with renowned announcer Gordon Solie in Atlanta. Solie, known for his deep knowledge of wrestling and memorable catchphrases, commanded respect within the industry. A memorable incident involving Solie getting involved in a storyline led to his temporary dismissal, showcasing the fine line between storytelling and protecting the integrity of the announcers. Heenan reflected on his time in Atlanta. He expressed the challenges of working with Booker Ole Anderson and the less-than-friendly environment. Despite the lack of financial rewards, Bobby stayed for nearly a year before deciding to return to the AWA, marking the end of his Atlanta wrestling chapter. In 1979, Bobby married Cynthia Jean Perrette, whom he stayed married to until his death. In the latter part of 1979, Bobby made a comeback to the AWA and resumed his managerial role with Nick Bockwinkel, leading to a resurgence in championship success, notably against Hulk Hogan in 1983. While on AWA's Japan tour in '83, Bobby suffered a neck injury in a match with Onita, which subsequently limited his in-ring capabilities. In 1984, he departed from the AWA to join the World Wrestling Federation. Unlike many AWA talents who left abruptly, Bobby honored the AWA's requirement of a 6-week notice for booking and syndication purposes. Despite claims by most talents that WWF promoter Vince McMahon incentivized them to disregard their notices, Bobby maintained his commitment to the Gagne family, working out his notice in good faith.
Short and sweet. Stanley Blackburn, the president of the AWA, agreed with me for the past interference with Heenan's conduct, interfering in the matches. In the past 10 years, Heenan is through with the AWA. He is definitely suspended. He will not wrestle for the AWA or manage.
His departure from AWA was acknowledged on the September 28th broadcast of AWA All-Star Wrestling, where Wally Carbo announced that Bobby had been suspended indefinitely by the AWA president Stanley Blackburn for inciting an attack on the Fabulous Ones by Heenan family members Nick Bockwinkel and Mr. Saito. In 1984, the WWF enlisted Bobby with the initial plan for him to manage Jesse Ventura. Unfortunately, Ventura's retirement, prompted by blood clots in his lungs, thwarted this intended partnership. Consequently, he directed his managerial role to Big John Studd, his close associate from the AWA. Bobby guided John Studd through a feud against Andre the Giant, culminating in a high-stake confrontation at the inaugural WrestleMania. The match featured a unique stipulation, a $15,000 body slam challenge, with the condition that Andre would be forced to retire if he lost. Andre emerged victorious in the encounter, not only securing his wrestling future, but also theoretically tossing the bag containing the $15,000 into the crowd. However, Bobby swiftly seized the bag before it could be fully dispersed. Bobby orchestrated the reformation of the Heenan family, a formidable group in the WWF that included a roster spanning Big John Studd, Ken Patera, Paul Orndorff, King Kong Bundy, Andre the Giant, Arn Anderson and Tully Blanchard, Ravishing Rick Rude, King Harley Race, The Islanders, Hercules, The Barbarian, Mr. Perfect, The Red Rooster, and the Brooklyn Brawler. Engaging in a heated feud with Hulk Hogan during the 1980s, Bobby took charge of WrestleMania challengers to Hogan's title, managing King Kong Bundy in a headline bout at WrestleMania 2 in 1986. Leading up to WrestleMania 3, Bobby aligned with Andre the Giant, who challenged Hogan at the event. Although neither secured the title then, Andre defeated Hogan for the championship on the main event on February 5, 1988, after aligning himself with the $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase. He occasionally stepped into the wrestling ring during his tenure in the WWF, making his in-ring debut at Madison Square Garden in November 1984. He achieved a clean victory by pinning Salvatore Bellomo. In 1984, WWF owner Vince McMahon capitalized on his microphone and comedic skills, leading to Bobby taking on the role of a color commentator, alongside his managerial duties. He stepped into the shoes of Jesse Ventura on Primetime Wrestling and All-American Wrestling, both airing on the USA networks, forming a dynamic duo with Gorilla Monsoon. He also filled in for Ventura on All-Star Wrestling, a syndicated program that was later replaced by Wrestling Challenge in the fall of 1986. While these shows were originally designed to recap weekly WWF events, viewers were drawn in by the entertaining interactions between Bobby and Gorilla Monsoon. Identifying himself as a broadcast journalist, Bobby took a unique approach by criticizing fan favorites and actively supporting their opponents when they resorted to cheating or underhanded tactics. Bobby humorously referred to the fans as humanoids and often labeled fan favorites, especially those in the enhancement talent category, as ham and eggers. Their on-screen banter frequently saw Heenan launching into extended rants in favor of villainous wrestlers, prompting an exasperated Monsoon to interject with classic lines as, "Will you stop? Give me a break?" or a sarcastic "Please." In 1993, still grappling with the repercussions of a broken neck he had sustained a decade earlier, and finding it challenging to cope with the demanding work hours, Bobby made the decision to part ways with the WWF at the year's end. On the December 6, 1993 edition of Monday Night Raw, broadcast from Westchester County Center in White Plains, New York, Gorilla Monsoon bid Heenan a farewell on air. Frustrated by Heenan's persistent insults, Gorilla Monsoon dramatically ejected him and his belongings from the arena onto the street. Following the show, Heenan revealed that him and Gorilla Monsoon shared an emotional embrace, shedding tears for over an hour at the hotel where they both stayed. Initially intending to retire and spend quality time with his family and relax, Bobby's plan took a turn when WCW reached out to him soon after his departure from the WWF. Initially uncertain, he accepted WCW's offer upon learning of their lighter work schedules and health insurance benefits. He also highlighted the advantageous proximity of WCW's base in Atlanta to his daughter's school in Alabama as a contributing factor to his decision. On January 27, 1994, Bobby ventured into World Championship Wrestling, marking his debut with the promotion. Initially brought in to succeed Jesse Ventura, his former client, Bobby assumed the role of color commentator for WCW Saturday Night. Over time, he not only took over Ventura's position as lead commentator for pay-per-view events, but also assumed commentary duties for the syndicated WCW Worldwide and Clash of Champions events produced for TBS. With the premiere of WCW Monday Nitro in September 1995, he transitioned from Saturday Night to work on the new show full-time. He joined former Chicago Bears defensive lineman Steve McMichael as an analyst alongside play-by-play man Eric Bischoff. Subsequently, he was frequently paired with Tony Schiavone, whom in real life he didn't care for. During the January 23, 1996 episode of Clash of Champions, in a match between Eddie Guerrero and Brian Pillman, Pillman left the ring and grabbed Bobby, who had a history of neck problems, by the collar, forcing him to say, "What the are you doing?" live on air. In June 1996, 5 months later, Bobby made a one-off return to ringside at the Great American Bash as the manager of two of his former clients, Ric Flair and Arn Anderson, in a tag team match against broadcast colleague Steve McMichael and then Carolina Panthers linebacker Kevin Green. He also played a crucial role in convincing McMichael to betray his partner, allowing Flair and Anderson to secure the victory. This also filled the vacant spot in the Four Horsemen that Brian Pillman had left when he departed from the company earlier that year. Starting in late January 2000, WCW replaced Heenan on Monday Nitro and pay-per-view events with Mark Madden. Bobby remained on Thunder alongside Mike Tenay and later Tony Schiavone until Stevie Ray took over in July of 2000. Bobby was then exclusively seen with Scott Hudson on Worldwide until his release by WCW in November 2000. He attributed his uninspired state in WCW to the negative work environment and conflicts with Tony Schiavone. Later that year, after his departure, WCW went out of business. On April 1st, 2002, Bobby made a triumphant return to the WWF, providing commentary for the Gimmick Battle Royal match at WrestleMania alongside Mean Gene Okerlund. In January 2002, he revealed he was battling throat cancer. By 2004, the cancer had entered remission, though the treatments led to significant weight loss, resulting in a noticeable transformation in his appearance and voice. Bobby Heenan's initial memoir, titled Bobby the Brain Heenan, Wrestling's Bad Boy Tells All, hit the shelves courtesy of Triumph Books on September 1st, 2002, featuring a foreword from Hulk Hogan. Following that, a second memoir, Chair Shots and Other Obstacles, Winning Life's Wrestling Matches, was published by Sports Publishing on February 1st, 2004, and boasted an introduction by Ric Flair. Steve Anderson co-authored both books. Recognizing his contributions, Bobby was inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame as part of the class of 2004 by Black Jack Lanza. The subsequent night, he participated in a skit at WrestleMania 20 with Gene Okerlund, Mae Young, and the Fabulous Moolah. Demonstrating his continued involvement, he had the honor of introducing his protege Paul Orndorff, the Blackjacks, and Nick Bockwinkel into the WWE Hall of Fame in the classes of 2005, 2006, and 2007 respectively. His final appearance with WWE, he served as one of the speakers during Mr. McMahon Appreciation Night on the June 11, 2007 episode of Raw. In December 2007, Bobby underwent reconstructive surgery on his jaw following an unsuccessful initial procedure. Placed in a medically induced coma, by the latter half of January 2008, he emerged from the medically induced coma, though he faced a period during which he couldn't speak and had to communicate using his eyes. In December 2009, he was hospitalized after an examination of his reconstructed jaw revealed an infection requiring treatment. Over the last few years of his life, Bobby experienced a series of falls, including breaking a hip and shoulder in a fall that also fractured his pelvis in 2010. In April 2014, he fell out of bed and broke a shoulder, and in May 2016, he fell once again, resulting in a broken hip. On September 17, 2017, surrounded by his family at his residence in Largo, Florida, Bobby passed away at the age of 72. The cause of his death was organ failure stemming from complications related to throat cancer. Bobby is widely regarded as the greatest wrestling manager of all time, with WWE recognizing him at the pinnacle of their 25 greatest managers list in 2007. Mike Mooneyham, a columnist for the Post and Courier, describes Bobby as a blueprint for managers, and fellow manager Jim Cornette acknowledges that Heenan shaped his perception of what a manager should be. He earned a substantial six-figure payoff for promoting the Andre the Giant vs. Hulk Hogan match at WrestleMania 3, often hailed as one of the most famous American professional wrestling matches, solidifying his place in managerial history. Jim Ross declares Heenan the greatest talent in the history of the wrestling business. Ross particularly praised Bobby as a color commentator, highlighting his exceptional abilities in the role. That was the story of Bobby the Brain Heenan. Harley Race was a pro wrestler, promoter, and trainer. Born in Maryville, Missouri in 1943, after a rough childhood and a stint in jail, he began his career in 1959 doing odd jobs for Missouri promoter Gus Karras, driving around the 800-pound Happy Humphrey, as well as attending to his daily needs and, on occasion, facing him in the ring. Harley made his debut under the moniker Jack Long, the kayfabe brother of John Long. after a near-fatal car crash which took the life of his pregnant wife and almost losing his leg after grueling physical therapy for several months. Harley returned to the ring the following year. He would go on to become NWA World Heavyweight Champion 9 times and also capturing dozens of other titles in various promotions, including being crowned the very first King of the Ring. As well as the National Wrestling Alliance, he would go on to make appearances in the AWA, WWF, WCW, and even own part of the Central States Territory. Referred to as the greatest wrestler on God's green earth, in the early 1990s, he took a step back from the business after another serious car crash. In 1999, he participated in the NBC special Exposed Pro Wrestling Secrets. His face was covered to conceal his identity as he broke kayfabe and discussed the inner workings of the business. That same year, he started World League Wrestling, which he would continue to run until his death in 2019. One of the toughest men to ever step into the ring and would protect the life of the business even if it meant risking his own. This is the story of Harley Race.
Hell, I come 40,000 miles over here to see what them pretty little lips gonna do to me, baby.
Harley Leland Race was born to sharecroppers J. Allen Race and Mary Race on April 11, 1943 in Maryville, Missouri, weighing 8 pounds and 6 ounces, but grew up in the nearby town of Quitman. His father also worked as a bus driver to feed his brother and 4 sisters. At 2 years old, he suffered a serious eye injury, which he fell on a wire and cut open one of his eyeballs. He was an early fan of professional wrestling, watching programming from the nearby Chicago territory on the Dumont television network. He was in awe after watching his first match and told his family that's what he wanted to do for the rest of his life. By the 10th grade, he was the biggest kid in class as well as class president. He would enjoy practicing headlocks and other wrestling moves with lifelong friend Danny Keever, as well as fishing trips and tipping over outhouses. While in high school, an altercation with a classmate led to principal kneeing Harley in the back of the head as he tried to break up the fight. Enraged, Harley attacked him, resulting in his expulsion. Harley would go on to work on several farms, including one owned by Stanislaus Sabisco, who, even though he was an old man at the time, would still show Harley a few holds. At the age of 16 in 1959, Harley was arrested along with another youth to face check charges, reportedly trying to cash a $15 and an $18 check. In September of 1960, Harley was again arrested and charges of criminal assault were filed. Harley was charged with the rape of a 17-year-old College Springs girl. He was held in Page County Jail with his bail set at $5,000. He would be found not guilty and acquitted in April of 1961 after the jury deliberated for an hour and 10 minutes. In July of that same year, Harley was involved in one of many car accidents when he reportedly fell asleep behind the wheel and crashed into a tree. He was taken to the hospital and released with minor injuries. In fall of that year, Harley began working for Gus Karras in the Kansas Territory, running errands as well as driving around the super heavyweight Happy Humphrey, who also taught him ring psychology. Because of Humphrey's size, he could not fit in the showers and motel rooms, so he would lay on the ground and Harley would have the task of hosing him off and scrubbing him with a mop. Harley would be paid $5 a day to drive him around plus room and board, and also wrestled him on several occasions in which he would be paid $25 per match. Eventually, Harley started wrestling on some of his shows, and some of the veteran wrestlers helped further Harley's training. Harley would also wrestle in carnivals, being challenged by locals, where he would earn a tough guy reputation. His first official match was in Waterloo, Iowa, against Bill Cole. Because there were several gangs in the area, Harley wanted to set himself apart, and to send this message loud and clear, he strung 7 needles together, dipped them in Indian ink, and tattooed Lone Star on his forearm with a star underneath it. One day one of the local gangs did try and hassle him, but that was the same day he happened to have his father's shotgun in the back seat and wasn't afraid to use it. He pulled it out and sprayed their car, and they never bothered him again.
But every single time that I come around, I seen you got another man trying to keep you down.
He married his sweetheart, Vivian Jones, in November. Unfortunately, they were involved in a severe car accident on Christmas Day, 1 month after the wedding. While driving in 17 inches of snow at approximately 12:35 a.m., their vehicle collided head-on with a tractor-trailer full of eggs who was trying to avoid a snowdrift, sending their car flying 80 feet. Jones, who was pregnant at the time, died at the crash. Initially, Harley was also pronounced dead at the scene, but in the ambulance, the paramedics realized he still had a pulse. Harley nearly had his leg amputated as a result and was told he'd likely never walk again. Karras heard about his employee's condition, went rushing into the hospital, and blocked the planned amputation, declaring it over my dead body. In doing so, he saved Harley's leg. Although he recovered, doctors told him that he might never walk again and his wrestling career was definitely over. Undaunted, Harley endured grueling physical therapy for several months and made a full recovery. For a short time, Harley studied the Bible and had hopes of becoming a minister, but the wrestling bug wouldn't leave him alone.
Well, you might think you're driving me insane, but I made the game that you're trying to play. You know, I thank you, baby.
At age 18, he moved to Nashville and began wrestling under the ring name Jack Long, forming a tag team with storyline brother John Long. The duo quickly captured the Southern Tag Team Championship. In 1963, Harley forged his driver's license and changed the year from 1943 to 1942 so he could drink legally a year earlier. In later life, it would take him almost a year to clear it up and he almost faced criminal charges. It was that same year he met Billy Strong, who also wrestled as John Long. Since him and Harley looked a lot alike and he was looking for a tag team partner, Harley would become his kayfabe brother Jack Long and would win his first belt, co-holder of the Southern Tag Team Championship. After a few months, he would win his first singles title, the Southwestern Heavyweight Championship. Around this time, Harley began challenging fans and inviting them into the ring. When they were stupid enough to do it, he figured it gave him legal right to teach them a lesson. He would instruct the security staff to let them into the ring and put them in a submission that would leave them squealing in front of the audience. If they were tough-looking guys bigger than him, he would hit them with a surprise headbutt, sometimes breaking their nose. Not a lot of fans would jump into the ring with Harley, but none would ever beat him.
Baby, you ought to know this ain't my first rodeo.
Through his time wrestling in the old Memphis Auditorium, he would often return backstage and find one of his biggest fans waiting for him, none other than Elvis Presley. According to many sources, Elvis loved wrestling and often used wrestlers as his bodyguards.
I've been around long enough to know some things you can't take back.
Around this time, Harley married his second wife, Sandra Jones, who regularly traveled with him. One night during a match in Glasgow, Kentucky, Harley decided to show off a move he had recently learned, a backflip from the top rope, which he would land on his feet. He landed right where another wrestler had spit in the ring. His right leg slipped on the spit and twisted sideways and snapped his ankle. He finished the match, then drove 100 miles back to Nashville before seeking medical attention. After his leg healed, he wrestled in Missouri for a while before heading to Amarillo, Texas, where he would work under Dory Funk Sr. for 5 months. This would also be the start of his serious back problems, which would haunt him till the day he died. When he returned to Kansas, the wrestling business was starting to cool down, as there were more wrestlers than events to employ them. To supplement his income, he bought a hay truck and would haul hay from farmers' fields to their barn, charging 10 cents per bale. On a good day, he would often bale 1,000, and after paying 2 kids he had helping him, he would walk away with $70. On nights when he was booked to wrestle, his older brother would drive the truck. In the mid-60s, like most men his age, Harley received a draft notice to go fight in Vietnam. During his physical, the doctors took one look at his leg and sent him home.
I got Sammy on the phone, Nikki at home, trying to get along so I can be with you, babe.
After parting ways with John Long and briefly using the name The Great Mortimer, under the suggestion of his father, he would begin wrestling under his given name, Harley Race. After wrestling Vern Gagne one night in Omaha, Nebraska, Vern told him he had the perfect tag team partner for him, a former All-American football player named Larry Hennig. Harley had briefly met Hennig while in Amarillo and jumped at the chance of becoming his partner. They would be billed as Handsome Harley Race and Pretty Boy Larry Hennig and would develop a close friendship that would last a lifetime. By 1965, they wasted no time gunning for the top tag team, Dick the Bruiser and the Crusher. On January 30th, they beat the veterans for the titles. Harley at 22 and Larry at 29 became the youngest AWA tag team champions at the time. The veterans wouldn't let it go and began showing up for matches dressed in blonde wigs and calling themselves the Dolly Sisters, attempting to mock the young team. Behind the scenes, Harley and Larry were honored. In 1967, they would even go as far as to show their disdain for the young team in an issue of the Wrestling Review magazine, calling them Gertrude Hennig and Sylvia Race. The angle between the two teams was still hot and continued to bring fans in. 2 weeks after winning the titles, Harley was involved in an altercation at the Chestnut Tree restaurant in Minneapolis, Minnesota. After Harley confronted a man who was harassing a woman in the restaurant, knocking him unconscious, the man's friend, John Morton, stabbed Harley in the back. Harley was hospitalized and Morton was arrested. In another attempt to gain publicity, Harley and Larry signed up for the inaugural International 500 snowmobile race from Winnipeg, Canada to St. Paul, Minnesota. Harley would drop out of the race early after his snowmobile broke down after 25 miles, but Larry went on to finish the race and even won the Survivor Trophy for overcoming various hardships along the way. Harley and Larry Hennig were designated to feud with the Bruiser and Crusher and other top tag teams for the next several years and were given 3 title reigns. Vern Gagne, in particular, was promoted as a hated rival of the team, partnering with several other wrestlers in matches against Race and Hennig during their AWA run. In October 1967, Gagne was credited with breaking one of Hennig's legs, thus giving him some much-needed time off from the ring. Harley, as the storyline went, was allowed to choose a new partner and retain the AWA World Tag Team Championship. Harley's choice was Chris Markoff, but the duo was defeated in their first title defense match against a team of Pat O'Connor and Wilbur Snyder in November of 1967. For the next several months, Harley teamed with Hard-Boiled Haggerty, who over the years presented Gagne with some of his greatest matches. Together, Race and Haggerty often were cast against Gagne and Cowboy Bill Watts. In March 1968, after Hennig's return to the ring, he and Harley were back together, though the two never won the AWA Tag Team Championship.
No, I ain't got time to change your mind, 'cause the bus is a-humming. Are you staying, are you coming back?
Despite his tag team success, Harley left the AWA after several years at the top of the division to pursue a singles career in the National Wrestling Alliance. Being a gun enthusiast, by the late 1960s, he owned literally hundreds of guns and would take at least one with him everywhere he went. By this time, Harley and his wife Sandra had split up after they had a daughter, Candice Marie, and he met another woman. One night while on a short road trip together, a Corvette screamed by his car. As Harley drove around the curve, the Corvette was upside down in a ditch. The engine was on fire and was spreading to the back of the car near the gas tank. Still haunted by his car crash in 1960, Harley slammed on the brakes, got out of his car, and told his girlfriend to go for help. He ran to the car and positioned his shoulder under the car door and somehow managed to use his leg strength to push the car up and over onto its wheels. The driver's head rolled out of the car and over towards Harley's feet. The last thing Harley wanted to see happen was to see his body burn up with the car, so he grabbed him and pulled him away, but it was too late. The man had lost his life. The local media covered the event, and Harley was looked at as a hero for risking his own life trying to save the man. The only problem with that is Harley worked for years trying to become a villain, but the event would cause fans to begin cheering him. Even flipping them off didn't work. They still cheered. Harley married his third wife, Yvonne. Together they had a son, Justin. In 1970, after a match, an irate fan grabbed the starting bell and attacked Harley, who would retaliate by striking the fan. Harley was taken to the hospital after being treated, but no charges were laid. In 1973, he took the nickname Mad Dog after a fan threw a piece of raw meat in the ring and Harley bit into it like a rabid animal. That same year, he faced NWA World Heavyweight Champion Dory Funk Jr. in Kansas City. Harley emerged from the battle as the new champion in what was perceived by fans as a stunning upset. Behind the scenes, Funk had pulled out of losing the title to Jack Briscoe citing injuries in a truck accident. In truth, Amarillo promoter Dory Funk Sr. did not want his son losing the title to a fellow babyface. Harley, a known tough street fighter, was under orders from the NWA to not let Funk leave the ring as champion that night. The ending was a work, with Funk dropping the title in the third fall as planned and Bill Kirsten dropping the Mad Dog nickname during the match. A televised defense from his first reign, held in Calgary against Klondike Bill, aired as the main event on an episode of the promotion's Stampede Wrestling program, where Harley successfully defended his title. Though Harley held the title for only a few months, losing it to Briscoe in Houston, Texas, in July he became a worldwide superstar and a headliner everywhere he appeared. Harley was determined to eventually regain the NWA World Heavyweight Championship, often moving between territories and collecting several regional titles, including 8 Central States Heavyweight Championships, 7 Missouri Heavyweight Championships, the Georgia Heavyweight Championship, the Stampede North American Heavyweight Championship in Canada, the Japan-based NWA United National Heavyweight, and the PWF World Heavyweight Championships, and becoming the first holder of the Mid-Atlantic United States Heavyweight Championship, still defended today as the WWE United States Championship. This kept Harley in contention for the NWA World Heavyweight Championship, and Harley vowed that he would only need one chance against a champion to regain it. Harley finally got his wish in 1977, facing familiar rival Terry Funk, who had become the champion since their previous encounters in Toronto. Harley won the title by submission with the Indian Deathlock, a rarely used submission move, but one that put great pressure on Funk's injured leg. The NWA World Heavyweight Champion once again, Harley at this time established his dominance, defending the title up to 6 times a week and holding it for almost 5 years, excluding extremely short reigns by Tommy Rich, Dusty Rhodes, and Giant Baba. Harley feuded with many of the legends of the NWA, including Dick the Bruiser, Pat Patterson, and Angelo Poffo. In 1978, he had a series of violent matches throughout the Midwest with the Sheik, culminating in a bloody 2x4 with a nail-in-it match in front of 12,000 fans at the Cobo Hall. The NWA and AWA and WWF were all on good terms, and Harley engaged in title versus title matches with WWF Heavyweight Champions Superstar Billy Graham and Bob Backlund, as well as AWA World Heavyweight Champion Nick Bockwinkel. Harley toured extensively all over the country and the world, including Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, and many stints in Japan, where he was already well known for his visits with Larry Hennig. On October 13, 1978, Harley body slammed Andre the Giant. Harley would repeat the feat on January 7, 1979, though it was outside the ring during the match. Harley, after many victories over Dusty Rhodes and other great wrestlers, lost the title to Rhodes in 1981. Rhodes lost the title to up-and-coming star Ric Flair, though Harley was able to defeat Flair in St. Louis in 1983 for his 7th reign as champion, breaking the record previously held by Lou Thez. What followed was one of the classic angles of the 1980s, which led to the first NWA Starrcade event. Determined not to lose the title again, Harley offered a $25,000 bounty to anyone who could eliminate Flair from the NWA. Bob Orton Jr. and Dick Slater attacked Flair, inflicting what appeared to be a career-ending neck injury, and collecting the bounty from Harley after Flair announced his retirement. Flair's retirement was a ruse, however, and he eventually returned to action, much to Harley's surprise. NWA officials set up a championship match to be titled Starrcade, a Flair for the Gold. The match was to be held in Flair's hometown of Greensboro, North Carolina, which enraged Harley. Harley lost the title to Flair in the bloody and memorable Starrcade Steel Cage match, with Gene Kiniski as a special referee. Flair jumped on top of Harley from the top rope and pinned him to become champion. Harley regained the NWA World Heavyweight Championship for a 2-day reign in New Zealand in 1984. After many years, it is now a recognized title change, but his loss to Flair at Starrcade was largely seen as a torch passing from Harley to Flair. Flair would go on to credit Harley for igniting his career. Later, Harley left the NWA because NWA President Sam Muchnick was losing his capabilities. Harley returned to the AWA in 1984 to wrestle Curt Hennig. The confrontation was fueled by Larry Hennig confronting his former tag team partner at the end of the match. Harley also wrestled former AWA World Heavyweight Champion Rick Martel as part of Wrestle Rock in 1986. Toward the end of his in-ring career, he returned to the AWA, most notably against Larry Zbyszko for an AWA World Heavyweight Championship match in August 1990, which was featured as the main event of an AWA broadcast of ESPN, making it the final AWA television taping. The match ended in a double countout. AWA folded after the match. Early in his career, Harley became involved in the ownership side of wrestling, buying a portion of the Kansas City and later St. Louis territories known as Heart of America sports attractions. St. Louis was a stronghold for the NWA, and around this time in 1984, WWF owner Vince McMahon began his invasion of NWA territories, including St. Louis, his ambition to build a truly national wrestling promotion. Harley was enraged, famously confronting Hulk Hogan and the Funk Brothers at a WWF event in Kansas City. Harley lost over $500,000 as an owner of the Kansas City territory, and despite his championship years being at an end and wishing to retire from active competition, was forced to rely on continuing to wrestle to make a living. He continued to travel the United States and abroad, and signed with McMahon's WWF in 1986.
Well, you might think you drive me insane. I made the game that you're trying to play, you know.
In May 1986, Harley entered the WWF, managed by longtime friend Bobby the Brain Heenan, bleaching his hair blonde and billing himself again as Handsome Harley Race. During a time when the WWF did not recognize the existence of other promotions and the accomplishments a wrestler made there, WWF officials came up with a solution to recognize his wrestling pedigree by having him win the King of the Ring tournament. After this, Harley had a coronation ceremony, coming to the ring in a royal crown and cape to the ceremonial accompaniment of the 10th movement known as the Great Gates of Kiev by Modest Mussorgsky. After winning the match, Harley would make his defeated opponent bow and kneel before him. Usually Heenan would assist the defeated opponent to bow and kneel by grabbing their hair and forcing them to bow before Harley. He participated in a notable feud with the Junkyard Dog, culminating in a match at WrestleMania 3 at the Pontiac Silverdome, in which Harley cleanly pinned JYD after a belly-to-belly suplex. JYD was required to bow to Harley as a winner, but after he bowed and Harley got up, JYD attacked him before leaving with the King's cape to a standing ovation. Harley would spend 1987 feuding with Hulk Hogan and Jim Duggan, who, during a televised confrontation, took Harley's crown and robe, though Harley later attacked Duggan and took them back. His feud with Duggan was highlighted by an extended brawl at the 1987 Slammy Awards. In early 1988, he suffered an injury in a match against Hogan, in which he tried to hit Hogan prone on a table at ringside with a swan dive headbutt. Hogan moved out of the way, and Harley impacted the table inwards. The metal edge forced its way up to Harley's abdomen, giving him a hernia. Following this incident, and during his recovery, the WWF ran an angle where they acknowledged his injury, and his manager Heenan vowed to crown a new king. Harley returned in late 1988, joining Heenan's team at Survivor Series. Harley left the WWF in early 1989, following a brief comeback from hernia surgery and an attempt to regain his crown from the new king, Haku, at the Royal Rumble. In 1990, he divorced his third wife, Yvonne Jones. After leaving the WWF, Harley continued to wrestle until the spring of 1991, most notably with World Wrestling Council in Puerto Rico, Stampede Wrestling in Calgary, the NWA, All Japan, and the AWA. He defeated Miguel Perez Jr. for the WWC Caribbean Heavyweight Championship on January 6, 1990 in Puerto Rico, making it his last title reign before dropping it to Jose Gonzalez on March 4th. After his appearance in the AWA, he briefly retired from wrestling. Harley made his return at the Great American Bash on July 7, 1990, when he defeated former NWA World Heavyweight Champion Tommy Rich. He began making appearances on house shows and immediately would fill in for Ric Flair in several tag team matches, pairing up with Barry Windham against Lex Luger and Sting. Harley would continue to work a program with Rich through the rest of the summer, as well as facing Brian Pillman and Wendell Cooley. In September, he received several United States Heavyweight Championship title shots against the then champion Lex Luger. In October, Harley renewed his rivalry with the Junkyard Dog in 2 matches on the WCW house show circuit and finished the year facing Michael Wall Street. During a house show in St. Joseph, Missouri on December 7, 1990, Harley sustained a shoulder injury and would ultimately retire from active competition. He transitioned to the role of manager and had success. Harley made his first subsequent appearance 6 months later as a guest referee during a house show on June 14, 1991 in St. Louis, Missouri. 1 year after making his initial return on the Great American Bash in 1990, Harley returned at the 1991 Great American Bash to become the advisor/manager to Lex Luger. Excelling as a manager, as he had as a wrestler, he immediately led Luger to the WCW World Heavyweight Championship. He managed Luger throughout his title run, as well as acquiring the contract for Mr. Hughes from Alexandria, New York. In 1992, Harley began to add other wrestlers to a stable that would include Big Van Vader, Super Invader, and Vinny Vegas. The stable was short-lived, and after Vader defeated Sting for the World Championship on July 12, 1992, he became Harley's primary charge. The wily veteran was popular among the young WCW talent and developed close friendships with Mick Foley and Steve Austin, among others. Harley returned to the ring a final time on a trio of Florida house shows in November of 1993, when he substituted for an injured Vader to face Ric Flair. His former rival would come out victorious on each occasion. These would be the last wrestling matches of his career. After losing the title at Starrcade in December 1993, Vader quickly became Harley's sole stable member again. Harley continued to manage Vader in the following months in rematches against Flair, and on May 22, 1994, he was inducted into the WCW Hall of Fame during the Slamboree pay-per-view. He continued to appear at Vader's side through the rest of the year. His fourth wife, Beverly, was vice president of the Commerce Bank of Kansas City. They married in late 1995, shortly after Harley's career-ending car crash. She often traveled with Harley until she died of pneumonia. As his early wrestling career had been nearly derailed due to a car accident, another car accident in January 1995 forced Harley out of the wrestling business altogether. Harley required a hip replacement surgery, which, along with injuries accumulated after years in the ring, prevented him from even being a manager. Harley would make a few independent appearances against Flair, but his inability to work was just too great. Harley would make one last return to WCW television in October 1999 as a ring announcer for the Bret Hart vs. Chris Benoit tribute to Owen Hart match in his hometown of Kansas City. With his in-ring career finished, Harley founded World League Wrestling in 1999 near his home in Eldon. The promotion also served as a training school for the would-be professional wrestlers and other independent promoters from across the region. At present, WLW runs shows in Troy, Missouri. Harley returned to WWE television in 2004, shortly after being inducted into their Hall of Fame. On an episode of Raw, Randy Orton confronted Harley and spat in his face, to go with Orton's Legend Killer persona. Harley returned again for Raw's WWE Homecoming episode in October 2005, marking the show's return to the USA Network. Harley, along with the other legends who were in the ring, gave Rob Conway a lesson in respect. In 2004, Harley was recruited to be part of Total Nonstop Action Wrestling as a member of their NWA Championship Committee. Despite reportedly being an authority figure as a member of the committee, he never made any official decisions and only made the occasional on-screen appearance for the company. At the WWE Hall of Fame Class of 2007 ceremony, Harley and Dusty Rhodes were inducted into the Four Horsemen by Ric Flair and Arn Anderson. On the August 8, 2008 episode of Monday Night Raw, Harley sat in the front row and was acknowledged by commentators Michael Cole and Jerry the King Lawler. Before the show, Harley accompanied GHC heavyweight champion Takeshi Morishima to the ring for a dark match against Charlie Haas. Harley made an appearance at Total Nonstop Action Wrestling's Lockdown pay-per-view in 2007 as a special guest gatekeeper for the main event. He also made a special guest appearance at the second night of Ring of Honor's Glory of Honor 6, Night 2 at the Manhattan Center on November 3, 2007. On January 4, 2014, Harley took part in New Japan Pro Wrestling's Wrestling Kingdom 8 in the Tokyo Dome, participating in the title presentation before a match for the NWA World Heavyweight Championship and punching out defending champion Rob Conway's manager Bruce Tharp. Harley continued to run World League Wrestling and his wrestling camp in Eldon, Missouri. He later moved the business to Troy. Many of his trainees were sent to the NOAH promotion in Japan for extra experience. Over the years, he needed surgery to his neck, hip replacements, knee replacements, and had 5 vertebrae in his back fused together due to the years of taking hard bumps. In May 2017, he broke both his legs at a fall in his home, one in several places. He needed 4 blood transfusions during surgery. Harley would continue to promote WLW until his death while in rehab. On March 1st, 2019, Harley's close friend Ric Flair announced that Harley was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer. One day later, CWFH promoter Dave Marquez said that while he was indeed diagnosed with lung cancer, it was not terminal. On August 1st, 2019, it was revealed by longtime friend Dustin Rhodes that Harley had died from lung cancer at the age of 76. He was buried next to his parents and one other brother at the Quitman Cemetery along Highway 113 in Quitman, Missouri. During his time, he was considered as one of the toughest men behind the scenes, king of the ring, and the greatest wrestler on God's green earth. He had 5 grandchildren. Post-career, Harley was inducted into several halls of fame for his achievements: the WCW Hall of Fame, the Wrestling Observer Newsletter Hall of Fame, the Professional Wrestling Hall of Fame and Museum, the WWE Hall of Fame, the NWA Hall of Fame, the St. Louis Wrestling Hall of Fame, and the Missouri Sports Hall of Fame. That was the story of the King of Wrestling, Harley Race.
Well, you might think you drive.
So I want all you people out there, I want you to get your brothers, get your sisters, get your daddy, get them all around the TV. Because you fixed to eyewitness something right here on TV today, baby.
Terry Gordy was a professional wrestler from Chattanooga, Tennessee, who was born in 1961. A standout high school football and baseball player at Rossville High School, Terry dropped out at the age of 14 after getting into trouble with the law and being bailed out of jail by his uncle. He began his pro wrestling career initially for the International Wrestling Association and later would form the Fabulous Freebirds with Michael Hayes and Buddy Roberts, who was added to the group. Along with the dozens of titles he won throughout his career, arguably one of the high points was becoming the very first Universal Wrestling Federation heavyweight champion and holding the belt for 6 months. During his career, he would make stops in Georgia Championship Wrestling, Memphis, Mid-South Wrestling, WCCW, All Japan Pro Wrestling, WWF, WCW, USWA, Global Wrestling Federation, Smoky Mountain Wrestling, ECW, International Wrestling Association in Japan, and WAR. During a flight to Japan in 1993 for one of his frequent All Japan tours, Terry allegedly took approximately 50 pain pills, resulting in an overdose on the flight that left him in a coma. It would be 5 days before he regained consciousness, unfortunately with permanent brain damage. At 6'4" and almost 300 pounds, Terry never had a problem handling himself either in or out of the ring, but this incident, along with years of drug abuse, heavy drinking, and taking chair shots to the head, would prove to take a toll on his mental and physical health. Those close to him said he was never the same. He wrestled his last match returning to IWA Japan on February 4th, 2001. He ultimately passed away later that same year at the age of 40, leaving behind a career spanning 27 years. He was inducted into the Southern Wrestling Hall of Fame, the Professional Wrestling Hall of Fame and Museum, and the WWE Hall of Fame as part of the Fabulous Freebirds. This is the story of Terry Bam Bam Gordy.
Well, I left Chattanooga, boy, had $1 and a dime. Headed out for Nashville on the Hard Rock Line.
Terry Gordy was born on April 23, 1961 in Chattanooga, Tennessee. He attended Rossville High School, where he was a standout football and baseball player. He dropped out of high school following his freshman year. He was a big wrestling fan growing up, watching NWA out of Tennessee run by Nick Gulas and Roy Welsh, watching stars such as Jackie Fargo, Tojo Yamamoto, and the Interns. He began wrestling in early 1974 at the age of 14 by lying about his age. Trained by Don Carson and the Mongolian stomper Archie Goldie in Knoxville. He started out in Lakeview, Georgia as one of the masked scavengers. Throughout 1974 and most of 1975, he would wrestle mostly tag team matches under a mask, worried that someone might recognize him and jeopardize his career because he was technically still a minor. One of his first televised matches was against veteran Big Cat Ernie Ladd sometime in 1975, known as Terry Mecca. He would also form a tag team with Gino Brito, facing teams such as the Mongols. In mid-1976, he returned to his hometown of Chattanooga, working for Lou Thez, and again would perform under a mask, this time as Mr. Wrestling 3, but would also use the name Terry Meeker, occasionally teaming with his kayfabe brother Jerry Meeker. In June of 1977, he would then travel to Nova Scotia, where he would feud with David Schultz, but before the end of the summer he would return to Memphis and would continue his series of matches with Dr. D, and would also tag a handful of times with the young Robert Gibson and Norvell Austin. According to Terry, he didn't last long because of his lack of interview skills, but before the year was up, he would relocate to Mississippi working for the Great Mephisto in his International Championship Wrestling promotion, making $40 a night working 6 days a week. On January 14th of 1978 in Greenwood, Mississippi, he beat Bill Ash to win the vacant ICW Mississippi title in the tournament final. In February of that year, he met Michael Hayes, who is known as Lord Michael Hayes. Even though he thought Hayes was arrogant and cocky, they became partners. They would wrestle their first match as a tag team on February 16th against the Mongols, which would be the start of their lifelong friendship. When Terry was given a $10 raise per night and Michael wasn't, they both left in December of that year. Terry, still Mississippi heavyweight champion, went back to Memphis to work for Welsh and Goulas. Michael Hayes would now be known as Pretty Boy Michael Hayes, and they officially became the Fabulous Freebirds, and after a short time became NWA Mid-America champions, feuding with the Mexican Angel, Dutch Mantel, as well as Jerry Lawler and Bill Dundee, selling out the Mid-South Coliseum regularly. The Freebirds became extremely popular, and at the time were the only wrestlers using ring entrance music. Initially, Terry thought the music had no place in wrestling, but Hayes talked him into it. They would then head to Louisiana, where Bill Watts was running shows. They would spend half of 1980 feuding with Buck Robley and the Junkyard Dog. One of the most popular angles was when Michael Hayes blinded Junkyard Dog with the Freebird hair cream. Bill Watts over the years would fire Terry several times for being late and drinking too much. Bill Watts thought Michael was a better talker than wrestler, so he teamed Terry with Buddy Roberts, and Michael would manage the duo. By the end of 1980, they ended up in Georgia as they were looking for international exposure, and the territory was being shown on TBS, alongside stars such as Austin Idol, Tommy Rich, and Dusty Rhodes. According to Terry, Ole Anderson came up with the Freebird rule, which allowed any two members of the three-man team to wrestle in the match, as Michael was sick of just doing all the talking and wanted to take part in the match. Throughout the first half of 1981, the Birds had some of the biggest feuds and the most legendary matches in the history of GCW. In one of the famous matches shown on WTBS, now known as the Pile Driver match, Terry Gordy gave Ted DiBiase 4 consecutive pile drivers, which led DiBiase being taken away in an ambulance. During their time in Georgia in early 1982, Terry would form a team with Jimmy Snuka and turn on Michael, and they briefly feuded. With Hayes as a hero and Gordy as a villain, Hayes and Gordy eventually patched up their differences and reformed the Freebirds as a duo in the Dothan Farm Center. They feuded with Ole Anderson and Stan Hansen over the NWA World Tag Team titles throughout the summer of 1982. After a brief stint in Pensacola in the Gulf Coast Territory and returning to Georgia for a few months, in October of 1982, they would make their way to World Class Championship Wrestling in Texas, where they began their legendary feud with the Von Erichs. According to Terry, David Von Erich was the best worker out of all the brothers. In November, Michael Hayes and Terry Gordy beat Bill Irwin and King Kong Bundy to win the NWA World Class Tag Team titles. In early 1984, the Freebirds made their debut in Japan, where Terry would travel to frequently, working for All Japan Pro Wrestling.
Been saving every penny for to make up through the fall. Working for that dollar, but it never adds up at all.
The The Freebirds spent a brief time in the World Wrestling Federation in late 1984 with several matches against the Moondogs, but were fired after missing a show and showing up late and drunk, and according to rumors were kicked out of the locker room by Andre the Giant. During the Freebirds' extremely brief WWF run, they had David Wolf as their manager, who was the real-life manager of Cyndi Lauper. Individually, the Freebirds had all their strengths and weaknesses, but together as one unit they were nearly flawless. Although they were a headache at times to the various promoters they worked for, their bad boy image wasn't really an image at all, as they wrestled hard and partied just as hard. Promoters would often overlook their transgressions outside the ring because they filled arenas and made lots of money wherever they went. Gordy, Roberts, and Hayes were heat magnets, and whether it was feuding with the Von Erichs or winning the titles in Georgia or Mid-South territories, the fabulous Freebirds were all about success.
Coming around the river bank where the old train whistle sang. The very next thing you hear from me, I've been tied to a ball and chain.
In 1985, Terry was banned from flying on Northwest Orient Airlines ever again. The lifetime ban was due to his behavior on at least one flight to Japan, where Gordy was intoxicated and was harassing several other passengers, including the airline staff. Because traveling to Japan was vital to Terry's livelihood, the Freebird needed to get himself back on the airline. Terry decided to use another person's name to book a flight. The name he used was a fellow wrestler, Curt Hennig. When the airline discovered that Curt Hennig was really Terry Gordy, both were blacklisted from flying with them. It is unknown if Hennig was ever aware that Gordy used his name to book the flight. It is also unknown if he was ever reinstated on Northwest Orient Airlines. The Freebirds would leave Texas and work for Vern Gagne in the AWA for a short time before leaving when Bill Watts started up the UWF. Terry started his feud with Steve Williams and began wrestling more as a singles wrestler, and in 1986 became the first UWF champion, which he would hold for 6 months before forfeiting the title to the One-Man Gang. In 1986, the Angel of Death became the bodyguard to the Freebirds. He would soon turn on the Freebirds and join Skandar Akbar's Devastation Incorporated, turning the Freebirds into babyfaces. According to The Observer, around this time, Terry Gordy blew out his knee so bad that he needed surgery. But when the doctor told him he would be out of action for 6 months to a year, he informed the doctor that all of a sudden his leg wasn't hurting as bad. They would then bounce between WCCW and Georgia Championship Wrestling. In late 1987, Iceman Parsons joined Terry Gordy and Buddy Roberts after Michael Hayes left the Freebirds to help them get revenge on him. Parsons was now known as the Blackbird. Gorgeous Jimmy Garvin would also team with the Freebirds in WCCW and other territories. In 1989, the Freebirds would make their way to WCW in full force, and this time officially add Jimmy Garvin to the mix. Together, Garvin and Hayes won the WCW World Tag Team titles, the United States Tag Team titles, and the WCW World Six-Man titles. Jimmy, being a pilot, talked Terry into training to become a pilot as well, until a rough landing during a training session ended with Terry clipping a gas truck with the wing of the plane. The Freebirds concept was heavily derived from the Leonard Skinner song Freebird and the image of Southern pride evoked by the band. For most of the team's early existence, the song was used as their entrance music in both television and live appearances. On occasion, they would also enter the ring to Willie Nelson's rendition of Georgia on My Mind. The Freebirds are sometimes credited as the first wrestlers to use entrance music, although others, including Gorgeous George, use of Pomp and Circumstance, and Big Daddy's use of We Shall Not Be Moved, and Chris Colt's use of Welcome to My Nightmare by Alice Cooper, all predate the Freebirds. During the mid-1980s, a number of North American wrestling promotions who licensed copywritten music faced difficulties in continuing those licenses. Other promotions which did not license music were under scrutiny for the practice. Promotions began looking for solutions. The WWF, which hired Jimmy Hart and Jim Johnson in 1985, used their talents to write and produce music under which the copyrights could be controlled by the company. Around the same time, Michael Hayes recorded the song Bad Street USA and released a music video, which included other Freebird members. The song would be used as entrance music for the Freebirds from that point forward, though they would use other songs on occasion. During 1990, Terry would feud with Lex Luger and would run into 1991, but didn't think Lex was a good wrestler. Diamond Dallas Page came to World Championship Wrestling in 1991 as a manager of the Fabulous Freebirds, Jimmy Garvin and Michael Hayes. Page managed the Freebirds to a shot to the NWA World Tag Team Championship, where they defeated Doom, Butch Reed and Ron Simmons. Before the match took place, Page unveiled the stable's new road manager, Big Daddy Dink, formerly known as Oliver Humperdinck. In keeping with the Freebirds' rock and roll band gimmick, he was referred to as their tour manager / road boss. By this time, Terry was spending most of his time in Japan. At the Clash of Champions, he would face Dr. Death Steve Williams, who he would also form a tag team with while in Japan, and later in 1992, the two would feud with the Steiners in WCW.
Well, come this time tomorrow, reckon I don't know where I'll be. But if it wasn't for that old sheriff, I'd be back in Tennessee.
During a flight to Japan in August of 1993, for one of his frequent all-Japan tours, Terry would allegedly take roughly 50 pain pills, resulting in an overdose on the flight that left him in a coma. It would be 5 days before Terry emerged from the coma, unfortunately with permanent brain damage. Whether or not this damage could have been avoided had the incident not happened on a flight across the world is nothing but speculation. But one thing for certain is that the once imposing muscle of the Fabulous Freebirds would now be a shell of his former self. Friends in the business would go on to note that the previously happy Terry Gordy was now more calm, almost in a constant state of confusion, which ended his relationship with All Japan Pro Wrestling. During a shoot interview with RF Video, Terry apologized to his fans for the incident. During 1994, he would only wrestle a handful of matches for the Global Wrestling Federation. In February 1995, Terry made his first appearance as the Executioner, teaming with Mike Bell, losing to the Smoking Guns. He would be sent to Smoky Mountain Wrestling, teaming with Tommy Rich as the Militia. He would feud with Brad Armstrong and even won the Smoky Mountain Heavyweight Championship, defeating Armstrong. A month later, he dropped the title back to Armstrong in a country whipping match. Terry left SMW before it closed its doors at the end of the year. During 1995, he would also return to Japan, now working for IWA, and had several matches with Cactus Jack. In 1996, Gordy appeared in Extreme Championship Wrestling to challenge Raven for the ECW World Heavyweight title as the internationally recognized #1 contender. He also wrestled Bam Bam Bigelow at Ultimate Jeopardy in what was billed as the Battle of the Bam Bams. Terry lost the match due to the outside interference from the Eliminators. He was then called back up to the WWF. In 1996, he teamed with Mankind, both managed by Paul Bearer, and feuded with The Undertaker. The Executioner came to the ring under a mask and carrying an axe as Paul Bearer's hired assassin. His finishing move was a deadly Asiatic spike. He made his TV debut at the In Your House pay-per-view Buried Alive when he interfered in The Undertaker's Buried Alive match with Mankind, hitting The Undertaker with a shovel and burying him with the help of Mankind and several other wrestlers. However, at In Your House 12 It's Time, The Undertaker defeated The Executioner in an Armageddon Rules match. Dave Meltzer gave the match 2.5 stars. For anyone that knew Terry, it was kinda sad, and tough to watch as Terry was considered a wrestling prodigy, but at this point he was just a shell of his former self. Undertaker, growing up in Texas and a Freebirds fan, wanted so much to try and help Terry, but the plane incident in 1993 was still greatly affecting him. According to Bruce Pritchard, it was a sad scene and hard to watch. Terry left the promotion shortly afterwards. His final televised appearance was on January 12, 1997 on WWF Superstars when he lost to Goldust, after which Paul Bearer turned on him by hitting him with his urn. He was advertised to be one of the 38 participants in the 1997 Royal Rumble match, but did not make his appearance. He returned to WWF one last time in a house show as the Executioner on April 28, 1998, losing to Wellington Wilkins. According to several sources, Terry was brought in as a favor to Michael Hayes, who was working backstage, but he wasn't the same in the ring, and to protect his legacy, they hid his identity in case things didn't work out. Had Gordy been able to compete at a high level, there would have been the opportunity to later unmask. Terry returned to Japan, working for International Wrestling Association of Japan, where he wrestled in death matches, mainly working in tag teams. He left IWA Japan in 1997. In 1998, he returned to Japan for the final time working for Wrestle Association R. After leaving the WWF in Japan, Terry worked in the independent circuit. On February 21, 1998, he teamed with Dan Severn in a losing effort to Doug Gilbert and Dutch Mantell at the Eddie Gilbert Memorial Show for IWA Mid-South. Terry would reunite with Hayes as they fought Glenn Kulka and JR Smooth to a no contest for Power Pro Wrestling on May 28, 1999. He wrestled his last match returning to IWA Japan in February of 2001. Terry died of a heart attack caused by a blood clot on July 16, 2001. In 2014, he was inducted into the Southern Wrestling Hall of Fame. A year later, he was also inducted into the Professional Wrestling Hall of Fame and Museum, and on April 2, 2016, he was inducted by his son into the WWE Hall of Fame as part of the Fabulous Freebirds. According to Jim Ross on his Grilling JR podcast, Terry's drug issues were one of the main reasons he didn't have a big singles run during the 1990s. Jim Ross would state, "There was nothing he couldn't do in the ring. Terry was extraordinary. When he was 15 or 16, he was already the size of a grown man and already well beyond his experience level. He was a natural. Anything to do with wrestling, he would have been a success. Terry Gordy would have been a huge success because he was that athletic big man that promoters loved. Big athletes that turned heads in airports. His personality was bigger than life. Not denigrating Buddy or Michael Hayes, but the Freebird three-man team, Terry was the star of the show. He was as good as super heavyweight or 300-pound guys I ever saw. He was extraordinary." Nikita Koloff recalled his first and only trip to Japan. He said he was at a bar after the matches with Terry and claimed that Terry became a different person when he became drunk. He would get rowdy, then angry, then uncontrollable. On this occasion, Terry started by throwing drink glasses at the wall. After that, he took a fire extinguisher and started spraying the contents throughout the bar. He then threw the extinguisher out the window. Realizing that the police were called, I dragged him out of the bar and back to the hotel. Terry Gordy was a big star in Japan, and it was Nikita who took the brunt of the heat from the Japanese officials after they were notified about the incident. Nikita claimed he was never asked back to do another tour after that. Michael Hayes would record a song called Freebird Road, a heartfelt tribute to his best friend, and filmed part of the video at the grave of Terry Gordy. The reaction to Hayes' tribute was overwhelmingly positive. Many WWE superstars view the song as a fitting honor for the legendary grappler, and many who competed with and against Terry were also touched by the song. Most importantly to Hayes was the reaction from the Gordy family. With Michael Hayes as the mouthpiece, Buddy Roberts as the technician, and Terry Gordy the muscle who could do it all in the ring, and among many wrestling fans' top 10 list of greatest in-ring performers. Even in Japan, where they rarely pay tribute to American wrestlers who passed away, Terry was given a 10-bell salute. That was the story of Terry Bam Bam Gordy.
Buy yourself a postcard so you can see the lights of town. Find yourself a country girl, keep quiet and settle down.
Sensational Sherri, or Sherri Martel, was born Sherri Lynn Russell in Birmingham, Alabama. Her first exposure to professional wrestling was attending the matches with her mother, originally not a fan, but would go to get out of babysitting her younger sister. Eventually growing to love the sport, by 16 she approached Grizzly Smith, who told her to come back in 5 years. After a brief marriage and having a son, she returned and began training under Butch Moore and eventually the Fabulous Moolah. In her career, she would make appearances in several promotions, but most notably in the AWA, WWF, and later WCW. Along with holding the AWA Women's Championship, she would also hold titles in the IWA and the WWF. But her role that would bring her the most recognition would be that of the manager of Randy Macho Man Savage during his run as the Macho King. Her last match was in 2005 at Wrestle Union 1, and in 2006, she would be inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame. In 2007, she ultimately passed away at her mother's house at the age of 49. During a time when men dominated and controlled the business, Sherri made her mark in the industry as one of the greatest female performers of all time, both as a wrestler and a manager. This is the story of sensational Sherri Martel. Sherri Lynn Russell was born in Birmingham, Alabama on February 8, 1958. As a young child, she initially hated wrestling, but started going to TV tapings and an old cattle auction barn with her mother to get out of babysitting her younger sister, and was instantly hooked, watching stars such as Cowboy Bob Kelly, Frank Dalton, and the Stomper Archie Goldie. She was instantly in awe and always cheered for the bad guys and would dream about stepping in the ring herself. After years of going to matches with her mom, she fell in love and decided that's what she wanted to do. At 16, she approached Grizzly Smith and asked him how to get into the business, and was told it would eat her alive and to come back when she was 21. During her high school years, Sherri was a standout athlete participating in track and field and baseball. At 21, she was already married and separated and had a baby. She went back and had breakfast with Grizzly Smith and told him she still wanted to be a wrestler, as her marriage failed and she still longed to be in showbiz. She went to Butch Moore's wrestling school and spent her last $1,500. As she sat in his office telling him she wanted to be a wrestler, he came around his desk and slapped her as hard as he could. She shook it off and said, "Is that all you got?" So he signed her up. During her training, he did everything possible to try and discourage her, but nothing would stand in the way of her dreams. If anything, it just made her more determined. She learned how to take bumps and work with men. After a year of training with Butch Moore, she spent some time working in Memphis. Longing for more than just working on the independent circuit, Sherri had another breakfast meeting with Grizzly Smith, who would hook her up with the fabulous Moolah. That same day, Sherri called the veteran and took the bus to Moolah Drive to meet her. Moolah ran a training camp for women wrestlers who would live right on the property. Sherri would train every day from 7 a.m. until noon amongst the likes of Leilani Kai, Wendy Richter, and Judy Martin. Sherri would admit that that was the best training at the time, but was not crazy about the 25% booking fee on all her bookings, which was to be paid to Moolah. Sherri would comment, "I started in Memphis, probably in late 1979. I was there with a small group. There was a small school there, and then I went to Moolah School to get polished up. I was there for about a year, and then I got hurt. I got my knee dislocated and quit for about 3 years. Then I went through Memphis touring and started again. Jim Cornette was my first manager." In 1980, green and scared, she made her first trip to Japan with Judy Martin. After the initial culture shock, her trip to Japan was a success and became one of many. At this time, women on the card were still considered a special attraction. Moolah changed Sherri's name to Sherri Martel when she sent her to wrestle in Japan. After her trip to Japan, she would return to the Memphis territory. This wouldn't be the break Sherri was looking for. Moolah would allege that Sherri enjoyed partying way too much and would not concentrate on her chosen career path. In the summer of 1982, she made her first handful of WWF appearances, which included appearances in Madison Square Garden, teaming with the fabulous Moolah, defeating Judy Martin and Penny Mitchell. In August of that year, she would also face Moolah in a handful of title matches for the women's title. In 1985, she went to AWA. She flew to Minneapolis from Nashville and upgraded to first class and met Stan Hansen on the plane, who put in a good word for her. Her first match in AWA was against Debbie Coombs. After a few days in Minnesota, she met with Vern Gagne and was signed to a contract. Making her on-screen debut at Superclash 1985, Sherri feuded with Candy Devine and would go on to win the AWA Women's Championship on 3 occasions. She moved to Minneapolis and was now full-time with AWA, and would have an ongoing feud with Candy Devine for most of her time in the promotion. By 1987, the AWA was in decline. Jesse Ventura, who jumped ship to the WWF, suggested Sherri speak to Vince McMahon. She was about to hit the big time in the World Wrestling Federation. Her debut on July 21, 1987 was also against Candy Devine in Fort Worth, Texas, and was announced as the AWA Women's Champion. On July 24th, she would face her former trainer, the Fabulous Moolah, in a house show in Texas, whom she would defeat. Pritchard claimed that Moolah worked stiff in the ring and attempted to blow Sherri up due to her cardio not being in peak condition. Sherri thankfully overcame the tough start to have a greater run. She turned heel shortly after, now calling herself Sensational Sherri. Through 1987, she would have several matches against Velvet McIntyre, Debbie Coombs, and Rockin' Robin. She would hold the title for 15 months, but her reign was relatively uneventful, in most part because the WWF at the time rarely televised women's matches. She would drop the belt to Rockin' Robin at a house show in Paris on October 7, 1988. Throughout this time, she would also play the role of Peggy Sue during the Honky Tonk Man's Intercontinental title reign. By 1989, WWF was starting to phase out women's wrestling. Realizing this, Sherri would transition into a full-time manager. She had briefly managed in the AWA, so did have experience at ringside. Despite being an excellent in-ring performer, this would be the role many WWF fans would remember her for. At SummerSlam 1989, Randy Savage teamed with Zeus to take on Hulk Hogan and Bruce the Barber Beefcake. Sherri would interfere for the heels. Elizabeth would make the save, attacking Sherri. As a result, Beefcake and Hogan would ultimately be victorious. After the match, Beefcake chopped off the villainous Sherri's hair to a thunderous response. In reality, this had been fake hair extensions added for the show. Shortly after SummerSlam, Savage would defeat Hack. In April 1990, she became known as Queen Sherri and would tag with Randy Savage in a mixed tag match against Dusty Rhodes and Sapphire in WrestleMania. For the next year, she would pull double duty both as the manager of Randy Savage and face Sapphire on a regular basis, who was not a trained wrestler, but it was up to Sherri to make the matches look believable. Sapphire wore the same ring gear every night and would not shower regularly. Sherri was angry about the gear smelling bad and allegedly forced Sapphire in the women's locker room shower against her will to send a cruel message. During her 2 years with Randy Savage, when she wasn't paying for her mother's house, she spent $175,000 on wardrobes. She even witnessed Savage's rumored attention to detail during his match with the Ultimate Warrior in WrestleMania 7. At WrestleMania, the Savage and Sherri association would end when Savage lost a career-ending match with the Ultimate Warrior. After the match, Sherri attacked Savage, berating him for the defeat. Elizabeth would attack Sherri. This reunited Savage and Elizabeth, turning him face in the process. Later, she would comment on her time with Savage. "Randy, in his own way, he made me take off. He'd always tell me we were going to the airport. I looked through the world with pink sunglasses on, and I never knew what that meant until I went through a bad divorce, and he helped pull me through it. I found out what he meant by looking through the world in rose-colored glasses." Sherri would not be a free agent for long. In the summer of 1991, she started to accompany the $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase to the ring. She would remain with Ted until 1992. Sherri began managing Shawn Michaels after Pat Patterson convinced Michaels to participate in the storyline. In February 1990, this new role. Michaels was the egocentric younger man, while Sherri played the cougar-style character, willing to do anything for her boy toy. Sherri even sang Shawn's new theme song, Sexy Boy. In the summer of 1992, Shawn Michaels and the model Rick Martel would battle over Sherri's affections. This would culminate in a bout at SummerSlam 92, resulting in a double countout. This was a heel versus heel match that was a rarity at the time. Later that year, Sherri would be involved in a storyline where she was caught in the crossfire between Michaels and Marty Jannetty. This led to Sherri being struck by Michaels' mirror. Sherri would take some time off television. It was unclear if she would be by Michaels' side upon her return. Later in an interview, she would state, "I watched Shawn develop from a good guy with the Rockers in the AWA to a very classic heel. I never thought in a million years that I would be managing him years later. It shows you how crazy this business is and how many changes and turns that it can take. He developed his character so well for his age, and he is one of the nicest people I have ever met in my life." The storyline, however, was cut short as Jannetty was released from the company in the midst of the feud. Sherri spent the remainder of the year aligned with Tatanka, who aided her in her feud with Luna Vachon and Bam Bam Bigelow. Sherri made her last WWF in-ring appearance on July 10, 1993 against Luna Vachon in a house show in Seattle. She was released from the World Wrestling Federation during the summer. 2 reasons had been given for Sherri's departure: her decision to enroll in cosmetology school and failing drug tests. The rumors surrounding Sherri Martel's WWF departure were confirmed by Bruce Pritchard on his podcast. Sherri was a user of marijuana when WWF started to cut down on everything that was considered a drug at the time. The refusal to stop using marijuana led Sherri opting to leave the company. Society had changed so much now that someone losing their job for weed would likely see a huge uproar against WWF, but she was a victim of the time. Towards the end of her time in the WWF, Sherri participated in a WWF invasion angle in the USWA, reuniting with Savage. Sherri would suffer a similar embarrassment to that which she had suffered at the hands of the Warrior when she ran to the ring to aid Savage in a steel cage match in Memphis against his old enemy, Jerry the King Lawler. But after accidentally knocking Savage from the ring, she had her dress yanked off by Lawler as she climbed the cage to escape. After her WWF release, Sherri had a brief run in Smoky Mountain Wrestling, siding with Tracy Smothers in a feud with Tammy Sitch, Brian Lee, as well as several intergender matches with Jim Cornette. She would also make several appearances in ECW. Sherri signed with World Championship Wrestling in 1994. The original plan was for her to manage Kevin and Dave Sullivan against Missy Hyatt and the Nasty Boys, but after Hyatt was fired in February 1994, the proposed rivalry went on with no managers for either team. She made her debut on the April 23rd edition of WCW Saturday Night under the name Sensuous Sherri. In an interview with Gene Okerlund, she said her goal was to find a man that could bring her the WCW World Heavyweight Championship. Halloween Havoc, Sherri climbed the cage to aid Flair and in the process had her dress pulled off by Jimmy Hart, who was Hogan's manager at the time, leaving her dangling from the cage in black lingerie. WCW pitched the idea of Sherri managing a young Triple H and William Regal when the duo was experimenting as a team. Triple H's WCW stint ended before it could take off, as WWF was his ultimate goal. Sherri likely would have helped Triple H get over in the WCW instead of having it become a forgotten part of his past. Next, Sherri began managing Harlem Heat, Booker T, and Stevie Ray using the name Sister Sherri. She managed the team to 7 WCW World Tag Team Championship reigns. Booker T loved working with Sherri due to her great help managing him and Stevie Ray as Harlem Heat. WCW placed Sherri with the heel tag team to give them more momentum moving forward. Booker shared a story on his radio show about Sherri being one of the toughest people in all of WCW. Hacksaw Jim Duggan, working in a match with Harlem Heat, saw Sherri slapping him so hard that he broke character. The anger of Duggan came since the slap felt stiffer than any of the moves he was taking in the ring from Booker and Stevie. In late 1994, while still managing Harlem Heat in WCW, Sherri made a return appearance in ECW, managing Shane Douglas and Brian Pillman against Ron Simmons and Too Cold Scorpio. Back in WCW, Sherri had a brief on-screen romance with Colonel Robert Parker until October 1996 when Harlem Heat fired him and Sherri had a match with him at World War III in November. She continued to manage Harlem Heat until she got fired from the group in July of 1997 on Nitro. She was let go by WCW for showing up at work impaired at a television taping. After leaving WCW, Sherri won the IWA Mid-South Women's title, defeating Debbie Combs in August 1997. A few weeks later, she dropped the title back to Combs. On October 1999, she appeared on the Heroes of Wrestling pay-per-view managing George Steele, and a match against Greg Valentine. Also in 1999, she was awarded the AWA Superstars Women's Championship. In 2000, she made 3 wrestling television appearances with World Championship Wrestling. The first was at the sold-out 2000 pay-per-view event, watching at ringside along with other superstars. The Chris Benoit vs. Sid Vicious matchup for the WCW World Heavyweight Championship. The second, she had a match with Mona, which she also lost. By 2003, she was living in Tennessee with her second husband, Robert Schrull, where she helped him renovate homes. Her and her husband had been living next door to her mother. Sherri had bought her mother a trailer when she was making money in wrestling. However, she had not been doing well financially, and badly needed lower back surgery due to constant pain. She apparently was hoping WWE would offer to pay for her surgery during the weekend she was inducted into the Hall of Fame. She wrestled her very last match at Wrestle Union on January 29, 2005, teaming with Peggy Lee Arthur, Amber O'Neil, and Christy Vane, losing to Wendy Richter, Malia Hosaka, Bambi, and Jenny Taylor. In 2005, she took part in a World Wrestling Entertainment storyline with Shawn Michaels and Kurt Angle for WrestleMania 21. She made a return to SmackDown, singing a parody of Michaels' theme song with Angle. She was inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame by Ted DiBiase in April 2006. Later that year, she worked for TNA Wrestling, taping a backstage vignette trying to offer her managerial services to free agent Bobby Roode that aired on September 21, 2006. It was her last wrestling television appearance. Reports indicated that Sherri was hoping to work more with TNA, either on screen or behind the scenes, by asking if anything was available. TNA opted against bringing her in, but one positive came from this was WWF was adding her to their Hall of Fame afterwards. On June 15, 2007, Sherri died at her mother's residence in McCalla, Alabama, near Birmingham. She was 49 years old. On September 11, 2007, investigators released a toxicology report stating that she had died of an overdose with multiple drugs in her system, including high amounts of oxycodone. She was cremated after her death. That was the story of sensational Sherri Martel. Pop culture, whether it be famous actors, musicians, or athletes, has a way of ingraining memories into our brain that could last a lifetime. One mention of a song, a specific movie, or even a certain toy can ignite nostalgic thoughts in our minds that brings us back to our childhood. But what really goes on for some of these icons who provide us with these lifelong impressions in our memory bank long after their time in the spotlight? Many drift into obscurity, never to be heard from again, until a tragic event occurs in their life. With the creation of the internet and the rise in popularity of social media, many of these stars have resurfaced and piqued our interest once again. One question we always want to know is, what happened after they faded away from the spotlight, and what do they look like now? One WWF superstar who reached the peak of his career in the mid-1980s and resurfaced as the inception of shoot interviews became popular with fans is Billy Jack Haynes. Standing 6'3" and weighing over 250 pounds, Billy Jack had a superhero build and imposing look. At the height of his career, he wrestled in front of 93,000 fans against Hercules at WrestleMania 3. But that's not where his story in the public eye ends. In the last 2 decades, Billy Jack would appear in several shoot-style interviews, some of which he would talk about multiple conspiracy theories and even admit to being involved in unsolved murders.
What time I have left on this earth, you're probably going to be looking at a dead man, 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 dead man.
Former professional wrestler and Portland local William Haynes Jr., known in the ring as Billy Jack Haynes, is headed to jail. He's accused of killing his wife, 84-year-old Jeanette Beecraft. Haynes was previously held at a local hospital where he was treated for injuries unrelated to the crime. He now faces charges of second-degree murder and unlawful use of a weapon.
Born William Albert Haynes on July 10, 1953 in Portland, Oregon. For most of Billy's younger years, he had a stable childhood, but a string of abuse by his mother's sister's husband would leave Billy with a deep dark secret at a young age. He started off training in boxing as early as 10 years old. At 15, he was 6'1", 175 pounds, and a light heavyweight with several amateur fights. But tragedy would soon strike, as his uncle, his father's brother, was in a fatal accident. 3 weeks later, his mom died as well. At that point in his life, he made a decision to look after his father and made him a priority for the rest of his life. After breaking his right hand in the boxing ring in 1977, it left him few options. He had already served 6 months in the army, but went AWOL when he found out his dad was sick and lost his eyesight to diabetes. Now working as a janitor, making $6 an hour, life wasn't the same. Billy was a lifelong wrestling fan. In early 1982, he went down to a Portland wrestling show to try and figure out how he was going to get his foot in the door. Although he did get the attention of promoter Don Owen, Don sent him to Calgary to train with Stu Hart. Billy took his last $200, filled his car up with gas, and drove to Calgary to chase his dream. He started training in Stu Hart's dungeon. According to CageMatch.net, his first recorded match was August 10, 1982 in Stampede Wrestling, and according to Billy, he was making around $25 a match. He would eventually become good friends with the Dynamite Kid, who took him under his wing. By fall of that year, he debuted in Portland Wrestling, immediately headlining cards and now making $1,000 to $1,500 a week. Simply known as Bill Haynes, he would later take on the moniker Billy Jack, and would later add his last name after legal threats by actor Tom Laughlin, who starred in the original Billy Jack movie. In 1983, he got married to female wrestler Jeannie Clark, who was also known as Lady Blossom, but they would split the following year. By 1984, feeling like his character was getting stale in the Pacific Northwest, he made his move to Florida Championship Wrestling, hoping to gain more experience, but more importantly to make more money. By November of that year, Billy would make his WWF debut against Jerry Valiant in Chicago, Illinois. After the match, Billy would get word from home that his dad had a stroke. Without hesitating, he immediately flew home to his dad and was fired by the WWF. In 1986, Billy won the Pacific Northwest heavyweight title from Bobby Jaggers, but behind the scenes, his appetite for Percocet and Vicodin was growing.
I said about a year ago I didn't know if I was going to retire or what. I've been training for 3 months, and I know you can hear me out there.
In May of 1996, Billy was contacted by WWF booker George Scott, and they were interested in giving him a second chance. After defeating Moondog Moretti in his farewell match on May 10th, Billy left Portland for New York, determined to take full advantage of the second chance. His first match in the Federation was against Frank Marconi on June 1st. Billy was now making between $8,000 to $10,000 per week, more money than he had ever made in his life. But almost immediately, he was finding it hard to keep up with the travel schedule, and his drug use became more rampant. Backstage, he was known for his quick temper and contrasting, soft-spoken demeanor. On March 27, 1987, the WWF would hold its annual extravaganza, WrestleMania. Its home that year, the Pontiac Silverdome in Detroit, Michigan, in front of 93,000 fans. Billy would face Hercules in a Battle of the Full Nelson match. During a spot on the outside of the ring, the plan was Hercules would bust Billy open with his chain while scuffling outside the ring, but Billy was caught on camera pulling the razor blade out of his wrist tape. Despite the blunder, and although the match ended in a disappointing double countout, Billy's stock in the wrestling business had just risen dramatically. Injuries were piling up, and life on the road was taking its toll, both mentally and physically. By January, Billy was mostly involved in tag team matches, teaming up with Ken Patera, mostly putting over younger talent and newer teams, including Demolition. The circumstances surrounding Haynes' exit from the WWF in January '88 have sparked controversy, fueled by the evolving narrative as Billy recounted it over time. According to one account, when the WWF was coming through Portland, they wanted him to lose once again, but not wanting to come up short in his hometown, in front of his family and friends and beloved father, instead of being pinned in front of everyone, Billy decided to stay home and no-show the event. The WWF left Portland the following day. Billy Jack didn't. According to Greg Valentine, Billy took a substance called GHB on an airplane, and after passing out and beginning to drool out of the side of his mouth, the stewardess sought medical attention and had the pilot make an emergency landing. The incident got back to Vince, and Billy was fired. Billy was burnt out and needed time off. He had been going non-stop since he joined the Federation less than 2 years prior. But he did attempt to invest his money. Not only did he pay for his father's house, in September of 1987, he had opened his own gym. And in 1988, he began promoting his own shows under the Oregon Wrestling Federation banner, in direct competition with Don Owen. He had done what most men only dream of, hit the big time hard enough to make enough money to get out sooner than later. Billy consistently voiced his criticism of his rival, the Owen promotion. Even though he had recruited several of his old friends from Owen, after hiring big names and only producing mediocre shows, Billy was soon spending over $5,000 every week of his own money. According to a report published by Willamette Wee, Haynes' fundamental strategy followed the traditional wrestling format. He would put on shows 6 days a week, primarily in inexpensive venues such as National Guard armories and high school gymnasiums across the state. They would also participate in charity events and county fairs. The pivotal Saturday event would occur in Oregon City, the OWF's hometown, at an arena conveniently situated near Billy Jack's gym. He secured a contract with KPDX Channel 44 to produce and broadcast his program. This particular show would be televised, serving as the primary advertising platform for the other 6 weekly events. However, what truly set Haynes' organization apart from all others was the caliber of its wrestlers. Drawing from his own experience, Haynes understood which incentives would entice talented, skilled performers to leave their current pursuits and journey to Oregon. When Billy Jack initiated his long-distance phone recruiting campaign, he dangled the irresistible bait of exceptionally high pay by regional standards, guarantees ranging from $800 to $1,000 per week. He also assured them of transportation, providing 2 chauffeured vans, one for the heroes and one for the villains. Wrestlers would receive a portion of their profits from merchandise such as posters, t-shirts, and even action figures based on their in-ring personas. Additionally, there would be extensive TV coverage, ample advertising, and every safety precaution available for ring work. Billy's summons attracted over a dozen wrestlers and a top-tier referee. Notable names like Portland's Kip the Crippler Oliver, Coco Samoa, Brian Adams, Mean Mike Miller, Moondog Moretti, and Gorgeous Joey Jackson relinquished stable positions with Don Owen Promotions. Others hailed from various states such as North Carolina, Florida, California, Tennessee, Missouri, and New York, with some relocating their families over vast distances. Some even abandoned lucrative careers outside of wrestling to heed Haynes' call. Mr. Magnificent, Kevin Kelly, a prominent figure in the Midwestern circuit, entrusted his Minneapolis car dealership to a manager and promptly flew to Portland upon receiving Billy Jack's invitation. By March and early April, the OWF started revealing cracks in its foundation. When Billy's business partner Kaplan requested a contract, Haynes declined. Even before Haynes' inaugural wrestling event, Kaplan withdrew from the venture, claiming to have taken with him over $100,000 worth of potential investors. Upon the wrestlers' arrival, Haynes requested that they work for half the guaranteed money, stating it was temporary until the promotion gets off the ground. Even at half pay, it exceeded what many of them had been earning in their prior territories. Following months of meticulous preparation, the highly anticipated OWF kickoff took place on Saturday night, May 7th, at the 2,000-seat Oregon City Civic Center. The OWF debut drew an audience of 1,800 people, but their attendance declined significantly thereafter. Only 550 showed up the following Saturday. While the Saturday night shows typically attracted between 300 and 600 ticket buyers, attendance for the other 6 nights either failed to materialize or rapidly dwindled. The shows during the week regularly drew crowds under 50. OWF performers began standing on street corners, handing out flyers in small Oregon towns. JT, Rock and Roll Southern, would comment, "I was completely humiliated. It was like we were begging people to come and see us wrestle. We would arrive in a town and nobody would know we were coming. There were no posters, no ads, no radio spots. Do you know what it's like to wrestle in front of 30 people? The worst feeling in the world is when you're in the dressing room lacing up your boots and you know there's only 30 people out there. But you've got to get up for it. They've paid their money and they deserve a show. You say, 'Oh Lord, let me get through this night.'" Initially in the main event of each card, Billy Jack eventually ceased to make appearances altogether in the road shows, wrestling solely on Saturday nights in Oregon City. "Billy let himself go," said wrestler Brian Adams. "His hair was a mess, he didn't shower, he was in the worst shape of his life. He didn't even bother to put his teeth in anymore." When Billy's expectations of through-the-roof ticket sales didn't get off the ground, he started shorting the wrestlers on payouts. "I was getting $400, explained Coco Samoa. Then one week he gave me $300 and told me he'd make up the difference the next week. The next week he'd give me $200 and say he'd make it all up in the next check. But the next week it was down $150. For the first time in his 18-year wrestling career, he didn't have enough to pay his own rent. Payments were also lagging behind on utility and equipment bills, as well as the lease for the Oregon City Arena. The stress was wreaking havoc on Billy's sleep. Most of the original crew, including a referee, had already departed, resorting to borrowing money or selling and pawning belongings to fund their departure from Oregon. Billy surprised the remaining crew when he informed a local newspaper that the departing wrestlers had been released due to failing drug tests. On Friday, July 15th, the already strained relationship between Billy Jack and his team reached a breaking point. After receiving their $150 paychecks, all the wrestlers insisted on a meeting with Billy. Following 2 disastrous and badly arranged shows, the Oregon Boxing and Wrestling Commission refused to issue any more permits or licenses to Oregon Wrestling Federation. It was over. The venture had lasted less than 3 months. During the first days and weeks after the closure of OWF, a flood of enraged wrestlers and creditors, Billy hid out at his secret location and ignored all of his phone calls. He would eventually come out of hiding and issue the following statement. I was a promoter, and it was my responsibility to make sure things got done. I didn't do it. I've lost my dream, and I feel lower than a midget. I thought I was cut out to be a promoter, but I was wrong. I'm not a big enough prick. So after only a few months, he was down over $1 million and the promotion folded. At the same time, his gym also shut down. He had no choice but to go back to work for Don Owen. By the end of 1988, both his savings account and his list of friends had shrunk to almost nothing. Due to stress and a lack of exercise, he was in the worst physical shape he had ever been in before. He had a dozen creditors threatening lawsuits and was on the brink of bankruptcy. Billy would spend some time in Japan, but within a year, he was back in Portland working for Don Owen. By 1990, things would start looking up. Billy would debut in Herb Abrams' UWF, and in early 1991 would land a deal with WCW, appearing under a mask as Black Blood. According to Billy, after helping train Brian Adams and helping him get into Portland wrestling, and then again help him to get into the WWF, Brian gave him no respect. Brian and an unnamed individual would contact Billy and inform him the WWF was in Texas and Billy had a tryout. Billy drove all the way from Portland to Texas, only to find out he had been ribbed. In 1993, Billy's beloved father passed away after months of watching his dad suffering and some nights screaming in pain. It was almost a blessing in disguise. But the void left in Billy's life would be impossible to fill. He would spend the next few years spiraling out of control, completely broke, but being recognized everywhere he went didn't help matters. He would bounce around throughout various territories until his official retirement from wrestling in early 1996. Directly after that, he went to host a short-lived radio show. By 1998, Billy was penniless and, for better or worse, still recognized everywhere he went. By September 2001, he would travel to every hospital and clinic in Oregon and lie to the nurses and doctors for the pain pill Vicodin. But the police were onto him, and he was soon arrested and charged. In 2002, now on federal probation, Billy made an attempt to change his life. He quit using drugs with the use of methadone, and his life was starting to finally feel normal. He admitted that his biggest fear in life was being a celebrity and people finding out he was a drug addict. In 2006, Billy ended up in a hospital when he was attacked outside a body shop in Portland. This was due to Billy allegedly skimming off the top while being a mule in a marijuana smuggling operation years ago after finding out he was being underpaid and lied to. Unbeknownst to him, he was transporting cocaine, not marijuana. According to Billy, he was beaten within an inch of his life. In 2014, Billy Jack Haynes sued the WWE, claiming he contracted hepatitis C during a bloody WWF wrestling match. Also claiming the WWE went out of its way to put wrestlers in danger by encouraging steroid and cocaine use and hiding important medical information from wrestlers. At the time, he was demanding more than $5 million. In a 2017 interview, Jim Cornette would state, "Billy Jack was a different type of guy. I always thought he was a pleasant man to be around and never had a problem with him." He would also state, "Billy had somewhat of a temper, and as the story goes, he had killed a guy by knocking him down with a goofy punch and gotten into trouble over it, and as a result always tried to keep his temper in check. He was very soft-spoken and very calm guy in the locker room, but when he came into Dallas, there was an issue between him and Chris Adams. I believe in Portland they had wrestled together previously, where Chris ended up with the lady that Billy Jack had had before. When Billy debuted in Dallas for World Class, they booked him in Dallas and Chris left town for a week rather than have the match. I always enjoyed my conversations with Billy Jack and never had a problem with him in the world, and I would prefer not piss him off for anything." Billy later on would claim he had been witness to a high-profile unsolved case referred to as the Boys on the Tracks, which took place in August of 1987 and involved a high-profile politician. He even went as far as to meet with the mother of one of the victims and a private investigator working the case. ProWrestling.net does say Haynes is not listed as having worked for the WWF live events for the night in question. He also worked a couple nights later at a taping in San Francisco, which would be an airtight alibi for where he wasn't. On August 27, 1987, the bodies of 16-year-old Don Henry and 17-year-old Kevin Ives were hit by a cargo train in Alexander, Arkansas, as they lay on the tracks. Dan Harmon, a prosecutor of the case, who was later arrested for dealing drugs, is one person implicated in the murder. In January of 2018, Billy Jack Haynes came forward on the Doc Washburn show, claiming to have been involved in the drug business and a witness to the murders, and even videotaped them. According to the head investigator who was working the case, Billy Jack Haynes took a lie detector test and it came back inconclusive because at the time, Billy had some health issues affecting the test. But it was taken into account Billy would essentially be risking his freedom and possibly his life by coming forward, and knew some of the people directly involved. 3 law enforcement officers, 2 attorneys/politicians, and a bouncer for a local nightclub. He also named the governor as having directed the events of the night. Not only does the investigator believe his story, he believes he was there during the night the boys were murdered. In 2018, he had a meeting with Gene Duffy, who was head of the task force for the law enforcement community in Arkansas. According to the detective's homepage, he stated in his comments, "Billy Jack Haynes got up to walk out of his first and last meeting with Gene Duffy after she insulted him when he tried to answer Duffy's question. What happened on the tracks when the boys were murdered?" Billy Jack started telling Duffy his life story. To put context into his life leading to Kevin and Don's murders, when Billy Jack began his story, he mentioned his blind dad. Gene Duffy rudely said, "I don't care about your blind dad. I want to know about the boys' murders." The statement really upset Billy. His father was his hero. Without answering any further questions, Billy walked out before the interview was over. The case still remains unsolved. That was the story of Billy Jack Haynes. Once a rising star in the world of professional wrestling, Chris Candido had it all. With impressive technical skills, he quickly made a name for himself in both WWF and ECW, and even managed to form a lifelong relationship with one of wrestling's most beloved divas. However, life took a turn for the worse when Candido's addiction issues came to light. His time in the WWF was cut short and his relationship suffered, but Candido was determined to turn things around. He sought help for his addiction and eventually got his life back on track. Things were looking up for Candido. He once again was back on a major national wrestling stage. He had the potential to become a top star again, and his relationship was back on solid ground. Sadly, tragedy struck when he passed away at the young age of 33, following what should have been a routine surgery. Candido's untimely death was a devastating loss for the wrestling community. He'll always be remembered as a talented wrestler with an infectious personality whose life was cut short far too soon. Christopher Barrett Candido was born March 21, 1972 in Edison, New Jersey. He was a grandson of Popeye Chuck Richards, a wrestler for the Worldwide Wrestling Federation from 1966 to 1974. He faced everyone from Don Leo Jonathan to Terry Funk, who would also wrestle Chris decades later. Funk would be one of the few men who could say he was in the ring with both a grandfather and his grandson. Chris Candido was an honor roll student as early as age 11. His passion for wrestling began when he was just a teenager in New Jersey. While attending Red Bank Catholic High School, he met and fell in love with Tammy Lynn Sitch, and the two began a lifelong relationship. In 1996, he and Jonathan Rector, who would later be known as Balls Mahoney, began receiving training from Chris's grandfather and started setting up wrestling rings. He eventually began training at Larry Sharp's Monster Factory after his grandfather hooked him up. Candido made his in-ring debut at just 14 years old in Sharp's World Wrestling Association in a benefit show for the New Jersey Multiple Sclerosis Society, along with Tony Stetson, Crusher Klink, and Bam Bam Bigelow. He continued to hone his craft over the next few years. According to CageMatch.net, Chris first appeared in May 1991 in the USWA, facing Doug Vines in his first match. He would spend the rest of 1991 in the USWA, feuding with Danny Davis for most of the time. In January of 1992, he would head to Japan, joining the FMW, now calling himself the Blue Bomber. He would return to the US in March of that year, using his real name, making several appearances in the WWA and MEWF. In 1993, Candido joined the pre-extreme ECW and worked with the Suicide Blonde stable, which caught the attention of wrestling veteran Jim Cornette. Cornette recruited Candido and his high school sweetheart Tammy Sitch to join his Smoky Mountain Wrestling promotion, where she became his manager. Chris went on to win several titles during his time in SMW and even captured the NWA World Championship after Shane Douglas vacated the belt when ECW broke away. Through 1993 and 1994, he would spend in Smoky Mountain Wrestling, feuding with Tim Horner, and also forming a short-lived tag team with Brian Lee. In October of 1994, he would make another trip to Japan, this time appearing in All Japan Pro Wrestling. In 1994, Sitch was contacted by the WWF, and she began appearing as Tamara Murphy, a commentator for live event news segments during syndicated WWF television shows. After a successful run in SMW, Candido made his WWF debut in May of 1995. World Wrestling Federation gave Candido the ring name Skip and paired him with Sitch, who was renamed Sunny. The duo portrayed a fitness guru tandem who often mocked other wrestlers for being out of shape. His first WWF match was on Superstars against Scott Taylor, and would have several matches against Barry Horowitz. On July 25th, he would face an upset and suffer a defeat from Horowitz on Superstars during a 10-minute challenge. By September of 1995, he would be used mainly to put over other talent, from Hakushi to Fatu and even Marty Jannetty. Chris became frustrated with where he was going in the company and falling lower on the roster, even losing to Perry Horowitz again. On December 19th, he would make his first appearance tagging with Tom Pritchard, who was renamed Zip, as the Body Donnas with Sunny as their manager. This partnership led to Sunny becoming one of the biggest stars in the WWF, and in 1996, she even won PWI's Manager of the Year award. They would have several chances at the tag team titles against the Smoking Guns, and would eventually capture the titles in a tag team tournament on March 31st, 1996. They would lose the titles to the Godwins, and Sunny would turn on them. However, their success in the WWF was short-lived. By September 1996, the Federation was going in a different direction and straying away from gimmicks like the Body Donnas. They would have their last match as a team on the September 23rd edition of WWF Raw, losing to Owen Hart and the British Bulldog. Reports of Sunny cheating on Chris with multiple wrestlers strained their marriage, and they both began experimenting with more drugs. This is a time when Chris's life began falling apart. Sunny's career would take a different path. Sitch claimed that, in 1997, Playboy had approached her and offered a six-figure sum to pose nude for the magazine. Tammy stated she declined the offer, because she didn't feel she was emotionally ready to take on a project like that. Rena Sable Marrow, with whom Tammy had real-life animosity, later disputed her claim that she was approached for a possible photo shoot. From 2000 to 2003, however, Sunny regularly posed nude for Missy Hyatt's adult website, Wrestling Vixens. In years later, she said she regretted taking part in the website due to the money she claimed she never received, as well as the sexual actions some of the other models performed in their own photo and video shoots. During her 3 years with the WWF, she would have relationships with Shawn Michaels and claims a British Bulldog as well. But Davey Boy Smith's daughter, Georgia, has denied it ever happened, and responded to Tammy Sitch's affair claims via Twitter. I have been contacted/tweeted about the whole Sunny affair regarding my dad. I don't want to give this topic any attention, but that is complete lies, and with what my brother, my mother, and what my family have been through, she should have more respect, she wrote. Also, I don't know what she gets out of boasting/bragging about sleeping with thousands of wrestlers. That's pretty sad/pathetic. She continued, "Don't worry, I'm not letting it get to me, but I am aware of her comments, and she's got problems and likes attention." Ahmed Johnson would also claim to having a brief affair with Tammy, but she denied it in several interviews. And later, it was rumored that she had encounters with Raven, Dolph Ziggler, and Chris Masters. When Bruce Pritchard was questioned about Tammy's cheating, he would state, "The fact that he did nothing, people got to the point where they stopped feeling sorry for him and were kind of like, okay, dumbs, if you're not going to do anything, we're going to let this little girl run over you and do shit in your face. Then you don't deserve anybody to feel bad for you because you're letting it happen and you're not doing anything about it." During an interview with That's Wrestling, Justin Credible would state, "My experience, and I know Shawn was with her. And Chris did know. I love Chris. Chris was the guy that helped me get into ECW. Chris was always a good friend. So one time we were in some town, and they had Sean Waltman and Billy Gunn watching Candido's match as Skip, and I think Tom Pritchard was there too. But whatever, that doesn't matter. But Shawn Michaels would sneak into Sunny's locker room because back then she was the only one on the road. So the women's locker room was strictly for Sunny. So Shawn would go in there and do his business. So they would watch out, and when the match was over, they would come and knock on the door. So one day she was wearing a very puffy, yet like something you would put this way. Shawn had a beard at the time. Literally shit would stick to his face from the sweater. They warned Shawn that he's coming through the curtain, and Shawn literally runs into Chris like crisscrossing Candido with white shit all over his face from her sweater, like literally, and goes like this. "Oh, sorry, kid." I gotta give him a sportsman slap in the ass, and runs off with all the white shit all over his face. Like, really, dude? You didn't catch that whole thing? So yeah, that's one story I have. But Shia was bad, man. She was real bad. She tried to have sex with me. When I stayed with them back in the day, we would travel together. And one day, you know, they stayed at my mom and dad's house, and we were doing house shows, and they returned the favor. I was staying with them at Tammy's mom's house, and when Chris was in the shower, Tammy came up to me with a towel on, and I was sleeping on the floor, and she took the thing off and said, "F me right here." And being that I'm at my friend's house, I played it off like it was a joke, like she was ribbing, and I put the covers over my head. I'm like, "Stop, leave me alone, ha ha ha." She was dead ass serious, bro. I wouldn't do that to a friend, you know. Invite me into your house to do that, it's just dirty. Sorry, nobody's that good looking, dude. And she was just like that. She was a bad human. And everyone's always like Chris Candido was the sweetest man in the world. In a revealing interview, Chris Candido's brother Johnny spoke about their time in the WWF and how it led to increased drug abuse. Johnny was just in the 8th grade when they joined the WWF, but he witnessed disturbing things happening with his brother and Sonny. Johnny shared that he felt things needed to change quickly, as he feared his brother might end up dead. By 1996, Chris had left WWF and joined ECW, which marked a fresh start for him. While Sonny only made limited appearances in ECW, Candido made himself a part of Shane Douglas' triple threat faction with Bam Bam Bigelow. Sitch then began acting as host for several WWF television shows, including Livewire, Shotgun Saturday Night. In addition, she appeared on MTV Singled Out and Entertainment Tonight. Candido began wrestling as Chris Candido for ECW, where he formed a stable called the Suicide Blondes with Johnny Hotbody and Chris Michaels. Wrestling under the Freebird rule, the Suicide Blondes trio had 2 stints as the ECW Tag Team Champions in April and May 1993, first defeating Tony Stetson and Larry Winters, and then losing the titles to the Super Destroyers, only to regain them the same evening. They vacated the ECW Tag Team Championship in July 1993 when Candido left the promotion. He also had a long tag team title reign with Lance Storm before leaving ECW after 3 years. In 1998, Sonny became a babyface and briefly became the manager of the Legion of Doom 2000, leading them to win a tag team championship #1 contender battle royal at WrestleMania. Sonny would continue to manage them until she was released in July 1998 amid rumors and backstage problems with Rena Sable Marrow and an addiction to painkillers, and topping it off by no-showing several appearances. After being released by the WWF in 1998, Tammy joined ECW. She made her debut at Heatwave 4 days after her WWF release. Now billed as Tammy Lynn Sitch, she assisted Candido in his win over Lance Storm and their subsequent feud. By September, Storm introduced his own valet, a parody of Sitch, Tammy Lynn Bitch, played by Dawn Marie. Later that year, amid more rumors of drug use, Tammy and Chris took some time off of television. When the duo returned, Candido realigned with Shane Douglas' Triple Threat, and Tammy began a feud with Douglas manager Francine. The feud was cut short when Sitch was arrested after violating a restraining order filed by her mother. After a brief tour of Australia, she returned in October 1999 on an episode of ECW on TNN, where she talked openly about her past drug issues and recovery. Candido and Sitch left the promotion in December 1999. The duo went to work in WCW briefly in 2000. Candido debuted in March of that year, and Sitch debuted 1 month later at Spring Stampede, helping him win the WCW Cruiserweight Championship in a match against the artist formerly known as Prince Iaukea. She then feuded with Iakea's valet Paisley. The short-lived feud came to a conclusion at Slamboree when the artist and Paisley stripped Sitch's dress off to reveal her undergarments after Candido defeated the artist in a singles match. Sitch and Candido then briefly feuded with Crowbar and Daffney. Candido later dropped the title, which marked the end of the couple's run with the company. As in the past, Sitch's departure was surrounded by rumors of drug abuse. After being released from WCW, the duo landed in Extreme Pro Wrestling, where she managed Candido to a title once again. Candido and Sitch parted ways with XPW and started touring other independent wrestling promotions, and in the spring of 2003, they moved to Puerto Rico and were set to work for International Wrestling Association. But Sabu convinced them to work for rival World Wrestling Council instead. After 6 months, the couple quit the promotion and headed back to the States. Upon their return to the States, they briefly lived with former ECW wrestler Hack Myers in his home in Florida. According to Johnny, Chris Candido was doing more and more drugs to block out the idea that Sonny was cheating on him. He desperately didn't want to believe it because he would come home every night and he literally had his unconditional love for her, Johnny said. He was so nice and naive, he would believe anything she told him. According to reports, Chris managed to regain control over his life. In a fortunate turn of events, he was given another opportunity to showcase his wrestling skills on a grand platform after signing with TNA Wrestling in 2005. In January, Candido made his debut in Total Non-Stop Action Wrestling, where he faced AJ Styles, but unfortunately came up short. He had the privilege of collaborating with renowned stars such as AJ Styles, Dustin Rhodes, and Diamond Dallas Page. Candido's promising ascent took a tragic turn when he suffered a leg fracture during a tag team match at Lockdown 2005, causing his dreams to also come crashing down. On the March 18th episode of Impact, Candido, alongside the Naturals, faced defeat against Dustin Rhodes and America's Most Wanted. Candido's final appearance occurred at Lockdown, where he and Lance Hoyt unsuccessfully battled Apollo and Sonny Siaki. Tragically, during the match, Candido's leg broke when Siaki inadvertently landed on it after executing a flying dropkick early on. Despite the injury, TNA kept him involved in storylines, even orchestrating his wheelchair-assisted appearance to aid the Naturals in winning the tag titles. Candido's last recorded performance was scheduled to be aired later that week. However, the episode ultimately aired after his untimely passing. Following his injury, Chris Candido, at the age of 33, underwent a surgical procedure to have titanium plates and screws implanted in his legs. Unfortunately, on April 28, 2005, Candido began feeling unwell and his condition progressively worsened throughout the day. Eventually, he collapsed in the evening, prompting immediate transportation to Robert Wood Johnson University Hospital in New Brunswick, New Jersey. During his recovery, he encountered the development of a blood clot in his leg. While many attribute his death to the blood clot, his brother Johnny stated that the autopsy revealed the cause of death was to be acute pneumonia, which was brought on by the use of a sleep aid he had received against medical advice. Candido's lungs reportedly filled with fluid, ultimately resulting in his passing while in the process of recuperating from his surgery. In tribute to his memory, TNA honored Candido by holding a tag team tournament in his name. Additionally, in 2009, he was posthumously inducted into the Hardcore Hall of Fame. Irrespective of the obstacles encountered, Chris Candido's legacy endures that of a remarkably talented wrestler who exuded an unwavering passion for the sport. In the course of his career, Chris Candido held several championships, such as the NWA World Heavyweight Championship, WWF World Tag Team Championship, ECW World Tag Team Championship, and WCW Cruiserweight Championship. At the time of his passing, he was the reigning NWA Midwest Heavyweight Champion. That was the story of Chris Candido. Shannon Spruill, also known as Shannon Ward and better known as Daffney or the Queen of Scream, was a professional wrestler, manager, and actor. Most commonly known as Valet, an on-screen mentally deranged girlfriend for David Flair, and would later manage both Crowbar and Flair in World Championship Wrestling from 1999 until its sale in 2001. During her run with the company, she would become the second woman ever to hold the WCW Cruiserweight Championship. Not falling into the cookie-cutter Barbie doll typical diva look and style, her character stood out and decades later still one of the most memorable characters of the late 1990s and early 2000s. In 2003, she was diagnosed with bipolar disorder, which she made public. From 2001 until 2013, she would bounce around the independent circuit, making appearances in Dusty Rhodes Turnbuckle Championship Wrestling Camp, Extreme Pro Wrestling, Ring of Honor, Ohio Valley Wrestling, and Anarchy Championship Wrestling. She also made a handful of appearances in TNA. She became vocal about concussions in the professional wrestling industry. In the 2017 book, Sisterhood of the Squared Circle, The History and Rise of Women's Wrestling, she was quoted as saying concussions had ended her professional wrestling career and advised other wrestlers to rest after taking a blow to the head. In September of 2021, she took her own life after appearing on a live Instagram video and reading a suicide note. Many unanswered questions still surround her death, as intensified concerns within the business over mental health rose, especially with women performers. This is the story of Shannon Spruill, aka Daffney.
Living on the highway, taking every turn. I've been on the road since I was 5.
Shannon's parents met in England, where her father, who was in the military, was stationed. They married and moved to the Air Force Base in Germany. Her older brother was born on June 15, 1973, and Shannon was born on July 17, 1975, while living at the Air Force Base in Germany. In 1976, her family returned to the United States and initially settled in Salt Lake City. After 18 months there, They picked up and moved to Savannah, Georgia. From there, they moved to Scott Air Force Base in Illinois. She spent kindergarten and first grade at Central Elementary, then off to her mother's homeland in England, where they were stationed at Croughton Air Force Base near Oxford, and lived there for about 3 years. In 1985, she appeared in Santa Claus the Movie as a bratty kid in ballet class, which sparked her interest in acting. She was also an extra in the movie Insignificance. Throughout her childhood, she got to visit much of Europe and see where she was born. The family had only one TV station, but would watch Junkyard Dog, Jimmy Superfly Snuka, and George the Animal Steele on Saturday mornings. Her and her brother would watch and then practice slamming each other on the couch. Her father's last tour of duty was in Ramstein Air Force Base in Germany, where they lived during her 5th and 6th grade years. But then, in 1987, after 21 years in the Air Force, her father retired. He got a job and the family put their roots down in Atlanta.
Sitting by my father for a million miles.
Unfamiliar with civilian life, it took her a little getting used to not living on a base. She began 7th grade with no friends and was about 2 years behind in the latest fashion trends. She played soccer at Norcross Soccer Association and started making new friends. At this point, she also started to play the cello in the middle school orchestra. She began to love playing the cello and was extremely proud of her ability and continued to play through high school. She also played junior varsity soccer at her freshman year and then moved up to varsity. At this point, soccer was a very serious career option, but it wasn't in the cards. She graduated from Norcross High School in 1993. After high school, she went to community college, taking a full load which included some music courses. She stayed living at home, working at a local indie music store called Music Drome. In 1997, she performed with rock band Shock Lobo in the Georgia Music Festival Songwriter Showcase, winning an award in the rock category. After 2 years, she transferred to Georgia State and did well enough in her studies to keep a full academic scholarship. She graduated from Georgia State University on March of 1998 with a Bachelor of Arts degree, majoring in film and video production and music and acting. Upon graduation, her GPA was 3.3. A few months before she graduated, she went to work part-time as a production coordinator at a video production company. After she graduated, she switched to full-time Monday through Friday from 8:45 to 5 p.m. It was a great experience, but she decided that she wanted to seriously pursue acting, as her previous work on Santa Claus and Insignificance had stuck with her. She went to work freelance as a teleprompter operator to free up some time during the week for auditions. She also worked as a crew member on a few independent films. In a year, she hadn't landed anything solid, just a few indie films and a couple voiceovers.
Picking up old stories on the ride.
She got a call to audition for World Championship Wrestling. She flew to Minneapolis in November of 1999 to audition for a crazy stalker chick who was going to torment David Flair. When she got there, she was asked if she was available to play a 4-week reoccurring character. She did her first pre-tape about hosting the Nitro Party and then flew home the next day. 4 weeks turned into a contract that lasted until January 2nd, 2001. On May 8th, 2000, Daffney was appointed by Vince Russo to wrestle Miss Elizabeth in her first wrestling match. On May 15th, Daffney and Crowbar defeated WCW World Cruiserweight Champion Chris Candido and his girlfriend Tammy Lynn Sitch in a mixed tag team match where Candido's Cruiserweight title was on the line. Daffney scored the pin on Tammy to make her and Crowbar the co-champions. The following week on the May 22nd episode of Nitro, Crowbar and Daffney faced one another to determine the undisputed World Cruiserweight Champion. After Candido entered the ring and hit Crowbar with a reverse piledriver, Daffney inadvertently pinned him while trying to revive him and becoming the second woman ever to hold the Cruiserweight Championship. Her reign lasted until June 7th when Lieutenant Loco pinned Disco Inferno in a 3-way title defense while Daffney was hurt following interference from Miss Hancock. Daffney's voice was an accident as she had just gotten her tonsils removed, and that's actually how her voice sounded at the time. In her first weeks with WCW, she expressed an interest in learning her newfound trade. The sports entertainment bug bit her with the mix of athleticism and performing got her. She went down to the power plant a few days a week to get schooled and to practice screaming. Crowbar and a few of the boys in the back also worked with her in the ring on TV days. One of Daffney's trademarks was a piercing scream when she was lurking at ringside. The gimmick was based on Mallory Knox the character from the movie Natural Born Killers. She also had started to work out at Main Event Fitness, Lex Luger's gym in Marietta. Daphne's gimmicks included frequently changing hair color, t-shirts printed with bizarre slogans, and her loud screams. The latter, which was a suggestion of WCW head writer Ed Ferreira. She was released by WCW on February 2nd, 2001 due to budget cutbacks. WCW was purchased by its rival, the World Wrestling Federation, a month later.
I've been counting shadows to the beat of the radio I feel.
After she left WCW, she decided to continue her career and spent the next 8 months attending Dusty Rhodes Turnbuckle Championship Wrestling Camp in Georgia. She also worked for Extreme Pro Wrestling in 2003 as Lucy, the manager of Vic Grimes. She would also make appearances in Ring of Honor, where she debuted on April 26, 2003 as Lucy, the second valet of the Second City Saints. In July of 2003, she was signed to a developmental deal by World Wrestling Entertainment. She worked in Ohio Valley Wrestling as a manager of Aaron Stevens until she was released on December 17th of that same year. She decided to retire from professional wrestling. Intending to focus on her acting career, she sold her wrestling boots to then roommate Mickie James. While she was retired, she worked as a personal trainer. She stayed out of the business for a year and a half, taking some time off before doing a photo shoot for a pay site created by Missy Hyatt and Francine. She went to work on the indie circuit from 2006. She debuted in Women's Extreme Wrestling on April 6 under the ring name Lucy Fur, acting as a lumberjill in a match between Amy Lee and Ty Killer Weed. On June 2nd, in Irondale, Alabama, she faced El Mexico for the NWA Wrestle Birmingham Junior Heavyweight Championship, with the help of her manager Robert Fuller, who referred to Shannon as his $1 Million Baby. She defeated El Mexico to win her third wrestling title. In February 2007, she began making appearances with Georgia Wrestling Promotions both as manager and a referee. In April 2007, she debuted as Daffney for Shimmer Women's Athletes. She conducted an interview where she revealed her goal was to return to what she did from the beginning of her career, and that was to manage. Later that evening, she appeared as a manager of the wrestler Miss Chiff. In April 2008, she began wrestling as her Shark Girl character. However, she returned to wrestling as Daffney only after a couple of months. On the June 5, 2008 episode of TNA Impact, she appeared as a planted fan in the audience along with Amber O'Neil and Becky Bayless. The three women volunteered to wrestle Awesome Kong in a $25,000 challenge. Daffney was selected and subsequently defeated by Kong. Towards the end of 2008, she got a call from TNA to appear as the Alaskan governor and vice presidential candidate Sarah Palin in an angle between the Beautiful People and Roxy Laveau and Taylor Wilde. She portrayed the Alaska governor Sarah Palin in skits involving the Beautiful People on the January 15, 2009 episode of Impact. It was revealed by Taylor Wilde and Roxy that Sarah Palin was indeed fake. At Bound for Glory 2009, she suffered a concussion after being chokeslammed through a board wrapped in barbed wire by Abyss. 6 months later, she suffered another concussion where she was injured by Miss Betsy, an inexperienced 300-pounder in her TNA tryout match.
Like a baby when I sleep, and then you come to me.
In early 2009, she took part in the first season taping of WrestleLicious, which started airing in March 2010, using the character of Draculetta. She debuted on March 17th in the main event of the third episode of Takedown, teaming with White Magic in a tag team match, where they lost via disqualification to the team of Lacey Von Erich and Amber Lively. On June 27, 2010, Daffney won her only women's championship, defeating Rachel Summerlin in the first round of the Anarchy Championship Wrestling's 2010 American Queen of Queens tournament. The injuries would mean the end of Daffney's in-ring career. "My career was ended early due to concussions," she said. "My last match was in December 2010. I had major grade 2 concussions within a 6-month span. The first one was a brain bleed. I have made arrangements to donate my brain to science. Chris Nowinski's Sport Legacy Institute has first dibs after I expire. Anytime I hear some girl hit her head, I can say, cancel your next freaking booking. You rest. No working out. Just light walking and stretching, but no physical exertion where the blood is going to rush to your brain. Because it's dangerous, I definitely did things in my career that I wish I would have had the balls to say no to, she said. I went through barbed wire, thumbtacks, and tables. You can say that takes balls, but it takes more balls to say no. Your health is too important. She stopped wrestling in 2010 due to her injuries. Witnessing Bret Hart's career ending before her eyes when he was kicked by Goldberg, she realized her career could end in a similar way. March 15, 2011, her contract with the promotion expired and was not renewed. Shannon announced that she had filed a workers' compensation claim against TNA for injuries suffered while wrestling for the promotion, believing she had been put in an unsafe work environment. Shannon also later claimed that she did not believe she could ever wrestle again due to the accumulated injuries she had suffered during her career. TNA's head of talent relations, Terry Taylor, reneged on a promise to cover Daffney's hospital fees that stemmed from a laundry list of injuries: 3 concussions, a broken arm, a deeply bruised sternum and stinger caused by reckless in-ring stunts, and then fired her when she took the legal remedies at her disposal to force their hand. On July 19, 2011, Shannon was arrested in Hillsborough County, Florida for driving under the influence with property damage. She pled guilty to the charges, for which she was sentenced to 1 year of probation and fined $1,580. In 2012, she was involved in a serious car accident in Florida. She credited wearing a seatbelt for having saved her life. On March 8, 2013, the lawsuit against TNA was settled out of court. Daffney had this to say about her welcome legal victory on Twitter. I'd like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank all the love and support over the past 2 years. I appreciate so much that you recognize the huge injustice that is being done to professional wrestlers throughout the industry. I hope my case has opened up a few eyes, and maybe now we, the wrestlers who put our bodies on the line every time we step into the ring, are one step closer to being provided with medical coverage and all the benefits that go along with being a true employee and not an independent contractor. Despite retiring in 2011, in July 2012 she began working as a hostess of the new Shine Wrestling promotion. She held the position until May 2013, when she returned to the role of a manager. Also in 2013, Daffney returned to Shimmer Woman Athletes at the promotion's first ever internet pay-per-view, Volume 53, where she appeared as a manager of Regeneration X. She also appeared in 2018 in Ring of Honor after a Woman of Honor World Championship tournament final between Sumi Sakai and Kelly Klein, congratulating Sakai on her victory. In 2018, Daffney made what would be her only non-archival WWE appearance when she was in the crowd and acknowledged by Mick Foley during his WWE Network stand-up special 20 Years in Hell held at Mr. Spall's Theater in Pennsylvania, which was taped on the 20th anniversary of the infamous Hell in a Cell match that took place in Pittsburgh at the Civic Arena. Shannon had surgery in January 2017 to fuse her C5 and C6 vertebrae to fix an extrusion that was pressing upon her spinal column. She subsequently wrote that neck surgery was a rite of passage for professional wrestlers. Later, Shannon became vocal about concussions in the professional wrestling industry. In the 2017 book, Sisterhood of the Squared Circle, The History and Rise of Women's Wrestling, Shannon was quoted as saying concussions had ended her professional wrestling career and advised other wrestlers to rest after taking a blow to the head. She says the effects the concussions had on her day-to-day life were obvious, such as having to cover the windows with blankets because bright lights gave her headaches. In a live stream video posted the day she died, she said, "I want the future generations to know, don't do stupid shit like me." On September 1st, 2021, Shannon streamed a live video through Instagram in which she read a suicide note, holding what appeared to be a pistol and requesting that her brain be donated for CTE testing. Fans took to social media to support Shannon, and law enforcement were dispatched to previous known addresses until her family were able to provide an updated address. Her death was announced online the following day by Shimmer wrestler Lexi Fife at Shannon's family's request. An official for the Gwinnett County, Georgia Medical Examiner's Office also confirmed her death but did not disclose the cause. A report from the police department indicated that she had died of an apparent gunshot wound to the chest. Her autopsy results were released in March 2022 and revealed that her death had been ruled a suicide, and it was also reported that her brain had been taken to the Boston University CTE Center and Brain Bank for analysis. USA Today wrote that her death intensified concerns within the business, especially among women performers, noting that wrestlers Ashley Massaro and Hana Kamura had also died by suicide in the preceding 2 years. Industry veterans Mick Foley and Kane included the phone number for the suicide hotline in their tweets, while Paige used the hashtag Mental Health Matters, and CM Punk encouraged people to ask for help. Mental, physical, spiritual, and emotional. Take care of each other. Mike Johnson of Pro Wrestling Insider encouraged industry leaders to make permanent changes regarding mental health care, comparing it to WWE instituting its wellness policy after the 2005 death of Eddie Guerrero. While WWE does not provide psychological and psychiatric services for contracted performers, cheerleader Melissa pushed for other promotions to provide services for their wrestlers. A video published on September 10th revealed Shannon was cremated and a mass was held in her memory. Awesome Kong subsequently dedicated her induction into the Impact Hall of Fame to Shannon on September 18th. The following month, Impact dedicated the Monsters Ball match at Knockouts Knockdown to Shannon. That was a story of Shannon Spruill, aka Daffney.
If we can keep the fire burning.
Edward Fatu, known to his friends and family as Eki, performed under the ring name Umaga. As a younger brother of the Tonga Kid and Rikishi, and a nephew of Afa and Sika of the Wild Samoans, wrestling was in his blood. He made his in-ring debut in 1994 in his uncle's promotion, World Extreme Wrestling. He would appear in Frontier Martial Arts Wrestling in Japan, when him and his cousin Matt formed a tag team calling themselves Armageddon. They would later join the WWF and be known as 3 Minute Warning. Throughout his career, he would perform under several ring monikers such as ECMO, Jamal, but most notably from 2006 to 2009 in the WWE, where he wrestled as Umaga and would reach main event status. Arguably one of the highlights of his career was WrestleMania 23, when he represented Vince McMahon in the Battle of the Billionaires. He was released from his contract in WWE after violating its wellness policy and refusing to enter treatment. He wrestled his last match in November 2009 on the Hulkamania Tour in Australia. The next month he would be found unresponsive by his wife and taken to hospital, where he was pronounced dead. According to his autopsy report, a combination of heart disease and a deadly mixture of 3 different types of prescription medication led to his untimely passing. Eddie was a continuation of a disturbing pattern of wrestlers passing before the age of 40 due to drugs or painkiller abuse. Umaga is the Samoan meaning for the end, which is a tragic parallel to the life of Eddie Fatu. At the time, many considered him to be the best worker in the family. During his relatively short run as Umaga throughout WWE's Ruthless Aggression era, he became one of the most unforgettable characters to fans, but seemingly forgotten by the company after his passing. Known in the ring as the Samoan Bulldozer, but behind the curtain he was known as one of the most sweethearted men in the industry. This is the story of Eddie Fatu.
Professional wrestler Edward Fatu, who performed under the name Umaga, died Friday at a Houston hospital, said a WWE spokesman. A family friend said Fatu was found unresponsive at home by his family and never regained consciousness. Doctors indicated that he died of a heart attack. He was just 36.
Edward Fatu was born in American Samoa on March 28, 1973. His mother, Vera Fatu, was a sister of Afa and Sika of the Wild Samoans, who in the span of their career captured 21 tag team titles throughout various promotions. Being the younger brother of WWE Hall of Famer Rikishi and the legendary Tonga Kid, wrestling was in his blood. The family would go on to produce some of the greatest performers of all time, including Yokozuna, Roman Reigns, and the Uso brothers, among others. In November 1992, He was married, and early the following year, him and his wife had their first of 4 children. He trained under his uncle Afa and began wrestling in his World Extreme Wrestling promotion in 1995. He formed a tag team with his cousin Matt, who would later be known as Rosie. He had tremendous agility, speed, and endurance for his size. According to The Observer, Kim Wood, an assistant coach with the Cincinnati Bengals at the time, commented upon seeing him work on Les Thatcher shows that somehow he must have slipped through the system because a guy that size and agility should be in the NFL. He and his cousin Matt dominated the tag team division everywhere they went. In March of 1999, the duo made their Japan debut in Frontier Martial Arts Wrestling in a tag team tournament, calling themselves Armageddon 1 and 2. In May of 2000, he would perform under the name Eddie Fatu, while his cousin as Matty Samu, and known as the Samoans, briefly capturing the WEW Hardcore Tag Team titles before dropping them and leaving Japan. The following year, still calling themselves the Samoans, they would have a WWF tryout match at a house show in Columbus, Georgia, losing to Charlie and Ross Haas. They officially signed developmental contracts with the World Wrestling Federation and were assigned to Heartland Wrestling Association, adopting the tag team name the Island Boys, now using the ring names ECMO and Chemo. Throughout 2001, they would make a handful of appearances in WWF, both on Jacked and Sunday Night Heat. They won the HWA Tag Team Championship in November of 2001 by defeating Evan Courageous and Shannon Moore. They also competed for Memphis Championship Wrestling, holding the MCW Southern Tag Team Championship on 3 occasions. According to the Bleacher Report, when Ross Haas died from a heart attack, the 3 people that found him dead were Lance Cade, Charlie Haas, and Eddie. Since that time, Haas said that Lance Cade and Eddie were his 2 best friends. While the WWF changed its title to the WWE, the cousins would also be given new names. Eddie was renamed Jamal, and Matt renamed Rosie, and they made their main roster debut on the July 22, 2002 episode of Raw as 3 Minute Warning, a team of nefarious hoodlums. They were hired as enforcers for Eric Bischoff, attacking random wrestlers each week. After Bischoff gave people 3 minutes to entertain him, or they would face being ambushed by the duo. They attacked countless wrestlers at the command of Bischoff, including D'Lo Brown and Sean Stasiak. The team had a memorable run as 3 Minute Warning. Their last match was on Sunday Night Heat on May 26, 2003, losing to Maven and Tommy Dreamer. The WWE dropped the angle. He was released and the company began filling its roster with new talent from its developmental territory. For the time being, him and his cousin Matt would go their own separate ways. Matt would remain in the WWE and embark in a superhero in training angle with Gregory Helms. To avoid any legal issues with WWE, Eddie would change his ring name from Jamal to ECMO and wrestled a handful of matches in MLW, teaming with both Mana and Samu. In October of 2003, he would sign with TNA and form a team with Sonny Siaki. Later that year, he would return to All Japan Pro Wrestling as Jamal, forming several short-lived tag teams with Just Incredible, Teo Key, Buchanan, and D'Lo Brown. He would spend most of 2004 and 2005 working for All Japan Pro Wrestling, but would make brief appearances during his trips back to the US and TNA, as well as a handful of appearances for NWE during their Destiny tour in Europe. He returned to WWE in December 2005, signing a new deal. At first, the plans were he and his cousin Matt were rehashing their 3 Minute Warning gimmick, but after seeing him in a squash match and the improvement he had made in the ring, Vince McMahon decided to pull the plug on the plans and groom him for a big run as a singles wrestler, now calling himself Umaga. He would be featured as a Samoan character, similar to that of his uncles, uncontrollable and spoke no English, which made it impossible for a ref to do anything about his attacks. According to The Observer, an idea was constructed that Gary Hart would form a heel stable with Umaga as its top gun called Black Friday Management. The concept was to portray Gary Hart as a Don King type with a criminal vibe and dress him like Suge Knight with a mob-style business suit, with the idea that he was independent of WWE and bringing talent to the organization. There was also an idea that Hart would be accompanied by a hot Asian girl based on Gogo Yubari, the Catholic schoolgirl assassin in Kill Bill. Hart felt he physically couldn't do it and had moved on. Vince McMahon was never warm to the idea because Hart was originally going to be the manager of Earthquake John Tenta at one point. Hart showed up at the airport in the city for his debut taping, and nobody was there to pick him up. When he finally got to the arena, already mad about the treatment, he got into an argument with Jay Strongbow, left the building, and went home. Hart still followed wrestling until his death, but had no interest in being a part of it. He was paired with Armando Estrada, and the two ended up having good chemistry. Over the next year, Umaga and Armando ran over mid and lower card WWE talent. During his first year with the company, many observers noted that he moved quicker and better than any other man his size. His gimmick and heritage combined made him a shoo-in for the top tier of the WWE. Estrada was a great talker, and they didn't want Umaga to speak English in order to get over the savage gimmick. Later, they spent literally months trying to figure out some sort of way to get him to speak, and then suddenly, one day out of nowhere, he just cut a normal promo. Umaga gained victories over all of Raw's top performers, including Triple H, Shawn Michaels, and John Cena, who was still champion at the time. He also ended up sending Kane to SmackDown after winning a Loser Leaves Raw match. On the February 19th episode of Raw, Umaga was announced as Vince McMahon's frontman for Battle of the Billionaires with Donald Trump at WrestleMania 23. Instantly after selecting Umaga, McMahon granted him a match against the Intercontinental Champion Jeff Hardy, and 4 minutes later, he was crowned the new Intercontinental Champion. This would be the beginning of an enormous push he would receive that year. For the next several weeks, he would face John Cena during main events during house shows. His career peaked in WrestleMania 23, when he and Bobby Lashley were the surrogates for Vince McMahon and Donald Trump in the hair vs. hair match, which was the biggest money-drawing match in the history of the industry, doing 1.2 million buys on pay-per-view. Even though he lost, he was featured on the show's main event, further upping his status in the company. On April 16, 2007, on a Raw episode from Milan, Italy, his opponent was picked from the crowd by Vince McMahon. He said his name was Santino Marella. At first glimpse, this looked like it was going to be another squash match, but with interference by Bobby Lashley, he lost the match and his title. For the next month, Santino would achieve seemingly accidental wins to keep the title while being paraded as an innocent childlike personality who is smaller in stature and not experienced enough to mix it up with seasoned veterans. He even locked out and won a successful title defense against Umaga, before losing the belt back to him in a return match on July 2, 2007. Eddie remained a high-card performer, and most notably in a feud with Jeff Hardy in late 2007, having some great encounters including a Falls Count Anywhere match at the Extreme Rules pay-per-view. Over the following months, Eddie would suffer a couple of injuries which would keep him off TV and lower his standing within the WWE ranks, but with more injuries came more painkillers. In an August 2007 article by Sports Illustrated and the Washington Post, Eddie was named as a number of pro wrestlers and other professional athletes to have purchased pharmaceuticals from an online pharmacy. He was reported to have received a growth hormone between July and December 2006. This was his first violation of the wellness policy. He was suspended for 30 days and immediately lost the Intercontinental title to Jeff Hardy on the September 2nd episode of Raw. His first match back was a title shot against Triple H at the No Mercy pay-per-view, in which he came up short. Eddie's push seemed to be over. Although he was still in high-profile matches, his status as a main eventer was slipping away. He would be written into countless one-shot angles and even form a short-lived team with Randy Orton, but mostly be putting over other superstars like Triple H and Jeff Hardy. In February of 2008, it appeared his career was back on track, as he competed in the main event on the No Way Out pay-per-view in the Elimination Chamber match. The next week on Raw, he would squash D.H. Smith in under 2 minutes, and Super Crazy the next week in 41 seconds. On April 26th, while participating in the WrestleMania Revenge Tour across Europe, Eddie received word his mother, Vera Fatu, passed away. He immediately flew home to be with his family. 2 weeks later, he was back on the road. In July, he was sent from Raw to SmackDown for a headlining feud with The Undertaker. But on August 2nd, 2008, he suffered a torn PCL from a bad landing outside the ring in a match in Johnson City, Tennessee. After being examined by WWE's Dr. Martha Dodson, a sports medicine specialist, she decided he didn't require surgery. It was reported he would go through rehabilitation instead. She would go on to say, "The concern of anyone with an injury such as this will be coming back too soon, because you could worsen the injury or actually suffer more injuries to the rest of the knee," said Dodson. In his situation, because of his level of competition, it would not only be very painful to return, but could potentially worsen other injuries. I think a minimum of 4 to 6 weeks is a pretty rapid time for him to get back into action. But like most men and women who fill top spots on the roster, any time missed can be career suicide. So Eddie did what most top tier talent did and used painkillers to minimize his time away from the company, and he was back in the ring in less than a month, which would prove to be a mistake. After a series of house shows against Gregory Helms, he spent the rest of 2008 nursing the torn ligament, making only a couple of appearances.
Custom Muscle is your wholesale distributor, not only for superstars of the WWE, but for health and fitness enthusiasts everywhere. With our wide range of sports nutrition and supplement products, top-of-the-line protein and energy drinks, Custom Muscle was designed for everyone's needs, no matter who you are or what you're trying to accomplish. From training tips to diet nutrition advice to forums and everyday health-related topics, we will help you customize your muscle needs. Visit us at custommuscle.com.
On October 1st, 2008, while still recovering from his injury, him and longtime friend Charlie Haas became business partners in an attempt to plan for his future outside the WWE and still be able to provide for his family. They opened up a vitamin and supplement store, which also incorporated a smoothie bar and online forum. The store was located in Frisco, Texas. Eddie returned to the WWE for a short time in January to build up a match with Triple H, but after that, creative didn't have any ideas for him. One problem he faced throughout his run as Umaga that became more prevalent during a series of matches with Helms was the crowd cheered him over the babyface. When he was supposed to be portrayed as a heel, that created a problem with WWE writers. February 6 on SmackDown, he would face Funaki, which turned out to be a squash. Fans cheered for Umaga, although it sounded like WWE tried to drown them out. Dave Meltzer would note in the February 16th Observer, Umaga had trimmed down. On the February 20th edition of SmackDown, he faced Scotty Goldman, aka Colt Cabana. Vince hated the first match they did and made them go out and do it again, which Colt Cabana probably knew was the beginning of the end for him. Umaga ended it quickly in a completely one-sided match. He took another hiatus in April to deal with the problems he was having with his torn ligament. He was brought back in May for a feud with CM Punk before Punk's heel turn. The way the Triple H and Punk feuds were booked, it made it clear his stock had dropped, and because The Undertaker was out now with an injury, their storyline was put on hold. According to The Observer, there was a feeling that he had returned out of shape and was noticeably slower in the ring. On the May 22nd SmackDown show, he spoke English, breaking his Samoan Wildman gimmick, even though allowing him to speak English had been talked about for more than a year beforehand. In the May 26 Observer, Dave Meltzer would write, "Why is Umaga talking? Gimmick, killed. Realistically, this makes no difference, but it upsets me that instead of getting this guy a great manager, now he's just talking and breathing heavy into the mic. Worse, when he left up the ramp he started ranting and raving." On the June 7th Extreme Rules pay-per-view show in New Orleans, he lost a Samoan strap match to CM Punk that he was originally scheduled to win. The next day it was announced he had been released due to failing a drug test, but he claimed to family and friends he quit. He was given a choice to go to rehab or not, and decided not to. As reported on WWE.com on Monday, June 8, 2009, WWE superstar Umaga, Eddie Fatu, has been released from his World Wrestling Entertainment contract. However, consistent with the practice of announcing wellness policy violations, it should be noted that Umaga's termination was due to his second violation of the WWE wellness program and his refusal to enter a rehabilitation facility. but the chance to return would come when he signed to do the Hulkamania tour. He was one of several of the wrestlers on the tour contacted by the WWE with pressure put on them not to do the tour. However, all the names announced, including Eddie, had signed contracts, so he kept his commitments. He was expected to return at the next year's Royal Rumble. Everyone liked him, and Hogan said that he wanted to get him into TNA. There was certainly interest from that side, but Eddie told people there was no way he was going there and that he was heading back to the WWE as soon as the tour was over. He told others on tour that he had too much loyalty to the McMahons, in particular saying that he felt a degree of loyalty to Stephanie and Triple H, who gave him his biggest career opportunity, and that he would be returning there even though Hulk Hogan was still attempting to recruit him. His final match was on November 28, 2009 in Sydney, Australia. He had just returned home from the tour when he suffered a heart attack at his home in Texas. He was found by his wife on December 4th, and despite their best attempts, paramedics were unable to revive him. The heart attack was so severe that the family was called once he was admitted into the hospital and told to fly in because he wouldn't last much longer. He was being kept alive through life support, but suffered a second heart attack the next day. The final autopsy report listing his death as accidental, caused by acute toxicity due to the combined effects of somas, Vicodin, and Valium. He also had heart issues, including an enlarged heart, which is common among young wrestlers' deaths, as well as kidney failure, and his liver went into shock, likely from the heart attack. There is no evidence of him having consumed alcohol the night he died. His death was a major heartbreak to the family, which had a series of tragedies in a short period of time, including the death of Vera Fatu, his mother, and the sister of Afa and Sika 7 months earlier from cancer. Afa wrote, "On behalf of my family, we are devastated and shocked by the loss of Areki, our son, nephew, brother, cousin, husband, father. Our hearts are broken and words can't express what each of us are feeling. It is so comforting to know how loved Eki is by his family, peers, friends, and most of all his fans. When I received that AM phone call that my nephew was in the hospital, I dug deep and prayed and cried and begged for a miracle. When we lost Eki, I knew it was God's will and that he is with my sister, his mother, who passed within the last year. We are making plans now for our farewell to Eki, but I wanted to take this time to thank everyone for all the thousands of posts, emails, letters, and cards. Although I've not been able to bring myself to answer them personally, your kindness does not go unnoticed. I want to especially thank our WWE family and Stephanie McMahon for everything, and her phone call was very comforting to me in my time of sorrow. God bless each and every one of you. I've said it 100 times. The best people in the world are our wrestling people. You'll never find a more dedicated group of people. Be safe and healthy and love one another." During an episode of Talk is Jericho, former WWE writer Court Bauer stated Vince McMahon was torn apart by Eddie's death. He would go on to say, "I vividly remember when he passed away, and I remember how legit sad Vince was about it, because at the time, I think they had let him go because he wouldn't go to rehab, and I remember Vince really saying like, I tried, I did not want this to happen, I couldn't do anything, like if you're not going to go do it on your own, there's nothing we can do." During his last match when he pinned Ken Anderson, Anderson commented how spooky it was that he had Umaga and Eddie Guerrero's final match before either man died. Eddie would be instrumental in bringing his two nephews, Jonathan and Joshua Fatu, known professionally as Jimmy and Jey Uso, to the WWE. According to Rikishi, his younger brother was always close with his sons. While he was away in Pensacola and planning to return to Houston, he told the twins, who were installing office furniture at the time, it was now or never. They packed their bags, said goodbye to their families, and embarked on the 10-hour drive to Houston with their uncle, and never looked back. They trained at Booker T School and the next year made their debut in Florida Championship Wrestling. Their success was bittersweet, as the same day they signed their contracts with the WWE was the same day Eddie passed away. The brothers have become one of the most entertaining tag teams on the WWE roster, and both critics and peers consider them to be one of the best tag teams in WWE history. Eddie was well liked and respected by those who worked closely with him in the WWE. Despite his previous tenure and respect within the company, WWE did not acknowledge his death on television in any way, which one can speculate was for PR reasons, which will forever remain a sore point with some of his family members and his fans around the world. In the 2009 awards issue of The Observer, Dave Meltzer would list WWE not acknowledging the death of Umaga on TV, the number 4 most disgusting promotional tactic. Eddie leaves behind a legacy in the Samoan dynasty that many say is one of the biggest contributions of this decade, not only making a huge impact during his time as an upper-card talent, but without Eddie, the Uso brothers could very well still be assembling office furniture. As well, in following family tradition, his son Zilla is currently training at Booker T School in Texas and hopes to join his cousins in the bloodline. That was the story of Eddie Fatu. Rick Bogner, also known as Rick Titan, was a professional wrestler who was most well known for playing the imposter Razor Ramon in the WWF during late 1996 and early 1997. A storyline at the time which was looked down upon by wrestling fans, but later gained a somewhat cult-like admiration. Alongside the fake Razor gimmick, a young Glenn Jacobs would also play the part of an imposter Diesel. At the time, the real men behind the gimmick, Scott Hall and Kevin Nash, had jumped ship to competitor WCW, and the World Wrestling Federation was scrambling to recapture the viewers' eyes that wandered to the competition as Hall and Nash were about to be part of one of the biggest storylines ever in the history of sports entertainment. Rick would make his final appearance in the WWF in early 1997 and made his way to the USWA, still using the Razor Ramon gimmick, but would soon give it up and begin using the name Rick Titan, before leaving the company altogether once his one-year contract expired. His career began in the Canadian Indies and was a regular in frontier martial arts in Japan, wrestling under the name Big Titan. He would also make appearances in CWA, WAR, ECW, AAA, WWC, New Japan Pro Wrestling, and eventually returned to Canada during Stampede Wrestling's revamp in 1999. He would also perform under various other monikers such as Mega Mask, Razor Rick, Rick Titan, and Ty Doe. After retiring from wrestling, he became an author and a motivational speaker and was known for his huge heart. Imagine when you die, people use the word fake to describe you, even though you spend a lifetime dedicated to your passion, but only remembered for a very small portion of your life's work. This is the story of Rick Bogner.
He was known as Big Rick to many in the wrestling community, a giant of a man with a big heart. That's what friends say about a former professional wrestler from Calgary who died unexpectedly last month. Tyson Fedor reports.
Rick Titan Bogner, also known as Razor Ramon II in the WWE, died suddenly September 20th from a heart attack. Bogner retired from wrestling in 2000 after suffering career-ending injuries to his neck and back.
I know that in the past he'd had some additions with some problems with painkillers.
Pain he continually felt until his death. After wrestling, he became a motivational speaker.
You want to be a great leader? Let's try that again. Are you ready?
Bogner was 49.
Rick Bogner was born in Surrey, BC on January 16, 1970. By 10 years old, he was already making local newspapers for cross-country racing in 1980, placing 14th out of over 1,000 participants, and in 1981, finishing first in the javelin throw and shot put. He had a love for martial arts and even achieved a black belt in Aikido, which is a mix between judo and karate. He became a wrestling fan at the age of 16 when he saw a match between Ric Flair and Ronnie Garvin. Already towering most of his peers at 6'5" and weighing 250 pounds, he decided that would be a viable career path. He graduated from Earl Marriott Secondary in Surrey and began digging around trying to find ways to get into the business. According to Rick, he had a friend of a friend whose wife worked in a bank with someone who was married to a wrestler in Vancouver's All-Star Wrestling. He attended local all-star wrestling shows in Cloverdale, but according to Rick, it was pretty hokey-doke wrestling. But when he watched Stampede Wrestling from Calgary, he knew that was in a different league. At 18, he packed his bags and headed to Calgary, Alberta, Canada. He enrolled in Mount Royal College in Calgary studying English, literature, and psychology, but still had his heart set on pro wrestling and dropped out after one semester. At 6'6", he couldn't handle sitting in a tiny little desk. He began training with the Hart family and attending Stampede wrestling shows, but would soon suffer a setback after he broke his ankle attempting a backflip off the top rope, trying to imitate Tom McGee. Around this time, Stampede Wrestling was shutting down. He would spend the next 2 years as a bouncer in different bars on Electric Avenue in Calgary and bouncing around the limited independent promotions in Western Canada. In 1989, he would end up in West 4 Wrestling Alliance in Winnipeg, Manitoba, building his ring resume facing everyone from Ken Patera to Sheikh Hadan Al-Casey. During his time with Stampede Wrestling, he met Ricky Fuji, who he would develop a personal friendship with. In 1991, Ricky passed a tape of Rick to Onita, who ran Frontier Martial Arts, who at this time was on the hunt for big North American wrestlers, and before he knew it, he was debuting in FMW as Big Rick Titan. On January 15, 1992, the day before his 22nd birthday, he became the FMW heavyweight champion. He would hold the title for 15 days, dropping it to Tarzan Goto. Rick found a great deal of success in Japan both as a single star and forming a dominating tag team with Mike Awesome. In 1994, he spent 6 months wrestling in Austria and Germany and CWA. He made a brief return to Canada working for Canadian Rocky Mountain Wrestling, feuding with Bad News Allen, and becoming the CRMW heavyweight champion, while splitting his time appearing in War, Wrestling and Romance in Japan, going back and forth every 2 weeks. In the summer of 1996, after receiving a call from Sabu, he appeared in ECW. Back in the locker room, Rick did his Razor Ramon impersonation as a joke, and Paul Heyman saw dollar signs. They made a plan to play a prank on Shane Douglas, who had real-life heat with Scott Hall at the time. There was an incident before a show when the crew and talent would communicate with walkie-talkies while preparing for the event. Rick got on with an unsuspecting Shane Douglas, who was also one of the bookers at the time, and did the Scott Hall impression. He got him. Shane told him to do it in the ring. Rick slicked his hair back, put on a vest he had from Germany, had a toothpick in his mouth, and came out to Lowrider by War and called himself Slice and Dice Ramirez, as a play on serial killer Richard Ramirez. Simultaneously, Bret Hart was lobbying the WWF to give Rick a shot. Paul Heyman was in Bruce Pritchard's ear telling him about Rick's spot-on Razor Ramon imitation. In August of that year, he appeared in a dark match on WWF Raw in Columbus, Ohio, defeating Frank Stiletto. Rick thought it went well, but didn't hear anything back and just went on with his life. Then one day after a workout, he came home to a message from Vince McMahon on his answering machine. Rick was excited and immediately called Vince back. His excitement was short-lived when Vince told him he was going to be his next Razor Ramon, as at the time the real Razor Ramon, Scott Hall, had left for WCW. Because the WWF owned the gimmicks of both Hall and Nash portrayed, and were sour with them leaving for WCW, and somewhat portraying the same mannerisms as their previous gimmicks, McMahon was determined to prove they could put anyone else in the gimmicks with the same success. Rick had two choices: either go along with the idea, or tell Vince McMahon to forget it, and possibly blow any chance of ever making it to the WWF. So he packed his bags and headed for Stamford, Connecticut. Rick was now making double the money he was making in Japan. Expecting a lot of heat in the locker room, Rick would comment on how Shawn Michaels even gave him pointers on how to throw punches more like Scott Hall. But according to Rick, Vince taught him most of Scott's mannerisms, from how to walk to how to look at the crowd. Vince was obviously angry over Hall and Nash jumping ship to his competitor WCW, and had an attitude he created the Razor Ramon and Diesel gimmick and made Hall and Nash headliners, and could do it again. Little did he know, the new positions Hall and Nash were now in the NWO were about to change wrestling forever. In early September 1996 on Raw, Jim Ross, who had now turned into a heel character, announced Razor Ramon and Diesel would be returning to the WWF. After walking in front of live fans for the first time, Rick would admit the crowd was a lot worse on him than he thought they would be, as he walked past a disappointed look on fans' faces, swearing at him, calling him a fake, and chanting they wanted Scott Hall back. He realized this might have been a mistake. Rick still tried his best to sell the gimmick as best as he could. It was bittersweet. He made it to the WWF, which was his dream, but knew this wasn't going to last. In the September 16, 1996 Wrestling Observer, Dave Meltzer would write, WWF created a story of Razor Ramon and Diesel returning as an attempt to try and get ratings in a Monday night battle that the company has consistently lost, in a running angle that became the top item of interest in the company, thus overwhelming its hype for the coming pay-per-view show. Jim Ross said he had the biggest news story of his 20-year career and would reveal it on the hotline. However, in doing so, he revealed later in the show that Razor Ramon and Diesel were negotiating to return to the WWF. He said he'd have more details on the hotline, and there'd be more information over the weekend on Mania, Action Zone, and Raw. On the hotline, which no doubt did near-record business, Ross basically said negotiations were taking place, and he had got this information from his best source. Despite hype to the contrary, there were no updates on either Mania or Action Zone, as both shows are taped the previous Tuesday, and Vince McMahon didn't even come up with this angle until Thursday, at which point very few in Titan were clued in on what was going on, and most in the company were stunned by Ross's announcement on the show. On the Monday afternoon, McMahon sent a post online in continuation of this angle, saying that Ross would be forced to apologize for the statements, doing the swerve that they were dropping the angle since most people by this point knew Hall and Nash weren't going back. However, on Raw, Ross said he apologized because his comments upset delicate negotiations with Ramon, but that he was standing by his story and that negotiations with Diesel were still going strong. He continued to promise before every commercial break to have more on the story and at the end of the show as a way to keep viewers and hit the angle hard against the end of the show. Kevin Nash and Scott Hall knew nothing of this angle, finding out amidst a ton of commotion within wrestling while appearing on Friday night at the WCW house show. There is no loophole in the respective contracts, which have more than 2 years left, nor have there been any talks of them rejoining the WWF. Because of all the speculation, particularly online and on hotlines that Friday's announcement caused, the WWF confused that with having done a successful angle. The statement was basically designed as a hotshot angle to reverse a trend which had seen WCW dominate the ratings since it was switched to the 2-hour format in late May. In particular, history over the years has shown that WWF Raw numbers coming back from the 2-week Monday gap after the US Open usually takes a few weeks to get back to normal, and this was seen as a way to pique curiosity and to get the numbers back on track immediately. There was little more to the idea than that, although there was a plan, which may or may not be implemented because numerous people in Titan and most in wrestling think it would be a huge mistake to pay off the angle by using Rick Bogner's War's Big Titan as the bad guy Razor Ramon and Glenn Jacobs, formerly Isaac Yankem, as Big Daddy Cool Diesel. Putting new actors in established roles is commonplace in soap operas and has been done without fans reacting negatively in pro wrestling, with characters such as Doink the Clown in WWF after Matt Osborne was fired, or with the occasional masked wrestlers in Mexico and the United States after a dispute with promoters. But it has never been done in modern times with unmasked, distinctive wrestling stars of such high profile. The general belief in this plan, if implemented, will backfire greatly, even though the belief is that Bogner actually can do Razor Ramon better than Scott Hall, since he did a great job with the gimmick on an ECW show in Allentown, Pennsylvania as Slice and Dice Ramirez. There is even talk that if fans reject the characters, that Titan can always turn them heel, thus boos will be the reaction they want to get from the fans. Of course, there are numerous different kinds of heat and different types of boos, and not all booing heat for a heel is a kind of heat that is a positive. WCW can't react publicly to deny the story because of the lawsuit. Because by reacting and saying that Razor Ramon and Diesel, since the name Kevin Nash and Scott Hall have never been used, or even not using those names and talking about the wrestlers Titan is referring to be under contract and not leaving would play into the WWF's hands of the lawsuit and could be construed as admission that they were using Hall and Nash as Diesel and Ramon without using those names publicly. Jim Ross would later admit this was one of the worst mistakes of his career. The WWF continued its Razor Ramon Diesel angle. Rick even cancelled his war tour in Japan to start in the new role with the WWF. Ironically, while Rick was in Japan, Tokyo Sports ran a major story saying he was going to be the new Razor Ramon in the WWF and how he was told how it's a top secret and nobody knows about, and here the big secret was in a mainstream daily newspaper with a circulation in the 7 figures. Gorilla Monsoon announced that Scott Hall and Kevin Nash were under contract to another organization and that while he liked Jim Ross, he said he felt someone was hoodwinking the WWF fans. So it was all on Jim Ross, and not the WWF, as the World Wrestling Federation tried to separate itself from the Heat since people considered this angle a fraudulent attempt for ratings. Jim Ross ended up as the scapegoat for the Razor Diesel angle, something that had been clear from the bad reaction to the angle from the second week. After a brief glimpse the night before on the pay-per-view, where Rick Bogner and Glenn Jacobs, dressed as Razor Ramon and Diesel, attacked Savio Vega, the television show was built around teasing their appearance later in the show. It made the WWF come across that much more foolish since Scott Hall and Kevin Nash were shown early on during Nitro, also live, and well before WWF unveiled its new men, they had taken over Nitro and were making a joke about accepting no imitations. WCW had its own inside joke during that show, introducing Michael Jones, formerly Virgil, in the WWF as the new chief of security for the NWO and named him Vince. The new promotional strategy was now to pretend that Rick Bogner and Glenn Jacobs are simply Razor and Diesel, with all the announcers talking about the return of Razor and Diesel, and even Goldust doing a bit, trying to get over how happy he was that the sexy Razor was back in the WWF. Rick worked as a babyface against Stone Cold Steve Austin on some of the Canadian shows, and as a heel against Jake Roberts as well, under the name Giant Titan as opposed to Razor Ramon. Throughout late 1996, the Razor and Diesel characters were being used in less prominent roles in the company, as Scott Hall and Kevin Nash were in the process of forming one of the most popular factions ever, the NWO, and the more the WWF portrayed the imitation gimmicks, the more pathetic it made them look. Rick made his final WWF appearance as Razor Ramon in the 1997 Royal Rumble when he was eliminated in 17 seconds by Ahmed Johnson, but would still use a gimmick as him and Glenn Jacobs were sent to AAA in Mexico and then USWA in Memphis, where they would feud with each other, which culminated in a loser leave town match, in which Rick would win as Jacobs was sent back to the WWF, where he was repackaged into Kane. Rick would later publicly throw away the Razor Ramon ring gear and revert back to his previous name, Rick Titan. He would stay in the USWA until his one-year WWF contract expired in August. Then he would make appearances in Puerto Rico, but didn't enjoy his time there. According to Rick, he was hoping the opportunity would lead to something bigger and better, but because he had been brought in by Bret Hart and was considered a friend of his, throughout 1997, Bret was also at odds with management in the WWF and in the office. He still had Vince McMahon's phone number from when Vince originally contacted him to bring him into the company. Rick decided to give Vince a call, but as soon as he told Vince who it was calling, Vince told him to never call this number again and hung up the phone on him. Glenn Jacobs, on the other hand, still had contacts as he was originally from Memphis and still had a lot of friends who were in high places in the company and was able to get himself back into the mix and eventually into a new gimmick. He made his final appearance as Razor Ramon in WWC against Ray Gonzalez in November of 1997. In 1998, he would make his debut in New Japan Pro Wrestling, where he would join Japan's version of the NWO, until he injured his neck in 1998. Although he wrestled a couple more tours of Japan, he never felt the same after. He would finish up his in-ring career in Stampede Wrestling during its reboot in 2000. Although he made a brief return in 2012 when he appeared in CNWA Mega Expo in a tag team match. That would be his final appearance. After his wrestling career was over, Rick began a career as a motivational speaker. He would also study Eastern religion, including studying with a Buddhist monk for 4 years. On September 20th, 2019, Rick passed away in Calgary of an unexpected and sudden heart attack. He was 49 years old. That was the story of Rick Titan. Nikolai Volkoff was a professional wrestler who debuted in the 1960s and performed up until his passing in 2018. Born Josip Peruzovic in Yugoslavia on October 14, 1947, he immigrated to Canada after a weightlifting tournament in Vienna in the late 1960s. Standing 6'4" and weighing over 300 pounds, he caught the attention of Calgary promoter Stu Hart and made his debut in Stampede Wrestling in 1967. Throughout his career, he wrestled under various names such as Beeple Mongol, Boris Brezhnev, and most famously Nikolai Volkoff. He performed in almost every major promotion during his career while being billed as a Russian from the Soviet Union and singing the Soviet national anthem before every match, usually being drowned out by boos and on several occasions being attacked by his opponent before even finishing singing. One of the staples of the World Wrestling Federation's national expansion during the 1980s with his tag team partner the Iron Sheik, and was co-holder of the tag team titles on multiple occasions. This is the untold story of Josip Peruzovic, aka Nikolai Volkoff. Josip grew up in the Socialist Republic of Croatia, which was then part of Yugoslavia. His father was Croatian and his mother was Russian. His maternal grandfather, Ante Tomasevic, was world champion in Greco-Roman wrestling at the turn of the 20th century. His brother is Croatian footballer Luka Peruzovic, who played for Yugoslavia in the 1974 World Cup. In 1967, Josip slipped away one night from his Yugoslavian weightlifting team during a tournament in Vienna. He walked into the Canadian embassy and defected from behind the Iron Curtain. It was an easy choice, he recalled years later, remembering how he studied philosophy as a teenager in Croatia and decided he was not destined to live under a communist regime. He ended up in Canada, landing in Calgary, and after watching Stampede Wrestling on TV, found his way to Stu Hart's dungeon and began his professional wrestling career. He met Canadian wrestler Newton Tatry, also known as Jito Mongol. Tatry took Josip under his wing as a protege, and alongside Stu Hart trained the non-English speaking 350-pound man to become a professional wrestler. They would become a tag team as he began using the name Beepole Mongol. They made their way to North Bay, Ontario for a few months. Later, the Mongols were brought to the United States in 1968 and began being managed by Tony Angelo and later Lou Albano. In 1970, he faced Bruno Sammartino in Madison Square Gardens to a sold-out crowd. They captured the WWF International Tag Team Championship from Tony Marino and Victor Rivera on June 15, 1970. After losing the title to Luke Graham and Tarzan Tyler in a match over a year later that unified the WWF International and WWF World Tag Team Championship. After getting married and having a family, Josip decided to move on to becoming a singles wrestler, mainly because of the haircut he was forced to wear to fit the Mongol character. Bill Eadie would fill his role on the Mongol tag team. Josip made his way to Texas to work for Fritz von Erich in WCCW, who was impressed by Josip's muscular build, as most big men in that day were mostly fat. In 1974, he moved to the AWA, where he wrestled under the name Boris Brzezinkov, managed by Bobby the Brain Heenan. He used the same gimmick with a different ring name. He would return to the Worldwide Wrestling Federation by the end of 1974, now known as Nikolai Volkoff, and feud with Bruno Sammartino, selling out Madison Square Garden several times. He would have ongoing feuds with Pedro Morales, Chief Jay Strongbow, and Gorilla Monsoon. In 1976, he made a one-off appearance as a masked executioner as he became the third member along with Killer Kowalski and Big John Studd. They captured the World Tag Team Championship, but it was vacated due to a third member interfering. During this time in the WWF, Nikolai was announced as being from Mongolia. In 1977, he began what would be several tours in Japan for New Japan Pro Wrestling and All Japan Pro Wrestling, but still returning to the WWF and continue his feud with Bruno Sammartino as well as the likes of S.D. Jones. In 1983, while doing sporadic tours of Japan, Nikolai wrestled for Cowboy Bill Watts in the Mid-South region and began partnering with a young Barry Darsow, who was known as Crusher Darsow, a turncoat American who is now a Soviet sympathizer, feuding with both Jim Duggan and the Junkyard Dog. He made brief appearances in Florida Championship Wrestling, and while facing Manny Fernandez, the battle turned into a real fight when Fernandez showed up for their match drunk and began working stiff. Nikolai asked that Fernandez ease up several times, and when Fernandez didn't oblige, he was legitimately knocked out by several punches from Nikolai, as Nikolai was also a semi-professional boxer aside from being a pro wrestler. In July 1984, Nikolai returned to the Worldwide Wrestling Federation, now named WWF, and the next month defeating S.D. Jones on Georgia Championship Wrestling, when Vince McMahon's World Wrestling Federation took over the time slot on Superstation WTBS. That same year, Vince McMahon decided to team him up with former world champion the Iron Sheik, who had just lost the title earlier that year to Hulk Hogan. He began singing his rendition of the Soviet national anthem, and they became one of the most despised teams of that time. Originally, he was going to play the song from a cassette tape, but it got lost before the match, so Nikolai got on the microphone and claimed the Junkyard Dog stole it, and he would sing it instead. He claimed that was the only time he was ever nervous in the ring. From that point on, he sang before every match. The team became managed by classy Freddie Blassie. They won the World Tag Team Championship from the US Express, Barry Windham and Mike Rotundo at the first WrestleMania at Madison Square Garden, when Sheik had knocked out Windham from behind with Blassie's cane. Part of the pair's regular entrance consisted of waving the flags of Iran and the Soviet Union, then demanding that the crowd be quiet and show respect, while Volkoff sang the Soviet national anthem, a demand that usually only attracted boos from the usually pro-American crowds. Sheik then usually grabbed the mic and said, "Iran number 1, Russia number 1, USA Hakpui," which was followed by a simulated spitting act. It was all designed to get major heat from the crowd, which turned out to be a successful formula. On May 11, 1985, at the first Saturday night's main event, Sheik, Volkoff, and George Steele were defeated by the team of Windham, Rotundo, and Ricky Steamboat. Windham and Rotundo would win back the titles from Sheik and Volkoff. After losing the titles back to Rotundo and Windham, Nikolai began to wrestle more in singles competition. He faced Hulk Hogan for the WWF World Heavyweight Championship on several occasions in 1985 and 1986, including a flag match on Saturday night's main event at the Brendan Byrne Arena. Nikolai also feuded with former 82nd Airborne paratrooper Corporal Kirshner through 1985 and 86, defeating him in a peace match on Saturday night's main event. Their feud ended when Kirshner used Blassie's cane to defeat Volkoff at WrestleMania 2 in another flag match during the Chicago portion of the event. In the fall of 1986, Volkoff's manager, classy Freddie Blassie, sold half interest in his stable of superstars to the Doctor of Style Slick, as the aging Blassie was taking a step back from the business. This was a storyline aimed at reducing Blassie's active role, and the Hollywood fashion plate eventually retired in the fall of 1986 at the age of 68. Sheik and Volkoff feuded with WWF newcomer Jim Duggan for the majority of 1987, including Duggan running into the ring and stopping the Russian singing before their match against the Killer Bees at WrestleMania 3. Sheik and Volkoff won by disqualification when Duggan entered the ring while chasing Volkoff and then hitting Sheik with his 2x4 while he had the camel clutch on jumping Jim Brunzell. After WrestleMania 3, Sheik and Volkoff began a feud with Duggan, who would often run down to the ring and attack Volkoff and Sheik. This occurred on an episode of Saturday night's main event when the Can-Am Connection wrestled and defeated Sheik and Volkoff after Duggan, who was sitting in the front row of the audience, interfered due to the cheating of Sheik, Volkoff, and Slick. Sheik and Volkoff were forced to disband when Sheik and Duggan were pulled over by New Jersey State Police on their way to a WWF event. Even though Sheik and Duggan were feuding on screen, they were not in real life. Officers suspected Duggan of DUI. After a search of the vehicle and the persons, police discovered that Duggan was under the influence of marijuana while Sheik was high on cocaine. Small amounts of cocaine were also found in the vehicle. Duggan received a conditional release while Sheik was placed on probation for a year. The scandal that erupted after the two in-ring enemies were found drinking and doing drugs together led to the end of the angle, Sheik's release, and Duggan's temporary departure from the WWF. Nikolai and the Sheik were completely opposite when it came to traveling on the road, as Sheik liked to party while Nikolai liked to save his money and go back to his room every night early and get a good night's sleep. After Sheik was fired, Slick replaced him with Boris Zukov, another alleged Russian, to form the Bolsheviks. They feuded with WWF newcomers Powers of Pain, losing to them at the inaugural SummerSlam pay-per-view in 1988. But unfortunately, the Bolsheviks did not gain the level of success as did the partnership with the Iron Sheik, as they lost most of their matches and eventually Slick as their manager. Nikolai was also responsible for reconnecting Freddie Blassie with his daughter that he had not seen in years. When Russia fell and communism died, Nikolai decided he no longer wanted to be a heel and stopped singing the Soviet national anthem and began singing the US national anthem and became very pro-West, which led to a feud with Sergeant Slaughter, who had an Iraqi sympathizer role and teamed with the former Iron Sheik, who had recently become an Iraqi under the name Colonel Mustafa. After Nikolai's team defeated Slaughter's team at the 1990 Survivor Series with Tito Santana as the sole survivor, Nikolai left the WWF at the end of 1990. He made a brief return to compete in 1992 at the Royal Rumble match, as well as to face Hercules in a house show. After leaving WWF, Volkoff began competing on the independent circuit. On May 3, 1991, he defeated his former Bolshevik partner Boris Zukov for the Trans World Wrestling Federation in Newington, Connecticut. In 1992, he went to Eastern Championship Wrestling in Philadelphia, where he feuded with Vladimir Markov. On August 8th, he went to Puerto Rico to wrestle for World Wrestling Council WCC 19th anniversary show, losing to the Patriot. On October 2nd, he lost to ECW champion Don Morocco. On April 4th, 1993, he wrestled his former partner, the Iron Sheik, to a double countout at a Wrestling in the USA event in Livingston, New Jersey. He then returned to ECW on October 16th, 1993, and lost to Jimmy Snuka. He returned as a babyface to pin Barry Horowitz at WWF Superstars All-American Wrestling taping on July 6, 1993. On February 1st, 1994, Nikolai began a full-time return to the WWF, making a ringside appearance at a Superstars taping in White Plains, New York, during a match between Diesel and Mike Moraldo. For the next 2 months, Volkoff was shown in the crowd, until eventually he became a sympathetic heel, playing the whipping boy of Ted DiBiase's $1 Million Corporation. In the storyline, Nikolai had fallen on hard times and was forced to take a job working for DiBiase and his new corporation. As a low man in the group, he was forced to wrestle matches no one else wanted, or sent out to soften up opponents for other members of the stable as a sacrificial lamb of the group. The disrespect even extended to renaming him Nickel and Dime Volkoff, and DiBiase forcing him to place a cent sign on his trunks where the Russian sickle once was, along with a sign on his ring attire that read "Property of the $1 Million Man." The final WWF match for Nikolai was on December 30th, 1994, when he defeated Bob Starr in a house show. Nikolai's final appearance in the WWF was at the Boston Garden on May 13, 1995. During a match between Bam Bam Bigelow and Tatanka, Nikolai made an appearance to chase Tatanka's manager, Ted DiBiase, away. He made a brief cameo on an episode of Shotgun Saturday Night in 1997, where Todd Pettingale discovered him homeless sleeping in a box on the streets of New York City. He also appeared at WrestleMania 17 at the Astrodome in Houston in the Gimmick Battle Royal, which was won by the Iron Sheik. Mike was born in Tampa, Florida on January 24, 1965. Some of his first exposure to wrestling was at the age of 10, attending the matches at the Fort Homer Hesterly Armory in Tampa with other kids from the neighborhood, watching stars such as Dusty Rhodes and Jack Briscoe. He attended King High School in Tampa, Florida, and after graduating he worked in construction for a year and decided to study accounting at Hillsborough Community College, but had dreams of becoming a professional wrestler. He trained at Stan's Gym on 56th Street. After working out hard for a year and telling anyone that would listen his goals of becoming a wrestler, one of his friends from the gym wrote down Steve Keirn's number after seeing an ad on TV for his wrestling school. Mike made the call and went down and signed up, dropping out of college after 3 years. Although his parents were disappointed he dropped out of school, they were supportive of his dream. In January of 1988, he paid his $2,000 fee and began training at Steve Keirn's school along with Dennis Knight, also known as Midian, and would be the only two who would complete the training. He would also train with Al Green, who joined the class later on. Aside from learning how to take bumps, he would learn a lot of ring psychology from Lou Perez, who also smartened him up to the business, and was also trained early in his career by Jimmy Del Rey. His first match was a tag team bout, February 26, 1989, with his partner the Bubblegum Kid versus the Star Riders. After working in Pro Wrestling Federation and Florida Championship Wrestling, in March 1990 he made his way up to the USWA and began working for Jerry Jarrett. After 3 months and falling behind on his bills due to low pay, he headed back to Florida broke. And although he made some appearances for WCW, he was unsure if his wrestling career would pan out. He went back to college and began wrestling local shows part-time, where he was a heavyweight champion, but wrestling for free. He met a promoter who was sending a group of guys to Japan when one canceled, so Mike took his spot, which he believed saved his wrestling career. On September of 1990, he debuted in the Frontier Martial Arts Wrestling League in Japan and became known as a gladiator, and would work for them on and off for 9 years. According to Mike, kayfabe was still very much practiced. The heels and the babyfaces would take separate buses and rarely even speak before the matches. He debuted in FMW as a monster villain on September 20th in a street fight teamed with Mr. Pogo against Atsushi Onita and Jimmy Backlund, which Mike's team won. He lost to Onita in a chain death match on October the 1st, after which he returned to the United States. Onita was impressed by Mike and called him back for more tours with FMW. He returned to the company as Mr. Pogo's partner in a tag team tournament on January 6, 1991, where the duo lost their first match in the tournament against Onita and Sambo Asako. Pogo and Mike eventually made it to the semifinal, where they defeated Onita and Asako in the final match on January 15th to win the tournament. The success of the tournament is what led him to work full-time with the FMW. He returned to the States for a break, and on May 11, 1991, he married his high school sweetheart, Delisa Diane Bowers, in Hillsborough, Florida. After his wedding in the summer of that year, Mike returned to Japan and would form a villainous alliance with Tarzan Goto, Big Titan, and Horace Boulder after Mr. Pogo's departure from the FMW and resumed the feud with Onita. On August 17th, he participated in the barbed wire deathmatch tournament, which he defeated Horace Boulder in the quarterfinal and lost to Sambo Asako in the semifinal. During this time, Mike was inspired by Damien 666's Lucha Libre videos they watched on bus trips, which led him to adopt a high-flying style despite his big size. In 1993, Mike appeared in NWA Eastern Championship Wrestling for a short period as Awesome Mike Awesome. He was convinced to do so by Sabu, whom he befriended during his time in Japan. After Sabu started working for ECW, he returned to Japan and told Mike about the promotion and how he might want to check it out. Although he was initially hesitant, citing lack of interest, Sabu managed to talk Mike into it, who used his frequent flyer miles to go to Philadelphia and wrestle a match for ECW, but was only making $50 an appearance. He returned to Japan and in 1993 formed another faction in FMW called Team Canada with Ricky Fuji, Big Titan, Horace Boulder, Dr. Luther, and Dr. Hannibal. In 1994, while in FMW, Mike was involved in the first ever explosion pool death match in a ring floating on pontoons in an Olympic swimming pool, complete with barbed wire and landmines in the water. He would also wrestle the original Sheik on several occasions, and the two became very close friends. On February 5, 1994, at ECW's event The Night the Line Was Crossed, Mike made another appearance in the promotion and nearly injured wrestler J.T. Smith when he performed a high-risk dive to the outside of the ring. Smith's back was folded backwards against a guardrail during the impact. This spot appeared in many ECW highlight reels, including the intro to a variety of their television programs for years to come. According to ECW announcer Joey Styles, his own reaction to the spot inspired his "Oh my God" catchphrase. Mike did a tryout match in the WWF as an enhancement talent on December 12, 1996, losing to Justin Credible, who was known then as Aldo Montoya, in a dark match for WWF Superstars of Wrestling. But Mike was making good money in Japan and didn't have much interest in joining the WWF at the time. Mike achieved the biggest success of his career in FMW as a gladiator, where he became 3-time world champion with 2 reigns as Brass Knuckles heavyweight champion and 1 reign as independent heavyweight champion. His second Brass Knuckles heavyweight championship reign from 1996 to 1997 was the longest reign in the title's history, lasting for 489 days. By 1997, ECW talent would make regular trips to Japan and appearances in FMW, including Paul Heyman, who was impressed by Mike's work and offered him a job. His first feud was with Masato Tanaka, who he had faced in several matches in Japan. In his first pay-per-view, Tanaka powerbombed him over the top rope through a table. In a 2005 interview with High Spots Network, Mike claimed he wasn't even paid for the match, which would become all too common, as later on Mike even refused to sign a contract with ECW as Heyman wasn't paying him regularly, if at all. Mike returned to FMW on August 26th and wrestled his last FMW match, in which he defeated longtime rival Super Leather for one last tour and broke his ankle and quit. After 2 weeks back in the US with his ankle barely healed, he went back to ECW and faced Balls Mahoney, where he blew out his knee on the opposite leg. Long before WWE fans were chanting "This is awesome," Mike Awesome was garnering those chants from the most hostile of crowds in Philadelphia. Moreover, he was doing so while main eventing with people like Spike Dudley. That's how awesome he truly was. After a year off to nurse his injuries, he was contacted by Johnny Ace and invited him back to Japan to work for All Japan Pro Wrestling. After a tour with All Japan, Mike returned home and was again contacted by Paul Heyman, at this time wanting him to make him the ECW heavyweight champion, and again promised to pay him. After a 3-way dance with Tanaka and Taz, Mike was the new ECW champion. Shortly after winning the belt, and after several weeks of not being paid, Mike received a phone call from his cousin Horace Hogan, who was now in WCW and happened to be right next to his Uncle Hulk. Hulk got on the phone to Mike and told him to quit working for free. He introduced him to Eric Bischoff and got him a job with WCW. Because he was never on a contract with ECW, Mike was free to go. Once hired by WCW, he began receiving legal threats from Paul Heyman. Due to concerns over legal issues, WCW refrained from having Mike appear on their television shows with the ECW belt. Eventually, a compromise was reached. According to disclosed figures, his WCW contract was worth just under $280,000. Mike returned to ECW for one night and dropped the title to Taz, who was working for WWF at the time. When Mike showed up for the show, he had to wait outside and was not allowed in the locker room. His only contact with Paul Heyman at this point was through lawyers and faxes. Mike was disappointed having to face Taz as he didn't trust him at all at this point, and would have preferred to face Rhino as he was the only one he could trust. Lance Storm echoed perspective on Mike's decision to abruptly leave the Philadelphia-based promotion and noted that any heat was unjustified. He would state, "Mike got a lot of heat for the way he left ECW, but a lot of that was unjustified. The true story is that Mike was owed a significant amount of money from ECW and refused to sign a contract until he received all the money due to him. After repeatedly not receiving money promised to him, Mike accepted an offer from WCW that offered his family financial security. I'm not sure there is anyone in the business who would have done differently." During a video series for Kayfabe Commentaries, Justin Credible noted that Mike Awesome probably lost around $50,000 in unpaid money. His debut was on the April 10th, 2000 edition of Nitro, while still technically the ECW World Champion, where he was slated for a top spot. He debuted as a legend killer who feuded with Hogan and Nash. This was also the Nitro reboot, where Vince Russo and Eric Bischoff made the awkward decision to strip all of the champions of their titles to start over with the culmination of several tournaments at the coming of the Spring Stampede pay-per-view. Mike Awesome would debut from the crowd, siding with the New Blood stable and attacking Kevin Nash. Mike competed in the tournament for the United States title, but was knocked out in the second round to eventual winner Scott Steiner. In May 2000, Mike threw Canyon off the top of the first level in a triple cage onto the entrance ramp, which solidified his career killer gimmick. But after the incident at the Bash of the Beach in 2000 and creative differences between Hulk Hogan and Vince Russo, Horace was fired, and being close to Hulk and staying close to him backstage after the match was over to make sure nothing happened to Hogan put Mike in Vince Russo's bad books. Mike went from the career killer to the fat chick thriller. According to Eric Bischoff in his 83 Weeks podcast, Mike never complained and did what he was supposed to do. Mike would later state he felt uncomfortable and felt bad about making fat jokes about the women they paired him up with. After passing Russo in the hallway, Vince pulled him aside and told him he was going to make him that 70s guy, complete with his own talk show segment, The Lava Lounge. Somehow Mike continued to amaze fans and create memorable wrestling moments. No one will ever forget the insane clown posse being powerbombed on top of Mike's 1970s Partridge Family-style bus. Shaggy would actually slide off and legitimately hurt himself. Mike was making a mountain out of a molehill. On the January 3rd, 2001 edition of Thunder, Mike dropped the 1970s gimmick in favor of a Canadian career killer gimmick and joined WCW's Team Canada stable with Lance Storm and Elix Skipper. A feud with the Filthy Animals led to Mike challenging Billy Kidman to a hair versus hair match on January 15th. However, before the bout could take place, Team Canada attacked Kidman backstage, leaving him unable to compete. Kidman's bald stablemate Conan replaced him and got the win, giving the Animals the right to cut off Mike's longtime mullet. Mike then faded into the background, mostly helping Storm in his battles against Ernest the Cat Miller. On the final Nitro on March 26, 2001, Mike and Storm were defeated by Chuck Palumbo and Sean O'Hare in a WCW World Tag Team Championship match. WCW had hired Johnny Ace, and in 2001, Mike believed things would turn around for him. He cut his mullet and was paired with Lance Storm, but unbeknownst to him, the company was bought out by Vince McMahon and everything changed. When the company was bought out by the WWF, Mike was one of the first wrestlers to get a phone call and offered a job. According to Mike, the politics in the WWF locker room made for a tense work environment. After the March 2001 purchase of WCW by the World Wrestling Federation, Mike became part of the Invasion storyline in the WWF. His WWF debut came on the June 25, 2001 episode of Raw during a match which saw Test defending his Hardcore Championship against Rhino. After Rhino gored Test against a wall and pinned him, he stood celebrating his new title, only to be attacked by Mike wielding a metal pipe. He then powerbombed Rhino onto a ladder and pinned him, becoming the champion himself due to the 24/7 rule. Mike was the first WCW talent to gain gold in the WWF, getting away with the hardcore belt before any WWF wrestlers could catch him. Mike's hardcore reign came to an end a few weeks later on the July 12th edition of SmackDown when he was pinned by Jeff Hardy, thanks to a distraction by Edge. Mike defeated Edge on the July 16th episode of Raw. The feud continued when Edge introduced his tag team partner Christian into the rivalry. Mike and Lance Storm were defeated by Christian and Edge at Invasion on July 22nd, Mike's first WWF pay-per-view match. From there, Mike's push diminished and appearing mostly on WWF's B shows. Mike re-injured his knee in a match with the Big Show on November 2001, which would cost him 6 months on the shelf. When he returned, he became the ECW heavyweight champion. But in his opinion, he was just a transitional champion. Mike believed he was held back creatively in the WWF and was not able to give the fans the type of matches they wanted. Mike returned to the SmackDown brand on the July 27, 2002 edition of Velocity, where he was defeated by Tajiri. Mike was a mainstay on Velocity, SmackDown's B show, for the next few months, jobbing to wrestlers such as Farouk, Bull Buchanan, Mark Henry, and Funaki. Mike was released from the WWF on September 27, 2002, along with Sean Stasiak and Horace Hogan. Mike was quoted saying, "Being in the WWF sucked. I hated it. You had to kiss everybody's ass. You had to be on your political toes at all times. You would not believe the backstage politics. You were getting stabbed in the back constantly. I was so happy when I was told I was gone." Between blowing out his knee, having Paul Heyman in the office, and not being able to wrestle the style of matches he wanted to, he saw the writing on the wall. From 2002 until 2005, Mike competed on the independent circuit in the United States and Japan, where he returned to All Japan Pro Wrestling as a gladiator once again. He had a short stint with Major League Wrestling, where he won the MLW World Heavyweight Championship from Satoshi Kojima, only to lose it 10 minutes later to Steve Corino. In April 2003, Mike debuted in Total Nonstop Action Wrestling. He wrestled several matches for the promotion before leaving in May 2003. His TNA in-ring debut was on April 16th of that year, where he defeated Perry Saturn by DQ when the Sandman and New Jack interfered. On April 23rd, Mike teamed with Brian Lee and Slash in a losing effort against Perry Saturn, New Jack and the Sandman. On May 14th, Mike competed in his final TNA match where he lost to Mike Sanders in a tables match, after he returned to All Japan and had no more problems with his knee. Mike made an appearance at the ECW One Night Stand Reunion pay-per-view on June 13, 2005, defeating Masato Tanaka. The crowd greeted Mike with jeers at the beginning of the match, and commentator Joey Styles made frequent references to Mike's leaving of ECW for WCW, but by the end of the match, the crowd were chanting "This match rules" and gave both men a standing ovation. His last match was in 2005. In February 2006, Mike announced his retirement from wrestling, saying he wanted to spend more time with his family and adding that he felt underpaid for his work at the One Night Stand only event, and that he would only return to the ring if the money was right. After his retirement, Mike got a job with Coldwell Banker as a real estate salesman. Around that time, his marriage to his wife was beginning to fall apart. One day in 2007, she told him that she was leaving him. This apparently caught Mike completely by surprise, as he thought his marriage was fine. The two argued, and Mike allegedly grabbed her by the throat and threw her up against the wall. She wound up calling the police, and they arrested him on charges of domestic violence. While in jail, he called his wife, and she allegedly told him that she hated him and was divorcing him and taking their 2 children with her. According to Lance Storm, Mike seemed to be a very happy and loyal family man. When he was released from jail, Mike returned home to find an empty house with much of their money and belongings all gone. Reports say that she also went as far as to throw away and destroy some of his personal possessions. Completely despondent, Mike committed suicide by hanging himself. His friends discovered his body in his home. He was just 42 years old. WWE acknowledged his death on the February 20th broadcast of ECW on Sci-Fi at the opening of the program. Mike was an avid gamer, outdoorsman, and enjoyed fishing and trail bike riding, and would ride frequently at Alafia River State Park in Florida, close to his Tampa home. He left behind a son and daughter. That was the story of Michael Alfonso, aka Mike Awesome. Professional wrestling is a world of accounts of stories of over-the-top victories of athletes combating adversities and winning titles. It also has its share of shocking tragedies such as the Von Erichs, Owen Hart, Mike Awesome, and the Grahams. You've probably heard the saying, there are always 3 sides to every story, and somewhere in the middle lies the truth. When it comes to the tragedies of Eddie and Mike Graham, it's anyone's guess what really happened. The wrestling business is filled with individuals who are gone that can no longer defend themselves from analysis and allegations, and the ones that are still around frequently exploit this by trying to put themselves over while they can. A father and son who lived their lives during completely different generations, but yet had countless similarities. On January 21st, 1985, it was reported Eddie Graham had taken his own life. His grandson Stephen took his own life on December 14th, 2010, and Mike Graham committed suicide in a similar manner on October 19, 2012. This is a story of the various theories surrounding the deaths of Eddie and his son Mike Graham. Eddie Graham, whose real name Edward Gossett, and who early in his career in Texas wrestled under the name Rip Rogers, became known in the Northeast in the late 1950s as part of a top-rated tag team with his brother Dr. Jerry Graham, known as the Golden Grahams or the Graham Brothers. They found huge success in Boston, New York, and Washington, D.C., and other territories of Capital Wrestling, which was a precursor to the WWF. Dr. Jerry Graham was Vincent K. McMahon's favorite wrestler. As a teenager in the late 1950s, McMahon would dye his hair blonde to emulate Graham and even dress like him. The very prestigious U.S. Tag Team titles became theirs on several occasions until 1960 when Eddie left for Florida. Jerry Graham, wielding a hunting knife and a sawed-off shotgun, would later attempt to steal his mother's dead body from the hospital shortly after she passed away. Other members of this kayfabe family included Crazy Luke and later superstar Billy Graham. When Eddie was in the New York area, he became one of the most popular and wealthiest wrestlers of that era. The Graham brothers, Dr. Jerry and Eddie Graham, tried to stave off Antonio Roca and Miguel Perez during wrestling's golden era. Anytime anyone ever talked about wrestling, Bill Apter once said, Eddie Graham's name always came up. If you came to New York and talked about wrestling in the 1950s or 60s, the Graham brothers were the first names they mentioned. Eddie's further success in tag team wrestling was obtained in Florida with partners Sam Steamboat, Bob Orton Sr., and Big Ike Eakins. Eddie also became a two-time Southern Heavyweight Champion for the NWA in 1962 and 63. In 1968, Eddie Graham, who was already blind in one eye since birth, just barely escaped death in a locker room when a 75-pound steel window fell on his head at Tampa's Fort Hesterly Armory, causing both his retinas to be torn. Other sources claim they had become detached. The injury required him to get 300 stitches on his face and head. He was ultimately awarded $23,000 by the Florida State Legislature for the damages caused and was out of action for 15 months. In the early 1970s, he became a majority owner and bought into the Florida Territory, formerly owned by his trainer, Cowboy Bob Luttrell. There he took charge of championship wrestling from Florida's promoting and booking. He did bring in others to help him with booking from time to time, but Eddie always had the final say. Eddie Graham developed professional and amateur wrestling in the Sunshine State like nobody before and nobody since by generously donating vast sums of money for amateur wrestling camps, youth organizations, and various scholarships for universities in the Tampa, Florida area. Eddie saw how important little things could change the lives of youngsters in the community from a very young age. As a young kid growing up in Chattanooga, Tennessee, he would sell newspapers, and the newspaper in turn gave them all free memberships to the YMCA as a gift. Without that help, he would never have been able to afford it. This is also how he began lifting weights and was exposed to wrestling, where at 14 he met Luttrell, who was a hated heel until later getting into promoting in the Florida Territory. His first match was at age 17, and Eddie got paid with no money but a turkey. His father was not supportive of his wrestling because he didn't believe there was any money in it, but his mother backed him wholeheartedly. With his wrestling career winding down, he teamed with his son Mike, and together they won the Florida and Georgia versions of the tag team titles, while he himself stayed active until 1980. The father and son team of Eddie and Mike Graham battled Dick Slater and Pac Song in 1974. Eddie Graham's colleagues demonstrated how much they respected his mind for the business by electing him president of the NWA from 1976 to 78. With the territories thriving during his tenure, he was also instrumental in the historic unification title bouts between WWF World Champion Superstar Billy Graham and NWA World Champion Harley Race. At the time, the event held at the Orange Bowl in Miami was called the Super Bowl of Wrestling, and after a 60-minute bout, it ended in a controversial draw in front of a reported 12,000 fans under stormy conditions. With Gorilla Monsoon and Don Curtis as referees, the third fall began with the bout tied at 1 fall apiece. Superstar Billy Graham, with his shoulders pinned on the mat and clearly not responding due to Race's sleeper hold, was literally saved by the bell after Curtis counted to only 1 before the time limit expired. Once his in-ring career was over, Eddie Graham focused on his charitable organizations, real estate deals, and the Florida Territory's continual promotion. In terms of population, the whole state was going through a growth spurt. This is when, according to his son Mike, his father saw the writing on the wall that spelled doom for the territory and the business he had loved. The 1980s is when the continuous squabbling and backstabbing amongst the power-hungry owners of the different NWA territories finally caught up with them. A young upstart by the name of Vincent K. McMahon in 1982 acquired Capital Wrestling from his father and split from the NWA. He decided to take his product national while disregarding the regional agreements held by the NWA owners since 1948. With the various territories collapsing and closing operations, one of the final strongholds of the weakened NWA became the Carolinas under Jim Crockett Promotions, led by Jim Crockett Jr., or Jimmy as he was referred to by Mike Graham. He also had a vision of a national product, but at the expense of using surviving territories like Florida as an unofficial farm system, where he would lure Dusty Rhodes, Barry Windham, Lex Luger, and Ron Bass to his promotion in Charlotte. By now he was referring and promoting it as the NWA as if his partners didn't exist. Magnum TA was also a key star that left Florida, but had a brief but memorable stint in Bill Watts' Mid-South before heading to Charlotte. According to Mike Graham in a kayfabe commentary shoot interview, Dusty Rhodes leaving Florida may have been the territory's death blow. Meanwhile, the WWF continued to purge the NWA and AWA of its stars to stem the tide in its favor further. On July 14, 1984, to the horror of many fans and what would later be called as Black Saturday, the WWF took over the time slot on Superstation WTBS that once belonged to Georgia Championship Wrestling. By all accounts, Georgia was easily one of the top territories of the NWA. A now megastar named Hulk Hogan began to run wild in arenas and televised screens across the country. This made-for-TV muscle man, who urged the chants of fans while ripping his t-shirt off to the theme of Eye of the Tiger, seemingly threatened the other wrestling companies with his leg drop finisher as if to put an end to their futile attempts of recovering their once dominant territories. The WWF was moving at breakneck speed and permanently sprinting ahead of the wrestling race as if it were a race between a tortoise and a hare. With no respect for the old guard, Vince McMahon was destined to end the territory system. During all of this, Eddie Graham took his own life at the age of 55 on January 21, 1985, with a self-inflicted gunshot to the temple using a large caliber revolver. In a shoot interview conducted by Kayfabe Memories, his son Mike believed that various factors, including financial, personal troubles with his girlfriend, and his long struggle with alcohol, may have led his father to taking his own life. After his father's passing and the circumstances wrestling was in, it would have been almost impossible for anyone to keep the CWF afloat. Mike wound up selling his interest to Jim Crockett Jr. in 1987 and later got hired as a trainer and a booker for WCW. Bill Apter, who met Graham in 1971, says that Graham killed himself in a period of change that I don't think he would have been happy to live through. I think he would believe there's too much of the showbiz entertainment. Eddie always sold wrestling. In wrestling business terms, Mike's father perhaps saw the writing on the wall and foresaw the continued crumbling and eventual sinking of the NWA at the hands of the future juggernaut of wrestling, the WWF. Now a global corporation that goes by the name of World Wrestling Entertainment, this monster of sports entertainment had over $975 million in revenues in 2020, with the vast majority coming from its media library. Terry Funk recalls Eddie not having a lot of formal education, but became a self-made individual who learned to fly planes and captain boats. Graham saw Dory Funk and Amarillo become heavily involved in the community, and in turn, many opportunities in business opened for him. Graham tried to replicate this in Florida and became a very successful business owner and respected community entrepreneur. In his book, Terry Funk, More Than Just Hardcore, he further states, Eddie had a great mind for the business and a great feel for the fans. He had a great mind for the manipulation and continuation of what you would call storylines today. He was very ahead of his time in terms of how he promoted. When someone becomes very powerful and influential, they always have defenders and detractors. Former NWA World Champion Rugged Ronnie Garvin agreed that Eddie had an excellent business mind. However, in a shoot interview with Hannibal TV, he stated Eddie Graham as a human being was a piece of shit. He'd pilot his plane while drunk. Garvin would speculate about Eddie's suicide and mention that he had a girlfriend at the time, even though he was married. 5 or 6 years after Eddie's death, his son Mike showed Garvin a check for $600,000 after selling land for the Florida Sheriff Boys Ranch his father had owned. Ronnie further stated, even with all that money, Mike still wasn't happy. The assassin, Jody Hamilton, remembers a time when Eddie Graham didn't do so well in business, and troubles were starting to brew. He recounts from his book, Assassin, shortly after I took over the book in Florida, Eddie Graham and Buddy Fuller went to Australia and took their girlfriends with them. They had just bought the promotion in Australia from Jim Barnett and were convinced they would take the country by storm. Eddie told us, we're going to quadruple the business that Barnett did. Of course, history shows that they failed and lost their entire investment. Hamilton further states, "There's a lot of bickering going on in the office between the partners. While I was trying to conduct business, the partners would all be in Eddie's office, hollering, screaming, yelling, and arguing. When times were good, the business was booming, there was no problems. But when business slowed down, Eddie would go to them and say, 'The partners all need to cough up some money and get us through this slump. You have to come up with a specific amount of money, which is based on your percentage of the towns you own.'" Jody Hamilton also admits that Eddie made huge contributions to Florida, amateur wrestling, and the youth. Still, even though he was knowledgeable and had great ideas, the alcohol could often cloud his judgment. In a shoot interview with Hannibal TV, Kevin Sullivan admitted he got caught up with the wrong people. With so many stories on Eddie's death, there's a little truth in all of them. Sullivan agrees with Jody that Eddie had a brilliant mind for the business, but alcoholism was one of his demons that sometimes led him to make bad decisions. He claims that Eddie had been sober for 13 years but fell off the wagon while on a fishing trip with himself and his son Mike. He further states that Eddie believed he was smart and never thought he could be conned. Eddie supposedly knew a person in the political scene who was also part of the planning department. Rumors are that he invested a lot of money based on illegal inside information from this person. Once fired, there was a fear that he'd be exposed. It would have been an embarrassing situation for him in the community. Add to this the problems of him having a girlfriend while he was married. This theory about the real estate deal gone wrong is one that superstar Billy Graham also believes had something to do with Eddie's suicide. Eddie had worked his whole life to portray a decent image of a respected person in the community. This alleged fraud would have been the end of him and would face probable jail time if convicted, according to superstar Billy Graham. Kevin Sullivan further speculates that maybe Eddie had health issues because his body had changed. He doesn't toss out the possibility that alcohol had something to do with it. Dutch Mantell, who was hired to book Florida in 1984, recalls Eddie always tense and troubled. He remembered not being able to talk to Eddie to pick his brain because he was always on the phone with someone at the office. He too believed the rumor of the real estate with a shady background to it as one of the main catalysts of Eddie deciding to take his own life. Along with the business being down in Florida with all the talent that had gone to the Carolinas. California-based psychiatrist Dr. David Reese, CEO of Beyond Wellness Talent Protection, comments, "Theoretically, many factors may have contributed to Eddie's suicide, including chronic depression, alcoholism, long-term effects of the acute head injury, as well as possible chronic pain or additional effects of minor head injuries related to Eddie's wrestling career. We can only speculate how these factors affected Eddie's behavior and relationship with Mike, but there had to have been a significant impact." Graham made contributions to a number of charitable causes as chief of the Florida Boys and Girls Ranch Villa. In 1957, Graham, Cowboy Latrell, and Hillsborough Sheriff Ed Blackburn began efforts to establish the organization. Graham donated funds from every championship wrestling from Florida show to the Villa, bringing in a reported $100,000, also donating to a high school and college-level amateur wrestling events. On January 21, 1985, after a night of heavy drinking mixed with prescription pills, was sitting on his bed sipping coffee. It was late morning, a few days after his 55th birthday, and he had not slept well. He looked terrible. For a month or more, the usually vivacious Eddie Graham had been withdrawn. He wasn't going into the office every day and would hardly say a word during dinner. On his 50th birthday, he had been celebrated in a big benefit attended by Tampa politicians and business leaders. This year, for his 55th, he stayed home. He didn't even want to go around the corner to visit his grandchildren who adored him. Lucy Gossett knew something was bugging her husband, but she wasn't sure what. In the last few months, she said, he was always deep in thought, very quiet, wouldn't talk. I'm sure the grandchildren noticed it too. That morning, I had just gotten up. I asked Eddie if he wanted to go to Biscuits to get some chicken, and he said no. He asked me if I'd made coffee, and I said yes. And so I went on, and I didn't even stay there, I just came back home. And he was just real nervous. He was white, just white. And he was sitting beside the bed drinking his coffee, and he never did that. He always went into the family room, drank his coffee, and read the paper. Then the phone rang. It was a friend with some extra vegetables from her garden. I went back into the bedroom and I said, Eddie, I'll be right back. And he says, okay. He says, you can fix me some breakfast when you get back. She was gone just 15 minutes. It was that quick, she says. While his wife was out, Eddie went into another room where he kept a cabinet stocked with several rifles and handguns. He removed a 5-shot, 38 caliber blue steel Smith & Wesson revolver, inserted 1 bullet, returned to the bedroom and lay face up on the bed, dressed only in his underwear. He put the gun to his right temple and pulled the trigger. When I opened the door, I heard this gurgling and went in there, and he was on the bed. He had shot himself, says his wife. He was still breathing. An ambulance rushed him to St. Joseph's Hospital in Tampa, where he died a few hours later. Afterwards, when Mike went through his father's papers, he would find notes that Eddie had written to himself during those weeks and months of brooding. Only then did his family begin to realize what he had been going through. Mike won't share the notes, but he says it may hold a clue to why his father ended his own life. "I've been conned," one note read, "and the embarrassment is too much to stand." By any measure, Eddie Graham was a success. He was born poor, had worked hard, reached the top of his field, achieved fame and wealth and respect. His marriage lasted 35 years, surviving lean years and life on the road. He had a son who followed in his footsteps and who gave him 2 fine grandchildren. In some ways, though, he was 2 people. One the fans saw, tough, brutal, mean. The other his friends saw, tough, yet but soft inside, a gentle, kind man who loved practical jokes. Graham's participation in a land deal gone wrong led him to needing to raise over $500,000, including financial and marriage problems contributed to his death.
I'm aware of the bonds that were created today.
On October 18, 2012, at the age of 61, Mike Graham, whose real name was Edward Michael Gossett, committed suicide just like his father, by way of a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head in Daytona Beach, Florida, while attending an annual event for motorcycle enthusiasts called Biketoberfest. Mike's son Stephen Edward Gossett, at the age of 37, also took his own life the same way, at the same event 2 years earlier in 2010. Kevin Sullivan claims after all these deaths, he found out that Eddie's father, Mike's grandfather, also committed suicide, and Eddie had a brother with terminal cancer who also took his own life. Sullivan remembers Mike saying once to him, Jerry Briscoe, and a couple of other friends after both his father and late son had passed away, "I must have been a horrible son and a horrible father." Sullivan continued, "Mike went downhill after his son died and wasted away to nothing." Sullivan also recalls a chilling phone call after Mike's final ever guest on his radio show, Talking Wrestling with Mike Graham. Afterward, he was strangely emotional and told Kevin that he loved him. 6 days later, Mike killed himself. According to the Post and Courier with Mike Mooneyham, in a haunting similar phone call from Eddie Graham to his son before killing himself after Super Bowl Sunday in 1985, he also called his son Mike to remind him that he loved him. Although it can be said that Mike Graham had success in pro wrestling compared to so many others that have laced up the boots and entered the squared circle, he never became a major star and certainly didn't reach the heights that his father Eddie did. Mike entered the sport against his mother Lucy's wishes, as she did not want Mike's wife to go through what she did during Eddie Graham's career, in which many times he had been injured or come home bloodied. She was also aware of the dismaying task Mike would have, trying to live up to the Graham family name his father had established. In the long run, it seems like his short stature also became a huge obstacle in getting the big push he needed in wrestling. So much that Dusty Rhodes, in a shoot interview with Stone Cold Steve Austin, says that he became Eddie's wrestling son because certain limitations Mike had, such as his height. The 16-time world champion Nature Boy Ric Flair is quick to defend his former friend. Mike Graham was tough as they come, a phenomenal performer who never got the recognition he deserved because he was considered too small to be a championship contender. His reputation was legit for his size, and he was very tough. Famed play-by-play announcer Gordon Soley respected Mike's gutsiness and fortitude in the ring, and he stated he'd go toe-to-toe with a buzzsaw and give it the first 2 rounds. Before wrestling professionally, Mike was a 3-time state AAU collegiate wrestling champion and a state champion at the 154-pound weight class. As a sophomore, he defeated a senior named Richard Blood, who later became Ricky Steamboat. Mike was also an accomplished powerlifter who set state records in the bench press. Former NWA World Champ Dory Funk recalls young Mike Graham would take on all comers to see if they had the skill and credibility to become a pro wrestler. Mike did this along with Japanese shooter Hiro Matsuda, Bob Roop, the Briscoe brothers Jack and Jerry at the infamous Snake Pit Gym located at the Tampa Sportatorium. At the time of Mike's death, he was wearing his son's old work boots. In Mike's case, comments Dr. Reese, it appears that the most compelling factor was the suicide of his son in 2010. In the incident report, his wife comments that after the suicide of their son, Mike threatened to commit suicide on several occasions. Studies also show that parents' behavioral traits can pass to their children as a predisposition towards alcohol and addiction. In a kayfabe commentary shoot interview with Jim Cornette, Kevin Sullivan stated that Eddie told him that he got divorced in Amarillo, Texas from his wife Lacey when Mike was around 2 or 3 years old, but because he loved his boy so much, he stuck with her. He says that after a couple years Eddie died, Mike found out and confronted Sullivan on why he didn't tell me I'd known. Now things started to fall in place for Mike. He realized that maybe he was too hard on his father. There were times when he didn't get along with him, but Eddie usually got along fine with Kevin. Bill Watts offered, the suicide was more understandable with Eddie because of the things that he was doing, but with Mike, you never saw it coming. On a biochemical basis, says Dr. Reese, recent studies have found that stress of any childhood trauma causes chemical changes in the brain that are associated with a risk of depression and suicide. Though there are high standards in the ring, Eddie and Mike Graham should be remembered for their positive contributions to wrestling. They left the sport better than they had entered it. More importantly though, Eddie Graham left behind a better world through his civic work and helped shape many youths that now as adults surely appreciate all he did. But sadly, the tragic way their lives ended will be discussed for generations to come, by fans and non-followers of the grappling game alike. Eddie Graham was inducted into the Wrestling Observer Newsletter Hall of Fame in 1996 and inducted posthumously into the WWE Hall of Fame in 2008 by Dusty Rhodes, with his son Mike Graham accepting the offer on his father's behalf. Mike Graham was a 16-time NWA Florida Tag Team Champion with various partners. He was awarded the Pro Wrestling Illustrated Rookie of the Year award in 1972. He was also ranked number 100 in the PWI 500 for 1992. That was the story of Eddie and Mike Graham.
I'm aware of the bonds that were created today. When you told me that sure there's a way. The water's so still, and my pain has gone away. The air is much cleaner after it rains.
Brian Christopher Lawler was a professional wrestler who began his career in the late 1980s in Memphis, Tennessee, and eventually gaining worldwide recognition when in 1997 he joined the WWF. Although his father, Jerry the King Lawler, was arguably one of the most known wrestlers and the voice of WWF at the time, Brian chose not to use his last name and attempt to carve out his own legacy. But deep down inside, he still wanted to be like his father, eventually becoming one of the staples of the Attitude Era, joining Scott Taylor to form the tag team Too Much, soon changing their name to Too Cool and adding Rikishi to the mix. As popular as Brian was with fans, he was also well liked in the locker room. As the WWF shifted from the Attitude Era to the Ruthless Aggression Era, many of its stars were forgotten by the company and left to bounce between other promotions in the independent scene. Others fell off the map completely while the WWF focused on creating new stars. Many couldn't cope with being worldwide celebrities one day performing in sold-out arenas, making several $1,000s per week, to making the daily grind of wrestling in bingo halls, high school gyms, and rec centers, sometimes not making enough to pay for gas, food, and a hotel room. Brian made a brief return to the WWF, now called the WWE, in 2004, but Brian, like most performers at the time, allowed his extracurricular activities to become a habit. By 2009, his lifestyle began to catch up with him, and being arrested was all too common. Over the next 9 years, he would be arrested several more times. According to his best friend Terry Teague, Brian believed that police were after him. Having his fair share of run-ins with the law, he believed the arrests started to become personal. In 2018, during a jail stint, he was found unresponsive in a cell and was taken to a local hospital, where eventually he was taken off life support. His death was ruled a suicide. But his father, Jerry Lawler, as well as many others, including other inmates at the jail, questioned this theory, and even filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the county, as well as the sheriff for failing to protect his son. Many questions still remain around the circumstances surrounding his passing and his final hours. Many believe Brian would not have taken his own life, and reports show the Hardin County Jail to have misreported the cause of death as several other inmates, including Albert Dorsey, who was also found dead in his cell and initially reported as a suicide, but autopsy reports later showed he was murdered. This is the story of Brian Christopher Lawler.
It seems it's like a nightmare that we can't wake up from. It seems like every day something new comes up. We hear something from someone that it was either an eyewitness to incidents that happened the day that Brian died, or people that have heard stories about just different things that went on in the jail. At 10:30 that morning, I was in Raleigh, North Carolina. I received a phone call from Brian, a collect call that's monitored and recorded, and it's timed. 15 minutes is all you could talk at the time. And so that morning, though, he talked perfectly rational, perfectly normal, just went on a little bit about how we had a meeting a couple of weeks ago with the sheriff there, and Brian just went on about how none of the stuff that the sheriff had promised would take place had taken place, and there's just, you know, he just talked about the bad conditions there in the jail. Then we got cut off mid-sentence after 15 minutes, and didn't hear anything until about 2:30 in the afternoon. Well, actually, I spoke with the sheriff and said that Brian had been involved in an altercation with another inmate. There was a fight, and the sheriff's actual words were Brian was acting a fool and picked a fight with somebody that he shouldn't have picked a fight with, and then he got a laceration over his eye, and that they stitched him up and he was fine. Of course, we heard later on from an eyewitness to that fight that it went nothing like what the sheriff said. Then, you know, then a few hours later, we get a call. I got another call there in Raleigh from a deputy sheriff that said, "Mr. Lawler, I've got some bad news. Your son Brian has hung himself in the jail." So it was just, you know, from what talking to Brian earlier in the day, and then hearing about the incident in the afternoon, and then all the way to the fact that, you know, he was gone that evening. It just doesn't add up. And so many of the eyewitnesses that have spoken to us and got in touch with us, the stories just don't jive.
Brian Christopher was the first son to Jerry and Kay Lawler and was born on January 10, 1972. The couple would later have another son, Kevin. Being a professional wrestler and an international star, Jerry was on the road most of the time, which left little time to dedicate to his family. Like most professional athletes, his marriage took a back seat, and eventually him and Kay divorced around 1978. By age 6, Brian was only seeing his father a few times a year due to his schedule. Eventually, him and his brother started going to the matches at the Mid-South Coliseum each week just to see his father. He and his brother would get to talk to him for a few minutes each week between promos and matches. Brian attended Craigmont High School, where he was a sophomore class officer, as well as a member of the football team. In 1984, Brian made his first on-camera appearance in his father's parody video to the Ghostbusters theme song called Wimpbusters. While he was a junior in high school, they were staging wrestling matches at his high school gym, being promoted by someone he knew. One night, he says the wrestling was so pitiful that he had talked smack backstage about how he could do a better job than them, and someone told him to put up or shut up. He and his friend took the guy's challenge and had a tag team match. He showed a tape of the match to his father, who at that point never realized his son wanted to be in the business, and was told that he could do matches on the weekend while still in high school, as long as he got wrestling gear that covered his entire body and wore a mask. He was never formally trained. He'd watched a lot of matches over the years, so he'd try stuff he'd seen before. Once he got into the business, Dr. Tom Pritchard and others taught him the psychology of the ring. Brian officially started his professional wrestling career in 1989. From the start of his career, Brian never used his real last name. He stated he didn't use a Lawler name because he wanted to make a name for himself instead of having the stigma of, oh, he's so-and-so's kid, or he's only there because of his old man. But still claimed no one could ever fill his father's shoes, and still looked at Jerry as being one of the best in the business. He began his career as one half of the masked tag team The Twilight Zone with Tony Williams under the individual ring names of Nebula and Quasar. After they were unmasked, Brian continued to wrestle in the United States Wrestling Association under the name Too Sexy Brian Christopher. He feuded with wrestlers such as Jeff Jarrett, Bill Dundee, Tom Pritchard, the Moondogs, and even his own father, Jerry Lawler. Among his partners were Tony Williams, eventually known as the New Kids, and would even change the ring music to Hangin' Tough by the New Kids on the Block. He would also team briefly with Doug Gilbert, Scotty Flamingo, and Hot Stuff Eddie Gilbert. He would also tag with Flex Kavana during Flex's first ever televised match, as well as help him out in the ring. Flex would go on to be known as Rocky Maivia and later The Rock. The two would remain close friends throughout their careers. In 1997, he joined the WWF and began competing in the light heavyweight division. Taka Michinoku defeated him in the finals of a tournament for the light heavyweight championship. His father, Jerry Lawler, would talk him up as being superior to all the other light heavyweights, but never publicly acknowledged Bryan was his son. Although Paul Heyman revealed that fact on Raw, Jim Ross always hinted at it. Often a running joke that someone, usually a commentator, would mention their relationship, which led to them both adamantly denying they were related. In 1998, he started teaming with Scott Too Hot Taylor to form the tag team Too Much. He injured his knee in a tag match against D'Lo Brown due to an enziguri spot gone wrong. When he was examined, it turned out his ACL was torn in half and tore up his meniscus in both knees. The infamous Dr. Andrews, who at that point just performed surgery involving Triple H's knee, claims it was the worst knee injury he had ever seen. He claimed to have trained 8 hours a day, resulting in the 4th quickest recovery in the history of that injury. The Too Cool gimmick had just made its debut the night before he blew out his knee. He credited the idea for the gimmick to Vince Russo. In May of 2001, Bryan, while flying to Canada for a WWF show, was arrested at the Calgary airport for possession of weed, cocaine, and speed. Although he was only issued a fine and charged as a misdemeanor, his WWF contract was terminated because of the incident. His last match for the company was on SmackDown at the Arrowhead Pond in Anaheim, California, when he teamed with Steve Blackman and Trish Stratus in a mixed tag match defeating the Right to Censor, Bull Buchanan, Ivory, and the Good Father. Throughout the next several months, he would bounce between independent promotions, wrestling in the USA, and MCW Pro Wrestling. Later that year, while trying to pick up the pieces of his crumbling career, he wrestled in the United Kingdom and Ireland for World Wrestling All-Stars. On February 24, 2002, at the WWA pay-per-view The Revolution in the United States, Bryan wrestled WWA heavyweight champion Jeff Jarrett for the title but lost. In April 2002, at the WWA pay-per-view The Eruption in Australia, he teamed with Ernest the Cat Miller to defeat Buff Bagwell and Stevie Ray. The next year, things started looking up for Bryan. From 2002 until 2003, he worked for TNA Total Nonstop Action as Brian Lawler. He formed a group called Next Generation with fellow second-generation stars David Flair and Eric Watts. They were involved in a rivalry with Dusty Rhodes and harassed him with a replica of the NWA World Title belt that he wore when he was champion. In April 2004, he returned to the WWF, now calling itself the WWE, as Grandmaster Sexay, when Jerry Lawler was the head of talent relations. But he was released the following month when John Laurinaitis took over for Lawler's position. In September of 2007, he appeared on the television program Anderson Cooper 360 concerning the double murder and suicide involving Chris Benoit. On June 26, 2:45 a.m., police were dispatched to a Circle K store in reference to an intoxicated person. When police arrived, they found Bryan, who was very unsteady on his feet and had slurred speech, the report said. Once he was taken into custody, Bryan became very belligerent, cursed an officer, and told him once the handcuffs were off, he was going to rip the officer's head off. The report said Bryan was taken into custody for his own safety due to his high level of intoxication. The store clerk told officers she saw Bryan fall over the outside Coke cooler, causing $200 in damage. Bryan pled guilty and was fined $50 plus court costs, and was also given the choice between serving 30 days in jail or 30 days in an inpatient treatment center. Initially, Bryan chose the inpatient treatment, but didn't make it to the treatment center before his next court date. He was subsequently taken into custody and served 30 days in jail instead. This was his second arrest of the year. On April 12, 2013, court documents showed Brian was stopped by officers in the early morning hours of April 11th after failing to stop at an intersection. Police reported he admitted to drinking more than half a liter of vodka and taking methadone and Xanax. Officers said he was unable to complete the alphabet during his field sobriety test. He was again arrested and taken into custody. The year 2018 started badly for Brian. Brian was badly injured after a fight with Jonathan Ryan Clark, aka Chase Stevens, in Evansville, Indiana. Clark was arrested and charged with battery, causing serious bodily injury. In the March issue of the Wrestling Observer newsletter, Dave Meltzer reported that Brian suffered a fractured skull, broken nose, broken orbital bone, and had teeth knocked out. Brian was reportedly intoxicated when police found him in the hotel lobby. The fight took place in Stevens' hotel room. The Observer noted that it could have been even worse, however employees at the hotel heard the commotion and stepped in. It was noted that Clark was a Golden Gloves boxing champion. Days after the fight, a GoFundMe was created for Brian, which stated that he suffered a bad home incident in Memphis that left him with several broken bones. The GoFundMe was set up by Mike Dickinson, who was Brian's manager. However, it was eventually deleted. Brian was again arrested Tuesday, June 5, 2018, in the early morning after allegedly not paying for a hotel room. According to the police report, Brian and another man, Terry Teague, checked into the Hampton Inn on Peabody Place using a company credit card. The next day it was discovered the card didn't have sufficient funds. Both men said they didn't have money to pay for the room and were arrested. They were charged with theft of services. After the arrest, Brian maintained he had never stolen anything in his life, but the question still remains why the hotel would issue keys to a room without payment being made first, and when a credit card is used, it wouldn't authorize in the first place unless funds were available. The hotel refused to comment. According to an interview conducted by News Channel 3 in Memphis, Teague says that what looks like a smiling mugshot has much more meaning. We got to the jail, and I heard the jailers tell him, "Lawler, law enforcement is going to kill you." Brian was just smiling. Teague says Lawler believed police were after him. Lawler had his fair share of run-ins with the law, but believed the arrest started to become personal. During an interview, Jerry would comment, "At one point, Brian's wife, Dava, attempted to stage an intervention. It was like having a surprise birthday party for someone who didn't like birthday parties," Lawler said. His mom was crying, his wife was crying, and he was shaking his head like, "I don't know why you think it's so bad." He didn't think he had a problem. Despite his ability to double talk and charm, it was obvious Brian was struggling. Jerry also spent thousands of dollars on treatment for his son. Nothing appeared to work. He left one program because a Steelers game was on and they weren't showing it at the rehab center. It just wasn't sinking in. He told me, "I've been through this too many times. Rehab doesn't work." Here's a guy who had $300,000 in the bank, a beautiful house, a beautiful wife, a child, and he lost everything one by one. He couldn't understand why everyone was so concerned about him. On July 7th, 2018, Sergeant Chris Wilkerson of the Hardman County Sheriff's Department said that he noticed a vehicle traveling south on Highway 1255 at speeds above the posted limit. The vehicle failed to maintain proper lane control, the police report said. When the officer attempted to conduct a traffic stop, he said that Brian kept going, making a left onto his driveway. After he caught up with him, Mr. Lawler had the odor of an intoxicant about his person and an open 12-ounce can in the center console, the report said, but the report didn't say what was in the can. A standard field sobriety test, according to the document, suggested Brian was impaired. But Brian would tell his father and brother another version of the incident, insisting that on this night he hadn't been drinking at all. Because of this, he claimed he made a deal with the sergeant. "Give me a breathalyzer, and if I blow a zero, I can go home." The police report states that Brian blew a .000 per 210 liters of breath. Regardless, he was taken to the Hardman County Jail and charged with DUI, evading arrest, and driving with a revoked license. As he was being booked, Brian told his father. One of the deputies leaned in and pointed at Wilkerson. "You know how your father is a king of wrestling?" the officer allegedly said. "Well, that guy over there is a king of DUIs. When you get a DUI from him, he makes it stick." suggesting innocence or guilt doesn't matter to Sergeant Chris Wilkerson, who according to his LinkedIn profile went from assistant manager at Blockbuster Video to a patrol officer. In 2015 he was promoted to a police sergeant, then a few short years later demoted back to a patrol officer. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation's toxicology report would determine that no illicit drugs had been detected in Brian's bloodstream. However, there were traces of oxycodone and oxymorphone. Jerry's lawyer, Jeff Rosenblum, attributed this to Brian's legal medications for chronic pain, his knee injury, anxiety, and depression. The attorney described the amount of opiates as most consistent with what you would expect in a person who is taking medication prescribed by a doctor. Although mental health professionals visited the facility while Brian was there, the lawsuit states, none stopped to evaluate him. When Brian was arrested, Jerry drove to the county jail in Bolivar, Tennessee. Upon entering the building, he was greeted by grinning correctional officers asking for autographs and selfies. It was like a personal appearance, he said. Jerry felt like a father struggling to choose the best course of action for a kid with substance abuse issues. It didn't matter that this particular kid was 46 years old. Brian's behavior had given Jerry every indication that his son couldn't be responsible for himself. Once Jerry got inside the jail and talked to Brian, he started to feel a little better. Sheriff John Doolin joined their conversation and reminded Brian that they had met a year or so earlier.
Bond had been set and bond could have been made, and the decision was not to make the bond because of the promises and assurances made by Sheriff Doolin to Jerry Lawler that he would protect his son and make sure that he got some help for the alcohol and drug addiction issues that had been plaguing Brian.
Jerry had come to the jail to bond out his son, but now he had second thoughts. When Brian returned to his cell, Jerry and Doolin spoke. It was pointless to bring Brian home. Jerry claims that the sheriff told him, since the younger man was scheduled for a court appearance next week, at which time he'd be sentenced to a mandatory 90 days for DUI and evading arrest, the days spent behind bars would count as time served. He told me this is the safest place for Brian too because we will get him the help that he needs. I'll personally look out for Brian. Brian will be safe in here. So Jerry made the fatal decision. He told Doolin to leave Brian in custody. I was hoping staying in jail would mean he finally got help, Jerry said. That's when the sheriff promised that they had a rehab program in jail. But Brian was never treated for drug and alcohol or mental health issues at the Hardin County Jail. On July 28, 2018, hours after allegedly getting sucker punched in a jailhouse fight and placed in solitary, Brian was allegedly found hanging in a cell. Ever since then, Jerry had been asking questions. First, whether his son was murdered behind bars and strung up to cover up the crime, then why a person with Brian's fertilities was placed in a cell with bolts protruding from the wall and allowed to keep shoelaces that could be used to hurt himself. Jerry believes that Doolin's pledge to protect Brian was a con. But there was another side of Brian Christopher that the fans didn't see. Brian had been diagnosed with a major depression disorder. The Brian you saw on television worked hard to be that Brian because he was managing depression. Behind bars, Brian was not able to receive his medication for depression, just ibuprofen for his chronic pain, Rosenblum said. For 3 weeks, the lawyer claimed, Brian was denied his other medications and was experiencing withdrawal.
Brian called me on the phone, collect call from the jail, and Brian said, Dad, Sheriff Doolin lied. He said, I haven't had any help.
On Saturday, July 28th, Brian was playing cards in the day room when one particular inmate, Tamarian Williams, incarcerated on a parole violation, apparently demanded that he lower his voice. Punches were thrown. Brian was famous for this, Jerry said. Brian would always fight. During the scuffle, Brian applied a reverse chin lock on Williams and was backed into the wall, witnesses said, while Brian's government-issued drawstring orange pants slipped down. According to the accounts, Williams eventually shouted for Brian to stop. When he did, Brian bent over to catch his breath and pull up his pants. That's when the other inmates said Williams sucker punched Brian, leaving a 1.5-inch gash along his left eyebrow. Rosenblum said that Brian shouted that he had a concussion and needed stitches, and asked to be taken to the hospital. Instead, Jill Sheeran, a licensed practical nurse, applied a bandage before Brian was placed alone in an administrative holding cell, according to the attorney. This is not a decision that should be made by an LPN, Rosenblum said. They should have called a doctor or advanced practice nurse, described the wound and mentioned that he wanted stitches. But he was told, "It's Saturday, you'll have to wait till Monday." He was put in a solitary confinement cell without evaluating him for suicide risk. Because the video surveillance system at the jail allegedly didn't work, Rosenblum said, no one knows exactly what transpired while Brian was alone in his cell. At approximately 6:30 p.m., Correctional Officer William Gonzalez walked by the chamber and, according to the lawsuit, observed Brian standing on the bench with a towel over his face, said Rosenblum. If he was standing on the bench, he hadn't stepped off yet. If you got him 30 seconds earlier, he would have lived. Gonzalez left to throw out the garbage, the lawsuit said. When he returned, he saw what he thought was Brian standing on the bench, still with a towel over his head. Gonzalez called Sergeant Judy Wiggins for assistance. They realized Brian had tried to hang himself. Still alive, Brian was airlifted to the Regional 1 Medical Center in Memphis. Jerry was at a comic convention in Raleigh the day Brian allegedly hung himself. He was stunned and in shock when he heard the news. At first he assumed Brian was dead until he was told he had a faint pulse and was taken to the hospital to be put on life support. He tried to arrange a flight out for that night, but there was none. Jerry was in a bad state of mind but got in touch with WWE to get a flight. In the meantime, Brian had been transferred to the Memphis hospital. A flight back to Memphis had been arranged for Jerry. Brian was on life support as well as several medications for keeping his blood pressure stable. When Jerry arrived, his ex-wife Kay was at the hospital with family. Doctors had explained to Jerry that the life support was keeping Brian alive. Jerry was very upset over seeing the condition of Brian and told the doctor he didn't want to be put in the position of having to unplug him from the machine. Then Brian's blood pressure started to drop and would eventually bottom out. Jerry held Brian's hand as he slipped away. At 3:49 p.m. on July 29, 2018, Brian Christopher Lawler was pronounced dead. Instinctively, Jerry snapped a photo of his son's lifeless body and texted it to Sheriff Doolin. I told him I trusted you and believed you when you told me my son would be safe in your jail, and now he's dead, Jerry said. Doolin texted back, I'm sorry for your loss. Hurts my heart to know how Brian decided to check out, The Rock posted on Instagram. I never knew him to be suicidal, but I guess sometimes the pain gets too much for one to take. I'll miss you, man, and the times we had. Thanks for being a great friend. Thanks for being my boy. Jerry Lawler was initially cynical about the notion that his son had taken his own life. He suspected that Brian had been killed in a fight and hung up to cover the assault.
In the words of my attorney, there's so much smoke that has come out of that Bolivar jail that there's got to be fire somewhere.
His theory was based on more than paranoia. In the photo taken at the hospital, Brian was wearing an oxygen mask, while brown marks covered around the back of his head and the sides of his neck, stopping just before the throat area. To Jerry, the space in front of the neck looked like to be the size of a fist, Rosenblum said, so Jerry questioned whether Brian was fighting while others were trying to strangle him. Earlier in the month, Doolin had sued Harbin County Mayor Jimmy Sain, claiming that the department was understaffed and that 7 of the jail's 27 employees were paid so poorly that they had no choice but to go on public assistance. The sheriff said put both staff and the public safety at risk. Jerry did not believe Brian died by suicide. On his podcast, Jerry opened up that week's episode saying he wanted to vent a little bit. He would go on to say, a lot of people have expressed, I have doubts as to whether Brian really did commit suicide. We've been contacted by inmates that were in the jail with Brian that said they don't believe what was told is actually what happened. We just want to know what really actually happened. Right now there's a lot of doubt and a lot of questions that are going to have to be answered in the next few months. Jerry would also comment, you may say, hey, you don't want to face the inevitable, but we've been contacted by another person who witnessed. I shouldn't say any more because this investigation is ongoing and it may take a long time for this to all get sorted out. My attorney just looked at this and his exact words were, Jerry, this doesn't pass a smell test. Something seems not right about this whole thing. Jerry brought up Brian's personal issues, which included multiple run-ins with the law, but has never known his son to be suicidal. He knew he needed help and wanted to help, Jerry said. Once he got straightened out, that's what he wanted to spend his time doing, working with other people who were in the same boat as Brian. You lay awake at night thinking what could have been done differently. How do we get to this point? What could have really happened? It's hard to go to sleep when all that's on your mind. In the lawsuit, Jerry alleges that Sheriff John Doolin had promised him that Brian would receive support regarding his addiction issues while incarceration, before going on to allege that the promise was broken and he feels betrayed by Doolin. Jerry Lawler is seeking $3 million in damages and any other damages the court sees fit to award. He is also seeking a court order forcing Hardeman County to make changes to prevent any further incidents similar to what happened with Brian. According to experts who examined the photos of Brian's neck, the marks were not consistent with someone who had hung themselves, as well as the marks on Brian's hands resembled self-defense wounds as though he was trying to protect himself from being strangled. "I think they were strangling him," said Terry Teague, Brian's best friend. "I think they had him down in his holding cell, and they were strangling him and he was fighting for his life." Teague said he's not buying the suicide story because Brian saved him from suicide twice. "He talked me out of it," Teague said. Again, he told me, "Listen, look at life from outside the box." He also goes on to say he loves himself too much to take his own life. He told me straight up. He said, "Man, if I ever died, don't let them say it was a suicide." He said, "Because here's the thing, even if nobody else in this world loves me, I love myself enough not to take my own life." That's why Teague says everyone inside the jail should be investigated. In a Facebook post by Teague, he posted a screenshot of a text he received from Brian on June 28th, where he told his friend among his 3 biggest fears in life, the first one was the police killing me and getting away with it. With someone who has also had their fair share of run-ins with the law, Terry Teague would have nothing to gain by going public with these allegations, but on the contrary, risking his own personal well-being. This wasn't the first time Sheriff John Doolin was named in a lawsuit for negligence and failing to provide proper medical treatment for somebody in his custody. On January 29, 2013, Nelson Jenkins also named Doolin in a lawsuit. According to court documents, Jenkins had been diagnosed with pancreatitis and was receiving regular medical treatment that properly controlled his condition. After he arrived at the jail, he completed a medical history form and advised jail officials of his ailment. While in the defendant's custody, he repeatedly complained of bodily pain and his need to be seen by a physician for his pancreatitis. His requests were ignored or refused, and on one occasion, Jenkins was told by Doolin that, "We can't take you to the doctor." Plaintiff continued to be severely ill for several weeks. At some point, he was taken to the jail nurse, who provided him with over-the-counter pain medication. His condition continued to deteriorate, resulting in an inability to eat and his feet turning black. At some point thereafter, Jenkins lost consciousness and woke up in a Jackson, Tennessee hospital. Many accuse a private prison in West Tennessee routinely putting profits over the well-being of its prisoners. Brian was not the first to experience this, nor was he the last. Hardeman County Correctional Facility officers found Albert Dorsey unresponsive in his cell on September 14, 2021. Less than an hour later, he was pronounced dead. Dorsey's death was also first called in as a suicide, according to the county medical examiner's report. He was in his cell alone, and no one else had access, according to the notes scrawled in the report's margins. In this instance, cameras in the institution also, conveniently, weren't working. According to Dorsey's autopsy report, he was murdered. An investigation is ongoing. Auditors also found that the jail improperly identified the official cause of death for 8 of 38 inmates who died in custody between 2017 and 2019. The department's ability to provide accurate and complete information relating to deaths and other serious incidents is problematic, the audit stated. A Jackson Sun review of 5 years of data reveals that even when controlled for similar inmate populations, the homicide rate at the privately run Tennessee prison is more than twice the homicide rate of prisons run by the Tennessee Department of Corrections. According to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, it has wrapped up its investigation. Representative Kelly McAllister released the following statement: "Our investigation has concluded, and all findings have been turned over to District Attorney General Mark Davidson. I will have to refer any questions to his office," says McAllister. According to people who knew Bryan, he never touched drugs before going to the WWF. Like many other performers, trying to keep up with high demands placed on them by the company can be next to impossible without some type of medication, constantly living in fear that missing a show due to being injured might cost your job. Countless wrestlers from the Attitude Era have unfortunately passed away, with a high percentage of the deaths being preventable. To the WWF, which posts hundreds of millions of dollars in profits each year, suicides, drug overdoses, and other preventable deaths have been all too common and even accepted by the company, who has proven time and time again they're willing to risk their talent's well-being to enhance profits. Bryan was a huge Pittsburgh Steelers fan and was well known for the red wagon he would bring to the ring in his early career to carry his multiple title belts. He was just 46 years old and is survived by his son Blake, mother Martha K. Williams, his brother Kevin, and father Jerry the King Lawler, as well as dozens of brothers and sisters in the crazy quasi-fraternity called professional wrestling. Lance Cade, born Lance McNaught in Carroll, Iowa, was a professional wrestler who spent most of his career with the WWE and its developmental promotions, as well as a handful of tours to Japan. As a graduate of the Shawn Michaels Wrestling Academy in 1999, he briefly worked for Frontier Martial Arts in the first year of his career, and in 2001 would sign with the WWE. Throughout the next couple of years, he would continue improving his craft in its developmental territory, Ohio Valley Wrestling, but being skilled in the ring would prove not to be enough to reach the next level of his career. When it came to his physical appearance, Lance didn't fit into the stereotypical bodybuilder look that became a requirement in the WWE and was pressured to use steroids in order to fit in. He made his on-camera debut in 2003, and by June of that year was promoted to the Raw brand under the ring name Garrison Cade. Over the next 5 years, he became a regular on the main roster, teaming with both Trevor Murdoch and Chris Jericho, and becoming a 3-time tag team champion. In 2008, he suffered a seizure on a plane, requiring emergency medical care. Lance, like many other performers in the WWE, would rely on a cocktail of prescription medications, as well as performance enhancers, in order to meet the high demands placed on them by the company. Realizing he had a problem, he eventually reached out to the company and took advantage of their wellness policy, which offered to pay for rehab to any performer past or present suffering from addiction. 6 weeks later, he was released from his WWE contract. Many fans believe the WWE acted too harsh on Lance. He was rehired by the company in 2009, appearing in one of its developmental territories, Florida Championship Wrestling, but was released in 2010 without returning to the main roster. In August of that year, Lance passed away at the age of 29, reported as an accidental drug overdose. At the same time, Linda McMahon was deep in her campaign run to become U.S. Senator. Among several other controversies during her crusade, when asked about Lance's untimely passing, she would go on to say the WWE had no more responsibility for its talent than the studio Heath Ledger worked for at the time of his death. She would also downplay their relationship, and was quoted as saying she didn't really know him and might have met him once. According to Lance's father Harley, he witnessed Linda having interactions with Lance at more than one WWE event and was furious by her comments, as well felt Linda disrespected Lance and his entire family. During an interview, Christopher Nowinski described Linda's comments as kicking dirt on his grave. As a publicly traded company, history shows corporate profits typically come before the well-being of their performers. With a career that picked up steam so quickly, no one was expecting Lance's death to arrive so abruptly. This is a story of Lance Cade.
Original wrestling documentaries. What the world has come to.
You knew Lance Cade, yes?
Yes.
And he dies this week, not the first death in your former profession or whatever you call it. Aberrational or part of a pattern?
No, certainly part of a pattern. I mean, he had a drug addiction to painkillers. He was a steroid user. I mean, I remember seeing him, last time I saw him was at the Garden, in Boston. He was in catering, and he said, you know, I wish I had a gimmick like yours, me being the Ivy League guy, who I could just talk. I didn't have to have a big steroid body. So he said, so I could stop using these steroids. And he also said because the pressure is to use them because the WWE rewards the guys who use them.
Now, do the people who run the WWE, they know all this is going on? Do they encourage all this?
I mean, they absolutely know what's going on.
Linda McMahon is quoted in the last couple of days as saying, I should be held no more accountable than a studio which failed to prevent Heath Ledger's death, obviously from a drug overdose in 08. What kind of response do you have to that?
That's complete garbage. And when I read that, that's one of the reasons I agreed to talk about this. I haven't been talking about this. For the guys I knew, and she says, well, her quote in the paper was, I might have met Lance once. Just kicking dirt on the guy's grave. They have an environment where it's absolutely unsafe to work in that ring. They have no oversight into what actually happens in the ring, and they are encouraging steroid use. It gives you an enlarged heart, which is why guys are dying from heart failure. They're taking painkillers because they're working 200 nights a year and getting hit, unlike anyone in the history of the wrestling business. It wasn't like that in the 80s. It wasn't like that in the 70s. You're falling. I mean, I used to go through tables for 4 days a week.
So I'll put words. Linda McMahon is completely full of it when she says what she says about either not knowing or that this is like a studio. I mean, a studio it's not part of their deal to have their actors taking drugs. It is part of what you do to succeed, or did, yes?
It's part of what some of the guys do to succeed. And also,
I don't mean you.
If you are an actor, you have stunt people that prevent you from getting permanent injuries.
When I found his body, it was the worst day of my life. No parent should ever have to make funeral arrangements for their own child. It's just not right. He was only 29. He had his whole life ahead of him. The McMahon family and that whole WWE circus needs to be investigated. You can say wellness policy this or that, but until a tragedy happens, no one even cares. These men and women travel on the road with no off-season or time to let their bodies heal, and all the company cares about is profits. How many of their wrestlers have died in the last 5 or 10 years? Not to mention the families and kids they leave behind. Lance was a father. He had 2 beautiful daughters and a stepson, who are always going to grow up asking, why did my daddy have to die so young? I'll tell you that Linda or Vince McMahon would be acting a lot different if they got a phone call and it was Shane or Stephanie laying in the morgue.
Lance was born on March 2nd, 1981 in Carroll, Iowa, to Harley and Jay McNaught. From the first time he saw Shawn Michaels and Ric Flair in action, he became a lifelong wrestling fan and knew instantly that's what he wanted to do. He was a standout athlete and excelled in many sports he tried, from golf to basketball. By the time he was 12 or 13 years old, he was already making local newspapers. Lance attended Millard North High School, and already over 6 feet was an obvious choice for the basketball team. He was the best player they had and helped them win many games, but couldn't get wrestling off his mind.
In high school, he was on the basketball team. He was already 6'4", but ever since he was old enough to talk, all he would talk about is wrestling.
While spending his days training in the weight room with the football team, he made up his mind that's what he wanted to do, either become a basketball player or a pro wrestler. With offers from several colleges for scholarships on the table, Lance found out about Shawn Michaels Wrestling School and declined them all, and at 18 he packed his bags and moved to San Antonio, Texas, where he would train alongside future WWE stars Daniel Bryan and Brian Kendrick. Lance immediately caught the attention of Shawn Michaels as a potential star for the future. He was an 18-year-old kid who stood 6'5" and had the look Vince McMahon looked for in a top star.
I don't regret his decision to become a wrestler, because that was his dream from childhood. He loved the business.
Daniel Bryan talked about Lance Cade in his book. Lance caught Shawn's eye from the very beginning. He was a big guy from Nebraska, tall, muscular, and athletic. He was good looking too, with his long blonde hair, and only 18 at the time. That first day of training, among all the calisthenics and rolls, we also did something involving jumping. Lance could jump to the moon, and when Shawn saw him jump so high, he immediately said in front of everyone, "I smell money." It was clear that Lance was one of Shawn's early favorites. Alongside Shawn Michaels, Lance also would receive training from Rudy Gonzalez and the legendary Jose Lothario. Lance was at the top of his class and would make his in-ring debut in Shawn's local promotion, Texas Wrestling Alliance, where he started out as a planted fan, interfering in matches. When Bruce Pritchard came down to the school to scout talent for the WWF, he signed 4 students from the class: Shooter Schultz, Brian Kendrick, Daniel Bryan, and Lance. According to Bruce Pritchard, Lance was very quiet and shy and would second guess and overanalyze everything. He never really connected with the fans. He was great in the ring and had the look that looked like he should be the champion, but unfortunately just overanalyzed everything. Lance would go to Japan with Daniel Bryan, who was now calling himself the American Dragon. There they would work together as a tag team. The next month, Daniel Bryan left Japan and headed back to the United States. Lance returned to the United States and went back to the Texas Wrestling Academy, where he won the TV championship title. He left Texas Wrestling Academy in June of 2000 and went to Memphis Championship Wrestling, where he would have several matches with Daniel Bryan, who's still calling himself the American Dragon. In August of 2001, he was sent to Heartland Wrestling Association, which at the time was a developmental promotion for the WWE run by Les Thatcher. There he formed a team with Mike Sanders and became a 3-time Heartland Wrestling Tag Team Champion and a 2-time Heartland Wrestling Heavyweight Champion. On June 22, 2002, Lance wrestled a dark match at a WWE Raw house show where he defeated Johnny Stamboli. Backstage during a meeting with Jim Ross, Lance was told he needed to work on his upper body and again felt pressure to use performance enhancement drugs, as making the main roster was a dream of Lance's since he was a little kid. Jim Ross liked Lance both as a person and as a performer. Unlike Bruce Pritchard, Jim Ross could see the potential Lance had and the star he could be. World Wrestling Entertainment was ending their agreement with Heartland Wrestling and withdrew all their signed developmental talent. Lance was one of those wrestlers. His last match for HWA was in July of 2002 when he lost the heavyweight title to Cody Hawk. Lance then went to Ohio Valley Wrestling and continued to fine-tune his craft. He teamed with Rene Dupree and they became a tag team stable known as Bolin Services, with Kenny Bolin as their manager. Lance and Dupree fought for an opportunity for the OVW tag team titles, both against Bradshaw in a handicap match and against the APA, but came up short. On November 11th of 2002, he would make another WWE appearance during a dark match on Sunday Night Heat when he teamed with Charlie Haas, defeating Chris Kanyon and Danny Basham. Jim Ross was impressed with Lance's progress and dedication to the business and was heavily praised for his performance, but was told he still needed to build his body. He began making regular appearances on WWE Raw house shows as well as Heat. With only a few hours' notice, Lance was told that because he would be facing Lance Storm, he would have to change his name that he had been using for 4 years at that point. Lance was not thrilled about the moniker change, but trying to be a team player and willing to make any sacrifice required for his career, he reluctantly changed his name. On June of 2003, Lance wrestled his first televised Raw show against Lance Storm, wrestling as Garrison Cade. As Storm got the upper hand, he was interrupted by Stone Cold Steve Austin. Stone Cold stood under the Titantron, calling Storm boring throughout the match. Throughout June and July, he would have several matches against Storm and even form a short-lived tag team with Tough Enough winner Maven. Lance managed to reach the big stage of the WWE in a very short time and seemed to have a promising career ahead of him. He would then form a team with Mark Jindrak and have several matches against the Dudley Boys. They would remain a team for the rest of 2003 and until March of the next year. Lance would begin wrestling more as a singles performer, but also formed several short-lived tag teams, teaming with Chuck Palumbo, Johnny Nitro, and even Jonathan Coachman. WWE wasn't sure what to do with Lance. As great as a performer he was in the ring, fans were still unable to connect with his persona, and he was sent back to OVW to work on his character. He was called back up for a Sunday Night Heat dark match on July 18, 2005, where he teamed with Trevor Rhodes, who would change his name to Trevor Murdoch because of his uncanny resemblance to the veteran Dick Murdoch. The next night during a WWE Raw house show, him and Murdoch would defeat Chris Cage and The Miz and would again be known as Lance Cade. Lance and Murdoch not only had chemistry in the ring, but outside as well. The two quickly became close friends and traveling with one another. WWE immediately noticed how well they worked together. Lance played the role of a smooth-talking cowboy, while Murdoch was depicted as an angry southern trucker. Over the next 3 years, the two would capture the tag team titles on 3 separate occasions. In an exclusive interview with Slam Wrestling, Trevor Murdoch spoke about his partner and best friend Lance. Murdoch's wife called Lance the other woman, since they spent so much time together and would call each other on days off as well, eager to discuss ideas they had for their characters. 90% of the time, it was just me and him, Murdoch said. If I got to a town before he did, I'd wait for him, and we'd get a rental car. If he got there before me, he would wait for me. It was a strong partnership, and not just a partnership, but a friendship. Initially, Lance was asked to choose between Murdoch, fresh from Harley Race's wrestling school, and Kevin Thorne, who he had known in the WWE's developmental system. Murdoch's unique look appealed to Lance, and they clicked, sharing a deep passion for the business. Murdoch would go on to say, WWE thought they were putting two guys together so they could make $1 million. What they didn't know is they were putting two guys together that became best friends. Upon teaming up, Murdoch and Lance quickly won the WWE World Tag Team Championship, but politics and physical attributes led to some up and down booking in their respective careers. Murdoch explained how their title run was pulled away for no reason and didn't get an explanation at the time, but noted they had later found out it was due to an argument with the head producer. Later on, Murdoch said he and Lance were pulled off television, and while they kept throwing out ideas to WWE to bring themselves back, they continued to be rejected. When asking for an explanation why, Murdoch said the writing team told him it was due to Vince McMahon and a particular issue related to the duo's appearance. Murdoch would go on, "We sat down with Vince, Lance on one side, I'm on the other, and we just asked him outright, the writers are throwing ideas at you, we're throwing ideas at you, and you keep shooting us down. What is it that you're not happy with when it comes to us?" And he pulled down his glasses, looked at both of us, and he looked at Lance, who had black hair at the time, and he goes, "I hate your fake black hair." And he looked at me and he goes, "I don't like your pasty white skin." The next day, I'm tan and my partner's got bleached blonde hair. Sure enough, Vince gets a picture of it. Next week we're on TV. On December 28, 2007, Lance separated his shoulder at a house show in Atlanta and was inactive for the next month. His painkiller addiction began to kick in full force, as a constant fear of losing his spot on the main roster forced him to return much sooner than he should have.
Lance had been injured on the job, requiring surgery on a shoulder in 2009 and receiving a prescription for a knee injury in 2004. Once you try to climb the ladder and get a spot, you shut it down due to an injury, and you lose your spot and go right back down to the bottom. So it's, here, take a few painkillers. Make the world go away. After injuries, use of painkillers just came too easy to Lance because it took the pain away. The use of the painkillers made it like he was in La La Land. He would just kind of pass out.
Lance made his return teaming with Murdoch on the February 4th episode of Raw in a losing effort to Bob Holly and Cody Rhodes. In April of 2008, Trevor Murdoch began to develop a country singing gimmick. On the May 12th episode of Raw, Lance turned on Murdoch, punching Murdoch in the face twice, ending the partnership. The two faced off on the June 2nd, 2008 edition of Raw, with Lance getting the victory to end their feud. By September of 2008, Lance moved on to storylines involving Chris Jericho and Shawn Michaels. His WWE career seemed to be on the rise as he was being booked in more high-profile matches. On the September 22nd episode of Raw, Lance would team up with Chris Jericho and Bradshaw, facing Batista and Shawn Michaels in a handicap match. Lance's team would win the match when he scored a clean pinfall on his former trainer and mentor Shawn Michaels. After the match, Lance left the arena abruptly without thanking Shawn, which violated rookie etiquette, as some would consider Shawn passing the torch to Lance, as Shawn pushed him very heavily to WWE management. On the September 29th edition of Raw, Lance and Chris Jericho would face Shawn Michaels and Triple H and would lose via disqualification. After the match, when Lance returned backstage, he faced an angry Vince McMahon, who was furious over Lance's performance and didn't think he was taking his push seriously enough. The next week, on October 6th, in a no disqualification match with Michaels on Raw, Lance was beaten down with one brutal chair shot after another and left for dead in the middle of the ring, and it turns out it was punishment. The punishment was for not having shown enough gratitude to Michaels, who had gifted Lance with a pinfall win over him in the prior match. This took place nearly a year after Vince McMahon told CNN in a fall 2007 documentary that WWE was banning chair shots to the head.
Standpoint is just don't use chairs to the head.
This would be Lance's last appearance on WWE television. The next two matches Lance had were house shows against D'Lo Brown.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention please as we go through the following safety instructions.
On October 13th, 2008, during a commercial flight from San Bernardino, California to Puerto Rico for another WWE house show, Lance suffered a seizure on the plane during the journey. The airline attendants didn't recognize Lance and had no way of knowing what caused the seizure. Lillian Garcia, who was traveling on the same flight, told him his name and informed them that he was a professional wrestler and saw to it that he made it to the hospital. He was rushed to the hospital and still incoherent when he arrived. He underwent a series of tests because the medical staff wasn't sure whether the seizure was caused by an athletic injury as opposed to drug-related. At the hospital, they determined the seizure was caused by an overdose of pain medication. The feeling was that because the incident occurred in public and became a life-and-death situation, it warranted a punishment more severe than the standard wellness policy suspensions. Generally, WWE would suspend wrestlers who are found abusing prescription drugs for 30 to 60 days. However, considering the abuse in Cade's case resulted in a potentially life-threatening seizure, they decided to terminate his contract as they felt the situation was much more grave than any others they had dealt with in the past. The persisting heat apparently wasn't over the drug-induced seizure, but Vince blowing up backstage a few weeks earlier at him for not taking his role seriously enough throughout the nervy performance during the Raw main event with DX. Shawn took it personal when Lance stormed out of the building, forgetting to thank him for the tag match. And because of Shawn's close relationship with McMahon's son-in-law Triple H, it didn't take long for word to reach the boss. In an October 2008 blog post, WWE commentator Jim Ross shed some light on Lance's sudden departure from the WWE. He would write, "Lance Cade was abruptly released from his contract this week, much to the surprise of many of us. I've always thought that Lance had a wealth of physical potential, and he was always a polite young man in my dealings with him. Like many fans, I did my share of armchair quarterbacking as to why Lance was not featured in a more prominent role on WWE TV programming. However, it seemed that the past several weeks those issues were being addressed, even to the point of Lance defeating HBK on a recent Monday Night Raw. The story I read on many internet sites about the reason for Lance's sudden dismissal isn't accurate. Many pundits speculate that Lance was dismissed because of a bad performance in a recent TV bout against DX on Raw, which is absolutely untrue. Lance's dismissal had zero to do with his in-ring performance or his lack of ability. Lance Cade was dismissed from WWE because, like many humans, he made a major league mistake while utilizing bad judgment that cost him his job. This included Lance having a seizure on an airplane and having to have emergency medical care. Luckily, Lillian Garcia was on the same flight and was instrumental in helping Lance get taken to the hospital, where a battery of tests were run that luckily determined that there was nothing seriously wrong with the young man, such as a brain tumor. Everyone makes mistakes. Lord knows I have made plenty in my career, but in this day and time some mistakes simply just can't be condoned. To some fans, Lance Cade will still likely be perceived as a victim in this matter and his punishment too harsh. Under the circumstances of the situation, I don't know what other decision WWE could have made. I'm just relieved it wasn't me in my former role that would have had to address this matter. I really like this kid and hope that he continues to follow his dreams. Second chances are not foreign in the wrestling business, so perhaps that could be in Lance's future, but that's just a personal observation. Lance Cade is a talented young man whose best days should be ahead of him, and I wish him nothing but success. Lance has been knocked down and now it's time for him to get off the canvas and get back in the game. I'm damn sure pulling for him. Upon his WWE release, Lance dedicated spending more time with his family and would also reunite with his partner Trevor Murdoch, making appearances in the NWA, as well as returning to Japan in December of that year, teaming with his former tag team partner Rene Dupree for Hustle on December 24th and 25th. They appeared as masked wrestlers Dinah and Mike Sharp, a parody of the Sharp brothers. But even though Lance was back in the ring full time, he was halfway across the world and thousands of miles away from his kids. This would be the first time not being home for Christmas. He chalked it up as being part of the business, but like all the injuries he was working through, he just numbed his feelings with more prescription drugs. Throughout the first half of 2009, he would spend most of his time in Japan, and in September he would face Rob Van Dam in a losing effort in Portugal for the WSW heavyweight title. In October, Lance would re-sign with the WWE and would be sent to Florida Championship Wrestling. But unfortunately, Lance's painkiller addiction had gotten worse over the previous year, as he was splitting his time between the NWA and long tours to Japan. When John Laurinaitis told him in mid-December that they were finally ready to bring him up to the main roster from FCW, Lance, showing rigorous honesty, admitted to Laurinaitis that he was struggling through painkiller withdrawal on his own, which led to him being unable to sleep. This subsequently led Lance to becoming addicted to sleeping pills as well, so he asked to go to drug rehabilitation, which he successfully completed in February of 2010. Laurinaitis assured Lance he would have a spot for him on the roster when he completed treatment. 6 weeks later, and after passing several drug tests for the WWE, he was released from his contract, with no explanation given. Shawn Michaels told him he was done as a WWE wrestler and would never be used as a main eventer by the company. After being with the company for a decade and injuring himself over and over, proving he would do anything asked to him by Vince McMahon, he was wished well on his future endeavors.
What got to me more was the notion that he had done the right thing in seeking out rehab to overcome his addiction, continued to pass drug tests, and yet been released by the WWE nevertheless. They tested him from the toe to the top of his head. He passed those tests, only to be released anyway. After he gets out of rehab, what is it now? He embarrassed you? Is that what it is? Don't tell me that you care about these people. Lance would have cut his arm off for Vince McMahon, but it wasn't there in return. He don't care any more than the man in the moon for them, other than his dollar signs.
Lance wouldn't stay unemployed for long. Shortly after, he would sign with All Japan Pro Wrestling, and the next month again would be making grueling trips to Japan. Because of the difference in culture and the way addiction and recovery is viewed in Japan, it was impossible for Lance to stay off the pain medication and sleeping pills, and began using even heavier than he did before rehab. Lance would comment during an interview with Kenny Bolin in May of 2010. "Here I am, the first active wrestler under contract with him that asked for help, and ending up talking to Shawn Michaels 6 weeks after I did that, and him pretty much telling me I'm done. It's like, well, geez, you guys really do care about your talent, don't you?" Here I made a pretty grown-up decision, for all the positive things in my life, my family, myself, and of course my career, to benefit everybody, and they take that as a bad thing. His last match was in Japan on July 4th. Lance was eager to return to the States and see his family. During the second week of August, it was reported that family members believed there was something wrong with Lance, including his wife Tanya, who noticed he didn't look healthy and that he was having trouble breathing. Lance was rushed to the hospital on the evening of Tuesday, August the 10th, and was released the next day. His father Harley noticed that Lance showed up to his work on August the 12th and was not looking good at all. After a series of unanswered phone calls, he went to Lance's home and discovered his son's lifeless body. According to the San Antonio Medical Examiner, Lance passed away from mixed intoxication, complicating a cardiomyopathy. When Dave Meltzer reported on Lance's death, he received a call from Vince McMahon because he originally thought Lance Storm had passed away. Around this time, Linda McMahon would be deep on the campaign trail in her attempt to gain a seat in the U.S. Senate. She didn't shy away from her past as CEO of the WWE, even highlighting her experience with the company in campaign ads. But the death of Lance and the lingering questions about the WWE's work practices threatened to turn the association into a negative one. During her run, Linda McMahon was known as a candidate who kicks men in the crotch and runs an operation where women are forced to bark like dogs. When asked about Lance's untimely passing, Linda McMahon said the company can no more be held accountable for his death than a studio that could have prevented Heath Ledger's death, referring to the actor who died of a drug overdose in 2008. Who knows what causes people to have addictions and do what they do, McMahon said. She would also go on to say she hardly knew Lance and might have met him once.
Linda McMahon is a bold-faced liar. I've been with him on 2 different WWE functions where she came up to him and knew him by name. She disrespected him. She disrespected the whole family.
During an interview with That's Wrestling, Trevor Murdoch would comment as he broke out in tears. "It breaks my heart every day. I think an addiction took control of his life, and he fought that addiction, and he did everything he could." Trevor Murdoch admitted they frequently talked about the problem. According to a 2014 study by Eastern Michigan University examining professional wrestlers who were active between 1985 and 2011, mortality rates were almost 3 times greater. Experts suggest that a combination of the physical nature of the business, no off-season, and potentially high workload, with some fighting more than 200 matches per year, along with the drug culture in the business, contribute to the high mortality rates. The concept of untimely deaths of the professional wrestlers was a frequent topic of discussion on the Opie and Anthony show. Lance Cade was proficient in the ring, good on the mic, and as passionate about the wrestling business as he was about life itself. He represents a dark side of wrestling's big bright show, a side that few want to acknowledge, particularly not Vince and Linda McMahon. After a decade of dedication to the company, sacrificing his body, his health, and eventually his life, he has been forgotten by the WWE and never mentioned again publicly by the corporation. That was the story of Lance Cade. Mike Lockwood, also known as Crash Holly, was a professional wrestler who began his career in 1989. One of the most memorable and entertaining performers of the World Wrestling Federation Attitude Era for almost 5 years, Mike was known as Bob Holly's kayfabe cousin, and even came up with the Spike Dudley and Molly Holly relationship angle. During his time with the WWF, Mike both enraged and engaged fans, as well as Crash Holly. During his career, he would also use the names Aaron O'Grady, the Leprechaun, the Green Ghost, Johnny Pearson, and Mad Mikey. One of the wrestlers who took pride in putting together his matches and actively pitched ideas to the writers on a regular basis. During his WWF career, Mike established himself in the hardcore division by winning the WWF Hardcore Championship on 22 occasions, with many of his reigns coming during a period when the title was defended 24/7. He was also a one-time WWF European Champion and a one-time WWF Light Heavyweight Champion. In total, Mike celebrated over 25 championship reigns in the WWF, after being released in June of 2003. That same year, Mike would join TNA Total Nonstop Action as Mad Mikey, where he would remain until his untimely death later that year. This is the story of Mike Lockwood, also known as Crash Holly. Mike was born in Anaheim, California in 1971 and raised in Pacifica, where he graduated from Terra Nova High School. He became interested in professional wrestling in the 8th grade, inspired by Brady Boone. Mike decided he wanted to wrestle while in junior high, while stocking shelves at a local liquor store. At 16, he called Buzz Sawyer's wrestling school after seeing an ad on TV.
I'm Mad Dog Buzz Sawyer. Do you got what it takes? Do you got the heart, the desire, the determination, the charisma to become a professional wrestler? Then if you do, I took time out of my busy schedule, out of my worldwide tour, to come here to Sacramento, California, and have the biggest training camp in the United States. If you got what it takes to become a pro wrestler, I want you to call right now.
But was told he was too young. In 1989, he graduated from Terra Nova, unbeaten as a senior on the wrestling team. After graduation, he called Woody Farmer and signed up for his wrestling school in Hayward, California, which was also run by Mae Young and Pepper Gomez, paying an entry fee of $2,000. Mike would officially start training in 1989. Just after 6 months of training, he debuted in Bay Area Wrestling, which aired on the Sports Channel as Johnny Pearson, where he stayed until 1994. His first match was against Boris Gibbanoff. After dislocating his shoulder 5 times, which required surgery, he took 18 months off to recover. Throughout his whole career with Bay Area Wrestling, he was only paid $30 the entire time. When he decided to return, Woody was only running sporadic shows and now owned a piano moving business. He then wrestled on the independent circle as Irish Aaron O'Grady. He would start working for Paul Brown, who ran shows every few months and eventually became connected with Mike Modest. In 1996, he joined All Pro Wrestling, owned by Roland Alexander, where he became known as the Leprechaun Aaron O'Grady and had several matches with Vic Grimes. In 1997, he made a return to the Terra Nova High School gym as the Leprechaun during an independent spot show. His first match back, he was wrestling Matt Heidman, who would later gain fame as Spike Dudley. Mike trained with Spike and had many matches together over the years. Some of his best matches were with Vic Grimes, which got him his tryout with the WWF after Jim Cornette saw the tape of one of their matches. He would regularly use a crossbody off the top balcony. After viewing a tape of a match between Mike and Mike Modest, Extreme Championship wrestler Taz referred Mike to ECW owner Paul Heyman. Mike was still known as Aaron O'Grady and lost 4 untelevised matches in ECW in November 1997, including a dark match at November to Remember. Living in his dad's motorhome and helping out with the ring crew, he got into a disagreement with Taz, who was known to be hard on the newer talent. Mike ended up leaving ECW as he knew his WWF tryout was right around the corner. He went back to All Pro Wrestling in California and would even do a Taz impersonation. Mike got his tryout match in the WWF with Vic Grimes, and immediately after the match, both Mike and Vic Grimes were signed to a developmental deal. They were sent back to Memphis to learn how to put together a TV match and where the cameras were. Once in Memphis, he worked in Power Pro Wrestling for more training and even went to Mexico for 3 months. He wrestled in Monterrey under a mask as a Green Ghost and performed at the Super Astros show. He claimed after living in Mexico for 3 months, he still didn't speak a word of Spanish. Even though he didn't know Spanish, he still felt he was getting heat in the locker room. Not having a work visa and routinely getting stiffed in the ring, he felt his safety was in jeopardy and was sent back to Memphis. Mike claimed he enjoyed his time in Memphis, but admitted it was nerve-wracking not knowing from 1 week to the next if he would be called up to the main roster or fired, and regretted never being able to work with Jerry Lawler. Around that time, WWF was bringing in Mike Tyson for WrestleMania. Once a week, him, Sean Stasiak, and A-Train would drive up north to Louisville to work for Danny Davis to do his television taping, as well as a shot show at the Louisville Gardens. After getting a call from Bruce Pritchard and explaining the storyline where Bob Holly was pretending he was 400 pounds, he offered a spot as Bob's cousin, Crash, and was told to dye his hair. He was flown out to Buffalo and had a dark match with Kurt Angle. That impressed the office. Next week in Milwaukee, on August 6, 1999, he made his debut on TV as Crash Holly, conceived by Vince Russo. They became known as the Holly Cousins. Their relationship was a strained one, and Hardcore frequently threatened Crash. When they took the gimmick of claiming to be super heavyweights, over 400 pounds each, Crash would carry a scale to ringside to weigh in before matches. At first, Bob Holly wasn't excited about getting a kayfabe cousin, and even told Mike to his face he didn't know him and didn't like him or the idea. Eventually, after a couple of weeks, Mike earned Bob's respect. Once Vince McMahon told Bob how much he enjoyed the angle and the chemistry between the two. After a very short time, they won the tag team titles on the October 24th edition of Raw's War. They defeated the Rock and Sock Connection for the titles. They would hold the championship until the November 4th edition of SmackDown, when they lost it to Mankind and his new partner, Al Snow. According to Mike, no matter how hard Bob hit him, he went in the back and shook his hand after and thanked him. Mike met his wife, Nikki Wheeler, when she escorted Mark Henry to the ring at Unforgiven 1999 in Charlotte, North Carolina. They married on New Year's Eve of that year. In early 2000, Crash Holly joined the Hardcore division. On the February 24th edition of SmackDown, he defeated Test to begin his first of 22 Hardcore Championship reigns. He decreed that he must defend the championship 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, which later became known as the 24/7 rule. This meant that the title was permanently contested, not just in sanctioned matches, and could change hands anywhere, anytime anyone pinned the champion, so long as the WWF referee counted the fall. Holly was frequently attacked by other wrestlers in unlikely locations, including an airport, a funhouse, a circus, and his hotel rooms. Although he was often pinned, he usually immediately regained the title. His most common tactic was to sneak a pin often after the champion had been beaten down by somebody else, and quickly run backstage away from all possible challengers. This turned him into a crowd favorite and earned him the nickname the Houdini of Hardcore. He frequently defended the championship against non-wrestlers, including referees and road agents like Gerald Briscoe and Pat Patterson. He had a long feud with the Mean Street Posse, Pete Gas, Rodney, and Joey Abs over the title. He even lost and quickly regained the title against one of the Godfather's hoes. At Rebellion, Crash defeated William Regal to win the European Championship. He lost the title to Regal 2 days later. In late 2000, another of Crash's storyline cousins, Molly Holly, was introduced. In 2001, the Holly cousins feuded with the Dudley Boys. In the course of this feud, at the suggestion of Mike, Molly began a romantic relationship with Spike Dudley, leading to internal disputes within each family, as well as a Romeo-Juliet-style angle between the six of them. On the March 18, 2001 episode of Heat, Crash defeated Dean Malenko to win the Light Heavyweight Championship. He defended it on 2 episodes of Heat against Funaki and Grandmaster Sexy before dropping it to the debuting Jerry Lynn on the April 29th episode. In May 2001, Holly and Crash briefly reunited as a lower card team. In 2002, he opened Crash Holly's School of Professional Wrestling in Salisbury, North Carolina, where his wife Nikki grew up. When the WWF was renamed World Wrestling Entertainment and divided into the Raw and SmackDown brands, Mike was assigned to the Raw roster, where he had little success. He jumped ship to SmackDown on the September 2nd, 2002 episode of Raw during a match with Jeff Hardy. Earlier, Raw general manager Eric Bischoff was informed that a Raw wrestler would leave to reunite with a relative on SmackDown. On his first SmackDown match on September 5th, he defeated the Hurricane. He then feuded with Cruiserweight champion Jamie Noble. On the October 3rd SmackDown, Noble defeated Crash to regain the title. On December 19th, Crash teamed with Bill DeMott to defeat Noble and Nunzio. After the match, DeMott turned on Crash and attacked him. This led to a match on the next SmackDown, which DeMott won. After being sidelined for 4 months, Crash returned on the April 24, 2003 edition of SmackDown. He soon joined Matt Hardy and Shannon Moore in the Mattitude Followers, which was abbreviated to the MFers stable. As Crash was Moore's alleged apprentice, Hardy also referred to him as a Moore-on. His last several matches with the company were tag team matches with Moore, as well as house show matches against newcomer Orlando Jordan. On June 30th, 2003, Mike was released from the WWE. Mike's release was mutual, as he didn't understand what direction the company was going and wanted to pursue other things, and admittingly was personally a lot happier leaving. Mike signed a contract with NWA Total Nonstop Action, later known as Total Nonstop Action Wrestling, in July 2003, and debuted as Mad Mikey, accepting an open challenge from Elix Skipper and losing the match. Mad Mikey was angry at many things on which he elaborated on in promos. He wrestled on 9 NWA TNA weekly pay-per-views, lastly on October the 1st. He briefly wrestled for Pro Wrestling Iron in Hayward, California. In late 2003, Mad Mikey and Rory Fox defeated Quinton Lee and the Human Time Bomb with Ricky Steamboat as a special guest referee for Heartland Wrestling Association in what turned out to be Mike's final match. He was reportedly in negotiations with New Japan Pro Wrestling. Mike passed away on November 6, 2003 at his friend Stevie Richards' house in Florida. He was 32 years old. He was found in a pool of vomit around his face. Empty bottles of prescription drugs and a partially consumed bottle of alcohol were found nearby. He had recently received divorce papers from his estranged wife. His death, caused by choking on his own vomit, was officially ruled a suicide. He was buried in China Grove in Rowan County, North Carolina. In August of 2005, Nora Greenwald, who performed alongside Mike as Molly Holly, released a DVD titled Nora Greenwald Shootin' the Crap, and a portion of the profits from the sale of the DVD went to Mike's daughter's education fund. He stated he loved doing comedy angles, and a lot of people to this day would agree Mike was one of the greatest hardcore champions, not because of his offense, but the way he could take a beating. One of his favorite title defenses was in the Newark Airport and in the arcade with the Headbangers. He believed his best overall matches were with Dean Malenko. Mike was a huge music and wrestling fan, and his favorite singer was Elvis. Bob Holly would state in an interview, he was very vocal about a lot of things, but a blast to be around. That was the story of Mike Lockwood, aka Crash Holly.
Terry Funk was a professional wrestler who was born on June 30th, 1944. The son of legendary pro wrestler Dory Funk, Terry himself became an icon in the industry. With a career spanning over 6 decades, he faced all the top names in the business. Throughout his career, he pioneered what is now known as hardcore wrestling, and is widely regarded as the greatest of all time. Starting his career in 1965 in his father's promotion, which he eventually owned with his brother Dory Jr., Terry would appear in virtually every territory and hold dozens of titles. In the mid-1980s, he would make his way to the World Wrestling Federation, where he became a household name. Known for his rough and tough demeanor in the ring and his brawling style, behind the scenes he was soft-spoken and went out of his way to help younger wrestlers, including a young Mick Foley, when in Japan in 1995, the two would face each other in one of the greatest death matches of all time, where many considered this the passing of the torch by Terry by putting him over. He was quoted in a 2010 interview saying that he would never retire, and wrestled his last match in 2017 at the age of 74. In 2021, it was reported he was battling dementia and later Parkinson's disease. These conditions, along with the toll his wrestling career took on his body, likely contributed to the decline of his overall health. His passing marked the end of an era in professional wrestling, leaving behind a storied career that will never be duplicated. This is the story of Terry Funk. The Funk family tree began in Hammond, Indiana after World War I, when Terry's grandfather, Adam Funk, moved from Germany and joined the Hammond Police Department. He not only would come in contact with Al Capone on a regular basis, he also killed at least 6 people in the line of duty. His father, Dorrance Funk, was born in 1918 and given the nickname Dory by his mother. Terry admitted he saw his father get violent more than once, contributing it to the upbringing of his no-nonsense grandfather Adam. Dory Sr., in his younger years, would have several brushes with the law, but eventually decided to focus on wrestling and football. He would go on to win the state wrestling tournament 3 years in a row. Dory would be recruited into the University of Indiana in Bloomington, where he took his wrestling career to the next level. In 1940, Dory married his high school sweetheart Dorothy Matlock, who was a year older. Because Dory was still a freshman in college, they kept their marriage a secret. As World War II heated up in Europe, Dory's days as an amateur wrestler were over. In 1941, the couple had their first son, Dory Ernest Funk Jr., and in 1944, while Dory was off fighting in World War II, Dorothy gave birth to Terry, who was a breech baby. While in labor, hemorrhaging began and a blood donor would be required. The only person in the area with the same blood type was a doctor, so he gave his own blood and Terry was born. Terry was named after one of his mother's favorite characters from the funnies, Terry from Terry and the Pirates. While growing up, Dory Jr. would threaten to beat up Terry for anything. When Dory Sr. returned from World War II, low on funds with no job or money, and having a family to support, Dory contacted local promoter Bulk Estes, who ran shows in the Hammond area. Shortly before his death in July 2004, Terry tracked down Bulk, by then 87, at his home in Oklahoma and asked him what happened that day. He said, "Dory took me down and hooked me in a top body scissors and face lock, but after several minutes I got away. We wrestled about 10 more minutes with neither one getting the advantage and we both called it quits." Bulk decided it was best for Dory to go to another wrestling area to get some ring experience. He talked to Toledo promoter Cliff Mopin. Mopin agreed to use him and even let him use his real name. They borrowed a house trailer and enough money for a used Oldsmobile, and the Funk family was ready for the road. They made their home in a trailer park, as did a lot of other wrestlers' families, and they bonded with a lot of them. It was immediate acceptance with other wrestlers' families. The kids stuck together and the families did too. According to Terry, it was much more of a circus atmosphere. The family would make the 30-foot trailer their home, and Terry's mother decorated the room him and his brother shared with paper stars that glowed in the dark. Dory Sr. worked in the Ohio, Florida, Oklahoma, and Arizona territories before returning to Ohio for a second run under promoter Al Haft. Soon after, it was announced they were bringing in the heavyweights, which was anyone over 205 pounds. At 190 pounds soaking wet, Dory was a junior heavyweight and saw the writing on the wall. He was out, and the big guys were in. He gave his notice and they were off to Texas. The couple decided they wanted to lay down some roots. With Dory Jr. changing schools all the time, and Terry just reaching school age, Dory and Dorothy decided, like other families, they wanted a home and stability. As Terry and Dory got older, their fights with each other became more regular, with their mother swatting at them with a rolled-up newspaper to keep them in line. It was evident the boys had completely different personalities. While Dory was more laid back and reserved, Terry was crazy enough to try anything, including having a pet skunk named Stinky, who had its scent glands removed. Because wrestling wasn't yet a viable option to support his family, Dory Sr. got a job as a superintendent at the boys' ranch under Cal Farley, who was also a professional wrestler. Dory Sr. ran the entire ranch for 140 kids. Dory would work at the ranch all day and occasionally wrestle at night. As a child, Terry was convinced his father was fighting for his life. Even though he usually knew the other person his father was fighting, he never once questioned the legitimacy of the sport. Terry would go to the arena and cry while watching his father get beaten up, much like his own kids would do decades later. According to Terry, all through his years in school, he would constantly defend his dad as people would regularly refer to him as a phony. In 1952, Terry was chosen as Boy of the Year by the National Athletic Achievement Committee of the YMCA. He won the title by topping more than 35,000 other boys who were entered into the annual competition. Terry started first grade at the boys' ranch. He even received an award for being the best speller in class. Because there was no cigarettes allowed on the ranch, the older boys would convince Terry to start stealing cigarettes, and to fit in with the older crowd, he began smoking as well. At 6 years old, Terry got into his first fight with a boy 2 or 3 years older. Already wrestling his brother and dad at home on a regular basis, when the other boy tried to steal Terry's seat in the mess hall during lunch, Terry snuck up behind him and put the first legal hold on him he ever used. He grabbed him from behind, put both fingers in his mouth, and pulled back as hard as he could. Every Thursday night, Dory would take the boys from the ranch to the matches. Each week, there'd be a bus outside waiting, and they even had their own roped-off area to sit in. At one point, Dory got into a disagreement with promoter Dory Denton, which resulted in the family leaving the territory. Dory Sr., with family in tow, headed to Vancouver, British Columbia, and wrestled under a mask, working for promoter Rod Fenton.
This is where the Double Cross Ranch name came from. Dory wrestled as the Outlaw and was billed as being from the Double Cross Ranch. Through the mid-1950s, the family would travel across Canada to Ontario, where Dory would have a bloody feud with both Maurice and Paul Vachon. In 1956, Dory would settle his differences with Denton in Texas and become owner of the Amarillo Territory. That same year, as Terry started middle school, he would meet the love of his life, Vicky, but wouldn't start dating until high school. While Terry was falling in love, his father was involved in violent matches, including the Texas Death Match, in which he is credited for inventing. When Terry was 14, his dad finally smartened him up to the business, which gave Terry an even greater appreciation for the sport. After he was told the truth, he continued to defend it as a shoot, smartening up only a handful of people throughout his life. Because of the small populations of the towns they would travel to and the number of performances they had to do, if it wasn't looked at as a shoot, they wouldn't be doing much business. Wrestling wasn't the carnival coming to the area, it was a weekly pastime. In 1959, Terry graduated from Canyon High School, where he played on the varsity football team. Although he was small in high school, weighing only 155 pounds, he secured a tryout at Cisco Junior College and gained 30 more pounds that summer. Terry's newfound size helped him make the junior college team, eventually bulking up to 225 pounds. When he began playing as a linebacker and a guard, he topped the scales at around 240 pounds. Upon transferring to West Texas, playing alongside teammates Stan Hansen, Bobby Duncombe, and Virgil Runnels. Terry chose West Texas because it was close to home. Although Terry had dabbled in amateur wrestling, he gave it up during his sophomore year in high school. Nevertheless, he continued honing his wrestling skills at home. His family's garage had been converted into a wrestling gym, where he trained alongside notable wrestlers such as his father, brother, Bob Geigel, Vern Gagne, Dick Hunton, Joe Scarpella, and Lou Thez. This dedication to wrestling would later play a huge role in Terry's success. In 1965, as soon as the football season ended in his senior year, Terry started wrestling in small towns on the Amarillo circuit. Growing up, there was never any question that he wanted to follow in his dad's footsteps. Not only did Terry debut in the ring, he also purchased his first car, a 1965 Galaxy, for $3,200. His girlfriend Vicky's father owned a gas station in town, and one of his employees was a local wrestling fan named Virgil Runnels, soon to be known as none other than Dusty Rhodes. Terry would regularly fill up his car at the station. Desperate to get into the business, Dusty would constantly try and get him to introduce him to his father Dory, but the senior funk wasn't interested, who decided to train Bobby Duncombe instead. Dusty would leave Texas altogether, but still find his way into the business. According to Terry, he made his way to Pittsburgh and told the promoter he worked for the Funks and talked his way into the world title match. He told the promoter he forgot his gear. The truth was, he had no gear. Terry's first match was in December 1965 against veteran Sputnik Monroe. Sputnik was a heel and led the match and didn't give Terry much of a chance to get in any offense. Terry found himself gasping for breath, thoroughly exhausted and nervously drained early in the match, causing his nose to start bleeding. Adhering to his opponent's directions, he was on the receiving end of relentless aggression until his father hurried down to ringside. In a stern outburst, Dory shouted, "God damn you, you dumb son of a bitch. You're letting him eat your ass up. Get off your goddamn ass and do something, or I'll beat your ass." Fueled by his father's threats, Terry sprang into action, executing swift moves that led to a successful pin and an upset on Sputnik. Despite the victory, Terry faced additional criticism from his father in the locker room, who had more choice words for him following the match. One night, in a bar in Amarillo, Terry was minding his own business, engaged in a conversation with his wife, Vicky. As they chatted, a man approached their table and asked Vicky to dance. Politely, Terry intervened, requesting the man wait as he was currently talking with his wife. Upon recognizing him as Terry Funk, the man extended his hand for a handshake. However, instead of a customary handshake, the man gripped Terry's hands with excessive force. Despite the discomfort, Terry attempted to downplay the situation. The man, although a hefty 300 pounds, lacked a muscular build. Unable to endure the intense pressure, Terry instinctively retaliated
by delivering a powerful slap, causing the man to topple onto the floor. In the aftermath, a diamond ring Terry had recently purchased flew off during the encounter. The bar's sturdy iron tables, including the one on which they were seated, played a crucial role in the unfolding events. After the man's fall, he clung onto one of the heavy tables for support. Terry, attempting to assist him, grabbed the man's pants. However, in the process of lifting him, the man's pants and underwear unexpectedly tore off, revealing his bare, overweight posterior. In a humorous turn of events, Terry decided to seize the opportunity and bit a chunk out of the man's exposed buttocks, bringing the confrontation to an unexpected conclusion. Nevertheless, the incident didn't end there, as the man pursued legal action the next day, leading Terry to settle out of court for a hefty sum of $750. In retrospect, Terry deemed it to be the most expensive piece of ass he ever got. He departed West Texas State with just 4 hours needed to complete his degree, a status that remains unchanged till the day he died. Despite being on the brink of graduation, his venture into the world of professional wrestling by working in his father's territory for several months led him to make a pivotal decision in 1966. Presented with an opportunity to join Eddie Graham's promotion in Florida, Terry made the bold choice to abandon his academic pursuits. Dismissing the idea of completing his remaining coursework, he embraced a career in wrestling wholeheartedly and never looked back. Reflecting on his decision, Terry acknowledges occasional thoughts of what might have been had he stayed in school or delved deeper into his academic interests. However, the allure of being part of the wrestling world, combined with the prospect of earning $25 to $30 a night in Florida, proved to be too compelling to resist. In hindsight, the financial rewards and the chance to be involved in the beloved wrestling business overshadowed any regrets about leaving his academic path unfinished. Terry had accumulated some experience in the wrestling ring when discussions with Bud Grant arose regarding the possibility of playing professional football in Winnipeg. The offer on the table was a contract with a yearly salary of $12,000. Simultaneously, he embarked in a wrestling venture with Vern Gagne in the AWA. Making his debut on AWA television, Terry teamed up with Dennis Stamp in a match against Larry Hennig and Harley Race. Despite Terry's limited knowledge of the business at the time, Hennig and Race, who were friends with his father, showcased their skills and made him appear exceptional in the ring. It was a testament to their talent, proving they could wrestle effectively with anyone, even someone relatively inexperienced like Terry. Subsequently, Vern Gagne dispatched Terry to Denver for a match against Butch Levy, expanding his wrestling experiences beyond the AWA. Terry anticipated replicating the success he had with Hennig and Race at his match against Butch Levy, expecting a 12-minute bout. However, that night he discovered that wrestling Levy for 12 minutes felt more like enduring a marathon for 12 days. Disheartened by the experience, Terry began questioning his abilities, thinking, "God damn, is there something wrong with me? I ain't as hot as I thought I was." Distressed by the match, Terry, after sharing a couple of beers with fellow wrestler Salento Rodriguez, headed straight to the hotel and went to bed. Before leaving Amarillo, his father had explicitly warned him not to indulge in excessive drinking and to conduct himself professionally while working for Vern. However, on the night his father decided to check in on him, a mix-up occurred with the hotel rooms, leading to Terry sleeping in Rodriguez's room, who had been deaf and communicated by feeling the phone vibrate. When Terry's father called, Salento picked up the phone and could only respond with unintelligible sounds. Frustrated, Dory Sr. yelled, "God damn it, I told you not to get drunk. You act like a nut, and then you hang up on me?" Terry clarified the misunderstanding, convincing his father that he wasn't the one who hung up. Despite the challenging experience in Denver and the football opportunity not working out, Terry soon returned home. Terry and his brother swiftly ascended through the ranks, excelling both as a tag team and in individual matches against formidable opponents. While in Florida, Eddie Graham would become a mentor to Terry, as Terry saw many similarities between Eddie and his father. But one difference was, according to Terry, Eddie held his son Mike back and never tried to get him over as a superstar. During his time in Florida was the first time Terry had a chance at being a heel. After playing a babyface in Amarillo, he enjoyed trying to make people believe what a rotten person he was. During his time in Florida, he found amusement and mischief as Wednesday nights were a highlight, as they held shows in the same Miami building once used by the legendary Jackie Gleason for his TV productions. In a mischievous act of rebellion, Gleason's unlocked dressing room became a target for Terry's antics.
Without fail, every Wednesday night, Terry ventured into Gleason's dressing room and left a distinctive mark by purposely urinating on the toilet seat. It became a ritual, a cheeky act of defiance that added an element of amusement to Terry's routine. As the weeks passed, Terry couldn't help but revel in his own private joke. Each time he tuned in to watch Jackie Gleason's TV show, he chuckled to himself, knowing that at some point in that day, the famous entertainer had unknowingly shared a seat with Terry's unknown contribution. For Terry, this act became his own strange claim to fame during the time in Florida, adding a touch of humor and rebellion to his wrestling escapades. While still in Florida, Terry received a call from his father informing him of a significant development. His father's business partner Doc Sarpolis had passed away, and Terry's father had taken the opportunity to acquire the remaining shares in the promotion from Sarpolis' widow. "I want you to come back, Terry," his father said over the phone. In response, Terry expressed his hesitation, citing the financial success he was experiencing in Florida. "Dad," he explained, "I'm making a lot of money here." Undeterred, his father proposed a solution. "We'll figure out how much you're making a week, and I'll see if we can't come up with something better for you." After careful consideration with his wife, Terry calculated his weekly earnings and called his father back and let him know he was averaging $278 a week. To Terry's surprise, his father was confident in offering a better deal, stating he could do better than that. With the promise of a more lucrative agreement, Terry made the decision to return, giving his notice in Florida and rejoining his father's promotion. The family ties and the prospect of an improved financial deal played pivotal roles in Terry's choice to make the move back to his father's wrestling enterprise. While demonstrating a wrestling hold at his home to a visitor in 1973, Dory Funk Sr. had a heart attack and passed away in the ambulance on the way to the hospital with both his sons by his side, leaving the brothers as owners of the territory. In 1974, Terry Funk even challenged Muhammad Ali to a fight and offered him $250,000. Although the boxer never agreed to fight Terry Funk, he did agree to a match with Antonio Inoki 2 years later. After Terry's father passed away, anxiety attacks plagued him. Convinced that heart problems were imminent, 6 months post to his demise, returning from a show in New Mexico, Terry experienced a sudden flash of symptoms. Seeking refuge in the nearest hospital, his blood pressure registered dangerously high levels. The haunting fear of a fate similar to his father's had induced a self-inflicted panic. Dory and Terry mourned deeply following their father's passing, but a determination to prove their capability in running the family business consumed them. This obsession led Terry to sacrifice family time, becoming wholly business-focused day in and day out. Despite achieving notable success, the relentless pursuit took a toll. The all-encompassing dedication to preserving and improving the family business led to the neglect of his home life, ultimately resulting in Vicky filing for divorce just a few months after his father's demise. Because Terry was a second-generation star and easily became established in wrestling, he felt he didn't have the need to take steroids. The devastating reality of Vicky leaving became the toughest pill for Terry to swallow. Despite the desire to salvage the relationship, the isolation caused by the business-centric focus had taken its toll. Recognizing the mistake of self-imposed isolation, Terry understood the irreversible damage caused by neglecting their family and lamented the missed opportunity to reconcile. At the time, according to Terry, he was battling drug addiction, but he quit in 1973 and never allowed the substance to take over his life again. Vicky decided to give him a second chance, but even when Terry brought pot into the house, she made him flush it down the toilet. By the mid-1970s, Terry was now known as the master of the Texas Death Match. After the passing of his father, he seemed to have a newly found rage inside. In the summer of 1975, NWA promoters faced a challenging decision regarding Jack Briscoe's successor as world champion. The decision narrowed down between Harley Race and Terry. Dory Jr. staunchly advocated on his behalf, vigorously supporting his brother, which generated significant backlash and animosity throughout the NWA. In December 1975, he emerged victorious over Jack Briscoe to claim the NWA World Heavyweight Championship in Miami, as Dory was absent for their scheduled title bout due to a previous obligation for All Japan Pro Wrestling. Terry would hold the title for 14 months, when he was defeated by Handsome Harley Race in Toronto. With Fred Atkin as a special referee, Ray secured the championship through a submission using the Indian deathlock, an uncommonly used technique that exerted significant pressure on Terry's injured leg. When Terry failed to answer Atkin's call, the match was ended. Terry had a preference for a submission finish, believing it would catch people off guard and contribute to the overall health of the business. Unconcerned about potentially losing heat by opting for a submission, Terry was confident in his ability to regain popularity and making a lasting impact. Terry wouldn't be without gold for long. Teaming up with Dory, the brothers would have success in Japan when they defeated Abdul the Butcher and the Sheik in the opening Tag League final, winning the All Japan Pro Wrestling World Tag Team Championship tournament. And the next year, Terry would win the NWA Brass Knuckles title when he defeated Killer Karl Krupp. In 1978, Terry would make his big screen debut when he played pro wrestling promoter Frankie the Thumper alongside Sylvester Stallone in the movie Paradise Alley, which pulled in $7 million at the box office. He would also do some stunt work on the Rambo movies and star in several commercials, including Lipton's Cup of Soup and Wendy's.
B. It's hard like my Dale toys.
Yes, but wouldn't you rather have the juicy taste of the Wendy's hamburger?
Hey, no pain, no gain. And that beef burger, that's pain, yeah, real pain, the kind I like. That burger put some serious hurt in me. I love it. Got any more?
In 1980, Western State Sports was in trouble. Ticket sales experienced a decline, prompting the Funk Brothers to sell the territory to wrestlers Blackjack Mulligan and Dick Murdoch for $20,000. In 1981, Terry engaged in a feud with Jerry Lawler while spending time in the Continental Wrestling Association. A particularly memorable encounter in this rivalry unfolded in April 1981 at the Mid-South Coliseum in Memphis, Tennessee. The unique aspect of the match was its setting, an empty arena, only with Lance Russell, a cameraman, and a photographer as witnesses. Terry had issued the challenge to Lawler due to his perceived unfair treatment in Memphis at the time. The confrontation was brief, lasting only a few minutes, and culminated in Terry attempting to injure Jerry Lawler's eye with a broken 2x4. However, Lawler countered by kicking Terry's elbow, causing him to inadvertently strike himself in the eye. This traumatic incident was captured on tape and subsequently aired on April 25, 1981. Through the early 1980s, Terry would spend most of his time bouncing between Florida, Atlanta, and Japan. But in 1985, he made a call to the World Wrestling Federation. Some of the NWA promoters were very good friends of his, but when he decided to go work for Vince in 1985, some of them viewed him as a traitor. He would debut on the same show as Randy Macho Man Savage and the British Bulldogs. Terry couldn't help but be thoroughly impressed by the organization and execution of the operation. Having experienced various wrestling territories, Terry recognized that this production under Vince was on an entirely different level. The high-end production reflected a well-oiled machine, with everyone working for Vince executing their roles seamlessly. It was a first-class operation. In his debut match, he defeated Mario Mancini. With Jimmy Hart as his manager, his unforgettable and unstable demeanor made people question if sometimes his actions were a shoot or actually part of the show. Like the time he beat up ring attendant Mel Phillips when Phillips put on Terry's hat while collecting his gear to take backstage. Terry's first WWF run wouldn't last long. By 1986, due to the constant travel and missing home, he decided his days in the WWF were over. While the WWF would introduce a new character complete with a Lone Ranger style mask, Jimmy Jack Funk was Terry's new storyline younger brother. Jimmy Jack would quickly fall to the bottom of the cards, eventually working mostly house shows, putting over other talent, and teaming with a series of journeymen whom he had no previous storyline connection. When Vince McMahon realized his attempt to cash in on the Funk name failed, Jimmy Jack left the Federation shortly after following an altercation with Haku. In August of 1987, he found himself working one last WWF show. It was in Houston for a show commemorating the retirement of Paul Bosch. Most of 1998, he decided to take a break from the ring completely to spend time at his ranch,
Still working out every day, several hours a day, he was doing 1,000 crunches and was ready to get back into the ring. Terry would return to Dusty Rhodes' promotion in Florida and have a short-lived feud with Dustin Rhodes. Shortly after Terry concluded his involvement with Dusty, a call came from Jim Herd. The invitation was to participate in a Clash of Champions show scheduled for April 2, 1989. The purpose was to pay tribute to past NWA World Champions. Terry also had the opportunity to announce the main event featuring Ric Flair vs. Ricky Steamboat alongside Jim Ross. Throughout 1989, Terry would spend most of his time in the newly formed WCW, feuding with Ric Flair and having several high-profile matches. By 1990, he would be back making several tours in Japan, even appearing in the FMW promotion. In late 1993, Terry received an offer to work with the WWF. They approached him about becoming head booker, and the plan was for him to participate in the Survivor Series show in Boston. They wanted Terry to wear a strange outfit with a blue mask, playing one of Jerry Lawler's knights in a tag match against Bret Hart and his three brothers. The scripted outcome involved Bret defeating Terry, revealing his face, and then applying his finishing move, the sharpshooter, for another victory. Following this, Terry was expected to take over as creative head of the company, replacing his old friend Pat Patterson, who was looking to step down and spend more time at home. After meeting with the WWF in New York City, Terry felt a culture shock transitioning from his ranch's open space to the hustle and bustle of the city. The logistic challenge and fast-paced lifestyle made him reconsider the deal. Despite a pleasant dinner with Pat, filled with laughter and old stories, Terry, as he lay in his hotel room, started having second thoughts about the arrangement. The next morning, Terry left a note for Vince, expressing concerns about his horse being sick and possibly dying. He abruptly left, catching a flight back home, escaping the commitment. Later, Terry discovered that Lawler encountered legal troubles, and Shawn Michaels replaced him as one of the knights in the Survivor Series. In 1996, he made his first appearance in the ECW when he teamed with Tommy Dreamer to defeat Brian Lee and Shane Douglas. Already secure in his finances and an established bona fide legend in the business, and with his wife pleading with him to hang up his boots and retire, Terry opted to sign with a smaller promotion because he was dedicated to helping create and train new stars. In the latter part of 1997, ECW would begin trading talent with the World Wrestling Federation, and Terry once again would be on the main stage. He would now be known as Chainsaw Charlie, wearing a see-through nylon mask and forming a team with Mankind, even winning the WWF Tag Team titles. Terry's last match in the WWF would be on a house show in early 1998, losing to Mankind. He would bounce back to the WCW, where he would make sporadic appearances until it shut down in 2001. Terry underwent surgery for a hernia on September 12, 2016, and despite doctor's orders for bed resting lasting a few weeks, he opted to attend Tommy Dreamer's House of Hardcore show instead. He staged a comeback to the ring on September 22, 2017, appearing for the Big Time Wrestling promotion in Raleigh, North Carolina. He joined forces with the Rock and Roll Express in a 6-man tag team match facing Doug Gilbert, Jerry Lawler, and Brian Christopher. Terry and his wife Vicky Ann tied the knot on August 14, 1965. Tragically, Vicky passed away on March 29, 2019. In June 2021, Don Morocco revealed that Terry had been diagnosed with dementia and was residing in an assisted living facility. Terry passed away on August 23, 2023 at the age of 79 while under care at a hospital in the Phoenix area. Reports indicated that he faced a struggle with dementia and later Parkinson's disease. These ailments, compounded by the physical toll of his wrestling career, likely played a role in his declining health. His passing signified the conclusion of a significant chapter in professional wrestling, leaving behind a richly storied career that will remain unmatched. That was the story of Terry Funk. Michael Charles Jones was a professional wrestler whose career spanned over 4 decades. Originally a bodybuilder, After receiving advice from Tony Atlas, Jones decided to try his luck in pro wrestling and began training under Afa of the Wild Samoans. Debuting in the mid-1980s as Soul Train Jones, he would soon make his way to the WWF and into his most well-known role as the $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase's no-nonsense bodyguard Virgil. At the time, along with DiBiase, he would be used in the backdrop of the company's most famous angles, including when Hulk Hogan was stripped of the title after holding it for 4 years. Virgil often acted as a shield for DiBiase, taking beatings from opponents while DiBiase escaped to safety. Primarily serving as a bodyguard and a manager, initially Virgil rarely competed in the ring, though he did occasionally participate in matches.
Virgil, I think I'm beginning to perspire.
In 1991, Virgil turned against DiBiase, defeating his former boss at both WrestleMania and SummerSlam that year. He broke away from DiBiase and would bounce from the mid to lower card as a singles performer. Jones found another prominent role in 1996 when he joined WCW as a member of the New World Order alongside DiBiase. In WCW, Jones took on the name Vincent, occasionally wrestling but primarily serving as a group's enforcer. Like most WWF stars from that era, Jones would eventually find greener pastures and a lighter schedule and more generous payouts in WCW. He would retire from in-ring competition in 2000 when WCW was bought out by the WWF, and like most wrestlers, still made countless appearances in the independent circuit. Jones would gain internet fame when he would set up his merchandise table and appear as his Virgil character in virtually everywhere from parking lots to swap meets and even subway stations. Many would question if this was his Virgil character or the real Mike Jones. But who was the real Mike Jones? Who was he before he became the knockaround guy for Ted DiBiase? And what was his life really like after his TV fame came to an end? Well, this is a story of Mike Jones, aka Virgil. According to Wikipedia, Michael Jones was born in Pennsylvania on April 7, 1951, to Warren Jones Sr. and Elizabeth Jones. He had two older brothers, Warren Jr. and Donald, and a sister, Toni. Although most of his adult life he claimed he was born in 1961, shaving 10 years off his age. In an industry where in many cases, your value depends on how many miles you have left in the tank. Also, according to Wikipedia, Jones attended Virginia Union University and played as defensive back for the college football team. He wrestled as an amateur and later worked at his uncle's loading and moving company and began entering bodybuilding competitions. After a chance meeting with Tony Atlas in a Pittsburgh gym, Atlas recommended Jones to try out pro wrestling in 1985. In the same year, he began training with Afa of the Wild Samoans. After extensive digging and down a few rabbit holes, I could not confirm or deny his athletic background or attendance at the Virginia Union University. On the contrary, in an article posted by SlamWrestling.net, Virgil did not wrestle at suburban Moorville High School and didn't compile a 32-0 record at 186 pounds. His father, Warren Jones Sr., who insisted that his children get straight A's, was not a Navy SEAL. However, his mother, Elizabeth, might have really worked in the office at a bus company. Brother Warren Jr. has passed away, and brother Donald is reportedly in his 80s and in a nursing home or an assisted living facility, and has never bench pressed 500 pounds, no matter how much his baby brother pumped him up. Sister Antoinette Jones talks about her brother and lives in their hometown in Wilkinsburg. Rumor killer: Virgil never taught math or anything else as a high school teacher. But what is true is in the summer of 1987, when the $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase's vignettes began airing on WWF programming, Virgil was behind him playing an intricate part in DiBiase's character. And what else is true is at some point in Michael Jones's life, he made the decision to make bodybuilding a priority in his life, which undoubtedly contributed to his consistent participation in the top tier of the WWF until 1991. Jones began his professional wrestling career in 1985 under the name Soul Train Jones, competing in the Championship Wrestling Association based in Memphis, Tennessee. He quickly found himself in heated rivalries with Chick Donovan and Big Bubba. By 1986, he was already on the radar of the WWF, but they weren't quite sure what to do with him. In the meantime, the WWF would bring him in for house shows and preliminary matches where he would be known as Lucius Brown. Since the WWF didn't have a farm system, they would rely on plucking talent from smaller promotions, and because he wasn't quite ready for the big stage, the WWF would supplement his payouts by a few $100s each week to keep his mind focused on his training and dedication to the business, at the same time gaining experience and paying his dues in front of smaller audiences. On January 4th, 1987, he captured the AWA International Heavyweight Championship by defeating Big Bubba. His reign lasted 106 days until April 20th, when Donovan dethroned him. During his title run, Jones also entered a tournament for the vacant AWA Southern Heavyweight Championship, where he defeated Tommy Rich, The Hunter, and Goliath to reach the final, but ultimately lost to Austin Idol. Additionally, he challenged Nick Bockwinkel for the AWA World Heavyweight Championship, but was unsuccessful. Later, he teamed up with Rocky Johnson to win the AWA Southern Tag Team Championship, a title they held for 28 days before losing it to Donovan and Jack Hart. Ted DiBiase debuted in the WWF with his persona as the $1 Million Man. This character was known for his arrogance, wealth, and lavish spending, portraying a villainous persona. DiBiase was famous for flaunting his money and tried to use it to gain advantages. In 1988, DiBiase manufactured a plan where he would pay off Andre the Giant to defeat Hogan for the belt and give it to the $1 Million Man. At the time, this was one of the top angles of the 1980s, with the title being stripped from Hogan. This marked the end of an era, not only in the WWF, but culture in general. When turning on his boss led to a face turn for Virgil, this would culminate into a match at WrestleMania 7 in 1991, where Virgil defeated Ted DiBiase for the $1 Million Championship, which was a significant moment in their storyline rivalry. Although at the time the feud between the former boss and the employee could potentially lead to a multi-year rivalry. Although he always kept himself in top physical condition, Virgil's in-ring skills were limited, requiring the $1 Million Man to carry most of their matches. According to DiBiase, on his Everybody's Got a Pod channel on YouTube, when questioned about Virgil, he would answer, "Well, you know, Virgil's a nice guy, but I guess the nicest way to say it is, he's just not real bright. If he would have, had a little more savvy and a little more talent as a performer, I could have done a lot. Him playing that part of being my manservant and all that stuff for as long as he did, and then they did the turn and all of a sudden, he's a big babyface and kicking my butt. That would have been great. But the simple facts are Virgil just didn't have the tools to get it done. He just didn't." Virgil would later befriend Roddy Piper and would act as Virgil's occasional tag team partner, manager, and mentor. Piper's in-ring appearances were limited at this point, and having Virgil take all the bumps and do all the in-ring work gave longevity to Piper's career, and the company was able to keep him intertwined into its main storylines. Desperate to stay in the spotlight, and most importantly employed, as a suggestion from Pat Patterson, he would even dress as a woman and for a short time be known as Virgil's sister, Virgilina. According to an interview with Virgil on WrestlingInc.com, he would state, "The Pipe was something else. He was such a good friend, and he was such a great teacher. He was really a great person. Roderick Toombs, may God bless your soul, one of the best guys in the world." Although this partnership is often overlooked, it led to some of the more entertaining interviews at the time. Virgil would also become the only man at the time to be recognized as a $1 Million champion other than DiBiase. The title would make a handful of comebacks throughout the years and held by half a dozen other stars, but Virgil will always be remembered as the man to dethrone Ted DiBiase from the very championship he created. But unfortunately, Virgil's quick rise to the top wouldn't last long. After beating DiBiase via a countout at WrestleMania 7 and pinning him at SummerSlam later that year, his career would slowly slide down from mid to lower card. Although he did wrestle Bret Hart for the WWF title in 1992, by 1993 he was used solely to put over newer talent, and even lost to Johnny Polo in the opening match at an event in Ontario. The name Virgil was reportedly a nod to then NWA booker Dusty Rhodes, whose actual real first name was Virgil, rumored to be an idea of Bobby Heenan, though the claim has been disputed by Bruce Pritchard. Virgil would hold on to the $1 Million belt for approximately 3 months. During his brief stint as $1 Million champion, Mike Jones admitted in later years to partying with several women with the belt and nothing else on but the belt. Regardless of his new lifestyle as a champion, it wasn't the cause of his downfall. It was more like the lack of charisma and mic skills he displayed that apparently bored Vince McMahon, but everyone else seemed to think he did okay. Last match was in January 1994, losing against Yokozuna in Madison Square Garden. And that's when the WWF started clearing out its roster from all its talent from the 1980s, and the company began going in an entirely different direction, which didn't include an arrogant millionaire or his former bodyguard. Also leaving, stars who felt they weren't being fairly financially compensated, which would create a flood of free agents, and the deep pockets of World Championship Wrestling would gladly pay them as if they were worth their weight in gold. And with a guaranteed lighter travel schedule and more creative control, this was a no-brainer for stars who had been making other companies millions of dollars but not sharing in the fortune.
A name very familiar to wrestling fans. Bring him out.
Get him out.
Teddy, where's
Get
Vincent?
Off me. Vincent!
Often portrayed as the NWO's lackey or enforcer, he was usually seen as the bodyguard or background character during NWO's infamous beatdowns and promos. This role became a defining part of his WCW persona. While not known for his in-ring work in WCW, he did have a few brief feuds. WO became watered down, and bringing in stars who weren't former WWF big names, his spot in the upper mid-card would also see a decline. And when DiBiase left the WCW due to creative differences, he would no longer have the $1 Million Man to attach his name to. Although he lost most of his matches, he added a layer of comedic relief which became more and more outlandish, and at one time even expressing his hate for rap music alongside Curt Hennig and the West Texas Rednecks, and also changing his name to Curly Bill. This actually became one of the more popular storylines at the time. But as they say, all good things must come to an end, and the NWO would gain more and more members, and the faction would self-split into 2 different entities. Over time, as the NWO storyline became more convoluted, Vincent's role diminished. His character's decline was notable as he went from being a prominent part of one of wrestling's most infamous factions to becoming more of a background character, reflecting the larger issues within WCW's booking during that era. By 1999, both squads of the NWO shrunk as one member after another slowly left, over time ironically leaving only Vince as the sole member and the de facto last leader of the original NWO before the faction dissolved for good in October 1999. Eventually, World Championship Wrestling was sold to Vince McMahon, and Virgil, along with several other stars, decided to let their contracts run out and sit at home and collect their paychecks. That would be the end of his full-time in-ring career. After WCW folded, Virgil's presence in mainstream wrestling greatly diminished. Instead of transitioning to WWE or to other major promotions, he began wrestling on the independent circuit. He made appearances at smaller events and wrestling conventions, often capitalizing on his fame from his time in both WWF and WCW. He had been known to make appearances at conventions and autograph signings, selling memorabilia to wrestling fans. In the mid-2010s, Virgil gained an unexpected form of notoriety on the internet. He became a subject of several memes, particularly focused on his reputation for appearing at conventions with few attendees or long lines for his autograph. The Lonely Virgil meme became a popular running joke in the wrestling community, showing Virgil sitting alone at tables with few fans seeking his signature. While some wrestlers might find this form of attention unwelcome, Virgil embraced it. He used the memes to his advantage, promoting himself and appearing on podcasts and shows to discuss his career, often playing into the comedic side of his later fame. Virgil made sporadic appearances in the wrestling world, including brief returns to the WWE for special segments. One of the more notable appearances was in 2010 when he reappeared in WWE as part of Ted DiBiase Jr.'s storyline, reprising his role as the elder DiBiase's bodyguard. His return, however, was short-lived and more of a nostalgic nod to wrestling fans than a significant return to action. In addition to his occasional wrestling appearances, he ventured into other forms of entertainment. He became active on platforms like Cameo, where he charged fans for personalized video messages, further capitalizing on his cult-like internet fame. In later years, Virgil faced personal and health challenges. He had been vocal about his struggles, including dealing with financial hardship and health issues. In 2022, he revealed that he had suffered multiple strokes and was dealing with early stages of dementia. His openness about his health had drawn sympathy from fans and colleagues, many of whom had contributed to fundraisers to help support his medical expenses. Though Virgil's post-WCW career hasn't been marked by major championship or high-profile matches, his legacy in wrestling remains unique. For many fans, he represents a cult figure of wrestling's past, a character who managed to stay relevant through a combination of nostalgia, self-promotion, and humor. His embrace of internet fame and his willingness to engage with fans in unconventional ways has kept him a notable figure, even if his in-ring career has long since ended. Richard Irwin Rude was born on December 7, 1958 in St. Peter, Minnesota. Before entering the world of professional wrestling, he had a background in bodybuilding. But Rick's impressive physique and charisma made him a natural fit for the world of professional wrestling. Rick began his career as a wrestler in the early 1980s, starting with regional promotions before making his way to larger wrestling organizations. He first gained prominence in world-class championship wrestling and then moved on to the Universal Wrestling Federation, where he was managed by Percy Pringle. His big break came when he signed with the World Wrestling Federation in 1987. He adopted the persona of Ravishing Rick Rude, a cocky and arrogant villain who would insult the audience and show off his physique. Rude was known for his feud with Jake the Snake Roberts and his rivalry with the Ultimate Warrior, which culminated in one of the most iconic moments in wrestling history. Rick's character was unique in that he would often wear tights with an image of his opponent's or even his opponent's wife on them, which added a layer of personal animosity to his feuds. His charismatic presence and ability to generate heat from the audience made him a memorable and effective heel. Rick Rude's career continued to flourish in various wrestling promotions, including World Championship Wrestling and Extreme Championship Wrestling. Unfortunately, his life was tragically cut short when he passed away on April 20th, 1999 at the age of 40 due to heart failure. Despite his untimely death, his impact on professional wrestling and his memorable character continue to be remembered and celebrated by fans. Richard Rude was a professional wrestler who was born in St. Peter, Minnesota on December 7, 1958. He attended Robbinsdale High School in Robbinsdale, Minnesota, along with Tom Zenk, Brady Boone, Nikita Koloff, Curt Hennig, John Nord, and Barry Darsow, all of whom later would become stars in the world of professional wrestling. Rick formed a close relationship with Curt Hennig, their bond solidified by their shared upbringing in the small town of Robinson, Minnesota. Following that, Rick pursued higher education at Anoka Ramsey Junior College, majoring in physical education. Upon earning a degree, Rick briefly worked as a bouncer and had a short stint as an arm wrestler and bodybuilder before making his debut in the world of professional wrestling. Located at 1900 Marshall Street, northeast in Minneapolis, Minnesota, Grandma B's was opened in 1979 by entrepreneur 31-year-old Tony Benincasa.
Grandma B's started as a bustling bar, primarily serving the local softball community, particularly in the 1980s when Tony Benincasa sponsored numerous teams throughout Minnesota. His vision was to make his establishment the go-to spot for post-game gatherings, and it largely succeeded. Shortly after its grand opening, Grandma B's transformed into a popular hotspot, with its parking lot frequently full to capacity and cars stretching along Marshall Street. Due to its consistent popularity, on occasion, the doors had to be temporarily closed to manage the enthusiastic crowds. In the early 1980s, Ed Sharkey, a former professional wrestler, found himself bartending at Grandma B's. During his time there, a group of young bouncers caught his attention. To illustrate the imposing presence of these bouncers, even someone as substantial as Rick Rude, standing at 6'3", weighing 235 pounds, was overshadowed by several others, including Joe Laurinaitis, Michael Hegstrand, Barry Darsow, and Jod Nord. Laurinaitis later reminisced that Grandma B's, frequented by bikers, was far from being your typical friendly neighborhood bar. Sharkey, a former AWA wrestler from the 1960s, made a pivotal decision in 1982 to launch his own wrestling promotion named Pro Wrestling America. To bolster his roster, he recruited the bouncers from Grandma B's and established a training facility in the basement of a church. It was there that he honed the talents of individuals such as Rick Rude, Laurinaitis, Hegstrand, and Darsow, molding them into professional wrestlers. Laurinaitis, known as Animal, and Hegstrand, known as Hawk, would eventually join forces and create the legendary tag team known as the Road Warriors. Rick, on the other hand, would adopt the persona of Ravishing Rick Rude, while John Nord would go to wrestle in the WWF as a berserker. As for Darsow, he would rise to fame as Smash, forming one half of the iconic tag team Demolition. Along with numerous wrestlers who received training from Sharkey, notable names also included Scott Steiner, Sean Waltman, and Jerry Lynn. Grandma B's had to shut its doors in 1984 due to its inability to meet tax obligations. The former owner, Tony Benincasa, passed away in 2010 after battling leukemia. The location as of 2023 is the home of Psycho Susie's Retro Tiki Bar.
The one you're looking at is Ricky Rudd. Ricky Rudd.
Rick was now known as Ricky Rudd or Ricky Rude, depending on who the announcer was, a clean-cut babyface who would initially lose most of the time. According to CageMatch.net, Rick's first recorded matches were in November of 1982 in the Mid-Atlantic Territory with several matches against fellow newcomer Joe Lauren. He would then bounce to Vancouver's All-Star Wrestling for a brief stint, before heading to Georgia Championship Wrestling, where he would remain until November 1983 before jumping ship to Mid-South Wrestling, where he would begin working his way up the card. On the May 28, 1983 episode of World Championship Wrestling, he defeated Pat Rose with a dropkick. In 1983, while still competing in arm wrestling events, he placed 6th in the World Light Heavyweight Arm Wrestling Championships, which was held in Las Vegas. In January of 1984, tired of playing a good guy babyface and never rising past mid-card status, Rick made his way to the Continental Wrestling Association in Memphis, where over-the-top gimmicks were a direct contrast to the more traditional brand of wrestling in the Mid-South, where fans didn't like any of the cartoon-based gimmicks. Rick made his debut and was introduced by Jimmy Hart, now wearing a robe to the ring and now incorporating a more cocky attitude into his character. Originally billed as the sensational Rick Rude, he would soon drop the sensational moniker in favor of the more fitting, Ravishing Rick Rude. The change in attitude began paying off immediately. He was now managed by Jimmy Hart and battling the likes of Dutch Mantell, Brett Sawyer, and Austin Idol, who he would feud with over the AWA International Heavyweight Championship. But his first title win would come at the expense of Jerry Lawler, when on June 11th of 1984, he defeated the King for the AWA Southern Heavyweight title in the Mid-South Coliseum. But his reign would be short-lived and would lose the belt to Tommy Rich, who was being groomed for a huge main event push. Rick would go on to form a short-lived tag team with King Kong Bundy, and in August of 1984, he would get a taste of gold again when the duo defeated the Fabulous Ones to win the tag team titles. But less than 2 weeks later, they would lose the belts back to the Fabulous Ones, and the team of Rude and Bundy would also implode. Rick became a babyface, and the two would face each other the next week. Rick would spend the rest of 1984
feuding with both King Kong Bundy and Jerry the King Lawler, before leaving the territory and showing up in CWF Florida, now managed by Percy Pringle, and immediately jumping into a feud with the NWA Florida Southern Heavyweight Champion, Tennessee legend, Pistol Pez Whatley. And on January 23, 1985, Rick would again capture gold by defeating Whatley for the title in the Sportatorium in Tampa, Florida. Rick would hang on to the title until April of that year before dropping it to Brian Blair. But Rick wouldn't be without a title for long. 2 weeks later, him and Jesse Barr would capture the NWA Florida US Tag Team titles when they defeated Jay and Mark Youngblood. They would lose the belts a few months later to Billy Jack Haynes and Wahoo McDaniel. But bigger things would be on the horizon for Rick in the form of the NWA Florida Southern Heavyweight belt. But his reign as champion would be short-lived, and in October of 1985, Wahoo McDaniel would prove to be too much for Rick. After several return matches, Rick was unable to beat Wahoo for the title, and would soon search for greener pastures in WCCW, which would be a bigger stage for Rick to showcase his talents. And true to Rick Rude form, he wouldn't be without a title for long. In November, he would defeat Iceman Parsons for the NWA American Heavyweight Championship. In February of 1986, World Class Championship Wrestling would withdraw from the NWA and rename itself World Class Wrestling Association. In May of 1986, Rick would defeat Von Erich wannabe Lance Von Erich for the World Television title, a belt that he would hold for 2 weeks before dropping it to Bruiser Brody, but would continue to hold on to the World Class Heavyweight Championship until he faced Chris Adams at WCWA Independence Day Star Wars on July 4th, where he would come up short at the Reunion Arena in Dallas, Texas. That would be the last belt Rick would hold in Texas, and even lost a series of matches to Mike Von Erich before leaving the territory in the middle of September of 1986. Before the end of the month, he would again surface in Mid-Atlantic Championship Wrestling, and in November of that year, him and Manny Fernandez, known as the Awesome Twosome, would defeat the Rock and Roll Express for the NWA Tag Team titles. They would hang on to the titles until May of 1987, when Rick left the NWA and debuted in the WWF. To account for the abrupt exit, Jim Crockett Jr. broadcast a pre-recorded non-title match featuring the Express triumphing over Rude and Fernandez, alleging that Rude had sustained an injury in the process. Rick's official WWF debut was on June 7, 1987 at a house show in Sacramento, California, defeating Jose Estrada. He immediately joined the Heenan family, and for the rest of 1987 would be winning mostly squash matches and have brief feuds with Paul Orndorff, the Junkyard Dog, Coco Beware, and Ricky Steamboat. Initially, some thought Bobby the Brain would steal Rick's heel heat, but Heenan, being the consummate professional, was able to use his bad guy manager persona to boost his protege. He would begin 1988 with challenging Hulk Hogan for the WWF Heavyweight title in the Boston Garden, but failed to win the belt, but would have another attempt at the championship 2 weeks later in Vancouver, British Columbia, but again came up short. Rick had a customary ritual before his matches, during which he thread his robe, possibly influenced by Austin Idol's robe-removing routine. He would often take the opportunity to insult the male spectators in the crowd, typically referring to them as fat, out-of-shape sweat hogs from their respective hometowns. After securing his victories, he would share a kiss with a chosen woman by Heenan from the audience. A distinctive feature of Rude's attire was the custom airbrush tights he sported in the ring during his matches. During the angle with Jake the Snake Roberts, Rick made an attempt to involve Cheryl Roberts, who was actually Roberts' real wife, although he was unaware of her identity when Heenan selected her. After Miss Roberts declined his advances and disclosed her true purpose for being there, Rude became furious, followed by a confrontation in which she slapped him, reportedly rupturing his eardrum. Just as the situation escalated, Jake Roberts rushed from the dressing room to intervene to save his wife. A few days later, in an act of retaliation, Rude entered the ring wearing tights adorned with a detailed stencil of Cheryl's likeness in the front. In response, an enraged Jake Roberts stormed the ring and forcibly stripped Rude, with the black spot concealing Rude's genital area, leaving television viewers with a tantalizing and provocative spectacle. But in reality, he would just be stripped down to a G-string. Him and Roberts would feud throughout 1988, battling in matches all over the country. Throughout the rest of the year, Rude maintained the practice of donning an additional pair of tights beneath the ones he wore when he entered the ring. The practice was evident during his bouts against the Junkyard Dog at the inaugural SummerSlam. In the midst of the match, Rick had his opponent, the JYD, on his back. He pulled down his tights to unveil another layer bearing Cheryl Roberts' image, much to the audience's surprise and amusement. Following a striking flying fist delivered to the Dog, Rude found himself under the attack from Jake Roberts, who had observed the unfolding drama from the dressing room. Roberts' interference led to the disqualification of the Junkyard Dog, granting Rude the victory. However, Rude would later face Roberts in a Rude Awakening vs. DDT showdown on October 24th, held at Madison Square Garden, where he suffered defeat. The culmination of Rude's feud with Roberts came during the 1988 Survivor Series, when Roberts secured a pivotal pinfall against Rick following a devastating DDT, bringing their feud to a conclusion. These rivalries, even 20 years later, are still regarded as some of the best ever. But the pinnacle of Rick's career was still yet to come. Rude's next major rivalry unfolded in January at the 1989 Royal Rumble pay-per-view against the Ultimate Warrior. It commenced with a super pose down that concluded with Rick's sneak attack on the Warrior, using a metal pose bar. Thanks to the assistance of Bobby Heenan, Rude managed to secure the WWF Intercontinental Championship from the Ultimate Warrior at WrestleMania 5. Nevertheless, he would eventually lose the title back to Warrior at SummerSlam later that year, primarily due to the intervention of Rowdy Roddy Piper. Rick's feud with Piper led to an intense showdown between their respective teams at the 1989 Survivor Series, where both adversaries brawled to a double countout. Rude engaged in numerous battles against Piper, including a memorable steel cage match on December 28th at Madison Square Garden, where he faced repeated losses. Following this, he briefly clashed with Jimmy Snuka, achieving a victory over him at WrestleMania 6. In the summer of 1990, Rick renewed his feud with the Ultimate Warrior after Warrior clinched the WWF World Heavyweight Championship. Rick intensified his preparation, adopting a more serious persona by forsaking his womanizing ways and sporting a shorter haircut, which remained his signature look. This feud culminated in a steel cage match at SummerSlam 1990, where Rude was defeated by Warrior. If you're unfamiliar with the tale, there was a backstage altercation between Ravishing Rick Rude and the Ultimate Warrior. It was more like a one-sided affair once the details emerged. Rick had voiced his displeasure to the Warrior, accusing him of working too forcefully, though alternate versions claim the Warrior made similar complaints about Rude. The Warrior responded by dismissing Rude's grievances, much like his in-ring no-selling of opponents' attacks. Consequently, Rick allegedly retaliated by physically confronting the Warrior, resulting in a beatdown. This incident was not an isolated one. In the lead-up to WrestleMania 6, during the pose-down angle, the Warrior once again no-sold Rick's attack, prompting the Ravishing One to respond with a stiff strike using the workout bar. Additionally, tensions arose when Rude observed the Warrior presenting Andre the Giant with bottles of wine after their series of matches. Rick felt upset as the Warrior had failed to reciprocate the gesture for Rude, who had previously helped elevate him by putting him over. Next in line for Rude was a feud with the Big Boss Man, initiated by derogatory comments made by Rude's manager, Bobby Heenan, about Boss Man's mother. Rude not only endorsed these comments, but also called out the Boss Man. Rude was scheduled to be part of a team known as the Natural Disasters at the Survivor Series, which included Earthquake, Dino Bravo, and the Barbarian, facing off against Hulk Hogan and Boss Man's team. However, he was replaced by Haku after being indefinitely suspended by Jack Tunney. The suspension was attributed to Rude's remarks about the Boss Man, with Heenan obligated to wrestle Boss Man in his place. In reality, Rude's departure from the company resulted in a dispute with WWF owner Vince McMahon. Following his departure from the WWF, Rick sought out to join Herb Abrams' UWF. However, since he was still under contract with his former company, the WWF issued a cease and desist order to prevent Rude from making appearances on UWF television. As a result, Rick remained out of the wrestling scene until May 18, 1991, when he made a return to the TWA Spring Spectacular 2 event hosted by the Tri-State Wrestling Alliance in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. During this event, he faced Paul Orndorff and suffered a loss due to disqualification. 2 months later, he ventured into All Japan Pro Wrestling for their Summer Action Series 1991, marking his debut on July 6 at a show in Yokosuka. During his first match on the tour, he teamed up with Johnny Ace to defeat Billy Black and Joel Deaton. In singles competition, Rude maintained an unblemished record. His final appearance in the stint occurred on July 19th when he, alongside with Johnny Ace, faced Dan Spivey and Stan Hansen, resulting in a loss. Additionally, Rude made appearances in International World Class Championship Wrestling, where he engaged in confrontations with the Honky Tonk Man. After a year of competing in select independent circuit events and embarking on a tour with All Japan Pro Wrestling, in July 1991, Rick made his return to WCW, formerly known as JCW before its acquisition by Ted Turner in late 1988. He re-emerged in WCW under a mask as the WCW Phantom at Halloween Havoc on October 27, 1991, only to unmask himself later that same night. Upon his return, he assumed the leadership of the Dangerous Alliance, a formidable group that include Paul E. Dangerously, Medusa, Arn Anderson, Bobby Eaton, Larry Zbyszko, and Stunning Steve Austin. On November 19, 1991, he achieved a significant victory by defeating Sting for the United States Heavyweight Championship. He engaged in several high-profile rivalries, notably one with Ricky Steamboat. At a certain point in their feud, Steamboat endured a kayfabe broken nose as a result of a gang attack orchestrated by Rick and his allies. In 1992, Rude and Medusa decided to depart from the Dangerous Alliance, leading to a heated feud with Nikita Koloff. Rick made multiple attempts to challenge the reigning World Heavyweight Champion Ron Simmons in hopes of capturing the title, but fell short each time. However, his pursuit continued undeterred. In December of 1992, Rick faced a genuine setback as he suffered a neck injury which compelled him to relinquish the United States Championship. This marked the end of his nearly 14-month reign, a reign that to this day remains the second longest in the nearly 40-year history of the title. Rick made his solo return in April 1993, endeavoring to regain the United States Championship from Dustin Rhodes, who had secured the title when he was sidelined. Their encounters were marked by controversial finishes, ultimately leading to the title being held up. Following a grueling 30-minute Iron Man match that ended in a 1-1 draw at Beach Blast on July 18th, a best-of-3 series was arranged between the two on Saturday night. Rude triumphed in the first match on August 28th, but was subsequently defeated by Rhodes twice on September 4th and 11th, effectively ending his quest to reclaim the United States Heavyweight Championship. Rick shifted his focus to the NWA World Heavyweight Championship, making his intentions clear on August 28, 1993, when he appeared as a guest on the then-champion Ric Flair's A Flair for the Gold talk segment. Rude managed to accomplish his goal by defeating Flair for the title in September 1993 at Fall Brawl. However, due to WCW's recent withdrawal from the NWA, they lost the rights to continue using the NWA World Heavyweight Championship. To address this, WCW created their own championship, naming it the WCW International World Heavyweight Championship. Rude, in an unfortunate turn of events, lost the title to Hiroshi Hase on March 16, 1994 in Tokyo, Japan, only to recapture it just 8 days later in Kyoto, Japan. Nonetheless, Rick's reign was relatively short-lived as he lost the title to Sting on April 17th at Spring Stampede. He managed to regain the championship on May 1st in Japan when he pinned Sting, marking his third reign. Tragically, Rick suffered a severe back injury during the match. While executing a suicide dive at ringside, he landed on the corner of the raised platform surrounding the ring. As a result of this injury, he was unable to compete and was subsequently stripped for the title. The storyline explanation for this decision was that Rude had used the belt as a weapon during the match. Following this unfortunate incident, Rick made the decision to retire from professional wrestling shortly thereafter. After collecting on a Lloyd's of London insurance policy, he remained absent from the wrestling world until January 1997, when he made a surprising entrance into Extreme Championship Wrestling still under a mask. His debut occurred at House Party when he declared that his New Year's resolution was to mess with the franchise, referring to Shane Douglas. Rick went on to repeatedly taunt and harass Douglas, even going so far as to spank Douglas' valet Francine during the Crossing the Line Again event. Eventually, he revealed his identity by unmasking and subsequently transitioned into a role as a color commentator. Later on, Rick briefly aligned himself with Douglas and his Triple Threat stable. In a significant turn of events, Rick made a one-time return to the ring in the main event of ECW Heatwave 1997, participating in a six-man tag team match. He teamed up with Tommy Dreamer and the Sandman to face Jerry Lawler and ECW stars Rob Van Dam and Sabu. However, Rude's loyalties quickly shifted as he betrayed Dreamer and the Sandman during the match. During the period of the intercompany competition between ECW, the USWA, and the WWF, Rick played a key role in assisting Lawler in winning matches against Dreamer and the Sandman, further fueling the rivalry. On August 11, 1997, Rick made a return to the WWF in a pivotal role as the insurance policy for the emerging group that would eventually come to be known as Degeneration X. This group included members like Shawn Michaels, Triple H, and Chyna. As a part of DX, Rick did not engage in wrestling, but rather provided ringside support during the group's matches. However, following the infamous Montreal Screwjob incident at Survivor Series, Rick once again left the WWF. According to Bret Hart, Rude was in the locker room during Bret's confrontation with Vince McMahon after the match in Montreal. Rick subsequently contacted Eric Bischoff, revealing that the events that unfolded were indeed real. It is important to note that Rick was not signed to a full-time contract with the WWF and was instead working on a pay-per-appearance basis. Rick was able to negotiate a deal with Eric Bischoff in WCW, primarily driven by his dissatisfaction with the Montreal Screwjob, the events surrounding it, and his loyalty to Bret Hart. On the historical evening of November 17, 1997, Rick made an appearance on both WWF Raw's War and WCW's Monday Nitro, making a rare occurrence in professional wrestling. His Nitro appearance, where he sported a mustache, was live and filled with pointed criticisms aimed at Vince McMahon, Shawn Michaels, Degeneration X, and the WWF as a whole. He famously referred to the WWF as the Titanic, alluding to Titan Sports, the parent company of the WWF at the time, as a sinking ship. 1 hour later on Raw's War, which had been taped 6 days earlier, Rick emerged with a full beard. This intriguing double appearance became a memorable moment in wrestling history. Additionally, he also made an appearance on ECW's Hardcore TV during that weekend, specifically between November 14th and 16th. ECW and the WWF often cooperated when it came to talent sharing, allowing Rick to maintain a presence in ECW even while he was associated with Degeneration X in the WWF. In WCW, Rick joined the ranks of the New World Order, where he took the role of managing his close friend, Curt Hennig. This affiliation also made Rick the first wrestler to be part of both Degeneration X in the WWF and the NWO in the WCW. Later, Sean Waltman would also do the same. As the NWO faction began to splinter, Rick Rude and Curt Hennig initially aligned themselves with the NWO Wolfpack in May 1998. However, their stint with the Red and Black faction was exceedingly brief. At the Great American Bash, they betrayed fellow Wolfpack member Conan by attacking him after his loss to the then undefeated Goldberg. Subsequently, Hennig and Rude switched alliances, becoming members of the NWO Hollywood instead. By late 1998, both Rude and Hennig were absent from WCW television due to injuries. Hennig had been dealing with an ongoing leg injury, while Rude was initially believed to be battling testicular cancer, which was later determined to be a spermatocele. He eventually officially departed from WCW in April of that year, with his last appearance taking place on the April 5, 1999 edition of WCW Monday Nitro Backstage Blast. Rick married his love interest, Michelle, in 1988, and the two remained together until his passing in 1999. Together they had 3 children, a son named Richard Jr., a daughter named Marissa, and another son named Colton. Tragically, Colton, the younger of the 2 sons, lost his life in a motorcycle accident in Rome, Georgia on September 3, 2016 at the age of 19. Bret Hart shared an insightful perspective on Rude's personal life, revealing that despite his womanizing and ravishing one persona he portrayed in the ring, he was a dedicated family man. Hart mentioned that Rude never removed his wedding ring, even during matches. Instead, he would discreetly cover it up with tape. This gesture underscores Rick's commitment to his family and adds another layer to the complexity of his wrestling persona. Rick's untimely passing occurred in the morning of April 20th, 1999, when he was discovered unconscious by his wife. He was just 40 years old at the time. The cause of his death was determined to be heart failure, with an autopsy report indicating an overdose of mixed medications as a contributing factor. It was a tragic loss for the wrestling community, especially given that Rick had been in training for a potential return in the ring at the time of his passing. The circumstances surrounding Rick's passing shed light on the challenges and risks that some professional wrestlers face, both in their careers and personal lives. On March 6, 2017, it was announced that Rick Rude would be posthumously inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame, a well-deserved recognition of his contributions to the world of professional wrestling. Ricky the Dragon Steamboat had the honor of inducting Rick into the Hall of Fame, commemorating his legacy and impact on the wrestling history. Rick Rude's departure from this world occurred far too soon in his relatively brief life. That was the story of Rick Rude. Curt Hennig, famously known as Mr. Perfect, was one of the most talented wrestlers in the history of professional wrestling. Born on March 28, 1958, in Robbinsdale, Minnesota, Hennig was immersed in the wrestling world from a young age, being the son of Larry the Axe Hennig, a prominent wrestler himself. Growing up in a family deeply rooted in wrestling, Curt showed an early interest in athletics, excelling in various sports during his high school years at Robbinsdale High School. After graduating, he pursued a career in wrestling, training under the tutelage of his father and other wrestling legends. He made his debut in 1980 and quickly gained recognition for his incredible in-ring abilities, charisma, and unique persona. His moniker, Mr. Perfect, symbolized not only his wrestling prowess, he was portrayed with excellence, showcasing skills that seemed flawless to the audience. However, the irony of being called perfect lies in the struggles and imperfection that Curt faced throughout his life. Despite his success in the wrestling industry, which included stints in the WWF and WCW, he battled personal demons, particularly substance abuse. His struggles with addiction became public knowledge, highlighting the stark contrast between his on-screen persona and real-life challenges. The metaphorical weight of being labeled perfect only intensified as he struggled with these issues, showcasing the inherent imperfections of human life. His wrestling career was marked by memorable feuds and alliances, including partnerships with notable wrestlers like Rick Rude and the West Texas Rednecks. His ability to connect with the audience through his charismatic performance solidified his status as a wrestling icon. Despite the challenges he faced, he remained beloved by fans and respected by his peers. As his life embodied the metaphorical significance of being called perfect, he showcased extraordinary talent and charisma in the wrestling ring, and his legacy continues to resonate in the wrestling community. This is the story of Mr. Perfect, Curt Hennig.
Minnesota, where the north wind blows, where the harmony of love forever grows. Join the band in this northern show in Minnesota, where our heart...
Curtis Michael Hennig was born on March 28, 1958 in Minnesota. He grew up deeply entrenched in the world of professional wrestling, as his father, Larry the Axe Hennig, was a prominent wrestler. This connection to wrestling played a crucial role in shaping Curt's aspirations and interests. Larry Hennig's influence was profound. He not only served as a father figure, but a mentor who instilled the values of hard work, discipline, and dedication. From a young age, Curt was exposed to the wrestling lifestyle, attending events with his father and on a first-name basis with many wrestling legends. This early exposure to the business nurtured his passion for the sport and set the stage for his future career. Curt's upbringing in Minnesota was characterized by active involvement in sports. He attended high school at Robbinsdale High School, where he excelled in athletics, particularly in wrestling and football. His athletic abilities were evident early on, and he quickly gained recognition for his achievements. He was known for being competitive and his natural talent, attributes that would serve him well in both high school and later in professional wrestling. In high school, he was a standout wrestler, earning a state championship and showcasing his technical skills on the mat. His dedication to training and competition helped him develop a strong work ethic that would carry over into his wrestling career. His commitment to excellence and desire to succeed were traits that became synonyms with the Mr. Perfect persona he would later adopt. After completing high school, he briefly attended the University of Minnesota, where he continued to compete in amateur wrestling. However, his passion for professional wrestling ultimately led him to make a pivotal decision to pursue a career in the wrestling industry rather than continuing his college education. This choice reflected his desire to follow his father's footsteps and pursue a path that had long fascinated him. While at the University of Minnesota, Curt's competitive nature shined through. He garnered respect from his peers and coaches. His time in college provided him with further insights into the world of athletics and allowed him to refine his skills. Nevertheless, his heart was set on professional wrestling. During his training, he had the privilege of learning from some of the best in the industry. Notably, he trained alongside fellow wrestlers like Jesse the Body Ventura, Don Morocco, Vern Gagne, and his father Larry Hennig, allowing him to refine his skills while building a lasting relationship with other wrestlers. These training sessions not only provided technical instruction, but also emphasized the importance of wrestling psychology, storytelling, and character development, preparing him for the many challenges of professional wrestling. In 1979, him and his wife would give birth to their first son, Joe. His wife explained that he just made it to the hospital before she went into labor. His son would comment later on in life that he never missed an event or a game. Known at the time as Cool Curt Hennig, his first match listed on CageMatch.net against Billy Howard on February 2nd, 1981, at an AWA event in Omaha, Nebraska. He would spend the early part of 1981 bouncing around the AWA doing mostly house shows, but to the suggestion of his father, he went to New York to attempt to make his way into the WWF. He would make his debut in the summer of 1981 and spend the rest of the year working for the McMahons in New York. After spending months losing every match, Curt became frustrated about his position on the card. He decided to head west in search for greener pastures and ended up in Don Owens' Portland Wrestling, where again he would be alongside his father and capture the promotion's tag team title, but by 1984 he would be back in the AWA. In 1986, Curt Hennig, according to The Observer, was appointed as Scott Hall's caretaker. On February 3rd of 1986, him and Scott Hall would win the tag team title, but would later lose it to Buddy Rose and Doug Summers in May of that year. Behind the scenes, rumors were spreading that both men were heading to the WWF. Although on May 25th, Curt would be awarded the AWA title and hold it until December 7th, but lose it to Greg Gagne under mysterious circumstances. The rivalry between Curt Hennig and Nick Bockwinkel reached a significant climax in 1986 during a legendary 60-minute time limit match for the AWA World Heavyweight Championship. This was the famous 60-minute draw that ESPN aired on New Year's Eve. Doing a 60-minute draw on New Year's Eve sounds like a recipe for suicide ratings, but once they started the match, people were hooked until the end. Curt really showed here just how good he was going to get. Leading up to the match, he had already established himself as a formidable competitor, gaining momentum through a series of victories and building anticipation among fans. The match itself was a masterclass in wrestling, featuring intense psychology and dramatic near falls that kept the audience on the edge of their seats. By 1987, it was rumored in the Wrestling Observer, Curt was the one holding the AWA together and their biggest star. But by that time, the AWA was struggling to compete with larger promotions like the WWF and Jim Crockett Promotions. Curt, however, emerged as one of the promotion's top stars and main attractions, especially after he won the AWA World Heavyweight Championship from Nick Bockwinkel in May of 1987. His reign brought some much-needed energy and credibility to the AWA. Bockwinkel was instrumental in passing him the torch, realizing that he could be the next star to lead the AWA. As a champion, he took the role of a heel, which allowed him to showcase his charisma and in-ring skills, helping him to keep the AWA's product relevant. His championship defense against top wrestlers like Greg Gagne and Jerry Lawler helped him become the face of the AWA during this period, but behind the scenes, he's beginning to fall apart. Checks were routinely late, and payouts were a fraction of what he could be making somewhere else. He was becoming a bigger star, but had to think about his family, which now included 4 kids. On August 1st of 1988, the Observer would report that Curt was in negotiations with the WWF. Curt held the AWA World Heavyweight Championship until May 1998, when he lost it to Jerry Lawler. He finally decided to sign with the World Wrestling Federation. His departure from the AWA was a significant event for both Curt and the AWA itself. His exit came in a critical time, as many top talents had left the AWA, causing the promotion to lose a key star and champion. His decision to leave was influenced by WWF's offer, which promised greater exposure, higher payouts, merchandising, and more career opportunities. After leaving the AWA and signing with the WWF, he realized what a major turning point it had made in his career. The WWF quickly repackaged him as Mr. Perfect, a character known for his cocky, flawless persona, athletic, and perfection in all endeavors. This persona would become one of the most iconic in wrestling history and establish Curt as a major WWF star. His vignettes leading up to his debut showcased him excelling in various sports from football and basketball to golf and bowling, emphasizing the perfect theme. These vignettes were designed to showcase his athleticism and charisma, creating immediate interest in his character. Curt debuted on WWF television as Mr. Perfect in the fall of 1988. His initial matches helped establish his undefeated streak, creating a strong foundation for his character and setting him up as a serious contender in the World Wrestling Federation. He quickly became known for his exceptional in-ring skills, charisma, and ability to cut a compelling promo. He was often involved in high-profile storylines and feuds, particularly with top stars like Bret Hart and Randy Savage. Curt Hennig's Mr. Perfect vignettes are some of the most iconic in wrestling history. Created by the WWF in the late 1980s to introduce his Mr. Perfect persona, these segments featured Curt performing various athletic feats flawlessly, from bowling a perfect game to hitting a hole-in-one in golf. Each vignette emphasized his character's supposed perfection in any activity he attempted, portraying him as an unbeatable and supremely confident athlete who could outshine anyone. These vignettes were effective in building his persona as someone who is genuinely perfect, setting him up as both a villain and a technical powerhouse in the ring. Like a magician, people would always wonder how he got the hole-in-ones and the basketball in the hoop with his back turned, but there was no trick photography and post-production editing. The fact of the matter is Curt possessed a skill set to make most of those on his first or second try. Upon his debut as Mr. Perfect, WWF built him up with an undefeated streak that extended well into 1989. This streak was an essential part of building his heel persona and establishing him as a credible, unbeatable athlete in the eyes of fans. WWF protected his character, allowing him to gain momentum and respect as a performer. The streak set the stage for future rivalries and positioned him as one of the WWF's main stars in the late 1980s and early 1990s. The undefeated angle added legitimacy to Curt's character as he showcased both his technical skill and in-ring intelligence in every match.
Oh, Mr. Perfect with a gleam in his eye, bring your laughs around as he passes by.
Known for his sharp wit and love for pranks, he had a knack for stirring up chaos in the locker room. Among his legendary stunts was greasing the soles of fellow wrestlers' boots before matches, causing them to slip in the ring to the amusement of everyone but the victim. Another infamous prank involved gluing Razor Ramon's boots to the locker room floor, leaving him scrambling before a match. He even once replaced the contents of Owen Hart's protein shake with a less savory concoction, leading to a hilarious post-workout realization. He even orchestrated a fake call to Bret Hart, pretending to be a promoter offering a bogus endorsement deal. His pranks, while often harmless, occasionally crossed the line. He played a sneaky role in the infamous feud between the Dynamite Kid and Jacques Rougeaus. Jacques Rougeaus would state, "Mr. Fuji and the British Bulldogs were the king of ribbers, and they created a lot of animosity. There was already heat between the Bulldogs and us. We were in Madison Square Garden, and we had a 20-minute Broadway with them, and they were the champions. They were upset because they didn't beat us. Then after that, I became a victim of them when they started playing ribs on me. We were in Syracuse, and I wanted to get a flight home to Montreal to see my kids. We were on 6th, the Bulldogs were on 3rd, so I went to Strongbow and asked him to switch our matches. Mr. Perfect was trying to cause trouble. He came to see me in the dressing room and said, 'Jacques, if I were you, I'd be careful with my stuff. You're on the ish list of the Bulldogs.' I said, 'Okay, do you mind checking my bags when I'm in the ring?' When I got to the dressing room after my match, Mr. Perfect looked at me right in my eye, then he looked at my bag, then he looked me in the eye, looked at my bag, looked me in the eye, looked at my bag, and then he looked down. So I thought the Bulldogs came in and played with my stuff. I looked through my bag really fast, but none of my clothes were cut up. But I felt something was wrong. So just before I left, I told Perfect, 'I'm not going to stand for this. I'm going to talk to Vince when I get back.' Now I was being accused of being a stooge." Curt would add fuel to the fire when he would tell the Dynamite Kid that Jacques ratted him out to the office, leading to the infamous retaliation where Rougeaus struck back with a roll of quarters. Curt's mischief set off a chain reaction, escalating tensions and cementing the incident as one of wrestling's most notorious backstage dramas. Since Curt arrived in the WWF, it was his dream to have Bobby the Brain Heenan as his manager. So when he was paired up with jobber turned heel Lanny Poffo, neither men were excited over the pairing. Although in later years, the genius would admit the 4 months he spent alongside Mr. Perfect were the best 4 months of his 20-year career to that point, it wouldn't come without some growing pains along the way. Before going on live, Regis wanted Curt to join him in a bowling demonstration, but Curt wasn't interested in showing off his bowling skills on live TV. Curt declined, explaining that Mr. Perfect didn't need to prove himself on live television. His refusal was both in character and a clever way to maintain the mystique of his flawless image. The move left Regis and Kathy Lee amused, as Curt's confidence and charisma sold the moment just as effectively as if he bowled a perfect strike.
Are you watching, Mr. Perfect?
I'm watching. Go
All
ahead.
right, babe, here you go.
Good, Regis.
No!
Not bad. It's a spare.
Darn!
You got a spare.
But I got close. I got 4 down, didn't I?
Lanny Poffo provided insight into the tense bowling incident. According to Poffo, Curt refused to bowl because he was concerned about maintaining his Mr. Perfect persona, especially ahead of a significant match against Hulk Hogan later on that night. Regis, frustrated by his refusal, expressed his irritation during the show. Hennig instead offered to perform a magic trick, but it led to further awkwardness when Regis misremembered the card during the act. Poffo, feeling caught in the middle, explained that Curt was upset afterward, believing Poffo might have upstaged him during the exchange. Despite the tension, Poffo emphasized that Hennig was a consummate professional and deeply respected among his peers. recalling this as a rare, uncomfortable moment in an otherwise excellent partnership.
Mr. Perfect rides in, the wind at his back, Texas tornado dust on the track. Boots hit the floor of that old saloon, filling the air with a cowboy tune.
He captured the WWF Intercontinental Championship by defeating the Texas Tornado Kerry Von Erich. This win marked a significant achievement in his WWF career and established him as a top-tier champion within the promotion. On August 6th of 1990, Curt, Haku, and Brady Boone were involved in a bar brawl in St. Louis, which led to the arrest of Haku and Brady Boone. Curt was reportedly involved too, and apparently took a stool to the head. The brawl occurred after a customer tried to talk to a woman who was with one of the wrestlers, prompting Haku to allegedly grab the man by the throat and toss him across the room. Haku then started choking the man, and it took 4 bouncers and 6 police officers to pull him off. One of the police officers had a chunk of his back bitten out in the melee. Haku was charged with battery, resisting arrest, and destruction of property, while Brady Boone was arrested for battery. When Curt replaced Bobby Heenan as Flair's executive consultant, the Brain was a huge influence on him, and Curt even wore a suit with Mr. Perfect embroidered on the back, just like Bobby Heenan. Vince McMahon called it his Bobby Heenan starter kit. Bobby Heenan would say, "Curt Hennig is a tremendous athlete. His father Larry wrestled as the Axe. I called Irene, his wife, the Battle Axe. I've known Curt since he was a kid. Curt was like a Barry Windham or a Ray Stevens. He has the ability to bounce back into the ring. If he does something wrong, he can easily recover." When McMahon was hyping IcoPro as a bodybuilding supplement in the WWF, Curt gave his kid some before a football game. The kid ended up not playing because he had the shits for 4 days and couldn't practice. In the early 1990s, he had issues with absences while he was dealing with injuries, which led to some complications regarding his insurance with Lloyd's of London. He was involved in a significant injury claim that resulted in the insurance company tightening up their policies, as they suspected some wrestlers were not genuinely incapacitated. This was partly due to Curt's situation, where he remained involved in wrestling-related activities, such as being a commentator or executive assistant, even when he wasn't competing in matches. When an adjuster from Lloyd's of London called the H&R department of the World Wrestling Federation to gather more information about a policy, a lack of communication caused Curt's policy to possibly being looked at a little closer and eventually cancelled. The conversation hit an awkward silence when the representative from the WWF spilled the beans about a planned run-in during the next pay-per-view, which was No Way Out. Throughout the following week, Curt no-showed several WWF live events. At one time, he did speak with Vince McMahon over the phone, and it was reported he would be signing a lucrative contract with the company as a wrestler. When Curt no-showed WWF's pay-per-view No Way Out, the office realized it was something more than just a cold. In the April 7th, 1997 edition of The Observer, Dave Meltzer would write, "Vince McMahon and Bruce Pritchard had a meeting with Curt Hennig and his father Larry last week at WWF headquarters in Stamford. Reportedly, Vince and Pritchard were an hour late, and the Hennigs were just about to walk out and leave when they arrived. During the meeting, they discussed the possibility of Curt returning, but it reportedly didn't go well, as Hennig was still upset about the WWF costing him his Lloyd's of London insurance policy, which would have paid Hennig a $300,000 lump sum payment. If you recall, WWF wanted Hennig to return to the ring a few months ago, and in the midst of negotiations, WWF sent a letter to Lloyd's of London over the insurance issues. That resulted in Lloyd's cancelling Hennig's policy. Bruce Pritchard reportedly sent the letter that caused the problem, and in the meeting he claimed to know nothing about it. In turn, Hennig pulled out a copy of the letter, signed by Pritchard, and showed it to him. Anyway, the meeting didn't go well, and WCW is confident that he'll be coming to their side when his WWF contract expires. Last week, they had Larry Hennig on the show to cut a promo, specifically to show WWF that Curt isn't with them. As for Curt, word is he's much bigger and bulkier than he has been in recent years. Draw your own conclusions from that. He would also write, There must have been major heat between Curt and Vince for not only Curt to jump, but to burn Vince and the company on 2 consecutive weekends on his way out the door. The story going around is that Curt had no interest in returning to the ring, as he was a very short time away from a lifetime disability settlement from his Lloyd's of London policy, which would have paid him a reported $300,000 lump sum. However, something happened that Hennig blamed Vince for, which led to Lloyd's not paying him the lump sum, which without the lump sum probably would have to lessen Curt's reasons for not wanting to return to the ring. Lloyd's no longer sells insurance policies to pro wrestlers after having to pay out such a high percentage of those that purchased policies in the short time that they were offered. Rick Rude, Ted DiBiase, Road Warrior Animal, Curt Hennig, and Nikita Koloff, among others, all collected on these policies. In the case of all but Animal and Curt, collected a big lump sum for permanent disability and to never return to the ring. When he decided he was going to return due to bitterness with McMahon, he decided to contact Bischoff and WCW. If it actually happened this way, then Bischoff and WCW would be much less in jeopardy of a tampering charge if Curt came to them rather than the other way around. In 1997, Curt was involved in a road rage incident in Iowa that led to his arrest. According to reports at the time, he became involved in a dispute with another driver while on the road, and the situation quickly escalated. The incident reportedly ended with Curt physically confronting the other driver, which led to a charge of assault. Curt eventually debuted in the WCW. He was brought in as a major name from WWF and quickly aligned himself with big factions within the WCW. Initially, he joined the Four Horsemen, but soon betrayed the group to align with Hollywood's NWO. This betrayal was a significant storyline, especially as it took place during the War Games match during the Fall Brawl event in 1997, where he turned on the Horsemen and helped the NWO win. In 1998, he continued to play a prominent role within the NWO. He later became part of NWO Wolfpack, the splinter faction led by Kevin Nash, but eventually shifted back to NWO Hollywood, joining Hogan again in the main faction's battle against the Wolfpack. This period involved a lot of shifting alliances due to the ongoing storyline between NWO Wolfpack and NWO Hollywood. Throughout 1998, he had notable feuds with WCW stars like Diamond Dallas Page and Goldberg. He challenged Goldberg at WCW's Bash at the Beach in July 1998, though Goldberg's popularity was at its peak, and he defeated Curt in the match. Due to lingering knee issues, his appearances became less frequent by late 1998, and he eventually took some time off for rehabilitation. However, his WCW run was still notable for his storytelling impact for adding his charisma to the NWO storyline.
There's only one thing that I hate, 'cause it's a bunch of crap. I hate rap. I like NASCAR.
After he returned from his injury, he became involved in a faction known as the West Texas Rednecks, alongside fellow wrestlers Barry Windham, Kendall Windham, Bobby Duncombe Jr., and even Virgil, who is now known as Curly Bill. This group embraced a cowboy persona, and their antics provided a humorous yet competitive edge to the wrestling landscape. They would briefly feud with the No Limit Soldiers, a group represented by Master P, who would only make 2 appearances at $1 million apiece. After that, the group of relatively unknown wrestlers would be left to their own devices, and like the original No Limit records, would fade away. The West Texas Rednecks gained popularity for their catchy theme song, I Hate Rap, which humorously criticized the rise of hip-hop culture in wrestling. The faction's dynamic allowed Curt to showcase his versatility, transitioning from the serious Mr. Perfect character to a more lighthearted persona that resonated with fans. Despite being the supposed villains, the Rednecks were ironically more popular with certain WCW audiences due to their anti-rap stance, highlighting the divide in musical taste among fans.
What really burns my ass are the people that live in that Atlanta area, the people that Rick Rude made a lot of money for, the people that knew Rick Rude that didn't show up to his funeral, and stuff like that. You know what? It's built up something it's a frustration that only I can control. I'm telling you right now. Wrestling lost one of his greatest athletes and one of his best money makers, and I lost my best friend.
The death of Rick Rude some say would be the beginning of Curt's downfall. The two had been best friends since grade 8. According to Curt, when he returned home from the funeral, he had 2 messages on his answering machine from Rude, asking if he had Eric Bischoff's phone number. He ended the message saying, "I'll see you later," words that would echo in Curt's memory for the rest of his life. In a letter, Curt would write, "I knew Rick Rude for more than 25 years. We met in the 8th grade in Robbinsdale, Minnesota. Rick and I were so alike, always scheming. I remember one time I stole a pair of hockey skates from this kid. I told Rick that I got these skates, and if he sells them for me, I would split the money. Rick thought that was one heck of a deal. He took the skates and sold them, back to the kid I stole them from. When he got caught, he never told on me. That's the kind of friend he was. From that moment on, we knew we were best friends. When someone doesn't stooge you off at that early of an age, that's really something." Most close to Curt would agree that he was never the same after Rick Rude's death. But instead of it being a wake-up call, it became a snooze button, delaying the inevitable. The XWF was a promotion that ran from 2001 to 2002, which was founded by Jimmy Hart. Curt would make his debut. This time Bobby the Brain was his agent instead of his manager. In the 2002 Royal Rumble, Curt made his return to the WWF, now calling itself the WWE. Originally he was brought back with Dustin Rhodes, and was only expected to be a one-off as Curt was signed to the XWF at the time. After the reaction he received from the Rumble, the company decided to bring Mr. Perfect back after not being seen on WWF TV since 1996. But with the creative process changing since the 90s, the writers just didn't know what to do with him. When he returned, Curt lost most of his matches, and displeased fans would see this as the company jobbing him out. Behind the scenes, Curt was trying to get a handle on his addiction. At this time included a cocktail of pain medications and steroids.
But your dad had to be thrilled though when he first found out that you were going back into the WWE.
Oh yeah, my dad, and he's not so thrilled when I got
suspended. You're just suspended. That's all we got right now. You're just suspended.
You can't understand how that happened, but
during the flight back from England's Insurrection pay-per-view, Curt caused quite a scene, spraying people with shaving cream and repeatedly provoking Brock Lesnar into a fight. The two had known each other from their time in Minnesota, before Lesnar joined OVW. As a newcomer, Brock was hesitant to respond, concerned about causing trouble, but was advised that not standing up to Curt could hurt his reputation in the wrestling world. Eventually, he took him down in the aisle more than once until David Finlay intervened, telling him to stop. Curt tried to egg him on further, but Paul Heyman advised Lesnar to ignore him. According to another account, Lesnar first grabbed Hennig and slammed him against a plane door, causing panic among passengers who feared the door might open. Upon returning to the States, Curt would wrestle one more match in the WWF in May of 2002 against Matt Hardy on Sunday Night Heat before he was fired. In December, there was an incident at a bar in Minneapolis involving Brock Lesnar and Curt Hennig. Although details are scarce, it's clear Lesnar wasn't pleased with some comments Hennig made about him. The situation didn't escalate, but Lesnar reportedly fired back verbally, cutting a heated promo on Hennig and storming out of the bar. Later that year, he would begin making appearances in TNA, where he would feud with Jeff Jarrett for the NWA Heavyweight title, as well as form a tag team with BG James. His last match was January 8th of 2003, when he defeated David Flair in an axe handle on a pole match. The WWE Hall of Famer and the Baseball Hall of Famer crossed paths at a banquet dinner in Rochester, New York. Later they teamed for a memorable Mr. Perfect vignette where Curt hit a home run. They shared a love for hunting and fishing, embarking on trips to places like British Columbia and the Florida Keys. Curt was in Tampa, Florida for a wrestling event and had planned to participate in an autograph signing. He had been out with friends and seemed to be in good spirits. However, those close to him noted that he had been dealing with various health issues in the preceding months, including complications from mixing different substances as well as abusing others. On the morning of February 10th, Curt was discovered unresponsive in his hotel room. Despite attempts to revive him, he was pronounced dead at the scene, 6 weeks before his 45th birthday. Curt's journey from a young boy in Minnesota to one of wrestling's most iconic figures exemplifies the power of passion, resilience, and dedication. His legacy endures, inspiring future generations of wrestlers to pursue their dreams while navigating the complexities in life. His story is a testament to the impact of family, friendship, and the unyielding spirit of a true champion. He married his high school sweetheart, and together they had 4 children. His son Joe followed in his father's footsteps, pursued a career in wrestling under the ring name Curtis Axel for 15 years in the WWE, even becoming Intercontinental Champion and co-holder of the tag team titles twice. Rocky Johnson was a Canadian-born wrestler, debuting in 1964 and winning countless titles, and along with Tony Atlas, becoming the first WWF Black Tag Team title holders. For more than 20 years, Rocky Johnson was a top-tier professional wrestler sought after by promoters from all over the world. He's also known as being the father of Dwayne Johnson. Although he fathered at least 8 children from at least half a dozen women, he had little to no relations with most of his other kids throughout their lives, and even refused to have contact with some of them. He was considered among the top wrestlers from his era, but his behaviors outside the ring would foreshadow his life, including extramarital affairs, several accusations of sexual assault, and inappropriate actions towards females in and out of the wrestling business. His autobiography, Soul Man, The Rocky Johnson Story, was pulled from shelves when payment disputes arose between Johnson and the co-writer Scott Teal, when Johnson refused to pay the full amount that was agreed upon during the writing of the book. On February 25, 2008, he was announced as an inductee along with his father-in-law, High Chief Peter Maivia, into the WWE Hall of Fame. Both Johnson and his father-in-law were inducted by his son Dwayne Johnson. He passed away in 2020 when he became ill and refused to see a doctor. This is the story of Rocky Soul Man Johnson. Rocky Johnson was born Wade Douglas Bullis on August 24, 1944 in Amherst, Nova Scotia. He was 12 years old before he realized there was such a thing as professional wrestling. The wrestling season in Nova Scotia began in May and finished up in early October. It was known as a summer territory. Because of the heavy snowfalls during the winter, the wrestlers couldn't always get from town to town. In spring 1956, Rocky saw some men nailing posters on telephone poles and placing them in store windows. He'd never heard about pro wrestling before that, but in the days that followed, he heard the kids at school talking about it. He was intrigued and made up his mind to go see what it was all about. In his autobiography, he would state, "Amherst was where I got my first peek at something behind the scenes that the average wrestling fan never saw. One night, the babyfaces signed my notebook and then got into a nearby car. As I watched them pull away, I saw 2 sets of eyes peek up over the back seat. The eyes belonged to the 2 heels the other 2 had just finished wrestling. Just a short time before, they had been trying to kill the guys who had just gotten into the front seat. The 4 wrestlers were breaking one of the cardinal rules that most wrestling promoters enforce strictly. Baby faces and heels were never to travel together. The wrestlers often broke that rule though, especially in those days. They only made $10 or $15 a night, so they rode together to save money. I didn't know at that time, but I remember thinking it was strange to see the 4 of them in the same car." Rocky left home at the age of 14 to seek his fortune. Excelling in gymnastics in school as well as track and field, the foundation of his athletic career was laid. He made his way to Toronto, and after a short stint in boxing, claiming to have sparred with greats such as Muhammad Ali and George Foreman, he decided to make professional wrestling his career. He ended up pursuing formal training from Jack Wentworth, who trained notables like Ivan Koloff. He had his first match in 1965 and never looked back. Wade Bullis disappeared from the face of the earth, and a man named Rocky Johnson emerged. He chose the name Rocky Johnson as a tribute to 2 of his favorite boxing greats, Rocky Marciano and Jack Johnson. His first pro wrestling match was against Firpo Zbyszko. As wrestling was not yet a viable option to fully support himself, he would work odd jobs in warehouses, construction, and drive truck. As a direct descendant of slaves, Rocky took pride not only in his career record, but for what he had done in regards to those of his race. As a black Nova Scotian, he is a descendant of black loyalists who immigrated to Nova Scotia after escaping from a plantation in the southern United States after the American Revolutionary War. Rocky got a tremendous rub from fellow Canadian Billy Watson, the third ever NWA World Heavyweight Champion. Rocky was presented as Watson's protege, a move that he attributed to Watson's political ambitions and that being associated with a black Canadian wrestler would eventually help Watson win over black voters. As a result, Rocky got an impressive push that raised his profile as a performer in huge venues and other promotions. Through the late 1960s, he would wrestle all across Canada and down the California coast. On April 3, 1967, he won the NWA Vancouver Canadian Tag Team titles with Don Leo Jonathan defeating Chris and John Tolos. And in 1970, won the NWA Los Angeles America Tag Team titles with Earl Maynard defeating the Masked Medics. He was a top contender in the National Wrestling Alliance in the 1970s, receiving title matches against then world champion Terry Funk and Harley Race. He was well suited for tag team wrestling, winning several regional tag team championships in the NWA. Rocky wrestled on and off in the Memphis promotion, often feuding with Jerry Lawler and even winning Lawler's crown at one point. He also wrestled under a mask as Sweet Ebony Diamond in the Mid-Atlantic area. In the South, he broke down race barriers when he became the first African American to win the Southern, Georgia, and Florida heavyweight titles. Rocky recounted in his autobiography Soul Man that he met his first wife, Una Sparks, at a dance while he was training to become a boxer. Una was also from Nova Scotia and a devout Jehovah's Witness. They had 2 children, Curtis and Wanda, whom he thanked at his 2008 WWE Hall of Fame induction. While married to Una, he became romantically involved with Ata Maivia, daughter of wrestling legend High Chief Peter Maivia. She met Rocky after Maivia and Johnson were tag team partners. Peter Maivia disapproved of their relationship because Johnson was already married and a wrestler. Their son Dwayne was born May 2, 1972. With 1976 came a much publicized wrestler vs. boxer match between Muhammad Ali and New Japan Pro Wrestler founder Antonio Inoki. And Memphis-based wrestler Jerry the King Lawler tapped Rocky Johnson to be the credible boxing talent to take on the King. The angle made use of photos of Johnson sparring with famous boxers, and the 2 stars clashed a few times throughout 1976 and 1977. At one point, the NWA Southern Heavyweight Championship was on the line, and Rocky managed to defeat Lawler for the belt. Rocky stated that, in order to provide for his 2 families, he adopted a frugal lifestyle on the road. He survived on beer, sliced cheese, and bologna, and was not a partier. He did not reveal if Una knew about Ata and Dwayne, but stated that she gave him an ultimatum to quit pro wrestling or they would have to separate as Jehovah's Witnesses. Didn't believe in blood sport. He stated that he and Una parted amicably and remained good friends. He obtained a divorce in Texas, then filed for a marriage license in Florida on December 21, 1978 to marry Ata. By marrying her, he became a member of the famous Samoan wrestling family.
Now coming down the aisle, weighing 237 pounds, Washington's own Rocky Johnson.
In 1982, Rocky feuded with Don Morocco, Greg Valentine, Mike Sharp, Buddy Rose, and Adrian Adonis. He was then paired with Tony Atlas as a tag team. They defeated the Wild Samoans for the Tag Team Championship on the December 10, 1983 episode of Championship Wrestling. They were the first African Americans to hold the WWF Tag Team titles. Together they were billed as the Soul Patrol. They would hold the belts for 154 days, defending them against teams like Paul Orndorff and Roddy Piper, Mr. Fuji and Tiger Chung Lee, and the Wild Samoans in several matches. On April 17, 1984, Adrian Adonis and Dick Murdoch defeated Rocky Johnson and Tony Atlas for the WWF Tag Team titles. As Soul Patrol, Rocky Johnson and Tony Atlas were a compatible team in the ring, as Johnson was more athletic and Atlas was a powerhouse wrestler. However, their relationship outside the ring wasn't exactly smooth, often fraught with drama. Behind the scenes, Tony Atlas reportedly had a drug problem that interfered with his work, and such unreliability caused tension with his tag team partner. There are even rumors that the two came to blows backstage. After leaving WWF in June 1985, in 1986 he legally changed his name to Rocky Johnson. In September of 1987, Johnson was arrested and charged with aggravated rape of a 19-year-old Tennessee woman. According to the woman, she was assaulted inside the vehicle by Johnson. He was arrested and his bail was set at $10,000. The woman claimed that she met Johnson at a local wrestling match and spoke to him about becoming a wrestler, and Rocky told her he would help her train her and learn how to take falls. Later, he offered to give her a ride home as a birthday present. During the trip home, they made various stops, drank vodka, and talked wrestling. She testified Rocky never forced her to drink the vodka or tried to touch her until after she passed out. The next thing she knew, she woke up at the hospital with several cuts and scratches. But Rocky told a different story. According to his statement, the woman's family wanted him to attend her birthday party, and at some point the woman asked Rocky to go with her to get something to drink, he told authorities. Shortly afterwards, he stated the woman began to fondle him and perform oral on him despite his protests he was married. The next year, a jury refused to indict Rocky on the charges because the woman initially stated that she was intoxicated and couldn't clearly remember what happened. Rocky claimed he was set up by rival wrestlers, although some were led to believe that he was blacklisted from wrestling by wrestling in Saudi Arabia and violating his contract with the WWF. It was this incident that had him blacklisted from wrestling, leading him to alcoholism and a strained relationship with the rest of his family. According to Lou Ann Grable, who was a mistress of Rocky Johnson for over 25 years, Rocky was a serial cheater. She said, "Rocky was a serial cheater. It wasn't until later I realized he had a woman in virtually every arena that he wrestled." In the latter part of the 1980s, he would spend time wrestling mostly in Hawaii and the World Wrestling Council in Puerto Rico. He would retire from wrestling in 1991. But according to Vance Nevada's records, he wrestled a handful of shows in Florida in 1993 and wrestled Dan Spivey in 1994, winning the CCW heavyweight title. In 2000, Florida Mayor Harry Venus took a personal interest in Rocky Johnson and hired him as his personal trainer. Later, he would be also instrumental in getting Rocky hired at the Pine Island Community Center in Davie, Florida, as a part-time activities leader, earning just $9.11 per hour. Johnson was investigated for several cases of misconduct, including theft and unwanted groping of female co-workers. He later faced charges of battery and theft after he allegedly took home a piece of athletic equipment, as well as inappropriately grabbing a female co-worker, and also rumors spread that he had asked a 12-year-old girl to play strip poker with him. According to the Broward State Attorney's Office, while noting there was sufficient evidence that Johnson had groped his co-worker, declined to prosecute because the woman feared the publicity it would bring her. The issue was called Rockygate by people in the town. Rocky received numerous perks during his less than 4 months as an employee, including use of a town-issued cellular phone, use of a town car, and advance warning of disciplinary action before he was suspended. Reports also indicated Rocky kept the cell phone he was supposed to turn in, racking up an almost $1,000 bill. The police stated that the allegations were not criminal, but administrative, meaning Rocky only violated personal rules. While Rocky Johnson would only hold one championship in the WWE, he was actually a highly decorated champion across the various territories affiliated with the National Wrestling Alliance. In addition to singles titles, Johnson and WWE legend Pat Patterson scored 4 NWA tag title reigns in the California wrestling scene. Before showing up in the WWF, he he wrestled in Mid-Atlantic Championship Wrestling, enjoying 2 reigns with the NWA World Television title while feuding with Greg the Hammer Valentine. After retiring, Rocky, along with Pat Patterson, trained his son Dwayne to wrestle. While he initially resisted his son's entry into what he knew to be an extremely difficult business, Johnson agreed to train him on the condition that he would not go easy on him. Rocky was instrumental in getting Dwayne, later dubbed Rocky Maivia, signed to a WWF developmental deal. Initially, Rocky had an on-camera presence at his son's matches and jumped into the ring on his behalf after he was attacked by the Sultan and the Iron Sheik at WrestleMania 13. He was not seen on camera again after the Rocky Maivia character flopped, and soon Dwayne achieved crossover popularity as a cocky heel The Rock. Atta and Rocky divorced in 2003. During his wrestling years, he was known for his extramarital affairs. In early 2003, Rocky was hired as a trainer for the WWE developmental territory Ohio Valley Wrestling, but was let go in May due to unknown reasons. He made a return to the ring and defeated Mabel in a boxing match at Memphis Wrestling on November 29, 2003. On February 25, 2008, Rocky was announced as an inductee into the WWE Hall of Fame along with his father-in-law, High Chief Peter Maivia. Both Johnson and his father-in-law were inducted into the Hall of Fame by his son The Rock. For all the entertainment in the ring that he provided to fans throughout his lengthy career, the late Rocky Johnson's final public action, writing his autobiography, had been a disaster. The book had to be pulled from shelves and its author had proved background into Johnson's refusal to pay the full amount owing. Soul Man, the Rocky Johnson story, was officially released on October 15th by ECW Press, a publisher based in Toronto, Ontario. It was quietly removed from the ECW Press website and is no longer available to distributors or bookstores. A number of factors were taken into account. First and foremost, how Rocky Johnson dealt with his co-author Scott Teal. Teal is the man behind Crowbar Press, which has published dozens and dozens of autobiographies and record books, preserving pro wrestling history. He was also the publisher of the long-time-running Whatever Happened To newsletter. Johnson sought out Teal after going down the road with a couple of other authors, including New York's Seth Turner, who is currently a key player in the launch of the International Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame and Slam, as well as wrestling producer Greg Oliver. Teal and Johnson had a deal to write the autobiography, but not anything in writing as a contract. In their initial discussions, Teal and Johnson agreed that all advance money and royalties would be split 50-50. ECW Press was not involved with their deal, and the publisher had a contract solely with Johnson. This is not uncommon in the writing business, particularly because Johnson was still a Canadian citizen, and a Canadian publisher can take advantage of grants and tax breaks if it chooses. Teal is an American living in Tennessee. Over 4 months, Teal did a total of 46 interviews with Johnson, much research into his life and times, and wrote up the manuscript. It was Teal that worked with the editors and layout staff at ECW Press to finish the book, and he was also tasked to collect some of the photos that appeared in the book, 2 of which were personally taken by him. The foreword of the book is listed as being written by Dwayne Johnson. Teal said in a Facebook post that he never talked to The Rock once, and that he has audio interviews with Rocky Johnson that give the blessing to write his son's words. During the writing process, Rocky only sent one check to Teal for $2,789.50. Shortly before the book hit shelves, Teal received a letter from John B. Cother, attorney at law in Orange City, Florida. The letter, dated August 30th, 2019, acknowledges that Teal was hired and paid with the writing of the Rocky Johnson story, but be advised that your obligations to the said autobiography has ceased, and all other entitlements to any past, current, or future payments with regards to said autobiography. By their verbal agreement, Johnson owed Teal half of his royalty money paid by ECW Press, which would have been paid in 3 parts, the third and final coming shortly after publication. ECW Press was informed about the lawyer's letter, and any attempts to get Johnson to finish his payment to the writer failed. According to a source at ECW Press, there were other issues with Rocky Johnson aside from the failure to pay Teal. That resulted in the decision to pull the Soul Man Rocky Johnson story. Teal has kept relatively silent on the issue, but the death of Rocky Johnson on January the 15th and the subsequent references to his recently published autobiography have prompted Teal to clear the air. Greg Oliver had an ECW press contract with Rocky Johnson to write his autobiography before the work with Teal began, but Johnson ended communication over the book deal and never signed his copy of the contract. Oliver and Johnson never talked again. Oliver did, however, provide research material to Scott Teal for the project for a small fee, out of respect for all Teal's work through the years. Teal and Oliver have worked on numerous other projects together. On December 20th, 2019, Rocky Johnson joined the board of directors of the International Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame. On January 15th, 2020, at the age of 75, Rocky died of a pulmonary embolism at the home his son bought for him in Florida. The embolism was caused by a blood clot that traveled from his leg. B. Brian Blair told the Associated Press that Rocky thought he had the flu or something, but refused to go see a doctor. Hulk Hogan tweeted condolences, describing Rocky as a great man, a great friend, and one of only a few that was kind and helpful when he first broke in. Johnson was married to Sheila Northern at the time of his death. In 2022, Sports Illustrated published an article stating that Rocky had 5 other children in separate relationships via DNA testing in the 2010s, which connected them to Rocky's brother Ricky. All 5 were refused in-person contact by Rocky in his lifetime, and have not been contacted by Rocky's 3 other known children, but have reunited personally with Ricky Johnson and each other. That was a rocky past of Rocky Johnson.
You always searching for a better thing.
James Harris, also known as Sugar Bear Harris, Big Jim Harris, Kamala the Ugandan Giant, and later the Ugandan Headhunter, was a professional wrestler who debuted in 1978 when he was hired by Bill Watts under his NWA Tri-State territory. Throughout his career, he would appear in over a dozen promotions, including WWF and WCW. Born in 1950 in Mississippi, James experienced racism at an early age and would throughout most of his life at different levels. By the early 2000s, he was only making sporadic appearances, and his last match was on August 15, 2010 at a Juggalo Championship Wrestling event. The following year, his health took a downward spiral as he had his left leg amputated below the knee due to complications of high blood pressure and diabetes. He would fight the condition over the next decade. After losing his right leg and ultimately succumbing to COVID-19 in August 2020 at the age of 70. This is the story of James Harris, aka Kamala the Ugandan Headhunter. James was born on May 28, 1950 in Senatobia, Mississippi. He was one of 6 children. While by this time most children were born in a hospital, James was born in a cabin on a plantation in Senatobia where his mother and father worked as sharecroppers. His father, Jesse Harris, was killed during a dice game during a gambling dispute when James was only 4 years old. Because racism was very prevalent at that time, his murder went virtually uninvestigated and subsequently unsolved, which would impact James for his entire life. Growing up in a rough area of town, which was very much segregated and raised by a single parent, his mother would remarry and move the family to nearby Coldwater, 30 miles south of Memphis. James grew up in a world that still had separate bathrooms for blacks and whites, and had no signs of equality anywhere. African Americans were treated with disrespect everywhere they went, and would have to answer to whites with yes sir and no sir, even if they were younger. James knew this wasn't how the world really was, as one day white insurance salesman came from New York, and when his mother called the 18-year-old sir, he would reply, "Ma'am, you don't need to call us that." James knew that the world outside his small bubble was much different. As James got older, he became a sharecropper himself, picking cotton and growing corn. Any money he made was used to help the family, who barely made enough to carve out a living. No matter how much he made, his cost always outweighed the profits, but James would do his best to remain positive. He attended Coldwater Elementary, but his home life was no picnic. With constant fighting and arguing because bad harvests threatened the family finances, his mother and stepfather's relationship turned into a physical one. His mother was a tough woman, and during physical altercations, she would regularly get the best of his stepdad, including even beating him with a window stick. Once the physical melee was done, she sat down calmly and took a sip out of her wine. In grade 8, James would join the football team. His coach would describe him as a big sweet guy with a good attitude and nicknamed him Sugar Bear, already tipping the scales at over 275 pounds. Even though he was a lot larger than other students, he still got bullied and lost most of the fights he was in simply because he just didn't fight back because he was worried people might start hating him. Until one day he stood up to one of the bullies in math class and knocked his desk over with him in it. From that point on, James would stand up for himself and began to earn the respect of his peers. James made it to the 9th grade and dropped out. As a farmer, he saw no use in continuing and felt he was wasting his days in a classroom. He had big dreams of owning his own farm, but while his ambitions were high, James fell into a life of petty crime in order to fill his empty stomach. Between harvests, sometimes there was not enough food to go around and he began stealing, which, being African American in the mid-60s in Mississippi, could lead to a death sentence if caught. Normally the police would shoot first and ask questions last. He broke into the high school cafeteria and stole a few dozen cookies and some change that was left in the register. After committing more serious thefts such as shoplifting and stealing from other farmers, James broke into a house. But because Coldwater was such a small town, it didn't take long until rumors turned into accusations and James got a stern warning by an overzealous cop that he better leave town. Because of the racial tension between white police officers and African Americans, James decided to take the threat seriously, and at the advice of his former football coach, he went to work on a farm in Florida. At the age of 17, with his 9th grade education, he packed a single bag and headed to Florida, ended his life of crime, and never looked back. He began working on a farm in Florida, picking fruit where he was paid $1 an hour plus room and board. When he wasn't working or fishing, his escape would be the Monday night wrestling matches at the West Palm Beach Auditorium. Watching wrestlers like Eddie Graham and the Great Malenko, he was hooked instantly. He became an addict and would attend the Monday night wrestling matches religiously. Watching stars in the early 70s from Dusty Rhodes to Thunderbolt Patterson to Terry Funk, James couldn't get enough. At 18 years old, after saving his money from working on the farm, picking up overtime hours when he could, and even began shooting dice, he bought his first car, a 1958 black Oldsmobile. Eventually, James learned how to fix small engines and learned about construction, opening up more opportunities for him, and he left the farm. Now 19 years old and over 300 pounds, he moved into a rooming house. He would eventually get a job as a roofer and even open up his own company. But James was homesick and moved back to Mississippi for a short time. But when he realized the job opportunities were limited, he moved to Michigan and began driving truck for a living. One of his co-workers happened to know where Bobo Brazil lived, and after convincing James his size might be his ticket into the business, they dropped by Bobo Brazil's house. Bobo wasn't home at the time, but his wife told him to go see Tiny Tim Hampton. Because of James' easygoing and humble personality, they hit it off immediately, and he began his training. Eventually, Bobo Brazil returned from touring, and they both trained James. Because James was an experienced truck driver, he became the designated driver for both Bobo and Tiny Tim. At the time, they were both performing on and off for Vince McMahon Sr. in the WWF. Although James loved wrestling, he didn't see himself as a wrestler and just looked at it as a job he could make some quick money and move back home. After countless training sessions, he still hadn't been informed the match results were predetermined. The entire time in his early training, James assumed everything was all real. Eventually, James started setting up the ring in the local promotion in exchange for front row tickets where he would watch Bobo Brazil battle the Sheik in the main event. After he saw the Sheik thanking Bobo for a great match afterwards, Bobo let him in on the secret of pro wrestling. Not liking Michigan winters, James decided to rekindle his relationship with an ex-girlfriend and headed to Arkansas. He continued his training with veteran Mario Gelanto, who began training James in the psychology of the business as well as timing, and how to make his easygoing, friendly personality into a vicious monster in the ring. Early in his career, James decided being a villain in the ring was the right fit for him. In 1978, he was ready for his first match, which was against the Great Mephisto to a small TV crowd in Greenwood, Mississippi. He joined International Championship Wrestling, which ran the state of Mississippi, owned by George Curtis Culkin and his son Gil. Their television show aired Friday nights throughout the entire state. Not quite considered an outlaw territory, the ICW were members of the AWA, where Nick Bockwinkel defended his title several times. His first match ended up in a double DQ. Sugar Bear Harris was born. The Great Mephisto took James under his wing. Some of his first opponents included Tom Boogaloo Shaft, Pork Chop Cash, and Donnie Fargo. Now 28 years old, James was on his way, had one goal in mind: perfecting his craft. He would later become managed by Percy Pringle and drafted into his stable of heels, where he would change his name to Ugly Bear Harris. But that name wouldn't last long. He would use others such as Big Jim Harris, the Mississippi Mauler, and Bad Leroy Brown. James would bounce around a few smaller promotions and land in Leroy McGurk's Tri-State Wrestling, where he was managed by Izzy Slapowitz. He also met future WWE Hall of Famer Jim Ross, who advised James to try and travel around as much as he could. It wasn't easy for African American professional wrestlers in this era, as most promotions would limit their card to only one or two. In the South, being a black wrestler was a gimmick in itself. James won his first championship in NWA Tri-State in 1979, teaming with Oki Shikina to win the NWA Tri-State Tag Team Championship. In early 1980, he packed his bags and headed to Mexico, where most of the wrestlers were much smaller, making him a special attraction on the card. He regularly worked 3 shows per day, which was possible south of the border. After 6 months of bad payoffs in Mexico, James headed back to the U.S. and landed in Southeastern Championship Wrestling as Bad News Harris, winning the NWA Southeastern Heavyweight Championship. In 1981, James traveled to Europe for seasoning. Following a stint in Germany, he traveled to the United Kingdom, where he wrestled for joint promotions as the Mississippi Mauler, a character with some similarities to his future Kamala character. In June 1981, he competed in a tournament for the vacant WWA World Heavyweight Championship, losing to Wayne Bridges in the final in Wembley Arena in London. After Japanese promoters got a look at James, they planned to bring him over to face Giant Baba, but Abdullah the Butcher was already established in Japan and threw cold water on it. James had established the Mississippi Mauler gimmick based on the Missouri Mauler Larry Hamilton, which James watched as a fan. His Mississippi Mauler was similar to the Kamala gimmick, which would bring him worldwide fame later on in his career. Ironically, Larry Hamilton was an outspoken racist and a card-carrying member of the KKK. In late 1981, James even made a short tour of Africa along with his fellow UK performers. He landed back in the United Kingdom, but that tour would be cut short after he broke his ankle. In early 1982, still nursing his broken ankle, James headed back to the US and began looking for a truck driving job. But jobs driving truck were few and far between. He decided to go visit his friend, the Dream Machine Troy Graham, at a CWA wrestling show in Memphis, and upon entering the locker room ran into Jerry Lawler and Jerry Jarrett. Fresh off the Andy Kaufman angle, ratings were hot and they were looking for a big man to keep the momentum going. Jerry Lawler took one look at James and saw dollar signs. Even though he still had a cast on his ankle for another month, negotiations began. Jerry Lawler instructed James to leave the arena as he didn't want any of the fans to see him, just yet. Jerry Lawler, being a comic book fanatic, offered James a role of a face-painted Ugandan cannibal. James didn't even have to think it over and told Lawler right away he would take on the role. The character was a vicious headhunter with a face and body paint copied from a Frank Frazetta painting. His backstory was that he was the former bodyguard of the president of Uganda who had been discovered by J.J. Dillon during an excursion to Africa. A promotional vignette aired on WMC TV featuring a spear-wielding Kamala seemingly emerging from a steamy African jungle. The vignette was actually filmed at Jarrett's farm in Henderson, Tennessee, with the steam effect created using dry ice. Complete with one of Jerry Jarrett's wife's hoop earrings through his nose and an African mask he had hanging on his wall, the name Kamala was taken straight out of a National Geographic magazine named after Dr. Kamala, a researcher in Uganda. To establish Kamala as a monstrous character, Jarrett and Lawler instructed him to wrestle in a brawling style, with chops and biting, and to never perform any traditional wrestling moves. Instead of 24 days to heal his ankle, James had 24 hours, cutting his cast off with a drywall knife. To preserve kayfabe, James refused to speak English while in public in Memphis. Kamala made his debut in the CWA in May 1982 with Dillon as his manager. Within 2 weeks, he was in the main event, losing to Lawler by disqualification in a match that sold out the Mid-South Coliseum. In June, he defeated Lawler for the Southern Heavyweight Championship, which he held until August of that year. With J.J. Dillon busy with other commitments, James was paired with Buddy Wayne, who portrayed the original Friday character. Jerry Lawler would tap into the racist fans they performed in front of. In James's book, Kamala Speaks, he would state, Lawler wasn't racist at all. However, a racist joke dropped in the right place would show how smart Lawler is. Any cheap heat racist shots at my expense were always first earlier mentioned to me in the locker room, and I almost always gave them my blessing. According to James, racist humor didn't bother him, but racist promoters wanting to pay him less because he was African American was a whole other story. Jimmy Hart would add Kamala to his first family while he feuded with Dutch Mantel. Toward the end of the year, he feuded with imposter Kamala too. When James left Memphis, he also left behind his face painter Jerry Lawler. He would change the design from a big star on the top of his head to a design that was easier for him to apply himself. In late 1982, Kamala began wrestling for Bill Watts' Mid-South Wrestling promotion. He was managed by Skandar Akbar and Friday, now portrayed by Frank Dalton, forming part of Akbar's villainous Devastation Inc. stable. In April 1983, he wrestled Andre the Giant to a highly promoted bout at the Louisiana Superdome. During 1983, he also faced a Junkyard Dog in a series of Battle of the Monsters matches. The biggest money James ever made during his career was during this time with Mid-South Wrestling and his feud with the Junkyard Dog. Before leaving, he would have legendary feuds with Hacksaw Jim Duggan and Dr. Death Steve Williams. In March of 1983, Kamala, along with Friday and Skandar Akbar, made their way to Dallas and debuted in Fritz Von Erich's World-Class Championship Wrestling promotion. His first match in the Sportatorium was a sellout. In October of that year, he challenged Harley Race for the NWA World Heavyweight Championship, losing by disqualification. In the same month, he began a lengthy feud with the Von Erich family, repeatedly facing brothers David, Kerry, and Kevin. In May 1984, he faced the Great Kabuki at the David Von Erich Memorial Parade of Champions, a tribute to David Von Erich, who had died suddenly in February. In late 1983, James put a down payment on his first house and started dating a neighbor who lived nearby. They would stay together until 2003. During this time, he would regularly team up with the Missing Link and became very close friends. In March of 1984, Kamala faced Bruiser Brody in a steel cage match. Both men were paid $3,000, which sold out weeks before the event. On May 6, 1984, WCCW held its annual tribute to David Von Erich in the Texas Stadium. 43,500 fans packed to see Kamala battle the Great Kabuki. This would be Kamala's final match in WCCW, as he wasn't happy with his $4,000 he was paid for the event and all his other matches for the previous week. He left without giving any notice. Kamala debuted in the World Wrestling Federation in July of that year. He was managed by Freddie Blassie, and Friday, first played by Frank Dalton, then Steve Lombardi. In a segment on the television program Tuesday Night Titans, Kamala seemingly devoured a live chicken with a cutaway shot of feathers flying out of his mouth shown to create the illusion. After defeating a series of opponents including B. Brian Blair, Salvatore Bellomo, and Chief Jay Strongbow, in August 1984, Kamala challenged Hulk Hogan for the WWF World Heavyweight Championship, wrestling him to a double countout. In October of 1984, he began a series of matches against Andre the Giant, among them a steel cage match which he lost after Andre twice sat on his chest. Due to Andre's rough treatment of him, he began carrying a gun and a pocket sewn into his trunks. After a few matches with the gun in his tights and hurting him when he took bumps, he began carrying a knife instead, which is a ritual he would continue for the next 15 years. James made it clear to Andre he wasn't going to put up with that type of treatment, and Andre apologized and worked light with him from then on. They had matches all over the world without any problems. Kamala's final appearance during that run in the WWF was in a battle royal in November of 1984. After leaving the WWF later that year, Kamala went on to appear with multiple promotions throughout the United States and Canada. Throughout 1985, he wrestled for the Minneapolis, Minnesota-based American Wrestling Association. He was established as a monster by winning a series of handicap matches. He feuded with Sergeant Slaughter, whom he had defeated in a Ugandan death match in April of 1985, but lost in a boot camp steel cage match in June. At the Superclass Supercard in September 1985, Kamala lost to Jerry Blackwell in a body slam challenge. Toward the end of the year, Kamala repeatedly challenged Rick Martel for the AWA World Heavyweight Championship, but failed to win the title. In that same year, Kamala wrestled for Jim Crockett Promotions at the Great American Bash, unsuccessfully challenging Magnum TA for the NWA United States Heavyweight Championship. In November of that same year, Kamala made his first tour of Japan with All Japan Pro Wrestling. Wrestling as Giant Kamala, he formed a tag team with King Cobra. He made his second tour in February 1986 as Kamala, and in early 1986 he also had a short run in the Montreal, Quebec, Canada-based international wrestling promotion, where he was managed by Eddie Creechman. Now on good terms with Andre, the Giant put in a good word to Vince, and Kamala returned to the WWF in July 1986, now managed by the Wizard Curtis Iakea and the masked handler Kimchi instead of Friday, portrayed by Steve Lombardi. From November 1986 to February 1987, Kamala faced Hulk Hogan in a series of matches for the WWF World Heavyweight Championship, marking the pinnacle of his career. In February 1987, he began a feud with Jake Roberts, during which Roberts repeatedly exploited Kamala's fear of snakes. In April 1987, the Wizard sold Kamala's managerial contract to Mr. Fuji, and he began teaming with Sika the Wild Samoan, who was being paid a lot more than Kamala. Although he was on national TV each week, he was still falling behind on his bills. When he first started feuding with Hogan, he would be paid sometimes $10,000 to $12,000 per match, and was able to stay in a decent room, eat a decent dinner, and still send 99% of his money home. But as he dropped down the card, payoffs were as low as a few $100s a match. By the time he paid his travel expenses, he was sharing rooms or even sleeping in his rental car to save money. The last straw was when he was told he would be performing at WrestleMania 3, but when he showed up, he was told there was no spot for him. James abruptly left the WWF once more in September 1987 over frustrations about his pay. After this run with the Federation, James opened up an arcade and also sponsored a local baseball team called Kamala's Zulus. Kamala then returned to World Class Championship Wrestling, where he would make more money than being showcased on a national stage. He feuded with Kevin and Kerry Von Erich as well as Michael Hayes before the promotion shut down in 1989, and he returned to All Japan Pro Wrestling with Abdullah the Butcher. From 1990 to 1991, he worked for CMLL in Mexico. He lost to Mil Mascaras in a cage match on March 17, 1991. When he left the promotion and tried to cash a check, it was no good. After the death of Bruiser Brody, he swore to never go back. He then returned to Japan, working for All Japan, Wrestling International New Generations, and Super World of Sports into 1992. He also appeared in the Memphis-based United States Wrestling Association in 1990, feuding with Jerry Lawler and winning the USWA Unified World Heavyweight Championship 4 times, eventually losing it for the final time to Koko Beware. He left the company in 1992. He would remain friends with Koko Beware throughout the rest of his life. Kamala again returned to the WWF on May 9, 1992, with Kim Chi and Harvey Whippleman acting as his managers, and this time the office withholding 15% of his pay in an escrow account until the end of his contract to prevent him from leaving abruptly. In June 1992, he unsuccessfully challenged Randy Savage for the WWF World Heavyweight Championship. Throughout mid-1992, he wrestled primarily in house shows with his regular opponents including The Undertaker, Bret Hart, the Texas Tornado, and the Ultimate Warrior. Since the Warrior had a limo as part of his contract and knew James wasn't making much money, he insisted he ride with him instead of renting a car, and often paid for his hotel room as well. Kamala lost to The Undertaker by disqualification at SummerSlam in August 1992. He later claimed he was paid $13,000 for the bout, while The Undertaker was paid $500,000. Even though this was his biggest payday for a match, he couldn't help to think how it paled in comparison for what The Undertaker was making. Dave Meltzer questioned this claim, saying, "I'm not saying he's lying, but it's hard to believe." In November 1992, Kamala lost to The Undertaker at Survivor Series in the first ever televised casket match. In January 1993, Kim Chi and Harvey Whippleman began mistreating Kamala, leading him to break away from them and align himself with Reverend Slick. Beginning in 1993, James wrote, performed, and produced his own music. He wrote over 100 songs. Some discuss his frustration with the working conditions he experienced in the wrestling industry, most notably the low pay. He released his debut album, The Best of Kamala Volume 1, through his official website. The album features a ballad dedicated to the memory of Stanley Tookie Williams. Slick sent out to humanize Kamala, leading to a series of skits in which he introduced him to activities such as 10-pin bowling. Kamala feuded with Kim Chi throughout early 1993. In March of that year, he began a series of matches with Bam Bam Bigelow. The two were scheduled to face one another at WrestleMania 9, but the match was cancelled. In May of that year, Kamala lost a King of the Ring tournament qualifying match via countout to Mr. Hughes on an episode of WWF Wrestling Challenge. He went on to compete primarily at house shows until being released by the WWF that July. After his WWF release became official later that month, he received his 15% of his pay that was being withheld plus interest. Following his WWF run, James stepped back from professional wrestling. He began working as a truck driver using 2 semi-truck trailers he had purchased following his payout from the WWF. In December 1993, he was announced as a participant in the 1994 Royal Rumble match. However, during the bout, the announcers noted that Virgil, as an alternate participant, had replaced him. At that point, he was only wrestling in independent shows and part-time for the USWA. In December of 1993, he wrestled in India where he won the vacated IAW Tag Team titles with Dusty Wolf, defeating Leo Burke and the Mongolian Mauler. At Hulk Hogan's suggestion, Kamala joined World Championship Wrestling in 1995. He was introduced as part of Kevin Sullivan's Dungeon of Doom stable, whose goal was to end Hulk Hogan's career. His first WCW pay-per-view appearance, he defeated Hacksaw Jim Duggan at Bash at the Beach. He then lost a singles match to Hogan at the Clash of Champions. He was part of the Dungeon of Doom team at Fall Brawl, which lost to Hogan's team, the Hulkamaniacs. He was only being paid $500 per appearance, and unlike many former WWF stars, did not receive a lucrative contract. After Hulk Hogan spoke with Eric Bischoff, he was bumped up to $800, but Bischoff told him to never have Hulk call him again. After a few more dates, James let Hulk know he was leaving. Hulk offered to call Bischoff again, but James declined. He went back to driving truck where he was making $500 to $1,000 per day doing local deliveries. That same year, Frank Dalton, who played Friday in Kamala's earlier career, passed away. On January 24, 1996, Kamala returned to the USWA for the final time, where he teamed with Brian Christopher and PG-13 to defeat Tracy Smothers, Doug Gilbert, Jesse James Armstrong, and Robert Gibson in an Iron Man match. In 1998, he made several appearances in ECW, but was never under contract. Kamala participated in the Gimmick Battle Royal at WrestleMania 17 and was eliminated by Sergeant Slaughter. On July 26, 2004, he made a surprise return to World Wrestling Entertainment, participating in a Raw Diva Search segment, in which the female contestants were instructed to try and seduce him. He lost to Jim Duggan at Wrestle Reunion 1 on January 29, 2005. He then faced Randy Orton on the August 11, 2005 edition of SmackDown, accompanied by Kimchi, but the match was interrupted by a message from The Undertaker to Orton, and ended in a no contest. Kamala appeared at the 2005 Taboo Tuesday event as one of the choices for Eugene's tag team partner. He lost the fan vote to Jimmy Snuka, but came to the ring after the match to deliver a big splash to Tyson Tomko. He was paid just $400. Although they reached out to him on multiple occasions to make more appearances, he declined as it was no longer worth his time and the novelty of being in the WWF was gone. Although he initially signed a Legends deal, when the contract expired he never re-signed. On September 30th, 2006, he wrestled to a no finish with Bryan Danielson in a match for the Ring of Honor World Championship at a National Wrestling Alliance event in Bridgeport, Connecticut in front of 40 fans. He then defeated Lanny Poffo at a Great North Wrestling Super Show at the Ottawa Super Show in Ottawa, Canada. Kamala then appeared at Total Nonstop Action Wrestling Slammiversary pay-per-view in June 2008 as a guest at Jay Lethal and SoCal Val's Storyline Wedding. His last match was on August 15, 2010 at Juggalo Championship Wrestling, with the Weedman defeating the Haters. On November 7, 2011, James had his left leg amputated below the knee due to complications of high blood pressure and diabetes, a condition he had since 1992, which forced him to retire because he did not accept dialysis treatment. In April 2012, his right leg was also amputated below the knee, and a campaign was launched seeking donations to cover his financial needs. Coco Beware bought him a high-powered scooter wheelchair so he could get around. James told the Bleacher Report in 2014 that he relied on a disability check, sold handmade wooden chairs, and had written a book about his life, Kamala Speaks. In July 2016, James was named as part of a class action lawsuit filed against WWE, which alleged that wrestlers incurred traumatic brain injuries during their tenure and the company concealed the risks of injury. The lawsuit was dismissed by the District of Connecticut Judge Vanessa Lynn Bryrant in December of 2018. Mike Johnson of Pro Wrestling Insider wrote that his involvement in the lawsuit likely prevented WWE from inducting him into their Hall of Fame. On November 19, 2017, James underwent life-saving emergency surgery to clear fluid from around his heart and lungs at a hospital in Oxford, Mississippi. He was then on life support due to complications. The next day, his stepdaughter said that he showed signs of improvement but remained on life support. On November 22nd, it was reported he was able to breathe on his own, yet was unable to talk and remained under intensive care. On August 5, 2020, James tested positive for COVID-19 and was hospitalized. His wife said he likely contracted it from one of his numerous visits to the dialysis center. Due to COVID-19, he started to experience complications from his diabetes. He went into cardiac arrest on August 9, 2020, before dying later that afternoon at the age of 70. His mother was a huge wrestling fan and believed wrestling was real her entire life. She passed away in 1998, and James never had the heart to tell her differently. His final resting place is in the Simon Chapel Cemetery, Sardis, Panola County, Mississippi.
Drift away all of the pain.
John Anthony Tenta Jr. was a Canadian professional wrestler and sumo tori, best known for his work in World Wrestling Entertainment as Earthquake. After a promising start to his sumo career using the name Koto Tenta, Tenta switched to professional wrestling and became a high-profile star for the WWE, feuding with Hulk Hogan and winning the WWF Tag Team Championship with partner and personal friend Typhoon. His professional wrestling career also encompassed runs with World Championship Wrestling, where he was known as Avalanche and the Shark, All Japan Pro Wrestling, and a return to WWE as Golga. John Tenta was born in Surrey, British Columbia on June 22, 1963, named after his father. He was a large baby weighing 11 pounds 3 ounces at birth. Inspired by professional wrestlers Gene Kiniski and Don Leo Jonathan, John decided to pursue professional wrestling at the age of 6. John started making headlines in 1978 at the age of 15 as a member of the Cloverdale Community School rugby team, winning the 1978 Fraser Valley Junior High School rugby title, and later as a member of the Surrey Beavers Rugby Club and barely missing the 1979 Provincials. John learned freestyle wrestling at North Surrey Secondary, and in 1980 he celebrated his 17th birthday in Japan by winning a gold medal in the over 87 kilograms class of the World Elite Wrestling Championships, after wrestling for less than a year. The following year in 1981, John became a Canadian junior champion shortly after his 18th birthday. John finished 6th in the super heavyweight category at the World Junior Wrestling Championships. He then won an athletic scholarship to Louisiana State University, where he competed in NCAA level collegiate wrestling. At LSU, he was nicknamed Big John, lettering on the Tiger varsity wrestling team and participating on the football team. In 1985, LSU had dropped varsity wrestling to comply with the Title 1X, forcing him to choose a new sport. John then walked on to the LSU football team, where he played some junior varsity games as a defensive lineman. He was also known as a quiet giant, while employed as a bouncer at an LSU college bar called the Bengal. John also played rugby for the LSU Rugby Club. One day on campus, John saw some white students threatening a young black man. They found out the hard way that John didn't tolerate racism. John then moved to Japan to pursue a career in sumo wrestling after being recruited by a former Yokozuna who met John on a trip to Vancouver. In October 1985, he joined a sumo stable, Sarogatake, run by a former Yokozuna. Following tradition, the young sumo tori took the name Koto Tenta, translated as Tenta the Harp. Beginning the sport at age 22, he entered nearly 7 years later than many non-college aspirants. The combination of his size and training as a wrestler were to his advantage in learning and advancing in the sport. The novice won all of his 24 bouts during his 8-month active career, and later renamed Koto Tensei Heavenly Mountain Harp. The novelty of being a rare Westerner sumo tori in the mid-1980s and the third ever Caucasian garnered him press coverage, and he earned the additional nickname of the Canadian Comet.
Despite doing well as a newcomer, he soon quit the sport due to the difficulty of the sumo lifestyle and the toll of the hard ring surface was taking on his body. In addition, the sumo world frowned on the large tattoo of a tiger on his left bicep, and though he covered it during his matches, would have required him to remove it via skin graft before moving up to the higher level competitions. In Japan, tattoos are associated with gangsters and public display is widely prohibited. After leaving sumo, John quickly signed up for Japanese pro wrestling under the tutelage of the Giant Baba. He made his professional wrestling debut with All Japan Pro Wrestling on May 1st, 1987, teaming with Giant Baba and defeating Hana Kamura and Goro Tsurumi. Tenta had a solid 18-month career, teaming with popular Japanese wrestlers Giant Baba, Jumbo Tsuruta, and the Great Kabuki, before getting the attention of American pro wrestling promoters, as well making tours in Vancouver for Al Tomko's All-Star Wrestling, where he competed as a babyface, but later turned heel when he began being managed by gentleman Jonathan Sayers. After making 2 dark match appearances under his real name in March 1989, John joined the WWE full-time in September 1989. In his first match after signing on, a dark match on September 21, 1989, he was known as Earthquake Evans and managed by Slick. John then made his WWF televised debut on the November 11, 1989 edition of WWF Superstars of Wrestling, where he was planted in the audience as a normal spectator at the taping held in Wheeling, West Virginia. During an in-ring interview with Gene Okerlund, Dino Bravo challenged the Ultimate Warrior to a strength competition. In order to demonstrate, he had to sit on Dino Bravo's back as he did a set of push-ups. During the Ultimate Warrior set, 80 in Earthquake, and by WrestleMania 6, simply Earthquake, an unstoppable monster heel who often sent his opponents out on a stretcher after repeatedly hitting them with his sit-down splash. Earthquake's first pay-per-view appearance was when he replaced Barry Windham on Randy Savage's team at the 1989 Survivor Series. Earthquake eliminated Hercules and survived the match along with Savage and Dino Bravo. He made his WrestleMania debut at WrestleMania 6, defeating Hercules. John's career peaked when he entered a feud with Hulk Hogan. The feud exploded in May 1990 when Earthquake snuck up on Hogan from behind during a segment of the Brother Love Show, and repeatedly crushed Hogan's ribs with his Earthquake Splash. Eventually, Hogan recovered and gained revenge on Earthquake and defeated him in a series of matches across the country, starting with Hogan's count-out victory on SummerSlam 1990. Hogan and Earthquake were the final 2 participants in the 1991 Royal Rumble, with Hogan getting the victory. After a stint with Hogan, Earthquake attained another WrestleMania victory, defeating former Hart stablemate Greg Valentine at WrestleMania 7. On April 1, 1991, WWE held a joint show in Kobe with Japanese promotion Super World of Sports called SWS Wrestle Dream. Earthquake appeared to face Kojo Kitao in a battle of 2 former sumo wrestlers. Kitao and Tenta broke kayfabe by being uncooperative with each other. Kitao didn't sell Earthquake's attacks and shot on him. The match ended when Kitao was disqualified for kicking the referee. After the match, Kitao immediately grabbed the microphone and began telling the audience that wrestling is fake and that John Tenta could never really beat him. As other Japanese wrestlers attempted to restrain him, the incident led to Kitao being fired from SWS. After WrestleMania 7, Earthquake instigated a feud with Jake the Snake Roberts, when in their match that aired on WWF Superstars of Intro to the Summer. Later in 1991, Earthquake formed a tag team with Typhoon, also known as Tugboat, also known as the Shockmaster, calling themselves the Natural Disasters, managed by Jimmy Hart. Initially a heel team, the duo feuded with the Legion of Doom over the WWF World Tag Team Championship, but were unsuccessful. Later, the Disasters turned face when Jimmy Hart betrayed them and joined forces with Money Inc., a team composed of Irwin R. Shyster and Ted DiBiase. Money Inc. had just won the tag team titles from Legion of Doom. At WrestleMania 7, they defeated Money Inc. by countout but did not win the titles. Although Earthquake and Typhoon eventually won the tag team titles, it wasn't long before Money Inc. regained the belts. John left the WWF in January 1993 after losing via countout to Bam Bam Bigelow, the night after the Royal Rumble, for a spell in Japan for war. He also had a brief stint in CMLL in late 1993, and a visit home to Surrey, British Columbia. John returned to the WWE in January 1994 when he assisted Bret Hart in a match with Shawn Michaels by countering Diesel's interference. He defeated Adam Bomb in a quick squash match at WrestleMania 10. He then engaged in a short feud with Yokozuna, with whom he had a sumo match on Raw. John Tenta's sumo background was also revealed, and he won the sumo match. Earthquake was scheduled to face Owen Hart in a King of the Ring qualifying match. However, during a May 14, 1994 house show in San Jose, California, Earthquake was injured by Yokozuna and crushed. Footage of Yokozuna hitting a banzai drop at the show was televised before the qualifying match to explain his absence, in which Doink the Clown was his replacement. He again disappeared from the WWE thereafter and returned to Japan for WAR. John then contacted World Championship Wrestling. Hulk Hogan, a longtime friend, lobbied to have John come in, and so John joined WCW. Before joining WCW, John worked a tour of Japan for UWF International, where he teamed up with Super Vader. John was introduced as Avalanche and was a member of Kevin Sullivan's Three Faces of Fear. He later aligned with Big Bubba Rogers and feuded with Sting and Randy Savage. At Clash of Champions 29, Avalanche, The Butcher, and Kevin Sullivan faced Hulk Hogan, Sting, and David Sullivan in a six-man tag team match, with Mr. T as a special guest referee, but lost the match. At Starrcade 1994, Avalanche lost to Sting by disqualification. At Super Brawl 10, Avalanche and Big Bubba Rogers faced Sting and Randy Savage, but lost when Sting pinned Avalanche. At Uncensored 1995, Avalanche faced Randy Savage, but lost by disqualification. The Avalanche name was then dropped after WWE threatened legal action over similarities to the Earthquake character. John returned under the ring name The Shark and joined the Dungeon of Doom faction. He believed this could be the beginning of a long-term gimmick and even changed the tattoo on his arm from an LSU tiger to that of a shark, a process that took 24 hours. Rumors were that WCW management forced him to do that, but in reality, it was John himself that brought up the idea. At Fall Brawl 1995, John teamed with other members of the Dungeon of Doom, Kamala, the Zodiac, Ming, and the Taskmaster to face the Hulkamaniacs, Hulk Hogan, Randy Savage, Lex Luger, and Sting, in a War Games match where they lost. On the October 9th, 1995 edition of WCW Monday Nitro, Shark faced Sting for the WCW United States Heavyweight Championship, but failed to win the title. Shark competed in the WCW World War III 60-man Battle Royal for the vacant WCW World Heavyweight Championship, which was won by Randy Savage. John eventually left the Dungeon of Doom and wrestled under his real name after delivering a promo about the many names and gimmicks he had been forced into the past, including the infamous line,
I'm not the shark. I'm not a fish. I'm not an avalanche. I'm a man. John Tenta.
At the 1996 Great American Bash, he defeated Big Bubba Rogers. After the match, John Tenta cut Rogers' goatee with a pair of scissors. At Bash of the Beach 1996, John defeated Big Bubba Rogers in a Carson City Silver Dollar match. On the July 1996 edition of Nitro, John got a shot at the WCW World Heavyweight Championship against a Giant but failed to win the title. Following the match with the Dungeon of Doom's jumped his beard as well after John lost another match to the Giant. In the spring of 1987, John joined Roddy Piper as a member of his family. The angle was quickly dropped and Piper instead joined forces with the Four Horsemen, helping the members of his family. John left WCW in early 1997. After his feud with Big Bubba Rogers, John then resurfaced in the WWE on the May 25, 1998 edition of Raw's War under the name Golga. He wrestled under a mask as one of the oddities, and the character had a fascination with Eric Cartman from the TV series South Park. The gimmick was given to John because he lost a considerable amount of weight, so much that the WWE thought it wouldn't be believable for John to reprise the Earthquake gimmick with the weight loss. At SummerSlam, the Oddities defeated Kai and Tai in a handicap match, and at the 1998 Rock Bottom pay-per-view, held in Vancouver, British Columbia, Golga and Kurgan squared off against the Headbangers in a tag team match. When Golga was tagged, fans chanted Earthquake, and John received the biggest reaction of the match, but nonetheless was pinned by Thrasher. And at the 1999 Royal Rumble, Golga competed in the 30-wrestler Royal Rumble match, entering number 3, but was quickly eliminated by Steve Austin. The Oddities disappeared in the beginning of 1999 with all the members being released.
He did, however, return to the WWE one last time in 2001 with the Earthquake gimmick, where he's one of the participants of the 20-man gimmick Battle Royal match at WrestleMania 17, being eliminated by Kamala. In December of the same year, he also worked a dark match against Tank Malachi before an episode of SmackDown. John Tenta's professional wrestling career garnered him appearances in several video games. In 1991, Earthquake was portrayed as a featured character in Tecmo's popular arcade video game WWF WrestleFest. He was also included in the 1992 home video game WWF Super WrestleMania by Flying Edge for the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. In 2004, the Japanese video game developer Spike released King of Colosseum 2 for PlayStation 2 that featured John as an unlockable character. It was a Japan-only release. John retired from wrestling in 2004 and opened a wrestling school, but the plans came to a halt after it was revealed he had developed bladder cancer and was told he had a 20% chance to live, assuming he continued with his chemotherapy treatments. During his November 15, 2005 interview with WrestleCrap Radio, John announced that a recent radiation dosage did not go as planned and had no effect on the tumor. He also announced he had multiple tumors and had spread to his lungs. Over the next several months, John spent countless hours contributing to a popular wrestling forum, posting updates on his fight with cancer, chatting with fans, and developing personal friendships with many. Sadly, John lost his battle with cancer on June 7, 2006 at the age of 42. Many superstars, including Bret Hart, Jim Cornette, and Stevie Ray, among others, described John as one of the nicest guys they ever met. Behind the scenes, John was known as a family man who was easy to deal with and always did what was best for the business. John was also named honorary chairman of the 1986 BC Championships for the Disabled. He was married and had 3 children. The first public notice of John's death was posted that day on WWE.com. On the June 9, 2006 edition of SmackDown and the June 12, 2006 edition of Raw, WWE showed a bumper that read RIP Earthquake John Tenta before each show began. Alan James Coage was a judoka and later professional wrestler. He won medals for the United States at several international judo competitions, including the heavyweight bronze medal at the 1976 Summer Olympics, becoming the second American to win a medal in judo. He later appeared in wrestling promotions such as the World Wrestling Federation, New Japan Pro Wrestling, Stampede Wrestling, and Polynesian Pacific Pro Wrestling under the ring names Bad News Brown, Buffalo Allen, and Bad News Allen, and many say was a blueprint to the Stone Cold Steve Austin character. So tell your grandmother, your 3-legged dog, and that ugly goldfish you got. This is the untold story of Alan Coage, aka Bad News. Lou was born in Rome, Italy on July 29, 1933. Though his parents were both American-born, his family was in Italy at the time of his birth while his father pursued his medical degree. His mother, Eleanor, was a classic concert pianist who had performed at the Carnegie Hall and later became a registered nurse. His father, Carmen, was a physician who delivered over 6,000 babies. He later co-patented a forceps instrument to assist in breech birth deliveries. Lou had 8 other siblings, but only 5 lived until adulthood. He was baptized in the Vatican, and his parents returned to the New York City area shortly thereafter, aboard the RMS Majestic. The family settled in the Mount Vernon area. Lou attended Archbishop Stepanek High School in White Plains, New York, where he competed in track and field and football, where he was team captain. It was this position that later inspired his wrestling gimmick, Captain Lou Albano. He was so talented that he received 32 offers of full scholarships from universities around the country. He chose the University of Tennessee based on the strength of their football team. His team included the likes of Darris McCord and Doug Atkins. But his college career was cut short when, after several conflicts with the dean for poor behavior, he was caught cheating on an exam, which resulted in him being expelled. Now that football was no longer a viable option in Lou's life, he joined the Army, but because of a childhood injury, he was discharged after only 8 months. Lou's father, Carmen, wanted to open up an insurance agency and have Lou run it, but not wanting to give up on his dreams of becoming a professional athlete, Lou decided to begin training as a boxer. But standing at only 5'10", other boxers towered over him. Before another door slammed in his face, he met boxing promoter Willie Gilzenberg, future Worldwide Wrestling Federation president, who suggested Lou might want to try his luck in pro wrestling. In the early 1950s, Lou began working for the WWF. Antonio Rocca was Albano's first TV opponent. Lou tried to lay out some spots for himself, but promoter Jack Pfeiffer made it sternly clear that Albano was not to get in any offense. Lou told his friends he was going to work on TV, and they all assumed he would be making as much as $1,000 for being a TV star. Lou ended up being paid $25. He cried foul and ended up being blackballed by Vince Sr. for 6 months because he complained. After expenses, he came away with $13 for the day. Lou got some work in Canada during the winter, but the weather was brutal. After a forgettable run as a singles wrestler, Vince Sr. suggested Lou go to Chicago for a chance to expand his career. It was there he formed the Sicilians with Tony Altimore.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, these dudes I've got up here with me now are known as the Sicilians. And who's the spokesman?
We know we have the ability to beat these guys, and we just want the chance to prove it. We're out here for one purpose, to beat these guys and to bring the title back to Sicily where it belongs.
Do you think that you're in the same league with a couple of champions?
There's nobody in our league. What do you mean the same league? What's the matter with you?
What are you talking about?
What league? We are the greatest tag team in the country today, in the world.
Tell me first of all, who did you beat?
We're beating some of the top contenders in the country.
Names are immaterial, but we beat them all.
Name everybody and we beat them.
They had a mob gimmick of 2 stereotypical mob goons, but had to tone down some of their gimmick. Not only were they hated by the fans, real members of the mob were upset at being represented in a negative light. Despite the fact that they were holding the Midwest tag titles, the threat was taken seriously, and afraid for their well-being, they hightailed it back to the Northeast without even dropping the belts. The Sicilians had a good run when they returned to the WWF, even briefly capturing the United States tag titles. Bob Orton Jr. recalled an incident where Lou went to the ring with a gun and saved his dad, Bob Orton Sr., who was a heel, from unruly fans. He would state, "That night in particular, Dad dropped 2 straight falls and still had so much heat that when he left, some guy was standing up in the bleachers and hit him in the head with a chair, which knocked Dad out. And Lou Albano went out with a gun and a couple of guys. Dad's knees were scraped to the bone where they had dragged him out of there. But if Lou wouldn't have went out there with the gun and made people back off, they might have killed him. From that night on, he never got that deep, serious heat because he knew it was too dangerous." In 1962, Lou's father had a head-on collision when a car in the oncoming traffic swerved into his lane, and Dr. Carmen Albano was killed instantly. In 1963, Lou and Altimore appeared on the Jackie Gleason Scene magazine show as Sandpiper Sam Staccato and Altamora's referee Harry Hornet. Even back in those days, Lou believed crossing over into mainstream would serve him and the business well. This basic equation would repeat itself throughout Lou's career.
What mob is running the city today? Our mob. Our mob. This mob is running the city today. Yes, sir. Yes.
Later in the 1960s, Bruno Sammartino told Lou that he wasn't a good wrestler, but liked Lou's talking and suggested he become a manager. Sammartino recalled, "One day I said to Vince Sr., this guy Lou Albano isn't the best wrestler. As a team they can only go so far, but he'd be a great mouthpiece for some guy. Lou had such a gift of gab that he can help out some people. As a wrestler, he just seemed limited. He was always the same. He was never looked upon by promoters as someone who could be anything special. But as a manager, he shined. That was his calling." Lou, realizing that wrestlers only had a limited lifespan in the ring and still dealing with his old football injury, agreed. Although it was his decision to split up his 10-year tag team partnership with Altamore, the two remained very close friends until his death in 2003. By 1969, the Sicilians had dissolved the team, and Albano dubbed himself Captain Lou. His character was that of an Italian thug. He wore silk shirts, fur coats, and big watches. The manager role was a perfect fit for pro wrestling's territorial area. Bruno Sammartino was a WWF mainstay, but his heel opponents were often brought in from other territories on short-term contracts, and once the angle was over, they would fade away, usually leaving for another territory, keeping the angles fresh. Lou became Bruno's longtime rival and hardly ever had to set foot in the ring. Under Lou's management, Ivan Koloff defeated Bruno for the heavyweight title, but Koloff's title reign was a transitional one, lasting just 3 weeks. The shock of Koloff's victory was such that the crowd fell totally silent, and Bruno even momentarily feared that he had lost his hearing. Koloff and Lou were quickly rushed out of the ring by security without the championship belt as the crowd began to riot. Lou, his wife, and a family friend, who were both in attendance, escaped to a taxi outside the garden. The mob surrounded the cab and began breaking windows, so the trio ran to a nearby bar, followed by the crowd who were pelting them with mud and objects. The mob was beginning to destroy the bar as the police finally arrived. Vince McMahon received a bill for damages totaling $27,000, cementing Lou's unapparelled ability to arouse anger from the audience. Koloff would lose the title a short time after to Pedro Morales. That was the first and only time Lou ever managed a heavyweight champion. He would go on to manage both Greg the Hammer Valentine and Don Morocco when they were Intercontinental Champions, and would also manage an astounding 17 Tag Team Champions. Around this time, managers were relatively rare in the pro wrestling world. WWF only had 2 others. However, a promising new wrestler, Oscar Crusher Verdú, had just recently immigrated from Spain. His in-ring capabilities were hampered by a limited command of English, and Lou was assigned to be his mouthpiece. Lou emphasized Verdú's physique and insisted that he had never been taken off his feet during a match. To rile up audiences, he also engaged in ethnic slurs, which were then more of a common part of the WWF banter. Lou promised that Verdú would stomp on that Italian, referring to Sammartino. The fact that Lou was also Italian himself only heightened the audience's reaction. Bruno later said, "They wanted to see me beat the hell out of Verdú to make Albano a liar. He could get the kind of heat that nobody else could." The result was a Madison Square Garden sellout when Verdú faced Sammartino in June 1970, the first for the company in 5 years, and then record gate for a wrestling event in that arena. The record only lasted a month when a rematch brought in over $85,000 in ticket receipts. After losing that match, Verdú cycled out of the WWF rotation, but Lou remained as a top heel manager for the next 15 years. Even as a heel, some would say especially as a heel, Lou was a ball of charisma. Long frazzled mane, Hawaiian shirts unbuttoned, rubber bands tying off his unkempt goatee, and more dangling rubber bands, and even safety pins from his face. Underneath, he still had the streetwise, thuggish personality he portrayed in his singles wrestling run, but had honed his microphone skills to make him one of the true greats of his era. He looked like your average tough uncle who could actually throw his weight around, but yet hid behind his proteges. Another protege of Lou was Iron Mike McCord. A memorable match in 1974 featured Chief Jay Strongbow applying his famous sleeper hold on Mike McCord, but Lou interfered in the match by smashing an arm cast over Strongbow's forehead, causing him to bleed badly. It was previously alleged by Albano that Strongbow had since jumped him in the locker room, breaking Lou's arm in the process. But during the match, McCord was disqualified because of outside interference. Strongbow was cut open by Lou's bloody blows. Later, Strongbow settled the score by challenging him to put on the wrestling tights once again, and the stage was set in front of a sold-out crowd at Madison Square Garden, where he defeated Captain Lou Albano quite convincingly. In the early 1980s, Lou wrestled a handful of both singles and tag team matches, teaming with the Moondogs, Fuji and Saito, and even Ray Stevens. In 1984, Lou met pop singer Cyndi Lauper on a plane flight from Puerto Rico. Her manager David Wolf suggested that the two collaborate on a project at some point in the future. He appeared in several of her music videos and played her dad in the music video for the single Girls Just Want to Have Fun. She appeared on Roddy Piper's Piper's Pit program to discuss a collaboration. Lou, in character, began degrading Lauper and women in general, and claimed to have written all of her songs and been the only reason for her success. Lauper in turn assaulted Albano with her purse, and the two agreed to settle their differences in the ring. Albano and Lauper agreed to compete by proxy, each choosing a female wrestler to contend. Lauper would choose Wendy Richter, while Albano chose a fabulous Moolah. The match, scheduled for July 23, 1984, was dubbed the Brawl to End It All, and would be broadcast live on MTV. During the match, Lauper interfered on Richter's behalf by hitting Moolah in the head with her purse dubbed the Loaded Purse of Doom. At the conclusion of the match, Richter had defeated Moolah for the WWF Women's Championship, which the WWF had promoted Moolah as having held for the previous 28 years.
You recognize this lovely melody? Well, I don't either. And furthermore, I don't care. The only thing I care about is NRBQ. Round the records. NRBQ, Tiddlywinks, baby.
For a time in the 1980s, Lou also managed the rock group NRBQ. The group recorded a 1986 album, Lou and the Q, which contained a song titled Captain Lou, on which Albano himself sings and rants. In the meantime, Lou had become involved in several charities. His brother's brother-in-law had recently died of multiple sclerosis, and the experience led Lou to lend his time to raising awareness and funds to combat the disease, occasionally alongside Lauper.
Millions everywhere, and the Students Against Multiple Sclerosis.
Cindy, we're gonna smash it, we're gonna kick it, we're gonna knock it off the face of the earth.
We're gonna do more than that, Lou. We're gonna bust MS. Bust MS. Bust MS.
His increasingly public benevolence clashed with his in-ring persona, which violated the principles of kayfabe, maintaining the appearance of reality within professional wrestling, which was still strictly adhered to at the time. In 1984, Lou decided it was time, after 32 years as a heel, to turn face. He therefore arranged for Lauper to receive an in-ring award for contributions to both wrestling and the fight against MS, for which he also came out and congratulated her. In the course of the ceremony, Roddy Piper came into the ring to sarcastically praise Albano before breaking Lauper's award, a gold record plaque, over his head. Lauper and her boyfriend manager David Wolf were also attacked by Piper and Orton. The melee was broken up by Hulk Hogan, but the altercation allowed for Lou to now wrestle and manage as a crowd favorite. His last two heel protégés, Valentine and Ken Patera, were paired with Jimmy Hart and Bobby Heenan respectively after Albano's face turn. Although he continued his overblown, rambling interviews, one of the lead announcers for the WWF, Gorilla Monsoon, continued to refer to Albano as the fountain of misfortune. Lou was now leading fan favorites such as the U.S. Express, George Steele, the British Bulldogs, Hulk Hogan, and Andre the Giant into battle. The U.S. Express and the British Bulldogs became the first tag teams to win the WWF Tag Team Championships with Lou as the face manager. The year 1985 saw the debut of the cartoon Hulk Hogan's Rockin' Wrestling, which included Hulk Hogan and his band of fan favorites, including Captain Lou, and Rowdy Roddy Piper's team of Bad Guy All-Stars. Sold to children on Saturday mornings, wrestlers were injected into the mainstream. Their portrayals were borderline inauthentic, and the wrestlers didn't even voice their on-screen characters. This was followed in short order by wrestlers on talk shows, award shows. It was the ultimate victory for the rock and wrestling movement, and in the middle of it all was Captain Lou Albano, now sporting tight t-shirts with his own image. Behind the scenes, he was the WWF's ambassador into the music world. Even though Hogan was appearing on MTV and commercials, Lou was the era's true crossover star. He would highlight it all with appearances on Miami Vice, 227, and in movies like Wise Guys and Body Slam. Lou left the WWF in late 1986 with one final match on an episode of Wrestling Challenge that aired in November, teaming the British Bulldogs to defeat the Dream Team and luscious Johnny Valiant. Lou would then make a one-time appearance on a Piper's Pit episode of Superstars of Wrestling in February 1987 to ask Andre the Giant to reconsider his recent alignment with Bobby Heenan. Lou briefly worked in Herb Abrams' UWF promotion where he hosted an interview segment. Later that year, Lou took a step back from the wrestling business and portrayed and brought to life a video game icon when he played Mario in the Super Mario Bros. Super Show and also was the voice of Mario during the cartoon. He admitted he almost turned down the role when they told him he had to shave off his trademark goatee until he saw how much money they were going to pay him. The show featured both Mario and Luigi, who were running a plumbing company from a basement in Brooklyn. After 65 episodes, Lou returned to the WWF, managing the Head Shrinkers, a team very similar to the Wild Samoans he managed in the early 80s. He took the Head Shrinkers to the tag team titles in a very short time. He left in early 1995, making sporadic appearances as a guest from then on, but never again as a manager. In 2008, on his 75th birthday, at a bar in Queens, New York, ECW original The Sandman gave a drunken toast to his longtime friend, then got into a brawl with the owner of the bar. The rumble made the New York papers and went viral on the internet. Lou once again was in the mainstream. He led pop culture into pro wrestling and pro wrestling into pop culture. He was an ambassador for the crossover success which redefined wrestling into sports entertainment. The events leading up to Lou Albano's face turn proved to be pivotal in the history of the WWF. Hogan, Piper, and Orton began a feud at Lauper's award ceremony that culminated the war to settle the score. The outcome of the war, Hogan winning by disqualification, was the precursor for the primary match at the first WrestleMania, in which Albano also participated as a face manager. More importantly, the involvement of Lauper, a celebrity completely unrelated to wrestling, in the pro wrestling world was unprecedented. MTV's decision to broadcast a brawl to end it all tremendously increased the WWF's public profile, especially to the young adult demographic. Although older wrestling fans saw this change as a travesty, and to the late 80s wrestling fan, it might seem insignificant. Pro wrestling and its stars have been a part of every aspect of pop culture. Love it or hate it, Captain Lou was a trailblazer. If you take Albano's participation out of the equation, there's a good chance the McMahon expansion would have hit an iceberg and died in early 1985. The attention garnered by the Rock and Wrestling connection, stemming from that chance meeting on an airplane between Lauper and Albano less than 2 years earlier, led NBC to make the decision to air Saturday night's main event several times per year in the Saturday Night Live time slot. In 1953, Lou married his high school sweetheart, Geraldine Tango. The marriage lasted 56 years until his death. They had 4 children. Lou had been noted by several others for his faithfulness to his wife, a rare characteristic in the on-road world of 1970s and 1980s professional wrestling. Lou released his autobiography, often imitated, never duplicated, on July 20th, 2008 through his website. The book includes a foreword by Cyndi Lauper. Lou passed away on October 14, 2009, of a heart attack while residing in hospice care. He was 76 years old. His final role was as Frankie the Hat in the movie Hot Ice No One Is Safe, which came out in 2010. That was the untold story of Captain Lou Albano.
Ashley Massaro's time in the WWE may not have lasted very long, but she made a huge impact during her time while she was there. From 2005 to 2008, she was one of the most popular female performers, and at the height of her career even competed at WrestleMania 23 for the Diva Women's title in a Lumberjill match against Melina. 8 years after departing from the company, Ashley made headlines for far different reasons. As she testified under oath, she had been assaulted while working for the company. She claimed she was told not to go public with her story. She said she suffered from severe depression, and less than 3 years after making these allegations, Ashley was found unresponsive in her Long Island, New York home by her 18-year-old daughter. Later, she would be pronounced dead just 10 days before her 40th birthday. She left behind many questions unanswered. Before her death, she was working as a radio DJ for Long Island station WWSK-FM 94.3 The Shark, and was set to appear in a suicide prevention video, as well as had a trip booked to Las Vegas with former diva Rochelle Lowen, who was already in Vegas waiting for her and texting her asking where she was, but it was too late. This is the story of Ashley Massaro.
Ashley Marie Massaro was born in New York City on May 26, 1979. She graduated in 1997 from John Glenn High School in Elwood, New York, and received a BS in Communication with a minor in Business from the State University of New York in Albany. Ashley competed in Miss Hawaiian Tropic pageants and was crowned Miss Hawaiian Tropic USA in 2002 and Miss Hawaiian Tropic Canada in August 2004. Ashley tried out for Playboy Scouts when they were searching for models for the 50th anniversary Playmate Hunt. She appeared in the pictorial in the December 2003 edition. In addition, she appeared on both Fatal Femmes and Flex magazines. Ashley also hosted several E! Channel Wild On episodes and appeared on Breaking Bonaducci as Danny Bonaducci's personal trainer. Ashley guest starred in an episode of Extreme Makeover Home Edition along with WWE wrestlers John Cena and Batista. In addition, she appeared in campaign ads for both Hawaiian Tropic and Yamaha. Ashley met a WWE talent scout at an event and was encouraged to audition for the 2005 WWE Diva Search, which she won to earn a one-year $250,000 contract with the company. Ashley made her debut in WWE after winning the WWE Diva Search in 2005. She was first incorporated into the Raw brand, where she had her first wrestling feud against Vince's Devils. Ashley was later drafted to the SmackDown brand and became the valet for the WWE Tag Team Champions Paul London and Brian Kendrick. Her most high-profile matches was the WWE Women's Championship match against Melina at WrestleMania 23 and as well WrestleMania 24. In February 2007, Ashley and Glenn Jacobs filmed an episode of Smallville that aired on March 22nd of that same year. During her tenure with the company, she had appeared on the covers of several magazines, including the April 2007 issue of Playboy, and also made appearances on television and in music videos. In April 2007, Ashley also appeared as a guest on Fuse's TV show The Sauce, and later that month, her and other female wrestlers filmed Timbaland's video Throw It On Me, featuring the Hives. Ashley was a contestant on CBC's Survivor China in 2007. She approached the WWE with the idea of doing the show, and after going through the casting process, she found out she made the show 10 days before she had to leave for China to film. Prior to the experience, Ashley had never been camping before, so to train for the show, she had to get used to being out in nature. She was assigned to the Zanhu tribe in the first episode and quickly began quarreling with fellow contestant Dave Cruiser. In the second episode, Ashley was voted off after 6 days with a 6-1 vote. In 2008, she appeared in Rev Theory's video for Hell Yeah. Ashley was released from her WWE contract on July 9, 2008. A week prior to her release, she announced that she had asked to be let go from her contract due to her daughter being sick. In 2016, Ashley Massaro was amongst 60 former wrestlers that filed a class action lawsuit with the Kairos law offices known as the WWE Concussion Lawsuit. The lawsuit called for neurologist testing, neurological care for all former WWE wrestlers. It also accused the company of failing to sufficiently protect their employees against the long-term health repercussions of CTE, employment misclassification, wrongful death, and concealment of the risk of head injuries. The lawsuit stated the WWE engaged in systematic misclassification of wrestlers as independent contractors, resulting in the deprivation of their rights under federal law. Many are now disabled with occupational injuries that include the effects of repeated head trauma, resulting in the increased risk of long-term neurological diseases. It also added, WWE brazenly maintains that the named plaintiff wrestlers are independent on any regulation because they are falsely said to be fully independent, like house painters, cleaners, and subcontractors who happen to set foot in a WWE ring. This lawsuit is their only means of getting redress for this structural situation that has deprived them of the rights enjoyed by all workers in the United States. The lawsuit seeks to have the courts in their equitable power to fashion a comprehensive remedy for the working conditions and injuries wrestlers have endured. The lawsuit was later dismissed, and Ashley, in an email to the WWE, stated she regretted taking part in the lawsuit and apologized. After her death, her lawyer Konstantin Kairos said he was unaware of any such email, and that even if she sent it, it's a legal nullity. In September 2017, Ashley made a brief return to professional wrestling by competing in 01 Professional Wrestling USA with former WWE diva Jillian Hall. In a November 2017 affidavit, Ashley explained the hardship she faced with WWE in full grim detail. Aside from my ongoing physical injuries that were sustained in the ring and my former battle with addiction, to this day I suffer from depression, for which I take medication, migraine headaches, and severe short-term memory loss. I have been receiving medical treatment for these problems since I left WWE, in which I am currently still undergoing. I attribute these issues to my work-related injuries sustained while working for the WWE, and specifically to the routine, repetitive blows to the head I received in the ring over the course of my career, which were not properly diagnosed or treated, despite WWE's admittance that they had and have a duty to take all reasonable steps to protect the health and safety of its performers and to inform its performers of the risk of long-term impairments from repetitive brain trauma. They owed me this duty during and after my wrestling career, and they failed to live up to its obligation. As a result, it has caused me severe and ongoing pain and suffering, emotional distress, and financial hardship. Ashley continued, I received a letter from Paul Levesque, Triple H, dated November 7, 2014 regarding the WWE Former Talent Drug and Alcohol Rehabilitation Assistance Program. The letter, which I still have, states that help would be provided to participants regardless of the reason for their departure from the WWE or amount of time performed in the WWE. It seems contradictory that WWE acknowledges the duty to assist former talent with drug and alcohol treatment, but does not acknowledge any responsibility for the treatment of the head injuries that led to the addictions. In her 15-page affidavit, Ashley also explained the injuries and abuse she suffered while with WWE. I've had multiple documented concussions during my career. Aside from the times I was knocked unconscious and out cold for 5 minutes, I also have a fractured spine, a 5-inch metal plate inserted in my ankle, and debilitating back injuries. Vince McMahon himself ordered a cast to be sawed off my right hand moments before I was thrown back into the ring to wrestle on TV, even though the cast was not scheduled to come off for another 2 or 3 weeks. I was beat down, broken, and being almost forced to perform. Since then, I see pain management doctors on a monthly basis for 10 years because of the pain and problems that came from the time being there. I've been plagued by these injuries my entire life after leaving the company. I believe WWE has caused major life-altering problems and wish more than anything that I would never have worked for them. After winning the tooth, but in a spokesmodel capacity, not as a wrestler. Nonetheless, WWE classified her as an independent contractor rather than an employee. Inconsistent with her status as a spokesmodel, WWE required Ashley to perform 4 or 5 days a week as a wrestler, only 1 week after winning the competition and without any training under her belt. Almost immediately, the injuries began piling up. This led to pain medication dependence and addiction, something she claimed contributed to her plunge into deep depression. WWE even tried to take 20% of her cut from the $250,000 Diva Search winnings. The explanation given to Ashley by WWE was that someone named Rich from Marina del Rey, California had represented her in the deal. When she refused and denied this information, WWE threatened to take away her contract. During her second week with the company, Ashley asked Stephanie McMahon if she could receive wrestling training at WWE's Ohio Wrestling School in Louisville, Kentucky. Stephanie said no, stating that Ashley would be off TV and lose her fan base and spot on the roster if she were to do this. Ashley's popularity almost guaranteed her exposure, but didn't allow her to be in the spotlight to get proper wrestling training. Within a month of being with WWE, Ashley Massaro had a match with a veteran female wrestler at a house show who performed a backbreaker on her. Ashley's back was slammed directly onto the unnamed performer's knee, leading to a severe back injury.
Ashley had expected to be taken aside before the match to be shown how to adequately protect herself during the move, but this never happened, despite, as she claimed, everyone knowing that she didn't have proper in-ring training. She also asserted that other wrestlers worked stiff with her because she was new. With Ashley's lack of training came multiple concussions. Ashley remembered a match that took place on September 5th, 2005. Again, Ashley was knocked unconscious for 5 minutes because nobody taught her how to be on the receiving end of the move safely. The only person who advised her afterward was Trish Stratus, who told her to shake it off because she knew that wrestlers often got into trouble when they spoke up. After being refused permission to train on her 2 days off each week, Ashley disobeyed and did so anyway. She feared that if she continued to accumulate injuries, become permanently disabled, or even die without learning proper techniques on how to protect herself. When Stephanie McMahon found out about her training, she stopped it immediately, stating that she didn't know anything about the gym Ashley was training at and that it could become a liability for WWE if she got injured. Ashley learned years later that she was within her rights to continue training on her days off, but at the time she wasn't aware of her rights as an independent contractor. She believed that she might have prevented at least some of the injuries she had suffered, like a hairline fracture to her spine, the numerous back injuries, and herniated discs. An injury that haunts me to this day on February 20th, 2006 was when I was injured in the ring at a women's battle royal. I suffered a large fracture that went around my leg bone twice, and a piece of the bone became loose. Ashley continued, on February 22nd, 2006, I underwent surgery to have a 5-inch metal plate, 8 screws, and staples placed in my leg. Despite the serious injury, WWE forced Ashley to get into the ring. During a spot that went wrong, Mickie James kidnapped her, causing Ashley to fall out of a chair. Trish Stratus then accidentally landed on Ashley's already severely injured leg. As a result, Ashley required further surgeries, including an operation to fix her ankle in 2010. In the summer of 2006, Ashley shattered her knuckle against Crystal Marshall. With her hand placed in a cast, it was to remain there for about 4 weeks. But soon Vince McMahon ordered it to be taken off weeks before properly healing so that she could perform in a match. She was acting as Brian Kendrick and Paul London's manager at the time, and according to her affidavit, Paul London was a witness to the incident. In 2007, on a visit to Kuwait during a 2-week tour in support of the troops that included stops in Afghanistan and Saudi Arabia, Ashley experienced an unspeakable ordeal that affected her mind, body, and soul. She was drugged violently by someone professing to be a U.S. Army doctor. I can't even find the words to describe what it felt like to be thrown on a table, stripped, and then brutalized in the worst possible way that one human being is capable of brutalizing another, all while being unable to move or speak. In addition to the pain and terror, I felt almost dehumanized. According to her affidavit, she began to suffer from cramps and wanted to take some time to rest in an air-conditioned Humvee. However, some of the U.S. Army soldiers insisted that she was suffering from dehydration, a common occurrence in the dry, hot climate. So they transported her to a nearby military base in Kuwait, where she would receive an IV for dehydration, despite her insisting she did not need it. Ashley detailed the terrible ordeal that followed. After sitting with the IV in my arm for what felt like hours, Jimmy Hart came in to check up on me and make sure I was okay. I told him I was fine, but that they wouldn't let me leave because they said I had to wait to see a doctor. Jimmy said he and the rest of the group were going to lunch and left. Another couple hours went by, and then a man appeared in the sick bay, dressed in an orange t-shirt and cargo shorts, and I heard others comment that it was his birthday. He represented himself as a U.S. Army doctor, but I observed that all the other doctors in the facility had been wearing scrubs, so I do not know whether or not this was true. He was with a woman who was dressed in full military fatigues. While I was in the sick bay, he approached me and almost immediately administered an IV of an unknown substance into my other arm. Almost immediately after, the alleged doctor and the woman in fatigues moved me into a room that did not appear to be a treatment room and placed me on a table. The woman guarded the door while the man proceeded to inject me with a drug that caused me to be unable to move my body or to scream. The man proceeded to violently me. I was completely helpless to defend myself against this attack, as the drugs he injected rendered me temporarily paralyzed. Despite being unable to control my movements, I remained fully conscious for every second of the attack. I felt excruciating pain as a result of this man me by force and against my will, in a violent and aggressive manner while I was completely defenseless. Each second that went by was excruciating, and I have never felt more helpless or been more terrified in my entire life. This experience was a living nightmare. I don't know exactly how long this went on for, but it felt like an eternity. The suffering I endured far surpassed all the injuries I have ever suffered in the ring put together. I was experiencing not only severe physical pain, but severe emotional and psychological trauma. Although Ashley herself didn't want the information of this appalling attack to become public, once back in the United States, Vince McMahon led a meeting with her, including other WWE executives. McMahon said that it wasn't in WWE's best interest to make the details of her attack public and should be kept confidential. He did apologize for what happened, but told her not to let one bad experience ruin the excellent work the military was doing. He didn't want to tarnish WWE's relationship with them. To ensure that this wouldn't happen again, WWE instituted a new policy where a female escort would accompany any female performer who went to the Middle East 24/7. But with the damage done, nobody in the WWE even suggested therapy. Ashley was forced to deal with the incident herself. Sadly, and to be expected, she relived it countless times in her mind. "I am angry that WWE silences its performers," Ashley would later say in an affidavit. "I'm angry that the WWE puts its performers in dangerous situations. I'm angry that the WWE fails to provide appropriate treatment when injuries occur. I'm angry that I'm already suffering from long-term effects of in-ring injuries, which may get worse over time, and WWE disclaims responsibility. The pattern of behavior illustrates a lack of concern on their part for the health, safety, and well-being of its performers." Ashley continued, "I finally broke my silence because I thought my story would help shed light on what I view as an important cause that has deeply affected me and so many others. WWE has utterly failed in its duties to promote and protect the safety of well-being of the men and women who dedicate their lives to the business, and it should not be permitted to continue to sweep important issues under the rug. Finally, I hope that telling my story may cause a young person aspiring to be a professional wrestler to think twice and consider the realities of the situation and not make the same mistakes that I did." On June 30th, 2018, Ashley began working as a radio DJ for Long Island station WWSK-FM 94.3 The Shark, where she worked 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Saturdays. The following May, she was promoted to hosting the station's evening program on Wednesday nights. Ashley was always thankful of her fans and regularly kept in touch with them on social media as well through fan mail. On May 15th, 2019, Ashley finished replying to fan mail but failed to show up for work at WWSK-FM later that evening. At 5:23 a.m. the following morning, paramedics responded to a rescue call where Ashley was discovered hanging and unresponsive at her home in Smithtown, New York. She was pronounced dead upon arriving to the hospital 10 days before her 40th birthday. On the evening of Wednesday, May 15th, Ashley was making plans for the future. She was texting her friend and fellow former wrestler Rochelle Lowen about an October autograph signing in Alberta, Canada. But first there was a more pressing matter, a spontaneous jaunt the very next day. "Do you want to go to Vegas? I'm going down tomorrow through Sunday," Lowen texted Ashley, who had been planning her own trip to Nevada for the following week. "Come stay in my room with me and my girlfriends at the Hard Rock." "That sounds great. I'll hit you back after I check with my airline." Ashley texted at around 5:30 p.m. that evening. On Thursday morning, Lowen landed in Las Vegas and texted Ashley. "I said, 'Are you coming, babe?' Lowen told the Post, and I didn't hear back. Instead, Lowen's phones buzzed with a text from another friend. 'Did you hear about Ashley?' She would later post on her Instagram page, 'I'm shocked and devastated by Ashley Massaro's passing. She was supposed to be here in Vegas on this girls' trip which I'm on right now. We spoke yesterday. She said she was coming. Now she's gone. I'm at a loss. I don't know how to process this quite yet. I miss you, Ashley. I miss you already, babe. We spoke no longer than 24 hours ago." Visitation for Ashley was held that day and the next at the Branch Funeral Home in Smithtown. On May 21st, she was buried at the St. James Church Cemetery in St. James, New York.
At the time of her death, some news outlets, all citing the website TMZ, stated that Ashley's death was a suicide. The medical examiner's office did not release an official cause of death, citing a New York state privacy law that allows withholding information that would constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. In September 2021, a USA Today article stated that she had died by suicide and wrote that her death, along with the suicides of wrestler Hana Kamura and Daffney in the succeeding 2 years, had spurred a conversation about mental health in the professional wrestling industry. Ashley had taken part in a suicide prevention music video by her WWSK co-worker Brian Orlando, who had recorded a song with Brandon B. Brown, Vinny Dombrowski, and Kevin Martin. Following her death, Orlando scrapped plans to release the video. With her family's blessing, it was released in July 2020. In response to the affidavit made public, WWE would respond. WWE is saddened by the death of Ashley Massaro, and we reiterate our condolences to her family. However, we regret that her attorney Konstantin Kairos, who filed multiple cases against WWE, lost them all, and was sanctioned multiple times by the court for repeated misconduct and false allegations, is using Ashley's death to further his malicious campaign against WWE by releasing an affidavit that she submitted to the court and later apologized to WWE for being involved with. So we wish to make certain things crystal clear. At no time was Vince McMahon or the management of WWE ever informed by Ashley Massaro or anybody else that she had ever been assaulted, drugged by a military doctor with a nurse standing guard while on a goodwill tour in 2007 to the U.S. military base in Kuwait. In fact, if she ever articulated such a claim to WWE, we would have reported it immediately to the base commander. At no time was there ever a meeting with Vince McMahon, Kevin Dunn, John Laurinaitis, or other company executives in which she told them of such a claim and was instructed to keep quiet. In a moving tribute on his Facebook page entitled Goodbye Ashley, Mick Foley wrote the following. Ashley Massaro was only 39 years old. She had her whole life ahead of her. We lived in the same small town in Long Island. Her daughter and my 2 children went to the same elementary school together. Ashley and I often talked about getting the children together for activities, but it never happened. I was always sure there would be another time, plenty of time to get the children together. Ashley loved her daughter so much and hoped that through wrestling she could make a better life for her. I'm looking at this photo as I am typing and my heart is just breaking. She was so beautiful and so kind-hearted. I wish so much that I had followed through with our plans to get our kids together. She was always so nice to me and everyone in my family, and now she's gone. In the aftermath of her tragic death, Trish Stratus and Lillian Garcia were determined to help Ashley's family and daughter, so they put together a video where several WWE divas spoke directly to her. Following the news of her death, Rebby Sky made a controversial post on Twitter. The tweet received a lot of backlash from fans. Rebby then responded the following. Death threats against me and my kids because I'm tweeting over a TV show and not in a black veil? I can't. She would later tweet, people desperately trying to force me to care about something I don't give a fuck about and looking for shit that ain't there. I'm out here tweeting about a drag race, but I'm fat and ugly cause I ain't mourning. Lol. This led to Ashley's daughter, Alexa Massaro, tweeting the following. No one wants you to care. You could have worded this way better. Who are you to even say something like this? Who involved you? This is an incredibly distasteful way to clear up an obvious misunderstanding. Fortunately, Ashley's family wasn't in need of funeral costs, but Mick Foley convinced them to agree to a fundraiser for a college fund for Ashley's daughter Alexa. It was a way of helping out that also involved the fans. Mick Foley even promised to watch SmackDown or Raw with fans who donated $5,000. For $10,000 he'd fly overseas. $17,000 was raised in the first 24 hours, and thanks to her fans' generous support, over $100,000 was raised in total. It was a classy move by all involved and truly showed how much Ashley Massaro meant to her fans and loved ones. On November 21, 2020, Ashley's younger brother, Ronnie Massaro, was fatally stabbed in New York City at the age of 39. He was buried in the same cemetery as his sister. For every John Cena or Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson that professional wrestling produces, there are countless others chewed up by the back-breaking industry. There have been several suicides and drug overdoses, and a handful of former pros that have been diagnosed with CTE after death. While the action in the ring is choreographed, that doesn't mean the body contact isn't physically punishing or that things don't go wrong. That was the story of Ashley Massaro.
I don't wanna feel this good just 'cause you called last night. I'm not that girl. I don't wanna dress up for you and be a toy. I'm not that girl. No, I'm not that girl.
This is a Brooklyn Brawler, and you're watching another original wrestling documentary.
It was the early 2000s, as peer-to-peer file-sharing application Napster rocked the foundation of the music industry, eventually losing a wave of lawsuits and filing for bankruptcy. Dr. Dre headlined the Up in Smoke tour, which featured Ice Cube, Eminem, Snoop Dogg, among others, and made stops in 44 cities and grossed over $22 million. Tech giant AOL purchased Warner Brothers for a reported $182 billion in one of the biggest media mergers in U.S. history. And professional wrestling had just gone through a massive shakeup. The then World Wrestling Federation had just bought its two biggest rivals in World Championship Wrestling and Extreme Championship Wrestling the year prior, effectively monopolizing the televised professional wrestling business. If you wanted to see the top guys or any wrestling on cable, it was WWF or bust. Two camps would form in the wake of the consolidation of the top three. Two camps that would become, for a while, the number 2 and number 3 promotions in the United States. Wrestling was never hotter. From music to movies to cartoons, sports entertainment injected its influence into every area of pop culture. As the popularity of the pastime grew, so did the popularity of the internet, and the number of homes that had internet access rose, and a new phenomenon was born: online predators. And with reality TV on the cusp of producing some of the greatest digital content ever, a new sensation was born: NBC's To Catch a Predator. Anchored by a borderline vigilante group, Perverted Justice. In 2004, all these entities would be thrown into a blender and brewed into a fruity fusion, which would be poured over the life of Rob Feinstein and leave him denying allegations for years to come. This is the story of Ring of Honor Wrestling and its controversial owner, Rob Feinstein.
after passing through. If heaven's not my home, then hell will have to do.
Hana Kamura was born on September 3rd, 1997 in Yokohama, Japan. Her mother Kayoko gave birth to her when she was just 20 years old. Kayoko chose Hana's name because she believed it was easy to say and thought her daughter would be adored for her name. However, after 3 months after Hana's birth, Kayoko became a single mother, taking on the responsibility of raising Hana all by herself. Her interest in the entertainment industry began at a young age. She grew up in a family with strong connections to the world of professional wrestling. Her mother, Kayoko Kamura, was also a professional wrestler, and her father, although he left when Hana was just a baby, is a former professional wrestler and promoter. Hana's upbringing in this environment undoubtedly influenced her career choice. From a young age, Hana displayed a lively personality and would often dance in front of Kayoko's friends during gatherings. She was also fussed over and would receive lots of attention due to her vibrant nature. However, Hana faced challenges as well. Her father was from Indonesia, and when she started attending elementary school, some of the other children bullied her, taunting her with racist remarks. Despite experiencing these hurtful comments, Hana persevered and continued going to school, although there were days when she would come home in tears. During her time in junior high school, Hana developed a keen interest in dancing, modeling, and aspiring to become a star. Kayoko wholeheartedly supported her daughter's dreams and was fully committed to helping her pursue the things that she wanted to do. During her high school years, Hana Kamura began to develop a passion for professional wrestling. Originally aspiring to be an action movie star, her ambitions gradually shifted towards the world of pro wrestling. At the age of 18, she made her debut in the wrestling ring, embarking on a path that would shape her future. Kayoko observed her daughter's journey into the wrestling world with a mix of pride and relief. She believed that Hana had found her true calling and felt a sense of comfort seeing her daughter wholeheartedly dedicate herself to this newfound passion. Kayoko recognized that Hana's vibrant personality and innate qualities made her particularly well suited for the world of professional wrestling. But before even faintly dreaming about becoming a professional wrestler, at only 8 years old, Kamura achieved a notable feat by capturing the DDT Ironman Heavy Metalweight Championship on August 21, 2005, during a thrilling live event in Tokyo. However, her reign was cut short as she ultimately relinquished the title to her own mother, Kayoko. Prior to her professional wrestling debut, Hana appeared on several reality television shows in Japan. In 2016, she participated in the reality show Terrace House, which followed the lives of 6 young adults living together in a shared house. Her time on the show brought her significant attention and popularity both in Japan and internationally. Following her reality TV stint, she decided to pursue a career in professional wrestling. She joined the wrestling promotion Stardom, one of the premier women's wrestling organizations in Japan, known for its emphasis on athleticism and storytelling. Kamura dedicated herself to honing her skills at the esteemed Professional Wrestling University under the guidance of Wrestle One.
The angels beckon me from this dark and eerie door, and I can't feel at home in this world anymore.
After successfully graduating from the prestigious Wrestle One Training Academy, Kamura marked her promotional debut on March 30th, 2016, engaging in a captivating match against her fellow classmate, Reika Sayaki. Unfortunately, she faced defeat on this occasion. Throughout the year 2016, Kamura and Sayaki clashed multiple times in Wrestle One, showcasing their developing skills and chemistry in the ring. A significant moment arrived on August 7, 2016, when Kamura confronted her own mother in a highly anticipated match. Later, on September 18th, Kamura achieved a remarkable milestone by capturing her first championship title, the JWP Junior Championship, prevailing over Yako Fujigasaki in a thrilling tournament final. However, her reign was cut short on December 28, 2016, when she lost the championship. January 22, 2017 was a bittersweet day as it marked her mother's retirement. In Kayoko's farewell event, Kamura emerged victorious in a singles match against her mother, showcasing her ongoing improvements. Furthermore, the duo would then join forces and triumphed in a trios match during the same event. During the year 2017, Hana exhibited her versatility by dividing her time among Wrestle One, Sendai Girls Pro Wrestling, and Stardom while maintaining her status as a contracted performer for Wrestle One. Subsequently, on January 9, 2018, she officially became a member of the Wrestle One roster. Gaining more name recognition, Kamura embarked on an international tour in early 2018, showcasing her skills in prominent promotions such as Ring of Honor, Pro Wrestling Eve, and various Mexican promotions. However, on March 21, 2019, Hana made the difficult decision to part ways with Wrestle One, announcing her departure from the promotion. In September 2016, Hana expanded her presence by joining World Wonder Ring Stardom. Making a significant impact, she formed a formidable trio alongside her mother and Kagetsu, and together they clinched the prestigious Artist of Stardom Championship on October 2, 2016. Unfortunately, due to Hana's injury, the team had to relinquish the titles on January 3, 2017. However, Hana's journey continued as she became a proud member of Stardom's villainous stable known as Odo Tai. A major triumph came on June 22, 2017, during Stardom's Galaxy Stars 2017 event, as Hana and her fellow Odo Tai comrade, Kagetsu, captured the Goddess of Stardom Championship by defeating the formidable Team Jungle. Displaying their dominance, they held their titles for an impressive duration, successfully defending off formidable teams such as Jungle Kiona and HZK, Low Shirai and Viper, and HZK and Momo Watanabe. Hana made her presence felt in a dark match at Ring of Honor and New Japan Pro Wrestling's G1 Supercard on April the 6th. Alongside Stella Gray and Sumi Sakai, she faced Jenny Rose and the Odo Tai duo of Kagetsu and Hazuki. Notably, Hana was appointed as the leader of the International Army faction. The faction was subsequently renamed Tokyo Cyber Squad on April the 21st. Continuing her success, Hana, alongside her stablemates, captured the Artist of Stardom Championship. Hana's journey took her to new heights as she participated in a historic dart match at New Japan Pro Wrestling's Wrestle Kingdom 14 on January 4, 2020. Alongside Julia, she faced Maya Iwatani and Arisa Hoshiki, marking the first women's match at the Tokyo Dome since 2002. Hana's final match occurred on March 24th at Stardom's Cinderella Tournament 2020, where she wrestled Mayu Iwatani in the first round, resulting in a draw. Throughout her illustrious Stardom career, Kamura attained remarkable accomplishments and emerged victorious in the 2019 5-Star GP tournament. Additionally, she was bestowed with the prestigious Stardom Fighting Spirit Award, solidifying her status as a revered competitor.
These chains, they hold me down. They finally took their toll. I can't find the strength to fight like this no more.
Kamura became a cast member on the reality television series Terrace House in September 2019, remaining on the show until her untimely passing. Tragically, an episode filmed in early January 2020 depicted a verbal conflict between Kamura and her housemate Kai Edward Kobayashi regarding damage to her wrestling attire. When the episode aired in March 2020, Hana faced severe backlash, including criticism, name-calling, and racist abuse from individuals on social media. The wave of negativity took a toll on her mental health, plunging her into depression. In the early hours of May 23, 2020, Hana shared distressing self-harm images on Twitter and Instagram, accompanied by some of the hate comments she had received. Tragically, later that same day, she was reported deceased at the young age of 22. 3 days following her passing, Dave Meltzer stated that the cause of death was likely hydrogen sulfide inhalation. In December 2020, her death was officially ruled as a suicide. In December of 2020, police announced the arrest of a man in his mid-20s for engaging in cyberbullying. The The individual residing in Osaka admitted to the allegations, expressing to the police that he couldn't forgive Kamura's attitude on the program. On March 30th, 2021, the Tokyo prosecutor's office indicted the man for online abuse directed towards Hana. However, due to the nature of the offense being relatively minor, he was not obliged to face trial and instead received a fine of 9,000 yen, which equated to around $80 US. This sparked concerns about leniency of the punishment. In response, Hana Kamura, the late wrestler's mother, filed a lawsuit seeking damages exceeding $20,000 from the man. Subsequently, on April 5, 2021, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police charged a second man in his late 30s for the online abuse he directed towards Hana. During voluntary questioning, the individual, hailing from Fukai, admitted to the allegations, stating many hateful messages had been posted and I followed suit. I'm sorry. When asked about his motivation, he explained that he simply joined with the behavior he observed from others on her social media platforms. In the wake of Kamura's death, the release of new Terrace House episodes was halted as a response to the devastating event. Subsequently, Fuji TV made the decision to cancel the entire season, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Prior to her passing, Hana had been slated to co-star alongside Ina Fujita in the music video for the musician's single Dead Stroke that was set to be released in June of 2020. Additionally, a music video titled Till the Break of Dawn by Lalo the Dawn, which Kamura had recorded before the COVID-19 pandemic, was uploaded on YouTube on May 20th, 2021. As mentioned earlier, Hana was a second-generation wrestler. Sadly, at a very young age, Hana experienced separation from her father. Kayoko Kamura has shared in interviews that he is of Indonesian nationality. As a result, Hana was often described as Indonesian Japanese. Regrettably, her mixed ethnic background made her a target of bullying during her childhood. On January 22, 2021, Kayoko Kamura filed another lawsuit with the Tokyo District Court, seeking damages of approximately 2.9 million yen, which equates to about $27,000 US, against a third man for causing emotional distress to her family. The lawsuit stated that the individual from Nagano had posted hateful messages regarding Hana's death in May 2020. On May 19, 2021, the Japanese court ordered the third man to pay 1.29 million yen, which is about $12,000 US, in damages as a result of his actions. Following the tragic passing of Hana, numerous professional wrestling companies, including New Japan Pro Wrestling, National Wrestling Alliance, Ring of Honor, All Elite Wrestling, and Impact Wrestling, among others, expressed their condolences on the day of her death. AEW's Double or Nothing pay-per-view event featured a whole tribute to both Hana and Chad Gaspard, who tragically passed away that same week. During the May 27th episode of WWE NXT, Low Shirai and commentator Mauro Ranallo paid homage to Hana with heartfelt words. Low expressed, Hana was one of the most talented female wrestlers in the world, and I was looking forward to watching her grow and see how far she could go. I will always remember her smile that would brighten up any room she walked into. It is so important that we all love and treat each other with respect. Sasha Banks wore a black armband with Hana in white letters as a tribute during the May 29th episode of WWE SmackDown. Dakota Kai dyed her hair pink as a tribute to Hana during NXT TakeOver In Your House. On June 21st, World Wonder Ring Stardom held its first event during the COVID-19 pandemic, and before the event, a 10-bell salute was conducted as a tribute to Hana, with all the wrestlers gathered around the ringside area. Pepe, Hana's former castmate on Terrace House, immortalized her in the third volume of his manga series Mingo, which was released on July 10th. During the September 3rd episode of AEW Dynamite, Kenny Omega wore a Hana Kamura shirt on what would have been her 23rd birthday. The shirt was made available on Pro Wrestling Tees, with all proceeds going to Hana's mother, Kyoko. On June 14, 2022, the Japanese parliament passed a law making online insults punishable by up to 1 year in prison. This legislation was a result to the online bullying that Hana faced. Kyoko Kamura established the non-profit organization Remember Hana on March 31, 2021, with a focus on combating bullying. In honor of Hana's memory, the Hana Kamura Memorial event series was inaugurated on May 23, 2021, and the second anniversary occurred on May 23, 2022. That was the story of Hana Kamura. Lutte Internationale, also known as International Wrestling, was a promotion based in Montreal that operated from 1980 until 1987. Not to be confused with the 1961 French documentary titled La Lutte, filmed and produced in Montreal. It was considered one of the big three promotions in Canada, along with Calgary Stampede and Maple Leaf Wrestling. The promotion was founded by Frank Valois, Andre the Giant, and Gino Brito, as Promotions Varussac, a combination of all three owners' names. Lutte Internationale succeeded Grand Prix Wrestling, which closed in 1975 and left the city without a major promotion. Capitalizing on the void left, Gino Brito, Andre the Giant, and Andre's manager Frank Valois, the promotion took off. Importing stars from the US to face off with local talent proved to be a winning combination. French-born Andre the Giant considered Montreal his second home, and he had several businesses which operated in the area and was well known. Their first major show was held on August 25, 1980 at the sold-out Paul Soave Center, where Andre the Giant battled Hulk Hogan in the main event. Andre would sell his share in 1984 when he signed full-time to the WWF. Several other individuals would own a piece of the promotion throughout the years, including Dino Bravo, Rick Martel, Tony Mule, Eddie Creechman, and his son Floyd. Many former Grand Prix stars joined the new promotion, including Frenchie Martin, Gilles the Fish Poisson, Len Shelley, Rocky De La Serra, Michel Dubois, Pierre Mad Dog Lefebvre, Serge Dumont, Zeronoff Lebu, and the Rougeaus brothers. The influx of major stars helped the promotion obtain a television contract with CFC-FDT shortly after its debut. Inevitably, it faced the same fate as every other major promotion in Canada when WWF took over and lured away most of the top talent with lucrative deals, and was considered the end of the golden age. This is the untold story of Lutte International. It was 1891. As the world's first traveler checks are issued by American Express, the first basketball game is played in Springfield, Massachusetts. The Boston Beaneaters finished the year as National League champions. A lynch mob storms the old parish prison in New Orleans and lynches 11 innocent Italians arrested for the murder of police chief David Hennessy. And one of the first organized wrestling cards was held at the Armory in Montreal. John McMahon, the self-proclaimed collar and elbow champion, tussled with W.C. Quinn to a draw in front of a disappointed crowd. The preliminary matches of the card drew more excitement than the main event, which featured Sailor Brown, Professor Stevenson, Charles McDoyle, and Harry Powers. The Montreal Gazette would report match results on a weekly basis, helping the sport gain new followers and keep longtime fans well informed on match results. Through the late 1800s, other stars that would pass through the area would include Yvonne the Straggler Lewis, Dan McLeod, Harry Moses Dufour, and the terrible Turk Ismail Yusuf.
Solomon was ruler of the wisest of the nations. He founded that great brotherhood we know as the Freemasons. All nations are as brothers, rich or poor, they're all akin. Unless a man is tried and true, he cannot enter in. In sickness or in trouble, they are bound to help each other. No matter where a Mason goes, he'll always find a brother.
In 1919, Lucien Riopel won possession of the Jubilee skating rink and was the man behind professional wrestling in Montreal during the late 1920s and into the early part of the 1930s. Sometime in the early 1930s, wrestler Jack Ganson relocated from New York to Montreal and began wrestling in the area. In 1934, disgruntled New York promoter John Hassan Pfeiffer attempted to expose the inner workings of professional wrestling through the media, which left a ripple effect on the business in neighboring Montreal and took a toll on ticket sales. By the mid-1930s, Jack Ganson would officially claim the Montreal territory and began promoting shows in the area, but it was an uphill battle, with ticket sales at an all-time low. Over the course of the entire 1936 season, wrestling took in only about $60,000. The Montreal Gazette, in October of 1937, reported that professional wrestling under the promotion of Jack Ganson had only drawn over $100,000 and more than $71,000 so far that year, with 7 shows remaining. On August 8, 1939, Eddie Quinn arrived from Boston promoter Paul Bowser's office and began to build his own promotional powerhouse with Yvon Robert. He chose to avoid the scientific wrestling favored by Jack Ganson, the previous promoter at the Forum, instead of what he called pink wrestling. Quinn pushed gimmicks, storylines, and bloody brawls. Quinn's shows began with Yvon Robert as his central attraction. Other stars in his promotion included Edouard Carpentier, Yukon Eric, and Killer Kowalski. At one point, Gorgeous George was brought in for a series of matches against Yvon Robert. Another famous match featured boxer Jersey Joe Walcott facing wrestler Buddy Rogers, which Rogers won in the 3rd round. In fact, Quinn tried an early experiment by not only reviving the masked Marvel character, but actually having him win the AWA Montreal title from Vic Christie in a June 9, 1938 match in Toronto. He dropped it a little over 3 months later to Yvon Robert in Montreal. The fan response was encouraging, especially for a rematch. During the 1940s, Quinn and Robert, along with a cast of regulars that included Thez and Bobby Manigoff, drew steadily, increasing houses at the Montreal Forum. Robert even managed to sneak in an NWA World title reign when he defended Wild Bill Longson at the Forum on October 7, 1942. For almost 2 months, Robert was a dual champion, as he also held the Montreal Championship. He dropped the NWA belt to Manigoff November 27th in Houston, Texas, but continued to rule Quebec for the rest of the decade. Wrestling in Quebec really begins with Yvon Robert, who is generally regarded as the greatest superstar the province ever produced. Holding many regional titles over the course of his career, Robert was also a world champion and even headlined numerous cards in Europe. Robert started wrestling in 1932 at the age of 17. He got his first stint in Boston with promoter Paul Bowser's American Wrestling Association. In 1935, he made his National Wrestling Association debut as Yvon the Lion Robert. It was a territory of the National Boxing Association to sanction professional wrestling. He got his first big exposure after attacking world champion Dano O'Mahony during a match. He left the promotion in 1936. In his home province of Quebec, was a true legend on equal footing with hockey's Maurice Rocket Richard. Partnered with promoter Eddie Quinn, it was Robert who spearheaded the incredible popularity of wrestling in Montreal right up to the moment he retired. Beginning in the late 1930s right up to the 1950s, the city, despite claims by other hot territories of the era, really was the mecca of the pro wrestling game. In April 1936, during his time in Montreal, he won the Montreal Heavyweight Championship 16 times between 1936 and 1956. Robert returned to the American Wrestling Association in July of '36, just 2 weeks after his return, defeated O'Mahony to win the AWA World Heavyweight Championship in Montreal, claiming his first world title. He was recognized as the first champion in New England and by the Montreal Athletic Commission. Robert was stripped in December 1937 for not defending against Lou Thez. In 1940, he left the AWA for a second time. In 1940, he also started his second stint with the NWA. On October 7, 1942, he again beat Wild Bill Longson to win the NWA World Heavyweight Championship in Montreal, Quebec. On November 27th, he lost the title to Bobby Mangahoff in Houston, Texas. In 1943, he left the NWA. Also during 1943, he won the Montreal British Empire Heavyweight Championship. Robert returned to Montreal. In 1948, he wrestled Gorgeous George to a draw before a Montreal record gate of $21,000 and broke that record within a year. In 1953, he formed a successful tag team with Whipper Billy Watson and won the Canadian Tag Team Championship. On November 12th, Watson and Robert defeated Alan Tiny Mills at a wrestling event held in Toronto with boxing champion Joe Louis as a special guest referee. During the 1950s, forum cards were so stacked with top-notch wrestlers from all over the world that it was extremely difficult for promising local workers to break into the upper card. Donning the mask provided an up-and-comer like Dominic DiNucci with a ready-made gimmick and an opportunity to audition against main event talent to see if he could keep up. And if things didn't work out, Quinn just put someone else under the hood to see if the next guy could cut it. Quinn decided to join the 4-year-old National Wrestling Alliance cartel of promoters in 1952. On the surface, it appeared to make sense. Robert was beginning to wind down as Montreal champion, and a new local hero had not yet been lined up. In an attempt to prove he was a team player, Quinn even downgraded the Montreal title from its world status. On October 15, 1952, a miscued knee drop from the top rope accidentally ripped challenger Yukon Eric's ear off during a title match at the Forum. The incident made headlines throughout North America and turned a budding star into the legendary Killer Kowalski overnight. Although completely unexpected, it was also the type of promotional breakthrough Eddie Quinn himself could scarcely have dreamt of. The ensuing Kowalski-Eric feud was an absolute sensation that drew record crowds in Montreal and in cities all over the continent. Suddenly, neither a local babyface champion nor the NWA World Titleist was required to pack the Forum. Kowalski was now the man and would go on to hold the Montreal title a record 11 times and continue to draw huge gates well into the 1970s. Due in large part to the huge publicity over the Kowalski-Eric incident, live wrestling from the Forum debuted on the French-language Radio-Canada network on Wednesday, January 14, 1953. Eddie Quinn was on top of the world. His TV show was consistently in the top 10 most-watched programs in the province, while his house shows at the Forum were averaging about 10,000 fans on a weekly basis. Business was so good that Quinn even scheduled annual summer outdoor shows at Delormier Downs Baseball Park, home of the famous minor league Montreal Royale team, which regularly drew in excess of 20,000 fans. Quinn was a key player in a series of events in 1957 which deliberately ruptured the undisputed NWA World Championship claim and splintered the alliance for decades to come. That year, Lou Thez seemingly had had enough of the NWA cartel of promoters, specifically with Sam Muchnick of St. Louis, who was also NWA president, so plans were formulated for a world title switch. In Montreal, the great Yvon Robert retired and Quinn had finally found a marketable babyface where he made popular Edouard Carpentier as the heir apparent. Since Quinn owned Carpentier's contract and was on good, close terms with Thez, the NWA champ arranged to drop the world title to Edouard in Chicago on June 14th. Carpentier even posted the required $10,000 bond to ensure the belt. In order to clear the way, Edouard had dropped his Montreal title to Gene Kiniski at the Forum 2 days earlier. Quinn seemed poised to be the major player on the North American scene. He would stand to get a cut from Carpentier's title defenses while exerting some measure and direct control over the NWA World Championship. Additionally, he had a second ace in the hole for his own shows. Kowalski, who was still drawing huge houses in Montreal since 1952, was pegged to succeed Carpentier and return as local champion in Montreal. In fact, he defeated Kiniski for the belt that July 17th before 21,000 fans at the Delormier Downs Stadium. For a short time after that, at an NWA meeting, Jack Pfeiffer, a notorious and controversial promoter, was invited, for a reason which remained fuzzy to this day. Word got back to Quinn and he exploded with rage. Apparently Quinn, as well as many others, had some bad blood with Pfeiffer, and Eddie was furious that this man was being allowed back into the sphere of the NWA cartel. As a result, Quinn withdrew Montreal from the National Wrestling Alliance, and Carpentier returned the NWA title belt, resigning the championship. The NWA then had no choice but return the belt to Thez and strike Carpentier's reign from the books. Quinn then fired off a now famous letter to Muchnick, which was leaked to a New York newspaper. He wrote, "Dear Sam, I would like to explain to you again, if it is possible, to get the message through that for the past 20 years I have been fighting the cancer of the wrestling business, Jack Pfeiffer. This is the same man that tried to kill the Alliance, and he has loused up quite a few territories of NWA members, including New England, where I have $25,000 investment. You, as president of the Alliance, knows that everybody in it despises Pfeiffer and what he stands for. You, as president of the Alliance, trying to play politics with everybody in it, must realize that sooner or later you have to face the barrier. At times you are much weaker than others. If you think it is good business for the Alliance to have Jack Pfeiffer consorting and in partnership, or in conclusion, or working with certain members of the said Alliance, I think it is your duty as a man to bring this to the attention of the rest of the members. Remember, the first thing you asked me before the Alliance meeting is what I did think of the Alliance. I told you all that business-wise it was no good, as the government takes care of that. I did express my thoughts that it was a worthwhile social group, but that we should get together more often to become better acquainted on matters pertaining to business. But with you have the bold audacity to inflict Jack Pfeiffer on the members of the Alliance, socially, it is a little too much for me. Yes, I did tell Larry Moe Quinn that I was sick. In fact, I was nauseated by your conduct in allowing our common enemy to mingle with the members, thus causing them much embarrassment. I'm sure when Lou Thez hears about this incident, it will only convince him that he did the right thing when he left you and St. Louis in the meeting behind him. The reason I wish to get out of the St. Louis promotion is firstly the promoter or promoters have shown no ability to promote for the past 2 years. I know you spend your time knocking Thez as a poor businessman and Longson as a dope. Sooner or later you will have to take the blame on your own shoulders. Another thing I did not like at the meeting was when that loudmouth, blatant individual, Cliff Mopin, a garbage collector of the old school, kept knocking Thez about his forthcoming trip. It struck several of us very funny that you did not stand up and defend Lou, who by the sweat of his brow has been paying your salary as long as he has been champion and was making you money when he was your partner in promotion. Getting back to Carpentier, you seem to overlook the fact that Carpentier is my personal property. He does not belong to you or the National Wrestling Alliance. He is not recognized by you or the National Wrestling Alliance. He is not recognized by you, and neither does he claim to be NWA champion. He met and defeated Lou Thez June 14th in Chicago via disqualification. In a return match in Montreal, he met and was defeated by Lou Thez July 24th. You should be able to add 2 and 2. On the next meeting held in Chicago, I understand the match was a draw. I have consulted my attorney on the matter, and they suggested that I write to you and have you return Edouard Carpentier's $10,000. What you are holding it no one seems to know. If this money has not been returned within 10 days from this date, I will have my attorneys turn this matter over to the United States Department of Justice and the St. Louis Police, care of the Bunko Squad. My attorneys seem to think this is a combination of blackmail, extortion, or grand larceny. Hope this will clarify everything. Sincerely yours, Eddie Quinn." The last paragraph signaled a potentially astonishing play by Quinn. An important note to keep in mind here is that the NWA cartel was under investigation by the U.S. Justice Department around this period. If Quinn was aware of this, his threat over the return of Carpentier's deposit was ruthlessly cunning. Since his promotional base was in Canada, any Justice Department probe in the States wouldn't have affected him greatly, and even if he didn't know what the feds were up to, the tone of his letter suggests that he at least anticipated that any cartel would be doomed because of the American antitrust laws outlawing such activities. In any event, it's clear that any such legal threats would have sent shivers up the spine of Muchnick and the NWA board for fear of having their business practices exposed and potentially destroying the kayfabe notion that wrestling matches were legitimate sporting contests. Naturally, Carpentier's deposit was returned, but that wasn't the end of the headaches for the National Wrestling Alliance. In fact, it was only the beginning. Eddie Quinn kept rolling right along following Montreal's exit from the NWA. Eddie Quinn was what many would call a high roller. His spending habits were notorious in Montreal, and he had a reputation for lavishing his friends and acquaintances with endless gifts, cash, and freebies. It is rumored that Quinn once had the largest individual phone bill in Quebec, and there wasn't a nightclub, racetrack, or sporting event that he didn't frequent, both here and in the eastern and southern United States. Needless to say, the loss of television ruined his Canadian athletic promotions company.
Crowds at the Forum dwindled terribly, and Quinn had no cash reserves to weather the storm. As a result, his health suffered greatly. The combination of business stress and fast living triggered several strokes, and he finally gave up and closed shop and died on December 14, 1964. He was only 59 years old. In the early 1960s, the torch was unofficially passed from Robert to another local sensation, Johnny Rougeaus. Well known as a protege of Robert's, Johnny was a popular junior heavyweight champion in Montreal and won his first international heavyweight title on November 7, 1961 in, of all places, Ottawa by defending the villainous Hans Schmidt, who would be Johnny's bitter rival throughout most of the decade. He lost the belt some 8 months later to Killer Kowalski, but his reputation as a babyface headliner was solidified. In 1961, filmmakers set out to expose the wrestling business when a random encounter with French philosopher Roland Barthes changed their mind. Barthes was appalled by what they were planning to do and spoke urgently about the beauty and social role of pro wrestling in the lives of ordinary people. Persuaded by Barthes, the filmmakers set out to make a film that captured the spectacle of the sport without judging it, shot in the Montreal Forum as well as wrestling parlors where would-be wrestlers learned and practiced their craft. The film shows the wrestling arena to be sort of a modern-day shrine, with wrestling and its rituals taking the place of religion. La Lutte, also known by its English title Wrestling, was produced by Jacques Bobet for the French program brand of the National Film Board of Canada. It was nominated for multiple awards. Ironically, Johnny Rougeaus would leave the wrestling world shortly after that as the business began to suffer a severe decline in Quebec. The situation bottomed out when Carpentier vacated the international title in 1964 for more lucrative paydays elsewhere. The same month, Quinn passed away. In the meantime, Rougeaus had become a successful nightclub entrepreneur, but the nightclub circuit in Montreal was waning as well, and with Quinn gone, the position of promoter was now wide open and Johnny made his move. With an initial investment of $50,000 and a solid French-language television deal with CFTM Channel 10, Rougeaus formed Eastern Sports Enterprises in 1965 and dubbed his promotion All-Star Wrestling. Rougeaus wisely ventured out cautiously and set up his home base in the modest Paul Soave Centre in the East End of Montreal. He then proceeded to recruit an interesting mix of veteran workers such as Antonio Rocca, Larry Moquin, and Tony Angelo to headline over lesser talent and a few imports from other Canadian provinces. The sensible decision was also made to continue the lineage of Quinn's international heavyweight title, tying the new company to Quebec's rich wrestling history. Initially, following the traditional booking path of mixing local names with well-known American veterans, the atmosphere generated by Expo 67 saw Rougeaus initiate the angle of Quebec versus the world, which the greatest wrestlers from all around the globe would come and challenge the local superstars. On October 23, 1967, 5 days before Expo closed, the Sheik, billed as hailing from Syria, defeated Gino Brito in a tournament final for the All-Star International title, thus ushering in the new promotional direction. In 1968, Joe LeDuc hit the Quebec wrestling scene with one of the biggest bangs ever seen up until that time. It was just before a climatic 2 out of 3 falls match between Johnny Rougeaus and the hated Waldo Von Erich at the Paul Soave Centre that a new tag team was introduced to Montreal fans. Paul and Joe LeDuc, two lumberjack brothers from Godbout, Quebec, received a standing ovation and took their seats at ringside to watch the main event. What followed next could serve as a blueprint on how to draw major heat from a new arrival in a territory. Rougeaus and Von Erich split the first 2 falls and were allowed to return to their respective dressing rooms for a 5-minute rest in between. Throughout the bout, the LeDucs made it clear to the fans that they were on local hero Rougeaus' side by openly cheering him and even heading to his dressing room during the first break to check on his condition. Then something strange happened. During the break before the third and deciding fall, Paul LeDuc disappeared backstage for a few minutes. When the participants returned to the ring, Von Erich gestured for the LeDucs to come over and talk, but they refused.
All seemed well, but 15 minutes into the deciding fall, Waldo tossed Johnny out of the ring, and the Ledukes rose once again to help their fellow Quebecer, or so it seemed. Instead, they removed their jackets and viciously attacked Rougeaus, kicking and stomping him. Von Erich joined in, and Johnny was soon a bloody mess. The fans in attendance, outraged, began littering the air with chairs, and some even stormed the ring. The Ledukes were soon surrounded and couldn't leave until 4 cars of policemen were called in to escort them back to the dressing room. By now, a full-scale riot was in progress, and the Ledukes found themselves trapped in the dressing room. An emergency call for 5 more police cars went out as fans rampaged throughout the arena. Street violence was quite common in Montreal during that era. This was the same year Pierre Trudeau, who would be elected as Prime Minister of Canada the following day, was pelted one night with rocks and bottles as he sat in the dignitaries' box to view the annual Saint Jean-Baptiste parade by a gang of radical Quebec separatists. Back inside the Paul Soave Centre, it was pure bedlam, as cars were now being overturned. Main streets around the area were blocked off well into the early hours of the morning. By 4 a.m., a journalist finally managed to smuggle Joe and Paul out of the center in the back of a car. In total, 14 police cars were called and thousands of dollars in damages were incurred. Despite the mayhem outside the ring, those were the glory days for Johnny Rougeaus' All-Star Wrestling program. The year of 1968 saw Montreal-born Ivan Koloff become the Russian Bear and engage in a feud with Rougeaus, which broke attendance records at the Forum and electrified the province. Rougeaus' next creation was an Ontario-born fellow named Larry Shreve, who was soon transformed into the madman from Sudan, Abdullah the Butcher, probably the most successful heel character in Quebec wrestling history. Other stars that would frequent the area included Fritz von Raschke, Danny Lynch, Mr. X, Carlos Roca, Tiger Jeet Singh, Don Serrano, and countless others. Rougeaus' popularity as a wrestler, floating in and out of retirement several times, and now as a promoter, soared. His involvement in the Quebec Junior Hockey League furthered his reputation around the province as well. But Johnny's most significant idea was to build his promotion around the Rougeaus family name, starting with the recruitment of his brother Jacques Sr. and followed soon after by his son Raymond, billed publicly as his nephew. Johnny implemented this concept well before Stu Hart did in Calgary or Fritz von Erich did in Dallas. During the latter half of the decade, Johnny Rougeaus' All-Star Wrestling Group had the province all to itself. By 1969, the promotion was at the peak of its powers, drawing record crowds to the weekly cards at the Paul Soave Centre, bigger shows at the Montreal Forum, and in cities throughout Quebec. Even though the company was based around local stores like Johnny Rougeaus, his brother Jacques, Gino Brito, Edouard Carpentier, Hans Schmidt, and Waldo von Erich, imported superstars like Bruno Sammartino and the Sheik were brought in to great public acclaim. Two of the most successful heels of that period were Abdullah the Butcher and Fidel Castillo, managed by Eddie the Brain Creechman. Together they captured the promotion's tag team titles on September 29, 1969 at the Montreal Forum on the undercard of a Jacques Rougeaus-Ivan Koloff International Heavyweight Championship main event. Abdullah's Quebec history is well known, but many old-school fans may not realize that Castillo, while a hated heel, became a legend in his homeland where he was known as Hurricane Castillo. But in Quebec during the late 60s, he was considered as the second top heel in the territory next to Abdullah himself. One of the main reasons Puerto Rican wrestlers began to score huge heel heat in Montreal was usually they were passed off as Cubans. This was during the height of the Cold War, and the infamous Cuban Missile Crisis was less than a decade removed. So Russians and Cubans began slowly replacing the tried and true World War II Nazi German heels. Castillo was really the first of his breed to hit Quebec rings and was probably the most successful. Sure enough, Jacques Sr. was handed the torch following Johnny's swan song in the early 1970s, and all seemed well. 1969 signaled the beginning of a decline in All-Star Wrestling's fortunes. Most of the usual stars were still around, but the company lacked a hot feud to slot in the top of the card. Koloff, Abdullah, and Jacques Sr. were most often the names at the top of the marquee, Wild Bill Curry, Paul Diamond, the mighty Igor, Eric the Red, and the great Kojika all made an impact in that same year, as did returning Dominic DiNucci,
But the story of the year was the triumphant return of Maurice Vachon that June from his serious car accident injuries. He was a little tentative in single bouts, but soon settled into a tremendously successful tag team with his brother Paul.